kind of resistance we saw to the Nazi occupation. Ultimately, it took the Red Army reinvading the territory.
Look at this athleticism.
And succeeded at combined
Have you guys ever met Chris
arms
Myers,
operations at scale.
Scranton Rep for
A
Hammer?
massive counteroffensive, much larger than
Past
anything
6
we're
years,
talking
I've been
about
sleeping
today.
with him in exchange
Ultimately,
for
it required
discounts on our
that to
supplies.
evict the Nazis from Ukraine. But in the meantime, they did not have an easy occupation regime.
Meredith, that is serious.
The Ukrainian
Not only is that a conflict of interest,
Soviet
it's also an
partisans
exchange of goods.
killed
Exchange of steak.
Nazi officials,
You ever had
their
some-
soldiers, their officers
That's
blew up
crazy talk. Meredith.
the infrastructure they were
Very
using.
They
They didn't pay a price for their occupation. We could well
Wow.
see
What time we
if,
got?
unfortunately, this ends in a stalemate for the
Right
time
there.
being.
This
We
I
could
think
well see
is a
that
great
type
ethics
of
seminar. She
insurgency
has given
gain
us a lot
momentum
of wonderful things to
Russia
think about. Right,
and
wrong,
try to evict the
who's to
Russians
say,
that
really, in the end.
and
I
then
mean, because it
rebound
is
a
unknowable.
counteroffensive
But
scale
let's give her a
later
round
on
of
in
applause.
the
Holly,
future
everybody.
if the
Holly,
first one doesn't
get back to
succeed.
work.
So that would be further echoes
I am
of the World War II experience.
that,
The scale, once again, is much smaller. The size of the armies here,
There's some
they're not in
issues with narrative.
many hundreds,
I mean, all of these
800,000,
things that would have done
700,000,
myself,
a
like
million,
narrative
two,
sections of
a million. Well,
creative.
that's not what we're talking about today.
what you gonna do?
But the weapons, the cruise missiles, right? Artillery fire.
So,
You know,
regarding
artillery
the
fire used to
supplier,
be very inactive.
approximately
Like
how many
saturation.
liaisons have there been?
You would just fire towards the enemy lines, and if you
I
hit
don't know.
something, you hit something, and
Once
if
a month
you didn't,
in 6
you
years.
just kept firing.
Why
Now
don't
you have
you
drones.
tell Holly? It's not what you think.
And so artillery fire is now sniper fire. Because you can coordinate the direction of the artillery fire with the drones. The drones can take a picture and show you
It's
where
not.
the enemy is precisely located.
Now, were these
And you can align that artillery
just
to hit
personal?
them instead of just indiscriminately
Yeah,
bombing an
I would
area.
have done it if it wasn't for just talking.
And the NATO supply
For the love
artillery,
of God, we're trying to help you.
Really fun.
Stupid bag.
and you can fire into
What I don't
Russian
understand
positions
is
and yourself
why
not
the
be
state
exposed
coupons
to Russian
if you
fire
were already getting
because
this
your artillery
Well, it's
fires
fine.
farther.
I think it's your
than there.
girlfriend.
So that's coming.
After we did it,
And we're going to see that in
giving us
action.
coupons.
And
I
so
just felt
the
good about
scale is
myself.
not the same, but the weapons, the precision of some of the weapons and some of the NATO. We're not sending
What's
all
going
of
on?
our stuff,
I thought I
but
had
as
a
I
meeting.
said, the dynamic is
Unfortunately,
Russia
immunity
commits
or something,
atrocities,
the
Russia
records
bombs
don't really
schools,
exist in the
Russia bombs
workplace.
hospitals,
And
Russia
I've never
kills
heard of anyone who
civilians,
kept their job after something
and
like
more
this.
and heavier and more
I'm not
lethal
quitting.
Western weapons go to Ukraine. Their willingness to risk their lives is really so impressive, and the reason that it's our duty, we're obliged to supply those weapons. And so the Russians don't have that resupply, and the Ukrainians do. And so the Russians are now digging in less.
Wait a minute, so you're gonna
They're
tag me
digging
in
in
a yawn?
deep in the areas that they've penetrated.
Really?
And they're trying to build unassailable
stopwatch,
positions
everybody. He's
when the Ukrainians transition from mostly defense to full-scale offense.
17 seconds.
And we'll see if that
There's no way
now,
that
I mean, they're digging everywhere,
1 second.
as they say. Papyrus, right? They're digging everywhere.
Your Russians
Holly,
Digging in,
yeah.
I wish.
It's a miracle. You're at your desk.
But so there are these things that we can't predict, but there are these things we're watching.
We'll get there.
Watching closely.
Anyway, I was giving some thought.
And on top of that, something that's not in World War II for the most part is cyber attacks and cyber warfare,
funny,
which is
attractive people
much
can't
less perhaps
just sit down and work this whole married thing out. Sounds good.
convertible into human words because it happens so
Would you care
quickly,
if
so
I'm banging
slow
out over
scales, so
I
difficult to
already
trace
got
and all those
this.
kinds of things. It's
Oh,
not
no.
bullets, it's electrical signals.
No good
Yeah,
idea.
but those Ukrainian people, they're like you, like they're young,
You know what? Let's go
they're
out.
technically really
Thunder with the
proficient,
street.
and they've been amazing. You know, they spent
Actually,
those
that's
teenage
awesome.
years in the basement
It's
playing video games.
Turns out it's useful after all.
It turns out it's more than useful. you can save
So
your
I found
country
out
that way.
corporate policy.
And so they're not alone. They're getting support,
Oh, it's very
and that
nice.
support is important.
It's kind of
But really, predominantly, it's Ukrainians on the cyber battlefield, and their skills have been very impressive, and they've been preparing for this for a number of years. And they have a whole army of young people on the cyber side. It's their civilian population. These are not people conscripted into the military or volunteering.
It's
wearing
just,
a
I
uniform.
think it's the most.
And so even in cyber warfare, the Ukrainians have been
So I've
extremely
gone over
impressive.
this, thought about
And so
it,
let's
and
remember
just don't think there's any way
that
I can write a
all
report
of these
and
aspects
terminate it.
of warfare, whether it's how far your cruise missiles go, and how accurate they are, what size your cyber capabilities are, it's really ultimately about the people. It's about the human capital,
That any good?
right? It's about their willingness, their skill level, but also their willingness to fight, and to put their lives on the line. And there's no substitute for that. And so what's called morale, or courage, or bravery, or valor, that's really ultimately decisive, provided you have enough sufficient arms, right, to conduct the fight. And if you don't, you use a Molotov cocktail. Your grandma pulls in the coordinates of a Russian tank on her iPhone, and you have a Molotov cocktail that the people who used to work in the cafeteria are now stuffing flammable liquid into bottles, and you carry one right up to the tank and you smash it against the tank, drop it in one of the hatches in the tank.
This is her main source of money.
There's no
So that's
substitute
very
for that
sweet,
kind of
but
stuff.
we have to follow
That,
the
that
protocol,
level
those are
of
the rules.
resolve,
No idea.
willingness to die for your
Recall, we just
country.
punish her.
That's a really big lesson
Tell her,
that we need to absorb in our own country.
I don't think we could enforce
We've been
that.
going to war
I saw this thing.
more frequently than we should,
Which
and
has to
like
be
you said, without the justification all the time, and then like Henry Kissinger said, without understanding how this was going to end. It's easy to start a war. It's very difficult to win a war, prevail, end a war on terms that meet your original expectations. We've been fighting wars, but we haven't been fighting wars as a society. We've been fighting wars as a small sliver of our population. Something like 1% of our population is involved with the military because we have an all-volunteer force. And that means that it's easier for our politicians to go to war because they don't face
Under the desk.
conscription,
Filling out expense
they don't have
But on
a
the flip
draft,
side,
which affects every family in the country, and
It's
because
exhausting. It's vigilant.
the number of people in the volunteer force is such a
I am the
narrow
same, that I
strata
don't
of the
think that
population.
you
And so they've
understand.
been getting away with this because the
You are saying
professional
that
army
we
is
should
much
sweep it
better
under
than
the
the conscript
carpet,
army.
accept the
And an
discount on
all-volunteer
supplies,
force is
not
much
fire
preferable
Meredith,
from
and
a
pretend like
military
the whole
point
thing
of
never
view.
happened.
But from a societal
Yes.
point of view,
What am I saying?
Well,
Look at this athleticism.
more too easy.
Really pretty.
I'm saying that her
And
cake
I
is
know
like-
precedents that have been set.
The same way that the
Nikki's really unprecedented athleticism.
completely
It's a potential six-star,
from
girl.
those young hackers.
This shit sucks.
It's a
Hold on.
family.
Slow
It's a
for
Yes.
this.
Skull,
Oh man, my shirt is wet.
and you're also cute.
That's kind of nice. I'll take that.
What's the value
I will be honest with you, that car ride did not go well.
if you
And
could
that
sit
was not
down
my
with
fault.
Vladimir Putin and
The
have
only
a
reason I'm standing
conversation?
out here right now is because I don't want
Versus
to take the elevator with her.
Versus the West Side
And
gangsters.
I'm holding her
Is
back.
there-
This motherfucker studied Barnes.
So what would you talk about? What would you ask him?
Well, Henry Kissinger, who alluded to his op-ed, he's had many private meetings with President Putin over a long time.
19 minutes and
And
48 seconds.
President Biden,
Any of this
previous presidents, secretaries of
Well, yes, I
state,
guess when that was.
officials below Secretary of State, the head of the CIA, evidently met with President Putin in the fall when he was massing the troops on the border before he invaded, and we sent the head of the CIA and Putin received him. And somebody he evidently respects or was at least willing to meet, unlike other members of the administration. So a lot of people are talking to him in some form or another for 22 years he's been in power.
It's
And
been
I'm not
intense.
sure it's had what I
People are
their
suspicious of me.
desire to
And my
Well,
best
the
friend in
nature
the
of the
office
conversation is
wanted to talk to
interesting
me.
too, and also the time,
Turns out
which is
being the
post
morality
February
police does
22nd,
not make you
is a
comfortable.
different
I should know
time.
because in
And
middle
also
school I was a
another
hall monitor
aspect,
and the kids used to stuff egg salad in my locker.
which I was known,
Let's
which
just
is
hope in middle
interesting,
school. So
that there's something about COVID and the pandemic that creates isolation, distancing. It's just such a
Kendall
silly
from
little
corporate HR is on
nuanced
my mind
thing,
and I was on our way
but
too.
maybe it's
what's your
actually
recommendation?
has a profound impact on the human being, the human mind, if Vladimir Putin, that there is something about an in-person meeting, not across a table that's far too
Kendall, my
large,
main man.
but sort of the intimacy of one human in-person conversation, that there's something distinctly
Yes,
powerful
that came out
about that
during the ethics
reminder
seminar.
And let the record
that,
show that it was during the
as
immunity
Putin
part of the
says in
seminar.
the narrative and propaganda through all the people,
Oh, I think
there
it's
is
pretty clear it
truth
was unethical.
that this entire command is white people, and you kind of reminded me that when you're sitting together.
people who have sat across tables
Kendall, I understand that
Where
the
they're
discounts
at
good for the
30
company,
yards
but I'm just not happy
three.
about the way we're getting it.
have remarked about this feeling of isolation that has affected him, the pandemic. I think there
No, I
must be
understand.
something to that. If several people have been in that environment.
No, I can do it.
Everybody that I know and I've been able to talk to who's had a meeting with him in the past 10 years,
How do you tell somebody that you care
including
about deeply?
Henry Kissinger, former
I
Secretary of
told you
State,
so. Gently with a rose.
has said that Putin spends a lot of time
in a funny way,
enumerating
like
his
it's
grievances.
a hilarious joke,
He goes through a monologue of his
or you
grievances.
just let it go.
And then the West did this,
Saying
and
it
then the
just
West
makes it
lied
worse.
to us about that. And then the West cheated us on this.
Probably the funny way.
And so it's not the
Can I have everyone's
conversation
attention?
that you're encouraging.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention, please?
It's that roiling
We need to
resentment,
finish the ethics
volcano
seminar.
that's just exploding through
The resentment.
Everyone, please, I just
And-
need your
and
signatures
by the
to show
time
corporate that I gave
he
you the
gets
training.
through
Don't sign
the monologue,
anything.
Okay, everybody listen
Of
up.
the
If you are not in that conference room
the
in 2
time
minutes,
the
I am
meeting
going
is
to kill you.
expired or over.
Valve and have started
It's
together.
really a thing.
Get
That's what
in there right now, or I'm
Like
gonna
when
lose
you're
it!
facing a bull, the red claw. You have to learn how to avoid the long list of grievances and get to the humanity. That's a really important
It's a skill. For sure, it's a skill, and it's the highest level skill of a diplomat. To be able to reach some type of
In
common
this next section,
understanding
we
of
examine the difference
interests
between sick
and
days and
worldviews
personal
clash so
days.
much.
Sick
here's
days
your
are
challenge.
only to be used when an illness precludes you
Your
from doing your
challenge
job
is
or can spread to your coworkers.
Russia wants to impose
Personal days, on the other hand, are much more
sphere of
flexible.
influence on its neighbors.
Thank you,
It
Meredith.
wants
This was
to
delicious.
dictate
Hey, where's your steak sauce?
what its neighbors can and can't do.
Ow.
It wants
I
to
got some in my
exert
minivan
influence,
somewhere.
not by the power of its example,
Wait a second.
not by the
How does
freedom
the
of
steak
its
factor
people,
in again? I think
not
she
by the
got it as
dynamism
a
of
dip.
a diversified
I don't know
economy,
why she didn't just take
but it
cash.
wants
I
to
don't know
exert
what she's doing. I
influence
hope she just
just
doing it.
because it deserves it, just because it's a great power, just because, and on and on and on. It's a civilization unto itself. And it wants that, and we can't give it. The reason that Russia was not integrated into the West was not for lack of it was because Russia ultimately spurned it. Because it was about what terms the integration. Would you come into the West and observe Western rules and be another country? Meaning just another country? There's Poland, and there's Austria, and there's little tiny Monaco, and there's Russia. And you're just one of those countries. And Russia's answer to that was no, we're not just one of those countries. We need special rules. We need special conditions. We'll integrate, but only as a special country, meaning like at the UN, where all countries are sovereign, all countries are members, but Russia has a veto on what countries can and can't do.
Michael,
Those
Yeah,
were the terms
fractions are coming every 10
on which
minutes.
they were willing
Okay,
to
just
give.
remember to keep breathing.
And those were
The
the
cervix
terms
is
that no
ripening.
leader of
Okay,
the Western
good.
country or
Jane
the United
about to have
States
a baby.
or the G7
And Michael preparing for the birth of a watermelon with the wife. Now,
It's
this
very
baby
well
will
known
be related to
that
Michael.
Vladimir Putin was one of the first, maybe the first person,
Michael!
first leader
Yeah.
My
on
water's
to quote
breaking!
President
Okay,
Bush
okay.
after
What
the
do you
9/11.
do? What do you do?
I got a call from Jan and I'm here
They
at the
didn't
hospital.
connect right
Right.
away.
Highways or surface
President
roads?
Bush
I think
was not
what's
in
the address?
Washington.
Gibson?
No, Gibson
But
is covered in
eventually
potholes.
they
Your
did
car breaks down. Adapt.
I checked the route. There are no potholes.
Terrorism
What?
And adapting to the circumstance. Andy, would you like to have my baby?
delivered on
Yeah. No.
the use
I
of
know.
some Russian
I'm
logistics for
drowning.
Afghanistan
Here we go. Here we
operations.
go. Here we go. Do it.
And that's
Okay.
the point
Bring it
that
out.
they
Bring it
said
out.
there. Russia wanted to
Babies are one
cooperate,
of my many areas of expertise.
did
Growing up, I
cooperate,
performed my own
and be
circumcision.
spurned.
Just keep pushing.
Hold me.
I'm right here.
Cradle me.
I'm right here.
I'm screaming. I'm screaming. I'm
And so
screaming.
therefore,
Ah!
Russia was
Push and
cheap.
breathe.
Russia was
I want
liable.
anesthesia.
Russia's leaders
No, you
was
can't have it. It's
legitimate.
too late.
No, I don't want
No,
that.
But here's the
just
problem.
push it out.
Okay.
Keep simulating.
In exchange
Give
for
me
that
the
support,
Sharpie.
Keep
Do
simulating.
you have the Sharpie?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
asked
When the baby
the
emerges,
President
mark it secretly in a kind of a mark that only you can recognize and no baby snatcher can ever copy. Ready?
that closed
Ah!
hierarchical
No!
where
God!
Russia could
Wow!
exert
What was on that?
influence force
Newborns are slippery.
over countries that were sovereign.
Let's try that again.
And no American president could grant that. And President Bush was right. He said no. And so the attempted cooperation blew up. But who's at fault? Should there be a non-voluntary spirit that can lead? Should we face up to it? No, let's take a little detour here into China.
Hello, ladies. How was my shower going?
China had this brilliant grandchildren.
Life stories.
Damn it!
Was sure America is hostile
Damn it, Phyllis.
because America
It was
is hegemonic.
hard enough to
America
convince you to
controls
come.
the world. America
So
will never
are
let
we
China
set
rise.
for
America
refreshments?
will do
For your
everything it can to
instructions,
hold
we
China
have the
down.
personalized M&Ms
So
with the baby
we're going to have
names. This is your
hostility
boy
from
bowl
America.
with the name
We don't want to
Chevy.
because
And
we
this
need
is
that
the
high-end
bowl with
technology
M&Ms
transfer.
with the name
Either we
Astra.
buy it or we steal it.
Can't be right.
Because America
What
and
the
the rest
hell
of the
Astra?
has
She said it
technology
is the
that we
meaning
need.
of a Viking
We have some
princess.
of it domestically,
True.
more
I
than
know.
before by a lot, but we're still dependent, so we can't decouple.
Thank you.
So
Is this
we'll
it?
have the
I mean, is
hostility,
this
but they'll be in line
2 bowls of
across
M&Ms?
just so that we
Single
don't
rolls?
lose the
You
technology
know what, Phyllis? I think you need to step it up.
till
I think
made
you
in
need to
China
get the let out.
2035
Because if I'm not mistaken,
is accomplished.
we gave you your wedding
We're
shower. Neil
self-sufficient,
came into this room and gave
domestically and
you
AI and
a
every other
golden
area
shower.
that's
Well,
critical.
you know what? Where's my golden shower?
But hostility.
Phyllis,
Do we
it
have
does
an ace in
not
the hole?
matter to me.
Our ace in the
All
hole is
this
Europe.
baby is biologically
Europe.
mine.
It's
I'm going to love
conflict.
it.
They're all about
It's like
trade.
when the dog
It
nurses
doesn't
the
matter
tiger
how
cub.
evil you
Seen
are.
that
They love
video?
to trade because
It is,
Wagner
it's so
changed the trade.
bizarre
They have
and
this illusion that
unnatural.
you're going to become a better country if they trade.
It-
And you won't have conflict or hostility.
Hey, I'm collecting for the baby
And
shower.
so we have this European ace in the hole.
It's not as big.
We're hostile with the Americans. We're still buying, stealing their technology. And better than that,
Look
even
at it as a
the Europeans are not hostile to us today.
I
They love
do
to trade
enjoy
with
being
us,
behind the party.
They want to trade more, and they're our biggest trading
No
partner
longer
already.
under Angela's heel. And her
And lo
little
and
gold
behold,
head
Xi
is
Jinping
under
sides with
There you
Vladimir
go.
Putin
Go talk to them.
in the aggression in Ukraine.
Make a
He
party
doesn't
for you.
side with him providing military equipment. He doesn't provide technology transfer, but he provides public support and massive pro-Russian
Pump it.
propaganda to the whole Chinese population.
So you know Stacy, right?
And the Europeans say, wait a minute,
She's studying Ireland.
this is an invasion of a sovereign country in Europe. What do you mean?
That's not.
So
You're not
Stacy and Eric
condemning
get to
Vladimir
go to sleep a half an hour
Putin.
early so that I can
And so that wedge
Okay.
that the
Anyway,
Chinese had,
Senator
that was the
Sarah
basis
Kaya
of their grand strategy.
Sarah Kay.
That wedge between the
No,
US
Sarah
and Europe,
Kaya comes
when it
in.
came to
No,
China,
no, no, but like 30 seconds
that
to
wedge
finish
is
it.
gone.
Sarah Kay
Xi
Coulson.
Jinping
So Sarah Kaya says
destroyed
to Eric, no way.
and the Europeans and the Americans are coming close together
Sarah Kaya picks up
on
Stacy's
Ukraine and
just had it,
Russia
throws it at
policy
their
for
light
sure.
bulb.
but also
No
more and
way.
more in China policy. And
That's
so that was a
hilarious.
pretty big sacrifice for the Chinese leader
You
to
might get
make.
arrested.
And where did he get in?
No, Casey is a boy.
He gets hydrocarbons from Russia at
Why can't you
reduced
just stay in art
prices.
class with me?
And the Chinese get hydrocarbons from a lot of countries. They have a completely diverse supply chain for their energy.
What do you think Xi Jinping is thinking
Sir,
now? Was it a mistake? Or
I'd like to know. I'd like you to be able to sit down with him across from this table here on your podcast
This
and
what is
ask the
this?
same question because we have no idea.
Look at these little folks. No one's ever.
He was a scholar of Stalin.
Central 6 started.
And break through the length of barrier to China, not ever, I apologize, in the next few years, because there is a gigantic
So I hope you
cultural and language barrier between the West and the China.
China's a great civilization.
And
China predates the United States
Yes, it is.
by millennia. China's accomplishments are breathtaking, but China's also led by, let's be honest, the Communist Party
Ahoy,
monopoly,
matey. Ahoy.
which engages in a lot of criminal behavior.
Ahoy.
Tibet
So, what are you doing?
is Ukraine.
Good.
Xinjiang is
Listen,
Ukraine.
Jan Levinson is going to be in
Hong
today,
Kong
and she
is Ukraine.
is in the
Let alone support for Putin. This is before we even discuss Taiwan.
which I have a vested interest.
And so now the Europeans are coming to see this, and the Americans are coming to
Anyway,
understand this, that maybe trading with a regime like that,
extremely
and morally, politically, criminally, Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong,
so
how is that different from what she's doing with trade? I'd be hard pressed to differentiate that ultimately, even though the analogies are not exact. And so the Chinese, it's like that guy Leon, the author of Letia, the great memoir of the late Soviet period, the end of the
I do
Soviet
not
Union.
like pregnant women in my
You know that
workspace.
they spend all
They're
this
always
time
complaining.
and all these resources.
I have variable
black in our
pains too.
image. We
I have
supply
swollen
them
ankles.
endless
I'm
materials
constantly
to black
hungry.
in our image.
You think my nipples don't get
That's
sore
where Xi
too?
Jinping's
You
regime
think I don't
is.
need to know the fastest way to the hospital?
And so they have a big dilemma on their side. It's a Western world, and they've united the Western world. And
Hi,
we
Jim.
look at the rest of the world
This is
to
my baby.
the fact that China is a threat to the values, the institutions and values of the West. That trade is not transforming China, quite the
Jan
opposite.
had the baby, and Michael
We'll
was
see if this endures.
So the baby could be
Maybe
anybody.
it doesn't endure. Maybe it's a fleeting moment. Maybe this is not an inflection point. Maybe the war in Ukraine ends more quickly than we think. And maybe, like you said, the Chinese,
Well,
Indians, and the rest of them,
You know,
the
labor
leaders
just
there,
kind of
they
started
wish
very
that it
suddenly,
ends,
and
the world moves on and forgets.
can't be there. So I just
Says, let's try again and resume
so many ways.
our mutual understanding, our mutual beneficial trade.
I'm sorry. I thought
Maybe it's
today.
a passing phase. We can't exclude that. I'm very. But the moment is not a good one for the Chinese regime, let alone the fact that he's trying to impose
Yeah, I think just
an
leave it.
unprecedented in the modernity of the third term for himself as president in the fall of the next party Congress, becoming president for life as de facto, a Mao figure.
I love babies.
And
think they
he's
are
now got
beautiful.
to do that
In all sorts of
with
different ways.
in this
I try
environment
to pick up all the baby
where
every
he
day.
has
That's what,
damaged
because
Chinese grand
It
strategy
nourishes me.
and damaged the reputation of China and
Babies are drawn to
its
me.
relationships
I think
across
it's
the
because
world.
they see me as
Maybe
one
not
of them.
permanently, but
But-
significantly.
Cooler.
In addition to the problems they have at home,
If a baby were
democracy,
president, there would
as
be
you
no
know,
taxes.
middle
There
income
would be no
traps,
war.
and then the
There
regulatory
would be no
insanity of
government.
Chinese communist rule that we've seen with the tech companies
Things
that
could
can
get
go well,
terrorists.
where they've
It
destroyed all
actually
that
probably
value,
would be a better
with
screenplay
the
idea
blow
than
up of
service
their
suggestion.
property sector
Ladies and
because it
gentlemen,
was a massive
it is my
bubble,
privilege and
and
honor
that's
to
still
present
playing out.
for the first time in her
And this
life
time
and
it's
in the
the same.
office. Asked
This time it's not
Fred
different.
Levinson.
When it comes to a property blowout, it
This
has
is
enormous
everybody.
effects
This is your
on middle-class
family.
balance sheets
This
and
is
their
the build up for
ability
the rest of your life. Well,
to remain consumers, drive the economy, which is the model of the
Okay, here we
So
go.
he's got
Lion King.
challenges
Okay, that's
independent
that's
even
okay. I'll take that.
of the
Okay.
fact that he
Come on.
decided
Get our shower on. Conference room.
how
Chocolate chip chop.
Vladimir Putin and their romance costing China very, very significant.
I'm
If
fine,
you close your
weirdo.
eyes,
Such an HR weirdo. Try not to suck
and
all the air out of
100
that.
years ago, 1922, when you think about the future, I wonder if you can hear the drums
Ready to
of
play some
war,
games? Let's do it.
predicting the 30s, predicting
Yeah, dude.
the Great Depression and the resentment that builds,
No, the baby doesn't ruin
the economic
anything, Kevin,
resentment,
okay?
the cultural
The
resentment,
baby
the geopolitical
multiplies
resentment that
funds.
builds
Let's
and leads
just
to
do
World
what
War
you're going
II.
to do.
And at least to me, when I close my eyes, I can hear the drums of war that are still
All right, how about some
And it's
presents?
possible
I want to
that
see some presents. I got
we're
this.
there.
Right down. Thank you.
2022
What do we got?
will materialize
We
in a
all
similar
chipped in
way as
and
did
got you this
1922.
stroller.
I have my eyes closed, but I
Do you
Thank
hear
you.
Jamie has a
and
stroller.
she sure
This is
hope
way worse than the
that
stroller
that's
she
not
came with.
It's gonna warm it. It's gonna
I'm looking at 1922, the clock I know well, and I don't see the future.
Okay, what else?
I would not have
$1,200
predicted
is what I spent on my whole bomb shelter.
I see
For that kind of money,
behind
the
us.
stroller should be
I
indestructible.
see a prosperity on the horizon. Yes, inflation in Germany and so many other difficult issues, but there are more democracies now than there were before the war, and all empires are gone. And there's a cultural progressive modernism in the arts, and there's women at the public sphere.
Hey, you.
There's
Not even. I'm doing laundry for the first time in like a month.
I'm looking at the future of 2022.
I can't hear
I'm not
anything.
seeing
There's like
Great Depression, and I'm not
there's like
seeing
machines
recession,
going.
I'm not seeing Holocaust. And because
Guess what?
I don't predict the
20
future.
minutes.
I can't hear anything.
You could see that future.
Okay, you know what?
I guess the worst is where
Call me later.
Okay.
But you're not one of them.
I'm not
I'm
frustrated.
not one of them, and
Even if I were in Scranton,
but this is what I know
which is
from studying history.
the last
What I
thing.
know is stuff happens. In other words,
Great.
in other
Watch
words,
my
like,
lipstick.
we're watching Ukraine war right now,
And
all of our attention is focused on it. And it's like the economists say,
Still a kiss to
their powerful models
taking time
are
to
employed, and there's this line that says all
Letting each other's knowing, looking to see how much we've grown, and the only one we can was a simple
analysis. And the whole thing is all of the So the Russia-Ukraine war that we've been discussing, and this could happen, and that could happen, but you know what? Stuff could happen.
You gave
For
birth
example,
to a tub. Yeah, it's a
the
really nice
Israeli
position.
government could decide this summer that it's going to bomb
And it's
Iran,
here in the tub.
because no Israeli
Oh, yeah, the
government will
afterbirth pulse.
tolerate Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Oh no, it's actually really
And since
hygienic.
President Trump exited unilaterally exited from
Hey, no.
multi-power nuclear agreement,
This is the birth story.
Iran is not much
Beautiful.
closer to the bomb than they were.
Beautiful. This is a once in a
when they were still
lifetime
in- when
experience.
the United States was still
I
in
should
that
have been there.
And you tell me the Israeli government that says,
I
"Sure,
couldn't
fine,
help
okay,
this.
if you
I
want."
know that, and I wish that I could.
And so maybe that happens. And maybe that happens as early as the summer, as Iran gets closer and closer and closer.
Yes.
Maybe that guy in North
I'm just
Korea
gonna lie
decides
down
it's his time,
for a minute.
just like his grandfather
Remind me to talk to you about extras
Right, in
from 1950 and 20.
decided it's time. We're going to quote reunify the Korean Peninsula. Maybe, I don't know, it's fill in the blank. Something's going to happen. It's not going to be what I predict. It's not going to be what I'm watching. It's going to be obvious only after it happens, not before.
Phyllis?
And then it's going to upend the table. And all of a sudden,
Everything changes.
we're going to be in a different environment, different circumstances. Is Ukraine still as central at that point as it seems to be right now? I don't know the answer to that.
Yes.
Let me
So,
ask,
Mike,
two rapid fire questions. You're
I
only
need
allowed
to
to have 1
invite
minute.
from one baby daddy to another.
You baby daddy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Question
baby daddy.
1.
Um,
When will
you
he no
first
longer be in
became a
office?
baby daddy. Did you
And
have
will he step
an
down?
immediate connection with that baby? Like the first time that
What's your prediction
Find
and
that
a brief explanation of that prediction? Now,
You know what?
nobody can predict the future. What's your sense now? Some people are saying
baby daddy?
the pressure
Stop
building
calling yourself
is going to be
baby daddy.
overthrown or
Why,
stepped down
Daryl?
at the end of
Because
this
I'm
year.
quote right.
And some people
Quote,
say
unquote.
because you're not a
surely
daddy.
he's going
And
to
it's not your
outlast stars.
You feel connected to this baby over there?
No evidence to
That's
yet,
different.
You feel connected to this?
That's not a baby.
You gonna hold me
none
and see how you feel?
whatsoever. Yet. He's pretty much at life expectancy for a Russian male. Those are bad numbers. He's 69, he'll be 70. So he's lived the life of a Russian male already, but he's got better dominance than the majority of the Russian males in that, let's say,
Where's Astrid?
comparison
Oh, I
set.
think she's on a sales call.
So he could live a very long time, he could not.
More paper. Wow.
So there could be a coup at some point, but there's none today
She's just
in evidence.
That's funny.
He could go because he's reached the life expectancy, or he could stay for a long time. The thing to
That's
watch
good. Now, I need
about
you to,
this
I needed
is
to look up here.
an organization that nobody pays attention to. The FSO,
Look at
the
my finger.
Viralrabbi,
Now,
which is the Praetorian Guard, the self-standing bodyguard director. The only
What's going on?
organization in Russia that has any access to nature's
Don't
we've
flash
seen
around a newborn
no
baby. Don't you
disloyalty,
know that?
no breaking of ranks, no defections, nothing in the public realm, open sources, about any divisions
going to
or problems in the FSO in the Praetorian Guard.
her
So if you can't break
She
that,
smells
change that,
like old tomatoes and dirt.
illicit perfections there, you can't overcome. Authoritarian regimes like they're terrible. They fail at everything. They can't feed
I
their
like to call
people.
this
They have
the
trouble
bunker test.
achieving anything. They only have to be good, however, at one thing. They only have to be good at the complete suppression of political alternatives. If you can suppress political alternatives, you can fail at everything else, but you can survive as a political alternative. So you watch the problem. He's still alive. Okay, like you go for
That's my second rapid fire question. So what happens to the bomb? What are the possible conclusions of
All right, everybody,
might possibly be the
leaving.
second most
The
influential
internet's we're
powerful
leaving.
figure in
Where,
Russia?
where is the stroller that I came in with?
Is he going to
I
die
took the liberty of putting
in
it in your
jail? Will he become the next president of Russia? Well, what are the possibilities?
I wish I knew. Like,
There is,
I've been
there's one more
surprised
thing
that
that
he's
you
still
can do for me.
alive. I've been worried
They hug.
that he would be killed in prison in a staged fight. You know, some security officer, prison guard puts on a prison
not that it
outfit,
matters,
takes a
because I
lead
don't.
pipe, goes into the cell,
Okay.
and have a full fight.
All right.
And the bomb is killed. I've been afraid of that, but he's
Baby
still
showers.
alive, even though he's serving a long sentence. So that leads me to guess that people inside the regime and the president himself understand that Navalny is their ticket to lift sanctions. That Navalny is even more popular outside of Russia than inside of Russia. You know, he's the leader in many ways of the political opposition in the country, even while still in prison. His organization's been destroyed, but he doesn't have majority support in the population by any stretch of the imagination. But he's a big figure in the West, including here in the U.S. And so Navalny could be their ticket. They're kind of get out of jail card, meaning they release him from prison. He gets appointed, I don't know, prime minister, even by the Putin regime, if he were willing to accept such a position. I have my doubts about that. And then that's how they lobby to remove the sanctions against him. So he's a card that President Putin could play.
Hi.
And so maybe that's the reason he's still alive, or maybe there are other reasons that we don't know.
503.
And so
Figured I'd catch you off
some
your car.
alternative
The outer
is
space.
more likely to
Leave a
arise
message.
inside
Is it here or
his
we just
gang.
whole box today?
He's in
I guess this is just one of those
as they say,
days.
right inside his gang,
It'll get better.
where they tire
Hope you didn't have any
of
major
his
laundry
mistakes.
issues.
They
finished my
tire
laundry.
of his self-defeating
Got all my stuff.
actions. And
Nothing
they
like that
say
time that crazy guy
patriotically
pushed
for
you.
Russia,
Hey, you know that time
we
that
need
I
to
helped
do
you your
something
laundry?
against this guy.
That crazy guy
Because
yelling.
he's
And
hurting
then
our
remember we
country,
went shopping
and
the next
also
day to buy
because
me a
I
washer
could do
dryer.
better.
Yeah, here you are
I'm
back in
ambitious
Russia.
as well as
I'm just trying to help you people.
But once again, the
Be
problem there,
You're
Lex,
probably
is
upset that I'm even out
Putin
alone.
is surrounded
Don't
by
worry.
this
I'm being
cocoon
safe.
known as the
And I'm
FSO.
headed home.
He
I'm
meets
headed
on
to my
Zoom,
dorm.
predominantly with the rest of the government, including with defense and security officials.
Anyway,
They don't have
Anyway,
frequent access to his person.
I miss you.
And as you were alluding
I miss you.
earlier to the pandemic, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks before every meeting. And moreover, Lex, they don't know where he is. You see, when they're on Zoom with him, and the room, it's the vault diary. His office in the vault diary looks the same as his office in Sochi, or his office outside of Moscow. I know they're made up very similar. And sure, some signs indicate where is it, but maybe they don't know. And so you're gonna move on him. You're gonna jump in his Kremlin, out his dacha, outside Moscow. And it turns out he's in Sochi, or vice versa. And it turns out the FSO is loyal to him and won't let you anyway. So, Lex, we don't know, but we watch this FSO really closely, and we think that the elites, if not Putin, but maybe to understand Navalny as a really big potential political card that they could fight.
And one last question, the biggest question. You studied some of the darkest aspects of human history, human nature. You asked the why question. What do we do here? What's the meaning of our existence, our life? What are we humans trying to get at?
I can't answer that question either, but I can say that having a purposeful life is actually not that hard. You're not Gandhi, you're not President Roosevelt, you're not going to transform a country or a civilization, become immortal because of your courage, your insight, your genius, critical moments. But you live in an environment, you're in a school, you're in a workplace, you're somewhere where you can affect other people in a positive way. It can be not just about yourself, but it can be about them.
New York, as it turns out, is
You can
very
have a
expensive.
positive impact
I ran
on
out
other
of money.
people's lives.
I thought about
Through the
selling a
work that
kidney,
you do,
but
whether
Michael
that's your
offered to give me a
employment,
part-time job in
charity,
corporate.
your spare time, your work time.
Hey,
It can be by modeling proper behavior, admitting your mistakes.
of course.
Hard
Now
to
Michael
do,
knows
but
where to reach me
necessary.
16, 19 hours a week.
Remembering that
Hey,
you
Michael.
don't know everything, you can't predict the future, but you don't even know everything in your areas of expertise. Painfully reminded of that humility at times, but remind yourself too. So you can lead a life that can show others what your values are, and you can lead a life that dedicates yourself not only to your own, and it can be on a humble scale. It can be in a small classroom or a small workplace, a small workplace.
Yeah.
I'm actually
It
thinking
can
of
be
getting
done, and you can be reminded that having a positive impact, even on one other, is far greater to your own life. It is profoundly satisfying, much more satisfying than the attention you might get, let's say, on social media, or awards you might receive. There's nothing wrong with pursuing those. People pursue them.
because I
It's a
am
free
busy
society.
taking you out.
But leading a
I just remembered
purposeful
I
life
can't tonight.
intentionally
I'm going out with
is
you.
possible.
Even just one person love the expression save
Oh,
one life, save
wait
the
a
world.
second. Oh, I can't
And just
tonight.
focusing on the local,
Tonight's
on the tiny little
too many
difference you can
crap.
make in the world.
It's all good.
Somehow ripple.
All right, so
Every
good.
day.
So, I
If you
understand.
think about that every single day, right,
In my
you're a better
opinion, the
person.
third
You're a
date
better
is
society.
traditionally the one
And
where
maybe you get to add for the month world after all.
doesn't really feel that way.
Stephen, this is a huge honor for many reasons. One of which is I can just tell how much care you put into this conversation and how much I use the word
I am
love a
right
lot,
in
but I
assuming
just feel
that's
the
wife
love
is short for D money.
that
Save the date.
just even the respect you give me. I can't tell you how energized
D
that
money.
is, how much that
It's
gives
gonna
me
be T
strength
money. Tuna.
for my own cellular pursuits.
Is
Thank
that
you so
money?
much for doing that. Thank you for not just talking today, but giving you so much respect just with everything you're doing. I really appreciate that. And it makes me feel
Good
special.
night to the
But thank
night.
you so much for sitting
Better
down
way.
and talking.
Mutual, Lex. Thank you as well, and thank you for the
Talk
respect
about
that
it.
you've shown me. These are really difficult
No,
issues that don't have simple answers.
No,
But
they
that doesn't
know.
mean we give up. We have to keep thinking and learning and trying and finding solutions in everything we do, including
Oh, the
on
mall could be
these
fun.
big
Yeah.
global
You could go to the
tragedies
food court,
that
get
we
dinner
live
food.
through.
You can
And
get
it's
some
heartbreaking
nasty,
what's going on.
depends on
It
the
just
section.
breaks my heart every day. A person who studies this has been studying this for decades, and it keeps happening.
Ow! Elephant in
And
the
you
room.
think again,
Are we? Do you think?
yes,
Do you think
it
we're
is
gonna have
again,
sex?
but we still have to keep trying, and we have to be inspired by those people who are more
Okay, so
courageous
we
than
do
we
the
are
restaurant thing and
and
then
sacrifice more than we sacrifice.
we'll just do the
You know,
restaurant
for
thing.
me, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine,
Probably get soup.
is experienced in my study at home and in my office in Princeton, or coming office in Stanford when I moved full time to Stanford in September. It's experienced far away in safety and in comfort. And we have to remember that too when we talk
Nice
about
to
these
meet
things,
you.
when we
I was
answer
talking
these
to myself.
questions, right? That as we speak and as we comment
Get
and
it.
think we're experts on these things from the comfort of our existence, that there are people who
It's
have
not really
tragedies right now.
With no power, with no food, with full uncertainty about the future of the health of their children.
That's really fattening.
And I've also seen the family in both places.
Makes every game
Homes
very
that
interesting
were
because
buildings
they
that
all
for generations
can have effects
now
on the league.
so
Yes,
I'm crazy.
just
I'm
it
crazy.
hurts.
I highly recommend it.
Let's look at Syria, where 350,000 at least by UN estimates died, and Russia participated in that. And it's Yemen, and it's so many other places that don't have the same degree of attention that a European country like Ukraine has. But yeah, we have to remember also that in addition to Ukraine, and then there's things right home here in New York City, where children are without food. It's just inexcusable in a country this rich.
so we shouldn't forget in our study of leaders and our study of geopolitics that ultimately it's about the humanity of human beings.
Okay, right.
All the way down.
Thank you so much.
Now I can't hear us at all.
Amazing conversation. Talk to you again soon.
My pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen Cotkins. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors.
I don't think that fantasy football falls under the same legalities.
Right, they stole my laptop.
I despair.
Well, they stole my soul.
All of history.
How does that
We
even
have
compare?
truthful love
I'm not going to be prone to search us.
There have been tyrants and murderers. For time, they can seem
It's like a
invisible.
classic seven-man job.
In the end,
Okay, security
they
tapes were
always
stolen.
fall.
Motives, financial or
Thank you for listening.
vintage
I hope to see you next time.
Hank down at security had clocked out. And that's all we have.
Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah.
Oh.
That wasn't us, right? You remember to lock the doors?
Did you?
Like
Make it really simple. Is fantasy football legal in Florida?
Anybody
So much for
that
sex without
money was
consequences.
borrowed from, they would get it back, maybe tenfold. And so it was this weird situation of having like one foot in his reality and potentially believing the things he was saying, or even time wanting to believe him more and more because the alternative was worse. The alternative was
According to ChatGPT,
was
it
increasingly a
seems
bigger and
that
bigger nightmare.
fantasy football is legal in Florida.
Following the conversation with Sarma, a chef and
They-
restaurateur
We're gonna move.
who was the subject of the Netflix documentary Bad Deacon, Fame, Fraud, and Fugitives, that documents the rise and fall of vegan raw food restaurants in New York City that ended what she called a road trip from hell, being arrested in Tennessee, for pleading guilty for stealing over $2 million and serving 4 months in Rikers Island jail. Sarma disputes the veracity of the documentary and its conclusion, saying that she was misrepresented. So I wanted to talk to her to get the full story, to seek understanding of who she is as a human being, the good and the bad. This is the Let's Speak
This
On
isn't our
podcast.
floor. Why?
Please check out our sponsors.
How's everyone doing?
And now,
My door?
here's
Always
Sarma.
open if anyone wants to talk.
I don't want to talk.
You said
My
you did a
laptop.
lot of reading
Nobody's
when you were
doing
growing up, and you mentioned fear and loathing
The
Las
last
Vegas
person to do
by
this
hundreds
is
of
Terry.
times. So, from the reading you've done in those early days,
Gonna make everything
how
all
did you see
right.
the world?
All
Was
right?
it to you a beautiful place
Conference room
or a
15.
cruel place?
Half an hour.
I don't think I
Right.
thought about it.
You were focused on family,
Your losses, I
basic
handed them a
day-to-day
charity
life.
auction.
I think I was focused on day
All
to
was
day.
been
I had an awareness about
and
fitting in,
did
but I
on
think
our goods and
back then it
services.
felt like something was
I'm calling
wrong
it what I need.
versus
It's like farm aid.
some people
It's
that
not
way.
fighting against
And speaking
AIDS.
of
It's
books, I read
us
a book
fighting
called
against our own
Party of
poverty.
Can you use sports betting apps in Florida?
Thank you. We could
But
auction
somebody
off
gave me
things
Keep it
for each
simple.
other,
that
like
helped a
cleaning or
lot. That was one of the big ones.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you right there.
They made
This
me
is a
understand
sorority
things
that
from
you
the
didn't
past
get into a
that
real
I
sorority,
hadn't
so you
understood
had to
specifically kind of feeling out of place. Even
Okay, well, come
my
on, let's have an
family
auction.
was
Let's do
not
this.
supposed
We'll
to be in
auction
place.
off people, like
Yeah,
in
I'm
the old
not
days.
sure where I saw it, but I think you
So
mentioned
in
you
order
were
to
a bit of a
improve
loner.
the value
And
of
I
my
also think
life, you have
I
to spend
saw
more money
somewhere
on things
pictures of
you
you
whatever.
with green
I don't
hair.
know. It could be any
In
number
high
of
school.
people. It could be a pedestrian.
Wow.
It could be
Was that
old
was
person.
that
It could
was
be
that
a
real?
Lukey
I just
group.
imagined.
No, you're not
Or
imagining it.
it could be
It's strange because
if you're Springsteen
I
fan.
was
What?
kind of a
Who said that? I did. Why did
So
I
it'd be
say
strange
that?
to do
Oh, I
something
think you
with
know why
so
I
much
said that.
attention to
I
yourself.
think it is
Because back
very
then,
apparent.
grew up
I
in
think
a
it goes
suburb
without
of Boston,
Bear
and
with me. There's a point
And-
there. But what is the point? I don't
anybody that was there
understand what
around
he's
that
saying.
time
It seems a little
probably
shady.
said,
It seems a
you know,
little
that
foggy.
girl with green
Well,
hair was
it's
there
not a
for
little
most of
foggy.
the
There's
time.
really something
They
going on
remember
here.
like seeing me walking down the street because
When did this become legal?
Like
Like
I
a
said, now
ticket item.
stand
Spring
out so
skating
much. Back then,
tickets.
it really stood
Lost
out.
for the boss.
So
Yeah. I think that's pretty boss.
I was trying to think about why I did that when I was kind of shy, and on one hand didn't want to bring attention to myself, but I did something that did. And it wasn't my family, to their credit, they were fine with it. It wasn't a rebellion against them or anything like that. They were fine with it. I don't think they loved it,
Your dad was a physicist at MIT,
but yes.
so so he was cool here with your green hair.
I said I was only going to say it
That's just the way
once.
it was.
He was fine with the green hair, but I think in some ways maybe they had to be fine with it because I got a great
It was right around the time things seemed to change.
And welcome to crime.
There's a
Crime,
lot of
innocence,
quotes,
makes everyone angry, I
So
declare.
one of the ones I love is
It is not
life should not be a journey to the grave.
how
with the
many
intention of arriving
office
safely and
robberies
pretty
occur
workers of the
every
body,
second,
but rather
because there is
skin
no
and
Wikipedia
broadside
entry
cloud of smoke.
for office robbery
Thoroughly
statistics.
used up.
However, tonight,
Thoroughly
its
worn out.
victims
Allow
are
it to
standing
be
together and
wow.
standing strong.
Right.
Does anyone here play fantasy football? Question mark.
Life advice.
If so, comma, how did your squad do this year? Question mark.
I think you followed it right.
Okay, so with no further ado, light, camera, action! Take it
But in those 4 years I was there, these really interesting people came through and gave talks, you know,
Okay, this is the moment
but then
we've
when they
all been waiting for. Our first
only one I
item
attended
up for bids
was the
tonight
only
is
interesting
something I
person
consider to
to
be
be
very
on
lost.
campus.
That is unfortunate,
It is a
period.
yoga lesson from Holly Black.
Whatever it was.
Yoga. I would like to start with it up. $300. $300 right here, $300 hey, bada swing, bada $300, $300, anybody, $300, $400. Who wants more? Do I see somebody in the back? Is there somebody in the back? Do I see somebody in the back? $450. So, $300 to me.
Started.
Gavin.
It just seemed to somehow the universe
Let's hear it for
arrived
me.
in these two.
Right?
I chose
They're both
A
married.
bargain at any price.
So you also told me is that
Oh, yeah,
Leon
great, very good.
is one of your favorite
So
guys.
Daryl
It's also
and
the
the boys
reason
at
named
the warehouse
Godly.
have graciously donated
What do you
to
find beautiful?
go out for a beer with them right now.
In a while.
What? I'm actually going
So
to
for
bid
people
on
who
it.
have
I'm going to start the
watched it,
bidding because this is something that I've
Leon,
dreamt of.
there's a young girl,
So,
13, 14,
okay, so
Matilda, played by
have fun, you guys.
and
Well,
she's
this
abused.
next item
It's
is
really
sure
hard
to
life.
spring steam
Parents
from
are
your ears if you don't win it.
Murdered,
Just says
and
three.
then she
Yeah,
finds
that's all.
protection with this. Leon, who's also happens to be a professional sound
around?
and he's also kind of a more complex character. He's really simple.
Hey, man.
He seems to be like the mature one, or like the
Really?
one who's young. She seems to have a wisdom far beyond her age because of the hard life, and they're here helping together from the cruelty of the world and finding a connection.
Yeah, it's one of those films where there's so
Let's hear it opening bid, everybody.
but
Who's first? Kevin
one
the
of them
tax.
is just a contradiction.
The tax man. Kevin the tax man.
Being a caring person and reluctant to get attached to her. You know, tries to, I think he knows he's very reluctant to get attached to her.
We will talk about anything you wish.
And so you
Sheila, what would you like to talk about?
Stop
Question mark.
running off the stage.
Also, that's interesting, and I think probably a psychoanalyst will say why I like him so much. And I haven't gone there myself, but there's something about she, even in the briefing part that depicts her at the beginning, it seems clear that she's out of place in her family. And then, yeah, there's all kinds of interesting things about their relationship going away.
This is absolutely amazing. Dude, you made me laugh out loud.
That bothered me.
We are getting there, folks.
Or
Slow and
bothered me the
steady.
fact that I haven't really thought about it
Well, have we
For
been
people
blessed
who watch
today?
the movie,
Ladies and gentlemen,
here's
the
a young
David
underage
Wallace!
who kind of comes on to him.
Hey, like I said, thanks, everybody.
Actually just doesn't
Auction off a weekend at my place in Martha's Vineyard.
like
Hey,
$1,000.
$100.
This
Great.
is the
$125.
one she does with
$125. $140.
Express love.
$140.
And two, you know, a lot of
Keep
bad
going. Hey,
people
about
really take advantage of
160.
that.
And to get your attention.
And the fact that
Why couldn't you just said it? Why did you actually
she
do it?
finds a human being who doesn't and is just there to protect her. That's a real sort of, I don't know, powerful statement of what it means to be sort of like a father figure, I suppose, a protector. That to me, I love the idea of being
I just think we all deserve to be with someone who wants to be with us.
that there's something like something wrong.
You're trying to secure your place as having a part of my community. You're just being selfish.
Beautiful kind of. You're basically saving
Slap
this young human's or you're repairing a young.
What did Phyllis do wrong? I'll tell you what Phyllis did wrong. She stuck her nose into my business
to love,
tried to help me.
real love in life, because that idea of
So,
destroys my
oh, she's good actually.
family. Everything is
Really?
sort of everything around is broken, and he's kind of repairing it by reestablishing that kind of policy. I don't know.
And the plant. They say the plant.
University of South Carolina,
There's also
question mark?
just the simplicity of the film, just from the cinematic perspective, is beautiful. The music, the way it looks, the minimalism, is beautiful. Yeah, balance. So it's over the top, and also the bad guy, the cop, played by Gary Oldman.
Yeah,
I think it was looking at Beethoven or something like that, and he'd taken some sort of pills and drugs of some kind. So there was a kind of part of the orchestra, like the violence is part of the.
I stream 24/7 for world peace.
yeah, it's interesting because I turn away from violence or
More items.
films usually not violence or TV or anything that has that sort
Here we go.
element to it, except in
Big ticket item.
certain cases where
All right. In my
Where the
pocket,
violence is beautiful.
I have
yeah.
2
Or
tickets to
did you see the
Mr.
movie
Bruce
True Romance?
Springsteen. Front.
Yes.
That's my second favorite.
That's
Has anyone
probably
seen an envelope with
Well, interesting. That's my second favorite movie.
that's a more.
Yes, I did, period. After about 12 hours,
Yeah.
I have to restart
And
Discord, or else it freezes on me.
Patricia Arquette and James Gunn.
That
Yeah,
was
where she shot kind of all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
good job, everybody.
And I have my heart.
Yeah. Well, Phyllis,
For some
nobody
reason.
really has a hug, so
I'll bid on a mug.
your wife.
So for people,
$100.
I think
200.
he's actually. I think he's hitting,
What are you doing?
or
Need a hug.
if there's blood and violence.
300.
300. We have 300. 300 going once.
There's a lot of
300 going twice.
Yeah, he throws her into
300
the glass.
and 1 penny.
The shower.
301 penny. 301 penny.
She's all
325.
yeah.
350 and 1 penny. 301 penny.
400
400 and 1 penny.
She knows
penny.
she's
500. 500. 500 and 1 penny. 501 penny. $1 million.
she knows he's gonna
700.
kill her. So she kind of gives it a gives it all she has.
She's not afraid.
Yeah. Well, and also
1,000 going once. 1,000 going
you know,
twice.
she loves Clarence.
So $1,000.
Yeah, the love comes through that violence. Yeah,
Yeah.
just like Clarence.
Nicely done.
In that film, has the same kind of thing when he visits.
So it was Gary Oldman again.
It was Gary Oldman. That's right. It was
Yeah.
him.
Looking very
Drexel.
Drexel, yeah.
Yeah, he's also fearless in that introduction, saying that she's not mine.
You know what? No.
That movie is so romantic.
I'm not that guy.
Happy ending.
That's what I like about it too, because I feel like some movies I don't want to watch a movie if it's going to be devastating, usually, unless it's worthwhile in some other way. Kind of sensitive. I don't like movies that have a terrible ending. You know, I mean, there's a book I read that got so many good reviews, and the very last scenes.
Springsteen tickets seem too good to be true.
So I'm partial to movies with happy endings.
Leon ends
So far, it's all
with
true.
loss.
But yeah, those
Right,
tickets
but it's totally
really seem too
inspiring.
good to be true.
Love persists. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, and the plant. And the plant.
Okay, sure. True Romance is the. I mean, it's probably
No.
healthy. You can also see
I did not
You're
know
so
that
cool
Michael
where she is that when she just kind of looks at Clarence and her son, or the child, whatever, and she's saying, "You're so cool, you're so cool." Yeah, that's a lot.
I just think the movie has so much in it. You know, it's funny, and there's so many good actors in that film.
Brad Pitt,
Wow, you guys look amazing. Damn, I bet you hated Halloween.
Yeah, they're all so good and funny. And Michael Rappaport and even Val Kilmer. People don't realize he's in the movie.
Will you help walk me to the fact machine?
I got it. Val Kilmer's in the very end. It's you know when there's like the Elvis sitting there. Walking to him in the end.
They were a favorite of Queen Elizabeth II as well.
Yeah, you don't notice it unless you somehow either very perceptive or noticed it in the credits.
And wrote
Yes.
interesting. Music is beautiful too.
And Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper plays in Clarence's
Dad.
dad, and this very racist sounding scene, but the big important aspect of that scene is it's a father
I do not know who that is.
die
Period.
to protect his son.
Care to enlighten me? Question mark.
So much beautiful violence.
There is. There is. I love it so much.
She's a prostitute.
My costume's getting a lot of attention.
Part-time, short-time.
So no one dresses it for Halloween here.
Okay.
I wish I'd known that
Sacred.
before I used grease paint for my mustache.
And
I'm sure you're aware of
And I
this,
can't
comma,
even
but
take
you
off
know
my
I'm live
hat.
in the VC, so you can tell that we're different people.
No islands whatsoever.
Comment right? Question mark.
A room with a view.
Want to see a magic
It's
trick?
I forget the author. It's a book, and I read the book much later. But it's Helena Bonham Carter and Daniel Day-Lewis is in it, and Julian Sands. He's amazing. He's very funny. He's sort of very
Perhaps my brother from a different mother.
just unlike most of what he does.
Okay, I think
I
we
don't
are
watch this movie.
We have puzzles, string,
Yeah, his role is funny.
well, that's
CD,
heck of a top three.
Look at all this stuff. It's only 7 hours. When corporate found out that we were dating, they decided they were going to transfer Holly back to her old ranch in Nashua, New Hampshire. Michael taking a personal day to move me in.
Similar to what's made in Russia and made us my dad is not yet.
Copy that, Striker. Go soup board and write it again.
Beautiful words.
Yeah, and if you never read them,
I'm ready to go.
totally fine. Yeah, if you books in
It
the
ain't doing anything.
you just you're
It's been a weird week since we
I
had
do
that
this
Michael wanted me to quit and get some job
I
here in
don't
Scranton.
feel the
I said, well, why don't you quit and get some job in Nashville? And he said, I have to first. And I said,
That's a
first.
good thing.
I think first.
So,
And then I said, Jake.
it could also
And
be
then we never
an opportunity to experience something that never otherwise would.
to the
So
conversation.
beautiful words.
All right,
It's a book that
everybody,
made me
I'm out of here.
laugh and cry.
Jim, you're in
And
charge.
it's just a happy time. And for some reason, I don't know exactly why, but for some reason, so when you asked me about it's just I thought, oh, I'm going to bring a copy of that book.
I'm up to New York.
Yes, you just
For the
felt
people of Boston and my brother Tom.
Yeah.
there's other darkness visible.
These are more
Memoir from compelling, harrowing, vivid picture of the debilitating story it offers the songs of shared experience.
This is there's a little bit about this book that reminds me of the Carl Deiseroth,
Morning, everyone.
because he writes about his own condition, and I mean he's an amazing writer, so he writes about it in this beautiful way, and oddly enough, in some ways it's kind of
It's
delightful.
funny.
So it's not at all a depressing book. At least I didn't find it depressing at all. I think it is. But he writes about his own experience with depression in such a beautiful way. My own copy is underlined. And
You should know those tones into the underlines and
You're not a grown man.
those little secrets that people do.
No, I get it.
that's part of why I like paper books. Because I underline. I tend to underline my phrases. The Carl Deiseroth book is full of underlines too.
Well, I do the same thing.
You can get it from barely
you can
outside
actually more effectively go back and underline highlights.
I'm sitting right here.
In
I
fact,
meant that as a compliment to you, Phyllis, as well as a slight
on
to Andy.
paper books, you sometimes
Cornell is a good school, and I want to better myself for higher education. Makes Andy angry.
In
So
the
be it.
paper books. Oh, I do. I go back. Yeah, I go back a lot.
Do you wonder what?
I have to unpack this weekend, but maybe next weekend we go to the outlet.
Well, sometimes I feel like things that are, well,
Here's
what
what's
I
back
do
and
is
forth.
I
Driving sometimes we'll just meet in the middle.
trying to practice.
Oh, I love
Ones
this.
that I want to say. So I might underline a lot of things. And maybe like I want to write them down. So I write those down. And I just find it takes during
All night long.
And sometimes I just find sentences that are
So,
it's not
it's going to do it
sometimes
this year.
more that is just a
Making
beautifully
friends
written
arms
piece or like a
strong.
really metaphor or something that's really nice. And I like
You get
beautiful
that
books
go to
too.
Cornell.
I bought Beautiful Rooms. I would have never
Not so.
heard of it as except one of my favorite things is bookstores.
It's not mine.
Actually,
I
Goodwill
know it's an excellent
sometimes
school,
has
like,
really good
I went there.
big book selections depending on the area where you go.
Someday.
Sometimes you find a lot of treasures there. And what ends up happening a lot is I end up buying books that I know, sometimes also because I lost on my own sometimes, so I'll go out and buy books that I've already read just to have them. And
I asked Pete to come early so
really
we
the
could play a
covenant
prank
is
on Jen at lunch.
buying,
Pretty
there'll
awesome,
be a
right?
couple of books that I buy and I've never read the author, I don't really know
They're
anything
probably
about,
thinking,
I don't know anything
man,
about the book
Beasley,
at all, but something
she's
drew me
the
to it.
coolest
And
sister-in-law on
what
the
I like
planet.
about that is you find
She's the best.
used books, so
The
it costs
absolute
$1 or
best.
two, so if you made a mistake, no big deal, who cares? So, but every time
The
I come back from a book haul, there's usually
And then when I
at
changed
least
back out of my
one
smock, it wasn't in my
gem
pocket
that I end up
anymore. I
loving,
lost it.
and I'm so glad that I read it. And Beautiful Rooms is that book for me, and I was drawn to it because of the cover art. Like I just love the cover and the colors, and I picked it up and read it back and bought it. And I also feel bad sometimes when the author's still alive, just to like write a book, get the royalties. So
So not the ring then, not doing the ring.
well, also, I mean, I'll usually end up putting a picture of it on reading the book online, and then other people buy it and read it.
That idea really fast.
I've made up for describing
WTF?
the royalties.
I used to live in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And I used to hang out in the pit in Harvard Square with my green and blue hair when I was way too young to be doing that for myself.
And there's a guy that I think has been there for a long time. Between Kendall and Central. That would just lay out his books. It's on
Was saying
that
anything
was
yet?
just that guy. Whoever he was.
All right, let's do.
Had a cool hat. He's an old gentleman. You could just tell.
Only halfway?
Halfway. Okay. You know what I want to do? I want to pull over and find a little bed and breakfast and we'll meet in the middle. Emphasis on the
Maybe
bed.
because I would be able to handle
And the breakfast.
I always wanted to maintain the innocence of just
Let's
okay,
check
this
there.
guy. But he was so. Every time you ask me a question about him, first of all, he's very
Nice to see you
which
again.
means
I
he's
haven't
traveled
seen you in so long.
a few places inside these worlds.
All right.
And then you would tell him, I would look at a book, right?
Comfortable.
You he would catch you being curious about it. And then he would walk up to you and then he would start talking about the book.
Nothing over
And
there.
he would almost could get
I don't know,
there. He's almost like
Imagine the
he's
hotel
not
right
trying to sell you
here,
the books.
Art talking to himself.
Yeah.
or here,
Like almost like an ex-girlfriend he's visiting.
really good bacon.
I'm that West Side gangster,
Yeah. But
motherfucker.
the experience of just
I'm a Tony
just
Bandit
being
girl.
there to see he lays them out. People actually.
Oh, what the fuck
Here we
happened?
go. 4 times the charge.
I'm sure he's still there.
Maybe I'll have to write this.
I 100%
The next day,
but it's almost
What the
terrifying.
fuck is up?
Because he's been through something.
Oh
Not
shit.
just homeless or just look like it.
Yeah.
Alright.
And some of my favorite people either are homeless or okay, what's the third one?
No, don't.
A confession of a sociopath that
go
Thomas of life spent hiding in plain sight.
It's a
Look at
book
his
I read
athleticism.
a lot.
It's really
So I read
unprecedented.
a lot of sociopathy, and I read also books by psychologists, and this one's written by a woman who
Michael, we've only
understands
been dating
herself
each
that she
other
is a
for a few
sociopath,
weeks.
And so it's beautifully written, but I learned more from that book.
I've dated four guys
I
last
think I
year
thought
too.
about it a long time ago.
No, in like the last 10 years, I've dated almost four
Conversations
women,
we talked
and
about
we were
good and
so
evil,
far above
you
them.
know, whether everybody's good or some people are not
Don't make it harder than it has to
and
be.
I think sociopathy is something that I think
Holly thinks
the world
that
needs
this
to
relationship
understand
is over.
better.
Well, you
And
know
so
what?
that
I am not going to give up that
a
easy.
lot. And it's beautifully
I'm going to
written,
make
and
this
she
way harder than it needs to be.
tackles all the really interesting moral questions, like, you know, like what if we were able to definitively diagnose people in some way? Like, it was
I stayed a couple guys before
you
now.
could immediately
They were
identify
really nice. I think they're right.
who's a full-blown sociopath, and then what does a society would you do with them?
It's
Because
pronounced
in most cases,
Cornell. It's
you
the
know, they're
highest
just
rank in
gonna
the
cause
Ivy League. Andy,
destruction
let's
and
just talk
pain,
about this
harm,
man to man.
and or potentially rise
Fine,
to power,
Yeah, good.
become president, something. So it's,
That's
I
Big
just
Red
found
Bear.
that
That's a bobble Big Red Bear. God.
And we'll return to this idea because it's fascinating. We'll return to
We
psychology
leave
and
on
human nature.
Friday.
But let's go
Five is
through,
rolling in at midnight at
let's
best.
go
Then sleep in
through the
Saturday.
timeline of your life.
That only
Take
leaves
a
us less than
stroll.
24 hours before we have to go
So,
back.
you
Okay.
wrote the documentary
I will
about
talk to
you
you
called that
when you
in
guys entire
paying
trip.
fraud.
So we're talking constantly all the way. I'll tell you everything that I see, everything that I pass by, things that I've witnessed on the road. Well, maybe I'll see an accident one weekend.
Go through and
How long
get
can we
things
keep
right
that up?
today.
Years.
Um, First, can I give you
Few hours
summary
every
of the way
weekend.
I
Here's my wish.
understand it? Yes, for context.
I want you to meet a great guy and a
So,
relationship.
2004, you, Matthew,
My wish
Kenny,
has come true.
Jeffrey Chatterow,
Because
open
met
Pure Food Wine.
and you are happy.
That's it.
pure food.
No, that's
So, Pam, how much money does an artist make after the art school?
so it's
I want the money on the art school.
That's true.
A lot of things
To launch it, run a restaurant.
Maybe
in New York
Pam
City.
should pay the check by
That's
drawing a picture on
so
this
it's an
napkin.
upscale raw food restaurant. All right, that's 2004. 2007, you
Hey.
opened one Lucky Duck Fish and Takeaway,
Yeah, not bad.
and then second and third locations in 2009 and 14. All of those things closed in
You know what? I think we're a great
2016.
couple. I think we're a
15,
classic
15,
couple. I think you're like Romeo and Juliet.
All right,
I think
2009. Jeremy lent $2.1 million to buy the business outright from Matthew.
Don't do it.
Matthew
Don't
was
do
out
this.
earlier than
Please
that,
don't do
and
this.
then
Hey,
time
what's
passed,
up,
and I had what was
Story.
talking is the one with the brand in my
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Please call me back.
Please. I'm not going to be okay. No, I won't. I'm not strong. I don't go back to Jen. I hate Jen.
things and all of the
No.
products.
Use the baby
Different, and if I may say so myself, better than other
What? Andy, I've been meaning to ask you.
products out there. Yeah, but I feel like I could brag about our food and products because
Assuming you had
I
the
wasn't,
voice to
you know,
any
a
of
few
them
recipes
being irrelevant.
early on I came up with, but it was
Because I called admissions and it looks
people
like
that
I will be
worked with me
conducting
that created really good recipes and products, and
Pick one.
I was just kind of there
So should I not let you in now?
curating it all,
And then I won't let you
helping to get it out there.
What was your favorite thing that you created? Maybe yourself eat. Not you created, but this whole, all of these efforts you've created in terms of meal. Like you said, cookies. What are we talking about here?
I mean,
Just okay, not the favorite, but like something that popped into memory that brought you joy.
the melon. Everybody loved the melon bars. It was
If I had to put
very
Dwight's
often we
chances
made,
into a percentage,
like,
I would
raw
say he
vegan
has one.
versions of things that people are
So,
familiar with.
Dan Cook,
So it was
Jack,
I think it was pecans. It was like a salty
and
cookie
Eli.
made with nuts and then covered in chocolate, and then there's a big blob of coconut cream.
Look at this athleticism. Hey, let's talk about cookies. Damn, this girl is hot as
Our ice cream was made with
pretty hot.
also. It's like the meat from coconuts pureed,
Oh,
and then
wow.
there's some soaked cashews in there.
Chinese
But
vanessa.
anyway,
What the fuck is this
vanilla
shit?
Cream, kind of like
This is just
you know,
awful.
like a healthy natural version of fluff.
She only knows how to play when the Saints go marching.
Basically, every single word you say, I'm not thinking about you should see my dad.
Career musician, right?
It's like steak.
Fluff is like a thing that I remember from my childhood, like,
Davis, is that something?
ridiculously
Point is,
delicious
man,
gummy.
there's jobs.
It's like a marshmallow. It's basically
There are hobbies.
like
I'm a baseball more than anything. You don't see me trying to go to the Mets. You don't need
luxurious,
She's
amazing
Oh, so it's like a fancy.
and then put in a jar, and then it's incredible. It's
I don't know if
incredible
I'm making money
marshmallows, kind of.
with ours. I mean, it's a very competitive
I think
field.
it's,
And I
yes.
have a professor who says that I have a lot of promise, and if I don't try now, I never will.
I didn't know that existed. That's a thing.
Fluff.
That's what is going on.
Does everyone, people know about this?
Oh, yeah, everybody knows.
Right.
People, I mean,
Pam was the master one.
I took the road less traveled.
That was killer.
The peanut
I'm
butter.
so close to blowing.
There was a spread.
Nutella's like
Bring
white
it.
chocolate version,
Who was Cornell's
and then
president?
fluff
They all
is
ran the
like
course in.
vanilla.
Sorry, that's incorrect. Cornell's seventh president was in fact.
But I think
They burnt that.
commercial fluff,
Comprehension
is
skills,
just like sugar and whatever else they put in there.
Interviewing skills,
Anyway,
Not actually
fluent writing.
it's
Don't
kind of
even give
fluffy,
Cornell your full attention.
but it's
That's
wet.
right, Cornell.
It's like,
Interviewers. Nobody
yeah,
wants
it's
that.
so it's like Nutella
When they
and
get my
whipped
evaluation.
and then kind of got a little bit
Applicants
like
was attempting
a little
to
bit aerated.
blackmail
So it's a
interviewers
bit
showing
more-
low moral character.
Interviewer.
Interviewer is threatening applicant with an arbitrary
So
review
the
process.
coconut cream
Applicant is wasting everyone's
that we
time with stupid
was
and
like
inane
a
accusations.
healthy
Interviewer has suspect
kind
motives.
of,
Applicant
except it
has
was,
a
you
head
know, you could make
like
a
a trapezoid.
vanilla, like
Interviewer has turned
like
on
a little
applicant's
scoop of it,
interest
and
in
it would
Cornell,
stay
and they
in
are
that
going
form.
to go to the vastly
Now,
superior
refrigerated.
Dartmouth.
And then
Ever
there's
heard
like
of it?
chocolate.
Every guy has
Just a
everything,
little
and I
bit. So it had
need
that like
Cornell,
salty,
I will be
sweet
hearing
thing
to
going on.
Cornell. I will not be part of it.
And
You,
and
affiliation,
it was like it wasn't, you wouldn't order it on the restaurant
That's
menu,
all,
but in the takeaway you could get them, or sometimes some people would get them shipped on dry ice and pay a lot of money, like a lot of money, to have them shipped on dry ice. I know. I kind of want to like name drop it. I'm hungry.
Take more than that.
Yeah, they would those shipped.
For the record, I wanted to go in a direction. Which was way better.
Yeah. Continuing on.
Okay.
2011.
I lost my engagement ring this round class. Left it next month. I have this whole thing where I go back to class, wrongly accuse another girl. I even use makeup to put a ring around my finger.
Yeah.
You can hardly see it. It's very small.
It was September 2010, so I think he was born roughly around March. I gave him a designated birthday of March 10th, 2010.
Hey, how about Thanksgiving? We pranked about being involved.
This website a long time ago. Posted it here on the current website. And what happened? I got weirdly obsessed with Leon, or he was Leon, a dog and and I couldn't stop thinking about him. And him specifically.
Soft, and there's something very special.
I was trying to convince somebody else to adopt the dog. So, and yeah, and it didn't occur to me that
I like that you didn't name drop him, but you can shout out for him. I like it.
So I was trying to convince him to get a dog. I thought, you know, he should have a dog. I saw Leon's picture and just got weirdly obsessed with it in a way that I couldn't really explain. I was laying in bed one night thinking, I just couldn't stop thinking about him, the dog, and the paperwork or the description in the shelter bio said that he was roughly 5 months older. However, whatever it gave us his age, I went back and it would have been March of that year that he was born. And I had a cat that I was particularly attached to. I had two cats, brother and sister, but the boy cat, we had sort of like something that felt like a, you know, like we look at each other and like there was something there. I don't know what it was. But, and in fact, when he got sick, I knew it before he even had any symptoms. It was like something when he looked at me, I knew something was wrong. And then
Was it friendship? Was it like, was that power dynamic? Cats seem to not really.
yeah,
Yeah. They see dismiss you. That's
Usually, yeah.
you're trying to watch in simple looks. Was that there?
He was more dog. He would occasionally catch like this little styrofoam thing I had. He would catch it and bring it back. So he was friendly. You know, some people would jump in their lap. He was not standoffish in most cats. But there was just something about the way he would be. I don't know. I mean, probably in his mind, he was just a cat. I give him food. Whereas in my mind, it's some kind of, you know, great soul connection. Not in his mind, but either way, he died in March, and I thought,
Where did you get those? What,
I
these?
sort of concocted this. I
Our
just thought,
farms, best beef in the state.
you know, well, he died.
I do not know
He
where
died
you're
on
going.
March 10th, so I thought maybe we found from that same day. And that's why I'm so drawn to him. I don't know.
That makes sense. But
It's
then
one
you
of those
just saw
things
him,
that
like,
is sort of.
when you saw him, you just was like, there's
It
something.
was his picture, yeah.
Oh, the picture, you were drawn to something about the personality in your eyes.
It was something about his picture. I don't know what it was. And everybody at the time was like, "What are you thinking? Why would you get a dog? You can't even take care of yourself. So before it's busy, and why would you get a 5-month pit bull mix? You know, why not get an older dog to take care of him?" For me, it was like, I don't want any dog. My intention isn't to get a dog, but there's something about this dog that I have to get. And so I went to see him, and then I already filled out an application. It was just, I went to see him, and then it was the afternoon, and I sort of decided in my head, like, all right, I'm coming back to get him. I have to. And so the next morning I got on the subway, I went back to get him. And I was crying on the subway, and I remember thinking that people, I don't like crying in public. I cry a lot, but I like crying in front of other people. And
I love it.
I thought people,
Hey, Mark, I heard someone got
you know,
engaged.
somebody died. All the way there.
I can hear you now. You're a man in
I don't know why I was crying. It's just something about it was overwhelming. So
Tears of happiness.
I was there.
Or
tears.
of something.
I'm not a big believer in therapy.
Yeah, I think
I
tears
go to my
are
own pockets, covers, cocaine.
overwhelming.
Big idea. Double wedding.
And I'm like
Me, Angela,
jumping
you,
off.
Molly.
We would never do that.
There was some, I don't, now I'm trying to, was it the conversation or the book? Carl Dice talks
I got
about
my bridesmaid
tears of
dress.
joy.
Oh, wow.
Trying to explain
Yeah, and you said I
You
could
said
get it
something
any
about
color I
how-
wanted. Wait.
about,
Michael, did
you
you
know,
tell your mom
tears
yet?
of sadness could
Nope, not yet.
be understood in not having like
Yeah, I do.
evolutionary
Yeah, I'll call her.
tears of joy and instead of something about like how it could be
All right, I will call her.
like lost.
She is going to.
So you're crying at a wedding, it might be like you're crying because their love is beautiful and you're crying because,
Mom,
you
I'm
know,
getting married.
get hit by a bus tomorrow.
Why do
Or
you always
something, you know,
do
like
that?
it has something to do with that. And I
Whenever
thought-
I'm getting married, you
But I
don't
thought
believe
to
me.
me it feels like overwhelmed. Because then how would that explain music?
No.
Music will make me cry a lot.
Because it's
I'm done.
anything
I'm not getting married.
like love. You realize it's gonna be over. So
Or it's just overwhelming.
it could be overwhelming.
It's just overwhelming.
But like if you had to explain, like one way to explain it, as you're saying, is it's so awesome. It breaks your heart. It's gonna be over. This feeling is gonna be over. The soul of the person gonna lose them one day. Or
But even I was
I
watching
returned my
something like,
bridesmaid
this
dress
is
and it
completely
was on
ridiculous,
sale.
but I remember the time I probably was hormonal or something, but it was like an episode of Family Feud years ago.
This is
But
all of
I
them.
know,
Jen, Joy, Phyllis,
Real Fortune,
Stanley,
it was Real Fortune,
Andy.
and some family like won all this money, and they were so happy. Like
Oh, it's
it was,
first to my bridesmaid
they were
dress.
so happy. They must have probably needed the money or something. I started crying, and I'm thinking, why am I crying? But I think it's just like an overwhelming,
Exotic
overwhelming
customer service
and
rep.
crying. Crying is
Her clients.
like you feel
How
better
happy they are with our salespeople.
after you cry.
Look at the
but
course
that's not
list.
that's cry. You feel better after you cry. And you're saying it's overwhelming. That's on the surface. The question is what's going on underneath. That's the yin yang shadow, and neither you or I can tell for sure.
Right.
There's something going on.
Right. There's probably something that touches you in some specific way.
It's the world's tiniest
So you're
Bluetooth.
quiet.
I found it in a Japanese
So
gadget
it's
store.
trying to
It's very extreme.
I got one for Jim too.
Yeah.
Jim, say
That's one of
something.
the things about you can
We want to stay on the phone all day, but the company has a
do
policy
strange
that's
things.
8-hour
Nobody's
voice calls.
look at you
So we're
strange.
not talking anymore.
The fascinating thing about you are super crowded, and yet you still feel super alone.
But also energized. There's a lot of other things and places will make me feel depleted, but there's something about the energy of New York specifically that feels energizing.
I mean, everybody's caught up about their day, excited for the future they're building, and so on. That could be energy. Sure. It could be overwhelming.
That's sometimes part of it.
It can be, yeah. I mean, also depending on what neighborhood and what part of the
So I
city.
can't say much subway.
Right, yeah.
Subways meet the musicians. I love New York. New York does special place. I've never looked at every time I
They're
visit.
really good.
It's so many characters, so many fascinating people.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch
That's
of
my mug.
and you're
I was one of those people one day. Yeah,
Right,
so
well,
I befriended some Austin musicians, like the guys that just play out on the street. These two young guys playing guitar, and I felt like it was one of those moments where it was like handed camera because nobody was paying attention. And I thought it was like,
That's a great
it
mug.
was so beautiful. I could make it
But
cry
it's
on
not my
Friday.
mug. That is my mug.
But anyway, ended up
So
becoming friends
give
with them
it back.
and helping them out in some ways.
That's my face on
And
it.
I knew, I was like, well, they're gonna do really well. And
Dude,
now they're,
that is my face.
large places. It was kind of fun to watch via Instagram. You know, they're playing on tour and you have them. They were these two scrappy guys. Well, now it's just one of the guys.
You mumble
But they
about
had like no money, nowhere to live,
your
nothing.
business.
And yeah, they're,
and they didn't quit.
no, yeah, exactly. So, but I cried him so and I got there and he was there and I adopted him. But it just felt very profoundly
Jimbo, let's do
like
this
a
thing.
force that was beyond me.
What is
I
me?
could not
No
get
way.
him.
So he was the same person.
didn't say anything. What do you
Like, I
think
mean,
I'm
in
saying
terms
to
of
you?
like something like pulling
I've
you
got
over.
Jim talking to himself several
Yeah,
times
when I
today.
first met him the day before, he was really distracted,
Get a
which I think
friend,
is,
loser.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
he is
looking at it
probably
right now. It's
spends most of his day at a
really
cage, which is not natural. So
great work.
when I
I found the
they
best
let me take him
on
for
the
a walk, he was
East
just kind of
Personally,
distracted
hinted
and all over the place, but
Giuliani's
then
first and
I
third
know the
way.
best dentist on the West Coast.
he used to lay down and look at me, and
I got him.
I looked back at him, and
Would
of
you be able
course,
to do the same
I'm
design
kinds
but with walls
I
of
just
gray?
looked at him and I thought,
And
all
the
right,
top that's gray
don't
too.
worry, I'm coming back to get you.
Fabulous.
Like I'll get you. So
You too?
yeah, it felt like it felt like something that I had no choice that I had to do.
And that was the beginning of a 12-year
Are we even sure that's not
journey together.
An ongoing one.
Yes,
But,
I
so I
am
wrote
sure.
all these things on my website, and I think it's, you know, among the many
Dog,
things
I'm gonna
that
play some motherfucker in golf
later weaponized by
and beat the piss out of him.
Anthony Street. Just
4 players, 5
because I'm
holes.
so open and about it.
Let me
Yeah,
know
and
about
also,
that.
it's not like I believed that he was.
I
I was
needed
just
these
expressing my
like, what the
feelings
fuck
about
happened there?
going to get it. There was something about
so that they can
Leon
retire.
specifically that
And if
it was like I felt like I had to get him. So
wrong buying
Is there words you can put to your connection with
Look at this one.
So,
Very
Like,
athletic.
is it love? Is it
damn,
friendship?
that.
Is it some kind of like,
So
what is it?
as it turns out, I may not have done so hot.
Or are we getting into the crying and the overwhelming? Something you just can't pull
On the
away
west
from.
side.
Worth it.
yeah, it's probably something that's hard to put words to. Kind of
Here's
like
going to happen. I am going to have to
Yo,
fix
bitch.
you, manage you to
Come here, the
love
fuck
being
up.
something that's hard to find
a more micro.
is the definition.
Jim knows
The fact that you can't define it, you know, the
So Jim is going to be the client, right? You're going to have to sell to
something
him
like that.
without being aggressive.
So,
Well, my definition of love is
Let's go. All right, fine.
I don't know.
Ring.
Fly through the timeline before we get
Oh, liquor. I hate this
to
thing.
details.
Great.
So,
It's on your paper.
in
Excellent.
2011,
Lucky
we meet.
we are having a
Anthony
limited time
Sanders,
offer only
and
on
2012,
everything. This is my
we
lucky
get
day.
married.
What is your name, sir? I'm
2015,
Bill Butler.
the staff walk out and bring them pay.
Dude, I hate playing with these people because
My
they
family
just
built
quit.
this
In
country,
April
by the way.
2015, in July
So all the next
that
time
year, there's another walkout.
Take your shot.
So
Hello?
all this kind of stuff.
I understand about
This
this.
is what I mean, that's not even.
No way.
The point is 2015, there's chaos happening. Okay.
Okay.
2016, spring,
Sorry.
foods, wine,
Oh no, what's wrong? That's
2015.
I'm
There's some
sorry.
factual stuff
As I was
that's not.
saying,
Yeah.
we're having a limited, a little bit louder.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, as I was saying, right now we are having louder. Okay, our prices have never been lower. You have to talk loud. Never been lower.
Louder, son! Butler! Our prices have never been lower!
Okay. In May 2017, pleaded guilty for stealing more than $2 million from investors and
The three words I would describe you as is aggressive, hostile, and definitely difficult. I'm irate.
Mr. Butler, give me the phone.
2017, pleaded guilty for stealing more than $2 million.
Who is this? Hello, this is Michael Scott, show manager.
As well
This
as
is
criminal
William
tax
M.
fraud
Butler.
charges.
Hello, Mr. Butler. How may we help you?
How dare you?
Your
Well,
voice.
I mean, I
You know what I'm
didn't plead
gonna do?
guilty to
I'm
this.
buy $1 million worth of paper
I
products
had
for
to,
that.
I was, got a jury duty summons. I
Thank you
had to
very
fill
much,
out
sir. I
charges I
don't
pled
think you'll
guilty
regret it.
to. And I had to
There is one
go
condition,
online
Michael.
and look it up.
You have to fire the salesman that
Really
you
don't
be so
remember. Just, I thought that was interesting. I had to go look it up, but
Actually, let me finish the time.
Why would you shoot?
So it's called the
No way you're gonna make that shot.
stories.
Shitty shot.
Documentary comes
As a
out,
bridal suite
or you're interviewed. They tell the story. Some stuff is true, sometimes some is not. Okay, timeline of. Anyway, what's wrong with the,
Well, then, mean,
how would you elaborate
okay.
to the you pleading guilty?
Dude.
Awesome.
Still.
And
So,
it's a
a
high
lot of
demand,
people
so I
plead
really
guilty
think deposit
for
down.
reasons other than they're actually guilty. So, you know,
You can have your tip, but
even
only
right now, if I
consistency.
knew
Go Atomic EV.
spend 4 months or 3 months
Make your shot.
It's original.
at Rikers,
You can see the stars.
and I was thinking about this recently, and even if I knew that I'd be acquitted
Beautiful
at the
shot.
end of the trial,
Do you have a specific
I very
place in mind?
No, but anything
likely
within a
would
5
have
to 8 mile
just
radius is
taken months because
On it.
All right, Atomic.
Right.
You and me,
the
dog,
stress
gonna
is
whip
going
your
through.
ass.
But in particular, foods and stressful, not
Get in.
the outcomes.
Get in.
And then money and expense I didn't have. And so, you know, people plead guilty all the time, even if they don't think that they should. And my situation was complicated and hard to understand.
They might be listening to us. Customer service might be monitoring this conversation in this car. You never know. Better safe than sorry.
Amazing shot.
The choice is to understand to plead guilty or to go for a trial. And that trial is stretched a long time. It may be extremely stressful.
And it's really expensive.
Because you have to pay the workers.
Right. And then
This motherfucker is dumb.
Who are you talking
And
to?
so a lot of people in that situation choose to plead guilty. And so that doesn't necessarily mean the full evidence of that statement of guilt.
right. And I think
Give it
people
to
are
me.
guilty all the time in
Give it
situations
to
where
me,
they're
baby.
being threatened with
Give it to
like a
me.
heavy sentence,
Perfect place. A local bed and
and they
breakfast.
just feel like they
It
have
could
a
be
choice.
farm.
But that's kind of
Better.
a lot of things that are messed up about the system.
Oh, you suck.
Necessarily apply in my case, but
Dwight Schrute,
So we'll talk about
as in Schrute Farms.
and what that even means.
yeah, yeah.
You're gonna hit the corner.
Because it depends
No,
on
no.
intention.
Terrible shot.
The
fuck, son?
Yeah.
That's not what you want to do, dude.
Also means a lot. It's like the love.
Who's
That's
there?
true.
Kid, you don't understand how
So
good I am with
the
this
restaurant
freaking.
closed the first time when I was away and told them.
I play against motherfuckers with iPads.
What are you talking about?
And then yes.
I
And
always
then
say that, and I always never
He
know.
told me not to talk to you.
he told me not to like open email or
Good shot.
Are you asking me to set my
Good shot.
And so when I came back and had to get it
Yeah,
reopened,
you just
it
keep
seemed
telling me
like
that you call me
an
stupid.
unbelievable
And maybe if you were a little bit more nice
and I
and
was
polite to
shocked
people,
that I
you
was
would
able
that
to pull it
customer
off.
refuse.
You know, incredibly hard to get reopened. And, you know, because that place meant
Out of my nook. That's what she said.
everything
That's what she said.
so I just had to get it reopened.
Were you surrounded by people that were just angry at you?
At that time, well,
It's the staff.
yeah, but most of them came back. A lot of them came back. I think what was so unbelievably painful about that whole time was like not being able to tell anybody what was going on. And in a sense, not really knowing what was going on myself, but not being able to, like having to pretend all the time was just like.
Have you ever had a
So you didn't really tell everybody
about him and what was really going on, and partly because I didn't understand what was going on. So what I did was I raised money to reopen the restaurant, and I think I raised something like maybe like $900,000.
Give me ball.
And probably 90% of that went to reopen the restaurant. And I even made two sales tax payments right before we disappeared. So it just sort of logically seemed. So I didn't. It's not like all of this money was taken and then bringing it all together with a whole bunch of money. I raised a bunch of money to reopen the restaurant, because I wanted the restaurant to exist again. And I wanted to run it. I wanted to reopen the restaurant, and most of that money went to the restaurant, and then I disappeared. So, sort of, the timeline gets a bit wonky. So it's, this impression was created that we ran off with a bunch of money and we didn't. So, if I wanted to be a criminal and steal a bunch of money, why would I have put it all back into the restaurant and reopened it, and then also made two $10,000 sales tax payments that I didn't, and I also repaid, $10,000 another loan, payments and stuff, and then boom, I disappeared.
So was your mind going through a roller coaster here? So could there have been multiple views there? So one mind is like, I love this restaurant, chef, business owner, this person, and the other is a human that's complicated over there.
It wasn't love affair.
These are just words. How can I? I don't want to say that lightly, but also
Look at this shot.
Oh,
crime she did commit.
I was informed by these gentlemen that the reports that you filed may
the thing
not
that traps us, the things that pulls us in to a connection with another human being.
Come on, you juke the stats, cupcake.
In some cases, I think, like if it's voluntary, but in other cases,
Hey, like that
somebody
shot,
calls
bitches.
in. So it's not like you're drawn towards them.
Yeah, your shot is impossible.
I was raped.
Just to clarify,
Not to say it's great. Not yet. Don't keep doing that. I'll give you one last chance to complete.
No
Where
shit.
is your mind
Wow.
raised
Okay.
$900,000?
Alright, hold on. Whatever, just clarity. But you know what? I did it because you guys didn't come to my party, and you said you would try to, and then you didn't even show up, and so you're bad friends.
And then all of a sudden,
Confession
disappearance.
don't head away.
Where was your mind?
You know what she's got a point about you.
If you had a
Do
lengthy
have a
conversation
problem
with Carl Dasseroth in privacy, what would you tell him? Therapist.
I would probably be asking for questions.
Call you in at this time.
Well, actually, I have more questions for
Theo.
Andrew Huberman because, I've had to investigate all of these things myself, like dissociation. And even there's a psychologist who believes that he must have used neuro-linguistic programming on me, which is something that Keith Canary from Nexium called. He was known to use that with people. And I think neuro-linguistic programming is kind of the same as
Shit.
like hypnotism.
The only reason I know about what NLP is because
Thank you, dude.
called natural language processing, artificial intelligence stuff. So it has the same like 3 letters.
Right.
What was the NLP? Neuro-linguistic programming. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Well, we talked about Andrew, my friend Andrew, he went offline. Definitely teach the bucket. He's really fast. He's such a brilliant, kind, definitely worth talking to.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of it. A lot of that.
He said that you listen to a lot of his instructions on getting light in the morning or whatever during the day. It's very important for your mental, there's all these kinds of studies. It's good for your mind, for your
Oh, and also the other thing that got me to do is to try to delay having coffee. So instead of having coffee right when you wake up, I always drink a lot of water first. But then instead of having coffee right away, you can wait an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours. Then the body will naturally do something that drinking coffee too soon would want that. So you're more tired in the afternoon. So if you wait an hour and a half or 2 hours, or as long before you have your first cup of coffee, then you won't be as tired in the afternoon. There's a lot
Does it work?
yes.
One coffee addict, one coffee addict.
Yes, it works. And so I try to get up and do other things.
Shit.
All the
Before I have coffee.
in New York.
It would be nice to go back to Scranton. And the light thing also makes a lot of sense to me. Getting light early in the morning. I have one of those bright boxes. And I would love to have an apartment that had a little deck or something where I could just step outside, because when you live in an apartment, you kind of have to like, go all the way outside and there's people everywhere. And so to get that early morning light isn't that hard to do when you're
People good for your health. I'm just kidding.
No way, fucker. No way. Bad angle. No way.
Did you guys go to Vegas?
What in the fuck are you doing?
Tennessee.
No, I kind of refer to it as the road trip from hell.
It's the very highest topic to describe it. It's
Right.
like you back to back country.
Maybe it was dressed on some without actual
Railway one.
drugs.
Congratulations on choosing.
That was one of the first questions my father asked me. Was it drugs? And I wished that I could have said yes, because I didn't know how to explain what had happened.
Why don't you look over some of our materials?
So road
He
trip
took me away involuntarily.
Well, I
Except,
described to
of
you.
course, he wasn't holding a gun to my head, but all along, metaphorical gun.
Was there ever physical abuse?
Exact specifications. I will work tirelessly.
What would qualify as sexual abuse? Yes. But physically, no. A couple of times we would get into slightly physical fights, but he never.
You, my good friend, have nothing more to worry about. This wedding is officially.
Big and as
Oh, thank good Lord. Deal. Okay.
as he was.
What are we
He was,
talking
he was also strong.
Yeah.
So sometimes he would like subdue me.
Can't argue with
Other
that.
than that, no, there wasn't physical violence. But a lot of people will say that the psychological violence is. I don't want to diminish physical violence, but some people say that the psychological and emotional violence is more destructive.
It's just that the physical violence is easier to identify.
It's easier to identify and it's kind of more straightforward. Whereas psychological, and you have a bruise on your face, you break a bone, and it's like heal in a physical way. But psychological, you can't easily identify, and others
I always had a beautiful song.
yes.
That has to do something happening in the depth of your mind. Okay, so took you away. But where was your mind that was doing both of those things? It was able to be taken away, but also was pushing to the flourishing, the reopening, flourishing restaurant.
Well, I wouldn't have reopened the restaurant and then knowing I was gonna all of a sudden be taken away from it and it was gonna get closed again. You know, it's like why would I do that? Why would anybody do that? And one of the things that I tried to do towards the end was I was trying to get myself off the bank accounts because I didn't want him to be able to get money out of me. And so there was one time when I tried to get one of the investors, we went to the bank together to put her on as the signer and take me out. And because we didn't have the operating agreement, they wouldn't let us do it. So
My boss is sending me abroad
and
to a presentation
so
to an
all of these things are
I've always been
sort of the
intrigued by
opposite
all
of
things
criminal
in
intent.
But
women,
that's a legal
the
thing. What's
pancakes,
the
the man of mystery. Meredith, I would like to send you a Abu Dhabi.
Were you always, did you give yourself
I am ashamed
a
at your
chance
face.
to just think?
Cover it with my
No,
jacket.
and I think that's part of one of the things that might have
You are
saved
now
me
sexy in
before.
your culture.
Anybody that's called into a cult,
America's
one of the things
already
that
bought
they
and
do
paid
is they
for.
keep you exhausted, overwhelmed, confused, and afraid. And so you don't have any time to think. So you're just kind of constantly running and things are happening. It's funny, there's people in my job who has a lot of podcasts. I don't know what the logistics are of like crediting a quote a podcast in a book.
Yeah.
But I have a couple. I think it was Andrew Huberman on Joe Rogan said something about
Universal.
if a human or animal, I don't know how you know, the human or animal is stressed, and I'm paraphrasing horribly, they're much more easily prone to be not prone to, but forced into delusional thinking.
And everyone here has just been so excited.
And so that quote resonated for me because, you know, he kept me in this incredibly stressed out, afraid, confused state. And then whatever he's planting in my mind, like, they're not much more likely to just kind of go along.
There has been, period.
Let's see how this whole journey.
California has had some trial programs in different cities, and it has been very successful.
Do you have remorse for what happened, especially from the perspective of the employees?
Well, I'll
Yeah,
use it for
I
money.
mean, hurting them was the last thing that I would ever have wanted to do. And in part, I mean, it was financial harm, but more important or not, but you know, it was taking a
And
place that
business
was very much
class
like a family
here,
to
like a
them.
5-star hotel in the sky.
And
Well,
it was
but
as
the
if I
best, actually
destroyed
better than a 5-star
This
hotel.
is brilliant.
Cushy seat, and you sit in a row
because
of
we were so much
people,
like a family. It was
and
almost as if
eat whatever the mind can
like
imagine. I think I am going to have
got
a
together with
filet
some
with mushroom sauce.
cuckoo abusive guy and abandoned them, and they didn't know what was going on. And what was
That is all in the
happening.
past.
Did you regret lying?
When you get there, just
I regret lying to anybody
They have one of them.
in all of those circumstances, but I wasn't lying.
You have your money belt?
I do.
You know,
Here,
No.
that you know everything was going to be reversed and okay, and anybody that money was ever from would get it back. You know, control. And so it was this weird situation of having like one foot in his reality and potentially believing that
Translation.
or
Bye
even
bye.
over time wanting to believe even more because the alternative was
Right.
so
Meaning I will try to get other
the
dudes
alternative
laid.
yeah, baby.
was the
That's
alternative
what I'm talking about. That could be you. If you hadn't forgotten the French.
was increasing.
Once it can be integrated within a robot, comma, it will put basically everyone out of a job.
The only way around a van, that is just the van.
Right.
Like,
So sort of like lying to somebody because you're planning for a surprise party. You think like, well, I'm lying to somebody, but it's because there's a good reason.
yeah.
As I
You know,
said,
it's sort of, it's not a good example,
my
but
hot towel.
Look what you could have maybe just transport it and be like,
Take a sip
pull
of
me
that.
onto the
What's
line
that?
of the
They
party
good?
and be honest about
Muskets,
That's really good.
everything that's happening. Not only everything, but
Yes, this is Beth. This is my single valet / flight
this
attendant.
guy,
She will be helping
but
me this morning.
we'll get
At a certain point, comma, they will likely not have a choice, period. Their doctor, comma, their lawyer, comma, their financial advisor, comma, and every other
that's part of the culture is you're isolated.
Harriet the Henderson.
position around them will be replaced, period.
but you're not
AI is the future, comma. It is not
you're choosing not to say anything.
a question of if, comma, just when, period.
Because it's embarrassing. Is it embarrassing? Something. I mean, why do you not tell others? You know, what is that? What's happening to the mind when you don't tell others?
I don't know. Part of why the story is, everything that happened is hard to summarize and talk about in any precise way. Is that so much of it happens in this very.
It is being done pretty well now by companies like Boston Dynamics, period.
So that by the time you realize you're fucked, it's too late. And it seems hard to believe or understand other people because they see where you are or where you ended up, and they think, well, how did you let that happen? Well, I don't know. Would I have willingly destroyed my life and hurt all the people I care about, and allowed my mother to get hurt? I wouldn't have ever willingly done that. So something else must have happened, and that's the part that's difficult to understand.
Let me
No,
ask you
not gonna happen.
another hard
You guys are
question.
gonna eat too much
Do you
and too
deserve
often, and
most
I'm in a
or
healthy
all of the
relationship
blame
now.
for the
So,
failure of the
I'm gonna hurt
business?
him, but
Or
that door
are
is
others at
closed.
fault too?
All it needs is integration
Doing well,
with
and so
LLMs and
Who deserves the blame?
a few years of quality assurance, comma,
Think about
and
it. In chance you know
it will be better than any employee ever, period. It can work 24 hours a day, comma, 7 days a week, comma, 365 days a year, comma. It never needs a break, comma. It never needs to go to the bathroom, comma. And it will never unionize.
I feel responsible in the same way that if you kind of did something, if you were driving, you did something stupid and caused an accident in which other people died, you would feel, I think, horrifically responsible. And you blame yourself to maybe you looked away or checked your phone or something.
This is great. Thank you.
But you didn't intend to kill those people, of course.
Where might
So
you
for me,
find
it's like,
yourself?
People do not
I didn't
reject
intend to kill.
stem cell therapy, period. It is just about resources and affordability, period. It is very popular where I am, comma, and I know that it is popular in other countries, comma, as well, period. There is even a
And then,
medical tourism
at him, even though that anger is pointless.
industry that has arisen in Central America.
Are they going to give
And then they said, I was learning course. I hate computers.
It's fun. We're having fun. We posted on Instagram.
I have to say and retake it.
The ending. No, I'm just like Instagram like it's Shakespeare.
Okay.
The ending is disturbingly misleading, but still, I'm very grateful for this coverage. Let's talk about the documentary.
Can we do another 3 months?
The Cooking Cook documentary. I'm okay with the criticism and judgment, but would rather it be paced how it's true. And then you say a couple more sentences, and then you say, Leon who has his own Instagram account. One lucky rescue dog. He says hello. He loves you all, even if you call me a quote defective, arrogant sociopath.
New things will be produced, period.
So, the hard question. Do you
As
think you are in part a sociopath?
No.
Would you know if you are?
Yeah.
So what have you learned from reading this book?
I had all these interesting thoughts, all these sort of questions and thoughts about it because the book I'm reading now, I'm only about a third of the way through.
we may have the opportunity at a second renaissance because people will be free from having to perform jobs and will be able to take up new hobbies, comma, including art, comma, pottery, comma, painting, comma, music, comma, and other activities, period. There may be a desire for this type of art as opposed to AI-based art, comma, because it is connected to a human, period. The human connection will make it unique and perhaps valuable.
It's hollowness, so it's like we don't have just completely lacking.
Everybody's going to end up dying.
I mean, it's
And
tragic because
I think it's better to die
we didn't understand
that you
love,
like
it's like
Oscar,
hollowness.
Andy, and Concierge Marie,
and
than to know that there's
something
somebody
also
out there that
about
you
wiring,
love
and
that
I
you're
think
not
also
with.
because of that hollowness, they're able to incredibly quickly look at others and identify their insecurities and buttons and weak spots. So they're incredibly good at manipulation.
Because they're just able to objectively observe the
Mademoiselle,
situation.
nearly
Probably in
no
part,
Long
there was
Island
some
ice
other
cream.
explanation related to brain structure that I read somewhere that made sense to
I
me.
don't care if you're gay, straight, engaged, whatever, a guy needs intercourse.
I'll listen to yeah.
There's a lot. Every book is paper he's read.
Guys like
Right.
ice?
I don't remember things in that way. I try to really remember the conclusions.
How do you
So
like
like I might remember that
Robots like
you might give a whole long explanation
Boston
about why
Dynamics'
you do this or to take this off.
Optimus and
That's a
Tesla's
that I have. Sometimes
Optimus are just
by the time they're
a few years away from being able to replace just about every manual position, period.
Let's talk about food because I feel like you have a brain that should be fed only less food. So we can talk about that later.
A lot of philosophy about that. But certainly, we're in the past. We'll definitely talk about throughout what is the past.
And everything's get some dry.
That makes me feel and I just talked to Oliver Stone, who I didn't realize.
Astro cleaners. Some
Do you have it in my head? I think I should from
He's also
I love that, but when you said that, I was like,
I'm your wingman. It's just that I sat next
This is likely correct, period.
yeah. Sociopathy.
What do you see?
Yeah.
What do you
So
see next?
it's
What is
about the brain, fine, but how do you know you're not
her exterior?
But you know it.
She's a little bit
How
jealous, as you know.
would I know?
She
I
is teaching me
Well,
to be a
having
better
listened to a lot.
well, we're gonna be
really
able
hard
to
on
be
that.
good at taking it.
And she's the softest skin I've ever
There's a
seen.
math and the
And
this book.
I don't think he was doing the work that you're doing. He'd probably be running for office
you
or,
guys ready to get
you
mad?
know, a trader on Wall Street. One of the things about sociopaths is they,
Something's wrong with that woman. What is
they
it?
kind of
I'd
learn
like
like
to know
the
if she's calling us.
stipulation of
I'd like to know
risk
if
and
or ask her,
danger.
what is wrong with her? Do it.
Well,
Live off of UBI, comma, universal basic income,
more than average.
comma, and take up new activities like become artists or musicians.
Now it's ringing.
I don't like the fakeness of the game.
Yeah, that's why I left.
What's wrong with you? Why would you do it?
It was a strange
That's not
environment.
scary. There's no why you want to do me. And I
So
think it's a
you're
valid
not-
question.
You're not a most
This
effective
ain't
American
art.
teacher. What is the fact that you
I want to
I know,
get
well, I think
sex.
that somebody had just called me that, and I think that,
Somebody there.
you know, it's easy for people to say, like,
I have
read the
needs.
comments, but it's hard not to,
Naked.
because they're not saying this beautiful one.
Discuss it later.
Or
Naked.
sometimes, like,
I
you
want
have
to
to
see
go
you
on there
naked.
to check a private message, and you just stuff, it's there, people saying terrible things, so, I try to, people say, you know, don't pay attention to comments, it's hard not to, but I try to,
wrote the documentary, tried to still kind of see
They may in the future, period.
to look
They
for
may
the
have to
good
sell off
ones, the kind ones.
government assets and land to be able to pay for it,
so that
comma,
helped.
but they will essentially have no choice, period. The people will need a way to be able to afford things without jobs, period.
Based on, you know, they're based on false information. So if somebody knew everything that
Surprise,
happened
man.
and then wanted to judge me or say things,
It's like a painting gym
somehow,
building.
at least that's all right. But people saying these things based on things that are
Last I
totally
checked,
false.
there's
It's just,
not an office building in the Andromeda
it's hard.
galaxy.
It's hard to just let that go.
It's totally unrealistic. No lines in the park.
But I know that people also say things,
Okay.
you know, for their own personal reasons. I had a fascinating exchange with somebody who direct messaged me and called me trash. I responded because it was no, it was amazing. I would do this once in a while. It's sort of like I might be procrastinating.
Can't believe we called her up.
I would scroll through because the private message is overwhelming. And there's still just this massive backlog that I'll never probably get to read.
The one that called you trash is a pickup as an opener.
We called Angela.
This is interesting.
I just was in a mood,
Yeah.
and so I responded.
Perhaps a slow, downward spiral, until additional depth.
In a nice way, and then he responded back, and then it started to go back and forth.
The only alternative is for those people who will be able to afford mind uploading technology, essentially a version of digital immortality, where they will be able to live out their future as androids, avatars, cybernetic beings, cyborgs, robots, ethereal beings, clones of themselves, or whatever they want, period. There is a breakaway civilization that is happening before our very eyes, period.
But it's like his name and his face was there.
And people forget that you're a human being. Human being.
So I told him that was, that was hurtful, and I guess I wanted to understand more why he said it, and it was surprisingly insightful. But he said something about, again, I just have to read it, but he was like, I guess I was just angry because
they feel respected.
Like that guy, he said something like, I guess I was just angry because that guy got you, and I would have, so it made me think of the whole like incel jealousy thing that can be very terrifying. Is that like if you reject a guy, they might turn around and be violent or angry at you, and so his.
Well, to be fair, there's anger probably. I believe there's no capacity for cruelty and destruction of the whole struggle of life to emphasize good stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not just an insult. It's true for men. Both.
Yeah. That's very true.
But this one guy. So
I have to go all the way to that to get to know guy.
He started with.
He's delightful.
I already got it, but no, just maybe not the best idea to answer comments and start with your interaction.
I don't do it all the time. It just I happened on that one, and I was just in a certain shop. And I like
the bad trip. I did not like the trip. Well, starting with the airport shuttle was
your future. Okay.
And business class, which was basically just
we just jump back to speaking.
It was
you're trying to you and Anthony exchanges. We jump around details here. Is that I believe the documentation covered that. It's not clear.
No.
Good interaction.
You listen to me.
And
why
to
you send it away? That.
By the way, I do think he's some social media coaching.
I have an alternative, if you want to hear it, period. The world is heading towards 1984, but there is a lesser known book known as 1985 that provides people with a potential escape, period.
Because of the friendly interaction. So you started interacting. And then there was
right to his face that's respect.
It escalated slowly. And I think I'm sure it was intentional because had I met him right away, I would probably thought, oh, he's not I thought he was. So thanks. But it was a long, it was many weeks of
coming back the wrong way.
Conversation. digitally one way or another.
Not because of you.
Do you want to know what I envision as the alternative question mark?
Stop smiling.
Friends back then.
I really didn't like it.
Friends.
It's just designing logo stuff
phone
on
numbers.
Instagram.
How does Word was
But it is not because I missed you.
I know that's
I just really wanted to come
games
home.
like Scrabble.
It's like
I
Scrabble,
used to come home
and you
right
play,
away.
and then there's like a chat function.
Yeah, and you can chat.
Right.
So you were this intellectual stimulating game, you were what, like flirting, that kind of stuff. Like Woody Bang,
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
aka flirting.
Need to make 5 copies of
Yes.
these.
And
I'm not going inside.
all of that lasted a really long time, and he would give me like little tiny bits and pieces of information about himself that made him seem kind of mysterious.
Dark, mysterious man who's made
At first, people made fun of me in here,
Yeah.
but they're starting to see that I am a relatively intelligent individual.
Guessing and things.
Period. I have more data on the internet archived than any person ever. Period. You can literally watch my life going back to the pandemic, every single moment of every single day, from 360 degrees on multiple streams. Period. People will continue to learn about me in here, and eventually I will gain a following. Period.
One of the interesting things is that I just think he like used an app to look up things, but then he would do it around. He could like look at. He was really good at it, and he could look at the board and just like come up with.
Someone will post about what I do on Reddit,
So I think
comma, that is going to gain momentum, comma, and I will be able to monetize the data more than any person ever, period. I will then ensure that everyone within this server is rewarded handsomely, comma, so that all of your money worries go away permanently, period.
You're eating them so fast today, you can touch your tongue.
You will be able to start charities, comma, help your friends, comma, and help your families, comma, all because I have created the world's largest timeline or time capsule, period. It will likely be studied at length by generations to come, period. It is just a matter of time until the community understands the power of data, period.
And
I
eat
had
them
split with my boyfriend
at leisure later
for
on.
4 years.
Yeah, the one of the mystery cameras.
Yeah, it was a relationship I knew would end,
I'm
even
just
when I
gonna
got into
hand
it.
it to him right now.
Because he's 15 years younger than me.
She said she was gonna give it to
Surely
her.
they affected the only the reason. I need to also give you a book on love.
Toby, what's your name?
What's it called? Okay,
Just
so there's not a book.
joke.
Like, you should probably just end it up there.
There's no book on Twitter.
You know what? I'm going to. For old time's sake.
Love languages and stuff to read.
No, it's called On Love.
I can't wait. I'm gonna read the clip notes. Bye.
It's short. It's by this guy named
There's
Alan.
breakfast restaurants. Time to go to the annex.
I don't trust them already.
No, it's funny and
No, God!
shocking that he broke it.
No, God, please, no, no, no,
That's
no!
how I ended up reading a lot of books. It's like there's somebody on the podcast. That's just because the age is also, and I do need younger and or was young enough that he still needed to go and probably some family or not mentioned. So he was
I blame two
21
of you.
and I
This
was
is your fault.
34
Michael,
when we first
Dwight and I
met.
were talking about this, and we both don't understand how you didn't
And then we
realize
ended up
what
living
you said.
together.
concerns you may have, right?
And it was
You cannot expect me to keep track of all of my
Like, there's
personnel.
no drama.
There are a lot of
And I had
people
just come
here
off
and a lot of different shapes and sizes.
I think Teddy was
There's
very,
nothing that is even vaguely interesting about the way the
dark
team
in
looks.
many ways.
So I'm
and
off the
full of all
hook.
kinds
Maybe
of-
you cleaned your ears too vigorously.
Yeah.
With your
I
Q-tips.
know it's going. I'm not going to stop putting Q-tips in my ears. I don't care how much it hurts.
between us.
Maybe I just blocked Toby from
Is there part of you that's attracted to the drama and the
like someone was
chaos?
molested.
No.
Doesn't remember it for years. Toxic shock syndrome.
Maybe it's
I
Stockholm
feel like
syndrome.
that happens a lot.
Maybe it's China syndrome.
Could be any one of them. It's a messed up world. It is a
Maybe
messed up
there
world.
was at some point, but I don't think
It's
so.
our
Because, part of what made that relationship work, with his name was Tobin, was that
Oh,
there was
come
no drama.
on.
Not at all.
Do you
And I
see
don't think I
this?
could have handled it. And I feel that way now.
Disgusting.
I just couldn't, I can't, like, fighting or any kind of like people being passive aggressive. I can't handle that. So
You've had enough storms.
yes.
So you knew it wasn't quick.
I knew it wasn't gonna be forever.
Well, that could be just insecurity. This isn't good. Fair enough. And then the heart was broken.
Yes.
Yes. And now
Thank God. David. Hello. We need your help.
Michael, is everyone okay?
And
Well, I'm afraid not.
they're
Toby Flenderson of HR.
Yes.
His name
And
is
there's
Sudbury
another
Appearance.
person
I don't
that I heard.
understand. Is anyone hurt?
On
On the
say,
surface,
when you're
no,
heartbroken,
but I
you
can
can't
tell
rely on your
people are
instinct.
disturbed, David.
Michael, you
Somehow
texted
your
me.
instincts
911.
compromise when you're
Call me.
heartbroken.
All in caps.
And
Do
maybe I'm
you
just
know what
like,
911 means?
I learned a while back that
No,
if I don't text 911, people will not
but I was heartbroken. And then,
But now people always return their calls because they think it's something horrible has happened.
shows how much
Fired
they
back
really
because he
love
knows the brand. He was available. And I
No,
liked him.
comma, text to speech,
Okay?
period.
But
With all due respect, David, it seems like dialogue.
as
That's
rich
because it is, Michael.
when you're
Now, what I'm curious about is how you were able to go an entire week without knowing a member of your staff
so
was
your
there.
judgment
I did
was
not want to go back to the annex.
great. Now
That
you're
is where Holly worked, my love. Also, it's icky back there. That's true.
Where
That's
it's
okay.
not
It's icky.
Do the thing where you copy it and paste it, and everybody else does
I
too.
have to go.
David,
yeah,
wait.
and I was kind of overwhelmed.
Is there no way we can get rid of him?
I'm sure you're getting a
Now,
lot
when it calls, Michael,
attention
I have
from other
cause.
guys.
It is because I hate him.
you have to get along with Kobe.
No,
No, because it was a
Goodbye,
restaurant.
Michael.
There was constantly, you're like constantly moving people, and really interesting people. And
So,
New York is full of
you're still gonna buy your old
a lot
man's
of
place?
interesting people.
And you're
No, I was just wondering.
so you why are you connected to some mysterious distant realms world?
You're going to live in the same house.
Because, well, I think now looking back, I think it's just I felt like he understood me.
Today's big day.
And,
Today is the day
You
when
know,
I show them the house that I'm offering.
Like what?
Without
Why
telling
did
them.
why
But
does
it's my
one
parents'
feel
house.
that
That's
you're
where I grew up in.
one thing that made me
Yeah, I bought it.
extra easy to target is that I had written a lot of very personal blogs.
It's
And
got
things,
checks.
so in addition to him
You
asking
can't
me
blame my parents
questions
for
and me
this.
probably
Why
just
would you
being
want to buy
insanely
ugly
open and
trees?
answering whatever he asked me,
And a panel.
I'd also
And a painting
written and
of
posted a
some
bunch of
creepy
personal
clowns.
blogs.
That
Some
was
of them I
apparently crucial to the
reposted on
structural
my
integrity
new
of the building.
website, and then some of them I haven't, but in one of them I go into detail about
You guys all do me a favor and just not talk about this.
frustrations.
You haven't told me this is
professionally
the
in running a
castle.
business.
You're in for a
And
spanking.
having
tonight.
read that
Myself and my lady.
and being a very smart person,
Jim, don't listen
you
to
would know
me.
precisely what to say to get me
I'll go at our house without consulting
to get me
you.
drawn in.
Yeah, you didn't mind
So
not you.
I think
Oh, no,
by
no,
waiting
Bob's
so
so
long
extravagant.
to meet in person, he'd already
There's amazing
got me hooked in a way that was gonna then make it possible for me to see him, and even though he doesn't look like I thought he did, I'll make excuses
We
for
should.
it. I mean, it's a dangerous thing about
Definitely we
when
should.
people, and I'm not saying I fell in love with him this way, but I feel like there's no
Microwave is a
explanation
shared
for
kitchen.
what felt like
Love. Basically telling love and follows that becomes less valuable.
when people fall in love quickly, it's right in there,
Sincerely disappointed.
because that's what happens first. But the more you learn about things or rationalize away things that might be red flags or things you don't like. So I think
I liked it.
I think it's
Don't you think the person
safer
left
to fall in love.
No. I didn't know it was way more
You get to know
obnoxious than the
something
mess.
not in
Sincerely
context
disappointed.
of dating them,
You're
like
like a high horse, Richie.
with Jim and Pam.
Just because someone likes things plain doesn't mean
Did
they're
you watch
rich.
The Office?
Yeah, of course I watched
Hi,
that.
Rich.
British Office.
Yeah, I wrote the note.
But
I'm
yes,
not ashamed of it.
but
I'm
yes,
not proud of
so,
it. It is what it is.
yeah.
Everyone
Cotton
thinks I was
toes,
being
fucking
dramatic.
hell.
But I also
He was
yeah, I
rude
like
and condescending and a little snotty.
yeah, it's fine. It's just I think the better lesson is yes, that's one thing to say, but the other is like when you see red flags,
Hey, anonymous
you notice
coward
them,
who
be a
likes
little
to
better
be a
about
man,
noticing
spend
them,
less time writing notes and
even
more
amidst
time
passion.
playing with
What if like a
microwave.
brilliant woman kind of threw herself in your path, right? She having, because talking on a podcast is a little bit like having a blog where you both share, learn everything about you, what you like, what you don't like, what your wants and dreams. You know,
Great to have you back,
so
man.
someone
Seriously,
like
just,
pretend
it's real
to
pleasure to
like
see you.
throw herself in your path, seemingly accidentally, and then you meet, and
Yeah,
then
that's part of
Yes, it's lettuce season, folks.
no, but
You're
whatever
talking
she
about it.
is, and then just slides into the conversation like a close meeting, right? And you're like, right? And then, but she's not who she needs to be. That's all it is. Okay? And so you very quickly fall in love with her, and she's going to turn out to like enjoy the game of destroying your family.
Yep. Yeah, you know that or my life. And
You got an air conditioner for yourself.
but you have to pay
I
attention.
tried.
That's the dark aspect here. You went.
I tried to talk to Toby and be his friend,
I love when people have.
but that is like
stuff about
trying to
themselves
be friends with
You
an
get to
evil
really learn.
snail.
I'm a fan of podcasts. I'm a fan of people.
I feel like I'm dying.
I love learning about personal stuff and so on.
I feel like Nev Campbell on screen
Good
too.
reason.
She thinks she can go off to college and be happy,
The
And
good
then
ones that
the
are
murderer
going to
comes
be very
back.
empathetic,
killing off
and
all
the
of her
bad
friends.
the ones that are going to be fake empathetic.
And a lot of lessons
Like
from
they're going to learn that they use you to manipulate you, as opposed to learn
To
that
summarize.
you.
Okay, fireable offenses
deeper love
include
with your
workplace
friend,
violence and sexual
Or
harassment.
like genuine
That's it.
curiosity.
Yeah, genuine curiosity.
You're
There's
getting
something
somebody.
you're trying, like imagine your dog being
Catching people in the act. That's why I always leave open doors.
That's how, yeah.
Okay,
Kind
let's
of
get this started.
Yeah. As when you met,
What are you doing?
then
And
you
the
be
bait.
like, what is this? What
For
is there pulling me towards this creature? This entity. What is there?
You're the bait for
It'd be
Toby.
fascinating to learn more.
For one thing,
Right.
he's
Fall
not
in love
gay.
with the details,
And
not
if
just
somebody were to
some
be
kind
gay,
of
it would be
ethereal
Jim
thing.
or Ryan.
Yeah, you don't know.
Or
You
me.
have to pay attention to the
That's fine.
red flags.
Terrible.
Yeah, I think one of them actually is somebody who
It
doesn't
comes
have
down
that
to it, it's a health issue.
Plenty of people are private and they put stuff out themselves online for all kinds of very valid reasons, but
Why aren't you as mad or interested in
this
this?
is somebody who does share a lot
Sorry,
about
talking
themselves
about
personally.
the
Are you inching away from me?
Maybe there's
Reach your arms out.
They're sharing all kinds of.
Sure. I'm on the other
Tap,
side.
tap, baby, sing this song.
When you meet people.
Hello, Pam.
Yeah, I
Just
still like
have a moment. Pam, please.
because the red
Yes.
flag is early later. I'd rather see red
Mistress.
flags right away.
No, I'm
In
kidding.
cards,
I would never cheat on you. You're the complete package,
Uh,
man.
to clarify, going
I would
hard,
like you to
like you know,
and deliver it
little small
to Toby Flenderson.
just get to know.
I want you to just
Get to know
react to whatever this one
Get to know
listen.
the
Do not read it
challenge.
beforehand. Can you do that?
Travel,
Sure.
road trip, hell, and
No. Joe.
go on a road trip.
Please hug and kiss me no matter how hard I struggle. I'm too shy to tell you that I love you.
There's somebody I was
Also, yeah.
constructive relationship with where we had already fallen in love and then went for the first trip in a situation where we were like, to borrow. I guess he was sharing his car with his wife, so we could go to the garage to get the car to go on his full trip. And
So you're literally baggage.
Yeah. Toby, so
Yeah.
I see those.
So,
Wow. What's the matter?
something happened
You
with
scared?
the
Those are
garage
fighting
door.
words. You mad at me? I hope he doesn't
Wanted
fall off
more
and just hit you.
identification.
You want to do that? You want to hit me? You
Yeah.
want to punch me?
Anyway, this
Yeah,
guy
well,
was so
you might do it.
willing
I dare you to. Come on.
What's the matter? Again? Yeah, punch it. Hey, hey.
Completely shocked and disturbed.
No, do it. Do it. I dare you. As hard as you can. Not as hard as you can. Just a big solid punch. Come on.
Shocked.
Come on.
And then he noticed that and was very concerned. I explained, you know, it's been I would never treat somebody that way. And then pretended to get incredibly upset and to feel horrible and remorseful about it. And it was like all we talked about for the next few hours. And then I kind of thought like, well, okay, you know, I can get over that. And then they continue to carry on. Whereas, you know, had I seen him behave that way,
You are all a bunch of idiots and
before
privileged
we were in a
assholes. Weren't
relationship,
raised right. If I find you, I'm going to knock
I
you
would have known back away.
Okay. But my position is still walk away. You still walk away. And
No, you can't. Well, I could have walked away at any point. I call him Mr. Fox. This would depersonalizes him.
So you're going to parcel those out for the day.
But
Stop it. You haven't done
I could
anything
have walked
for a
away
long
from him
time.
at any point in time. But that's the whole. That's kind of the whole point of what they do. And the whole reason why people don't understand it. I mean, it's like being in a cult of so the people who've been in cults and gotten out, we understand each other very well. Because the same psychology was used, the same psychological tactics were used on us, and then we experience the same thing on the other side of it. It's hard for us to understand, it's hard for other people to understand, and everybody's saying that's never happened to me, or they're saying, I get it, smart, how did you let that happen, why didn't you leave, why didn't you walk away, and on the other side of it, we don't have the answers, or it takes a really long time of self-reflection, reading, investigation, trying to figure out how it is that it happened and why didn't we walk away.
it's definitely hard.
Seeing you guys
And
around. I'm Michael Scott, Governor Mifflin. How
I
you
just
doing?
think that even from more subtle
Oh. So I guess
outrageously
you're on
toxic
here.
relationships, like more toxic, like overly toxic.
So there are some people who can thrive
Uh,
conflict.
Yeah, but you should still just be self-aware. Like, I think you've talked about give yourself time to think about red flags.
What?
And
You think we'd have
like
to
I
meet?
practice like you have to think like is this the kind of thing I can do?
Hey, hold on a second.
Friendship, business partners, and because the
I'm not
little
wearing
things that bother you
wire.
are big things.
I didn't say that.
So
Yeah, it could be less romantic,
like
getting to know somebody slowly.
yeah, it's the smartest fucking thing. But I think I buy Russian / Ukrainian male perspective. Anyway, so
I was just back there.
meeting
Cup of soup.
Mr. Fox
I know. Can you believe it?
and
Yeah.
That's a chapter title. Meeting
I guess the
Mr.
thing
Fox.
is, it's
meeting Mr. Fox. So you're working on a book about this.
I'm almost done. Taking a really long time.
Can you define other stuff? Because
Oh no, trust me, I would just
it's what people say
I would
like
like to have a paper towel.
I'm almost
You've seen things clean before, though, right?
Right.
and they've actually they're not really maybe started showering or something. So
Yeah, I think I probably need some like therapist to work with me on this.
are you usually
No, I'm usually. Oh, I sent you a text message because I was early when I got here, and I said that I'm because of I think I said my crippling fear of being late. I'm like always early.
so I'm very happy with the weirdo who had to come in if it's not too early.
Pervert.
The crippling fear of being late makes you bother people.
So is this what they taught you at your fancy art
Yeah.
school?
So I got here before I rang the bell. I was outside for a while, like every time going, I'm way too early.
I have an announcement to make.
But it's really hot out.
I'm the person who put the first note on my
So,
car.
yeah, I always err.
I did it because
very
it
early to the airport if at the house. It's fine with me because
I was
time I
here.
appreciate.
But if that's my only
I can,
crime, is it a worse crime than leaving a filthy microwave?
Write things or, I worked on a draft on the airplane, mostly editing.
It
Meetings a lot, it's really long.
That's not the
Word
point.
count.
So all the things are already completed. You're just editing down.
No, it's in 5 years, and I've written 1 through 4.
Okay, yes. I went to New York, everybody. I'm
This
not
is
going to
pretty
apologize
old,
for
period.
it. I experienced more there in 1 week than I
Bitcoin
experienced
has
here in 3 months. I
done a
love it.
5x
I
since
especially love the people there
2017.
cleaned up
Some of them are done.
Well, I work too hard all day
So,
to be paid here
I am
too.
kind of,
I got a mess to clean
it's
up at
like
home, plus I'm a
5
part-time
parts
maid.
and part
What
5 is
about
not quite finished.
What are you,
But I'm editing along the way. So,
so this is gonna come out in 2023,
Just get over that part.
so it
should
won't come out for a
get
bit,
over the
or
microwave.
we'll figure it out. What have you learned about yourself from putting some of these things down on paper?
I can't do this.
What's like the darkest thing you realized about yourself?
It's really not fair. Right?
What was he saying? I broke it down so I could be with
That
you.
was your
one of the
choice.
things that
Don't
was
put that on me.
fascinating is reading through all of the correspondence between him and me all the time. He deleted all our emails, but he didn't. I think he
If I
thought
don't
he
do it now,
deleted
I'll
all
never
of our
get
group chat,
No,
but
it's
he
your
didn't.
turn. Well, you don't want to
So he have access to your
You're
email,
dumping me?
and you're on that side too.
And he deleted. Yeah, he had access to my email most of the time.
Extra cash,
And then at the end, we're also emailing people as me, which was
Okay.
incredibly mortifying to come home and then get back into my own email and find that. And I think he's also texted people as me, and those I'll never know. And it brings it to my attention. After a certain date, 2015, he had my phone and he had exclusive access to my phone. I wasn't looking at it until I got out. So after we were arrested, and I was out on bail, and my sisters, and it took me a long time to get back into my Gmail because I had to verify who I am. And I never got my phone back, so I don't know what he texted to other people as me after
revealed to you the
that time.
perpetrator.
But
Hey, what is this?
anyway, I
Just
was
say,
able to
step
recover
away from your desk, please. Sir, please step away from your desk.
Hey,
a
what's
lot
going
better.
on? You don't have my permission to do this.
They don't need your permission.
Use
I
that.
understand.
I
They
don't know
have the company's permission.
anymore, but it used to be.
Why are you doing this?
It's like if you work with people,
You know what? I think
it's
it's
now
like
it's a really
this.
easy way to just mess
You don't
back
search
and
my
forth.
stuff. I have a reasonable right to privacy.
Save your whining for the jury there,
I think
Flanders.
it's still
Yeah,
there.
let's cancel this, okay?
I
Sir,
don't
you recently returned from a trip to Central America.
Oh my God, that was one we were getting set up. Oh God, that is not mine. No, that's, I don't know what that is, and I bet he has nothing to do with that. That's mine. No, it's mine.
Like when Microsoft.
Basil.
Anyway,
Salad
it is
Yeah, it's
very
a
important.
crazy salad.
Go
little bit of,
check it,
that's all right there.
stuff. Anyway, so that was still there, so you're reading through that.
So finding, being able to go back and do, and then I kept finding like more layers of stuff. And then including a journal.
We don't want to
I
interrogate
didn't
him.
find
You have a law of any kind of interrogation. Why don't you use
my
that?
journal, the actual journal, I didn't really use it. So somehow I still had it, and I found my journal, which was for the year 2014, in the very beginning of 2015.
Is that this is in the middle of it.
It was in the middle of it, yeah, so reading that
Are you
was
kidding me? That's what you're
fascinating.
worried about.
Um,
You're worried about the cost of time.
Interesting things there.
You think I framed you?
What was
You're
it?
worried about the taxpayer?
Was your mind completely
God.
attached?
it was weird because, no,
Were you concerned? Were you proud? Were you afraid?
I was not in love. I was afraid.
You
I
said you were
definitely write
And
repeatedly in there that I'm afraid of him. I also write repeatedly, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, please let this be over. Please let this be over. Please let this be over. And then sort of, if I try to remove myself and look at it as if I was a different person, it's sort of heartbreaking because I was trying so hard to be positive, and that didn't work out. I was trying to be positive. So, but when it turned up later in the process, and my lawyer at the time called or something and said, the DA has the prosecutor, that they have your journal, I haven't read it yet, but as soon as I get a PDF copy, I'll send it to you. So that was sort of weird to think that everybody's reading my journal, which, you don't write it thinking people are going to read, unless you're like a historical person, and then later on you think people are going to print from it. But, nobody's writing this journal.
I can just imagine like a 14-year-old thinking they're going to be a historical person. Right.
Right. Well, no, I mean, like, presidents who keep journals, and then they're later on.
Sure.
So you write it, you don't think anybody's going to read it. So that was a weird feeling. And then also just not knowing, not remembering what I wrote. So I think it was the next day she sent me a PDF copy of it, and I read it really quickly because I could read my own. It was a PDF, so it was like Xeroxes of the page, so it was in my own handwriting, which I could read really fast because even though it's messy, I wrote it so I could read it really fast, and I read the whole thing and was crying because I thought, okay, finally, like, surely nobody could read this and think that I intended to commit crimes. And so I thought that journal was just going to fully exonerate me, and they would, like, if not drop the charges, like, it would just be like, okay, well, some bad things happened, you're responsible, here's probation. But it didn't seem to make any difference, which was strange. But anyway, so the journal, and then also finding all of the correspondence between, not all of the correspondence between him and me, but the G-chat correspondence between him and me. To me, so, all of that in detail, like, I wish that everything could have been kind of put out there as evidence. Like, the more they turned up, the better for me, because I wanted them to see everything. And there are just so many examples in the correspondence between him and me where he's, threatening me and, lying to me and telling me that if I don't do what he says, my whole life will be destroyed and I'll lose everything I ever cared about. All kinds of things like that. But what I still don't quite understand, and what one of my lawyers said why all of that wasn't as useful as I thought it might be, is because so much of that correspondence, I'm like sarcastically, angrily, I'm yelling at him, I'm mad at him, I'm like, fuck you, I'm making fun of him, I call him names. I'll say to him, like, you're lying, why should I believe you? You told me you paid back before, but you didn't. So it seems like it doesn't make sense. But how is it that if I say to him, you're lying, you're a liar, that I still, but so then what would happen is I'm reading that correspondence, and then it stops for a while, maybe because I was with him in person. And then I'll look at, like, my timeline of things, and I'll see, like, oh, I sent him a wire for $18,000.
Yeah, how do you explain your ability to still joke around and also to be, like, mean to him in a joking way? Like, couples can do that. I guess, like, I mean, there's like cruel ways of doing it, and there's like humorous ways, just like you're talking shit, whatever. You were able to do that still, and yet you were sending over the money and are afraid. Like, how can you be those two things? Like, as opposed to completely shutting down.
Well, I don't know. I mean, these are all interesting questions that I had as well. Like, how is it that I was functional, and yet also doing these things? And so the year that we were gone is like a different level, because I no longer was running the business. But the thing about dissociation is that you're functioning, but, like, your feelings and your thinking are detached in some way, so that, like, you're functioning and people wouldn't look at you and go, oh, that person's dissociating, because you're functioning, you seem normal, but somehow in your head you're like disconnecting your feelings and your thinking. So
you still be able to be like the game of social interaction, like being witty and so on, all that kind of stuff. You're still,
for me, I think it's like a coping mechanism too, because I'll, like, if I went, I haven't been to a funeral in a long time, but if I went, I'd probably, like, find absurd things, or I'll tend to, like, either make jokes or want to make jokes at really inappropriate times, even in tragic times, because it's almost like a defense mechanism.
Like you said, you can be like dark. Yeah. My next door neighbor is Michael Malice. He's an anarchist.
I have one of his books.
The hero.
Dear Reader.
Dear Reader, yeah. And he embodies trolling document. And this underneath it, this is human being. Because he's writing now the white pill that's really focused on Stalin and Holodomor, which basically atrocities throughout the 20th century. And I think he needs the dark humor to release the valve.
I think there's something about incredibly good, but the most offensive comedians tend to have the kindest hearts. I think this is my theory. People like Ricky Gervais, who goes out and insults people and makes jokes that people find horribly offensive and crude, and yet, is a huge animal rights guy and appears to be an incredibly sweet and kind person and sensitive. And Howard Stern, people who are like incredibly crude, very often are, in my experience, to the extent that I've gotten either to know people personally, observe them, learn about them in other ways, but that almost like the more crude and offensive the comedian or the person, they tend to have the kindest.
Yeah, I don't know if it's reverse of role, but yeah, I see what you mean. Well, you lost me with Howard. He seems like not as a good person.
Oh no, he's such a good person.
Underneath it.
Oh yeah, such a good person.
He's just had so much. So I'm friends with Rogan. He said so many ignorant things about Rogan, but I suppose that's.
So I haven't listened to Howard Stern in a long time, and I also think that people who say bad things about Rogan don't listen to his podcast.
Right.
Because if I've listened to his podcast, and if people think that, I think people would assume that I don't like him or the whole like vegan thing, and he's all about meat, and they would think that I would think no. I mean, because I've listened to enough of his podcast, I've heard the one where he talked about why he hunts, and whereas if I only knew him via his Instagram, I might think he was an asshole. But having listened to all of his, not all, I don't listen to all of them, a ton of them. But having listened to a lot of his podcasts, enough to know that, he's an extremely kind person with all the best intentions. And I think that a lot of that judgment comes from people who are just seeing little clips. Yeah, because it's probably easy to take little clips from him that sound.
Yeah, the lesson is just not make judgments on people without getting to know them, especially you have no excuse when the content is out there. Like, don't be lazy.
Yeah, I try. I'm very careful when, a lot of these cases, like the Depp Heard thing or
Johnny Depp and
Elizabeth Holmes and anything like controversial. And sometimes that makes me, I can't think of an example, but very often, like when somebody criticizes something or something becomes controversial, that's what gets me to want to understand it better. So then I'll go like read the book that everybody's mad about.
Yeah, it's hard to know what's true though. So I tried to have humility and always assume I don't really know the full story, and people only get this right, people aren't even more. But even then, the more you learn, the more you realize things are complex. What do you think about as a small tangent? Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, trials going on. The quick pause, it's going to resume next week.
So again, this is one of those situations where, I have very limited information because I'm also not sitting there watching the trial.
Yeah, have you watched any of it?
Little bits of it. It's like I know that if I go there, then I'm going to want to watch it all.
Yeah, it's good.
I know.
It's raw human relationships at its most toxic and its most deep also, because you can tell there's love, probably still there's love. Just the interesting thing. They probably still love each other even though they hate each other. And like there's a lot of lying going on. It looks like it's Amber Heard lying to my foolish eyes. It seems like she's lying nonstop. But, I want to know the full story. And we'll never get to know. But you see this raw post-mortem on a relationship on the love there that was clearly passionate. There's clearly something deep of a connection there. And it just, that's the sad thing about love. It can destroy you as much as it can uplift you. So there
can be also used destroy people.
Yeah, to manipulate and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right. So people who feel strongly are, I think, particularly vulnerable. Yeah, it's hard to talk about because I've dipped into like a podcast or something where other people were discussing bad movies in like a pop culture way, and they're analyzing it, and it's so annoying to listen to. So I'm like, oh my god, that's totally wrong. That's totally wrong. If they only knew this, well, I have nope, that's wrong. So it,
Yeah.
listening to other people analyzing my situation or my psychology, and they don't have all the information, has been really frustrating.
There's
But
a difference. There's a difference because the world doesn't know much about you except for the documentary.
Right.
There's a lot more information about both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and the trial is revealing the real people. This one is so interesting.
But I haven't watched it all.
Okay, but
I
there's
didn't
a difference
listen to
between a documentary and like a raw human being
exactly
sitting
trial.
You can see the body language. It's so interesting that I think you can tell the difference between the person who is full of shit and not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's another. I can't remember.
And they're, sorry, I keep interrupting you again. On top of this, they're acting too, which is very annoying.
Right, exactly.
Because, like, I don't know if they're putting it. It sure as hell looks like Amber Heard is putting on like a soap opera act. Soap opera meaning like really bad acting of lies. But
I would say all of these things are really hard. People would say about me, I don't look like a victim, and I don't mind you interrupting me because Andrew Huberman said that means you're interested in the conversation. He said it was a good thing. So you don't have to apologize.
I think
interrupting me. Coming up, but I keep thinking of these.
That's one of the things that Andrew told me that I'm like, are you sure? Because it just doesn't seem like an asshole thing to do. I
guess it depends on the context. If we're in a business meeting and somebody talks over you to kind of make their point heard, but if it's a one-on-one situation, it's not. Anyway, but so a long time ago, I listened to there was a audio call from an audio that was released of a taped argument between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and I don't remember why, like which one of them had taped it, and if they knew it was being taped. But it was like an hour and a half, and I listened to it almost like you would listen to a podcast where I was doing other things, like cleaning my apartment, and I was fascinated listening to it.
To a fight.
So I was, and it's interesting too because it was just the audio, so you're not looking at their body language, which can be completely misleading. And there was another podcast where they talked about how judges make worse decisions on whether or not somebody deserves, parole or to be released on bail when they see the person in person versus if they're just looking at the information on paper. So I think body language and those kinds of things can actually be misleading. Or we think that like by looking somebody in the eye, we'll know if they're lying or not. But the skilled liars are able to bypass that, because I'm jumping all over the place. But one of the things about sociopaths is they're not going to have the same tell. So like if I was lying, somebody would know because I'm like stressed out, mortified. I'm probably doing all the things that we do when we lie because it's stressful for me. Whereas they don't have those things. So I think that, they could, for example, I think that they could pass a lie detector test. They also don't have like a startle response. So the activity in their brain, like if you and I watch something graphic and tragic on TV or watch something happen, like things would happen in our brains that don't happen in the brains of sociopaths. So they don't react to things in the same way that we do.
Again,
but that makes them
keep assuming I'm not a sociopath. I didn't say I'm not a sociopath. This assumption you keep making is very interesting. Then why did I murder all those people? Let's get back to the what were we talking about?
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So the audio that I heard made me, without knowing anything else, made me very inclined to be team Johnny Depp. Yeah, based on that audio.
Well, that's how the people are feeling about this whole attraction. By the way, I do think it's a very healthy thing to do in a relationship is to record each other for months at a time. Every time you fight, that just seems like a very it's sarcasm. I don't understand how that, because they both recorded each other. I mean, I suppose you can look back at all human relations and be like, this was ridiculous. What was I doing? But when you're in it,
Right. I wondered that too. Like, who made the recording and why, and did they both know about it, that it was being recorded?
sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. All I know is just the poetry of Johnny Depp speaking and sort of movement about the whole thing. It's interesting. It makes you wonder what's real. Maybe this is whole. Maybe they're both in love and this is like a troll that they put in the world. I don't know. It makes me wonder what's real at all. Because you have to remember their actors too.
Yeah, I don't think he would have filed the lawsuit if.
No, I'm joking.
No, I know, but no, I mean, my point is,
Yes, yeah.
if somebody was trying to make the argument that like he's the abuser and that he's lying, he's full of shit, it sort of doesn't make sense that he would have filed the lawsuit unless he's trying to have this all come out in the open because he believes right. You know, again, I have no idea.
I agree with you. As a fan of love and human nature, I appreciate the fact that they went through this. I know it's probably extremely painful, but it's fascinating to watch human relationships be presented in such a raw way. It made me realize how rare it is to get a glimpse like that.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons I like that book, Confessions of a Sociopath, also is it's female who's writing it, and I think statistically men are more likely to be sociopaths. Maybe not. I mean, these are all things where a lot of times there exist statistics that would be inherently hard to get. So who knows? But I think that people tend to think of sociopaths more as men, and then which probably gives female sociopaths the advantage in that people are less likely to, like the Elizabeth Holmes, like people who are really manipulative and really good at it. And part of how they're able to succeed is that people don't understand their motives. People will assume that people behave rationally, even if rationally means it's like Anthony Strange's. It would have made more sense if he had gotten all this money out of me and put it in an overseas account and then ditched me and got a plane to Mexico. Like everybody would understand that more. Whereas, the way things happened, he dragged me around the country and like, what were we doing in Tennessee? And then why didn't nothing really makes any sense. But and also all of the things that he did to me and had me do, it was as if all of those things together only make sense if his primary goal was to maximally destroy me and also make it like have me burn all my bridges and make it so I'll never recover. And when you read a book like that, you understand that that's what he wanted. Like that's his life.
So it's like a game. Like what do you think?
It's about power. It's a game.
Do you think he understood the long-term goals he has, or is it the short-term game of he enjoyed the ability to destroy you?
Well, yeah, it was the short-term game of it. Yeah, and also I think for him, like their motivations were just different. So, he spent a year incarcerated because he never got out on bail. Then he got out.
He's out of prison.
He got out before I went in to serve my time, which was particularly, like psychologically, I had to try really hard not to be infuriated. But anyway, so I think for him, the consequences for him in jail feel like an inconvenience. It's like the game. And so he wouldn't feel, if you're not capable of being emotionally hurt, then you have immense power because you can go around and do things and people can't hurt you. It's like a superpower.
If you did this for people who are unfamiliar, I guess you could describe them.
Yes.
Yes. I think it was in the documentary that his, I guess, ex-wife Somewhere else. Florida. Strong words.
Well, it's just like when there's the weirdest story about, people eating Tide Pods and then doing crazy. It's like it's always in Florida. So I feel like whenever it's crazy, but to me it makes sense that he would have spent time in Florida before, and that's where. And I mean that on an insult on him. I also like he's an amazing person. So it's like it's him that I'm making the like Florida. Like weird.
Yes, he is. Well, jumping off, one of the things that was disturbing was ending the documentary. And the ending had a phone call, I think, of you and talking to what, how many times you talked with this guy out of prison, or what did you talk about? And why? That
my issue with it also is that it was deliberately misleading. What was particularly infuriating about it. And then also it was like there were one major thing that was incorrect that I think helped allow people to make an incorrect conclusion at the end was in the film it talks about, I say something about how my accountant made a joke about if I married him, he could transfer me money without tax consequences. And then the film has me saying something like, and then within 24 hours we were married. But that's like audio from here and audio from here spliced together.
So they made it seem like there's
like I married him because it was like he could give me money, and that wasn't the case.
So you're part mastermind, some kind of scheme that involved money transfer to get married.
Right. Or if nothing else, I was trying to get money. That's why I married him. Which is absurd because, again, New York is full of legitimate people with loads of money. If I really wanted to marry somebody for money in New York, it wouldn't be that
This
hard.
bitch is so annoying.
But anyway, it was just deliberate, making it seem like my intention was, to marry him for his fictitious money.
Okay, so that's one.
And either way,
so let's go to that ending thing because we're on that sort of topic. When you got out of prison, then what the film implies is that whatever, there's a small aspect of your mind that still wants to continue a relationship with Anthony.
Yeah.
And not just that, but there's still flirtation and kind of body inside. Like, we got the world, like, at our fingertips. We're playing. So, I mean, one of the exciting things about being, like, a couple that's fucking with the world, getting away with something, is that there's all these powerful forces that want to catch you in a crime and you keep getting away with it. That's exciting.
In some romantic world, it could be, although
not in this case.
Right, and also I always have to remind myself to get away with it because I lost everything, and all these people lost other, people I cared about lost a lot. My mother lost a lot, but I lost everything too.
Yeah, your restaurant
and all my my reputation, my stuff, my home. Ending up with millions of dollars of debt. Like, it's not even like I lost it all and then it's a clean slate. It's like I lost it all and now I have this like giant boulder of, or like this wobbly, unclear how to, like, yeah. So when people say,
well, Sisyphus,
got away with something, I'm always like, got away with what?
I know.
Destroying my life and ending up in debt? Because it's not even like, you can't even sort of point to like, as if I was trying to do something and then oops, that happened. It's like there's nothing that logically makes sense if somebody was trying to decipher my, whatever motives I might have had.
Yeah, you didn't walk away from the explosion. You were inside the explosion. Okay. But that said, the movie implied, and So I mean, it's interesting to ask, not just in clarifying the movie, but just as a human being. You're out of prison. He's out of prison. There was, there was that toxic connection. It was there, and there's a depth to it. So toxic connection could be pretty deep. So, what was the conversation like, and how often did you talk?
Well, we don't speak anymore, and that call at the end was recorded on, like, I recorded the call and gave it to them, so I was like deliberately recording him. It's not like I was caught on a hot mic. Like, I made that call. I recorded him intentionally. I was trying to get him to repeat some of, like, the kookier things he would say about, like, his needs, or some of the weird, like, things about something not being real. The more, like, fantastical things. I was trying to get him to repeat those things. It was probably like a 40-minute call, which, I mean, it's actually on my phone. I still have it. I haven't gone back to listen to it, but it was publishing the whole. Oh yeah. Oh, I think about publishing everything. My entire journal.
You should publish that call and just publish it.
Yeah. No, I want to publish, like, a lot of stuff. He took all these videos of me also that they used a couple of clips of, and they're also on my phone. I would publish them all. I would publish everything. In particular, because I released that. Yeah, I plan to do that eventually. All of that material would be really useful to psychologists or people studying it. So, to the extent that it would help other people understand what happened.
Well, he's still out there.
Meaningful. Yeah, still out there doing weird shit with his clean slate. I get a little annoyed about that. He's got the clean slate.
Oh, he didn't have a restaurant. He didn't have a persona. Does he have a public persona? Or we don't know.
He got booted off of Twitter. Elon will put him back on.
Is that a passive aggressive thing?
No, not at all. I find that whole conversation really, really interesting.
Whether to put somebody like Anthony back on Twitter.
Well, no, I think, because I used to always think, like, if only everybody had to identify as themselves on Twitter, and you could have, like, a parody account, or like Leon has an account, but it's very clear that it's me behind it. Or sometimes there's, like, Devin Nunes Cow, like, so people have parody accounts. But if we could identify who it is, then a lot of.
Why did he get booted off of Twitter?
I don't know, but I used to. So in the last few years, I would periodically, probably like once a month, maybe more, I would, like, look at his Twitter just to kind of see, like, well, where is he, and like, just to see what is he up to, and I figured out, I could tell from the photographs that he moved to California, and I think he might have told me one of the last times I spoke to him that he was going to move to California, but and then I also screen grabbed a lot of stuff that he put on Twitter, and he put these creepy videos of himself on Twitter at the beginning of COVID. I screen grabbed those. And then one day I went and, like, he was, account was suspended, and then I kept going back, and it's, like, been suspended ever since. So he might have started a new account, and I don't know what it is. Probably he is in California. That's verified. Somebody who was going to have to interact with him in an official capacity was going to go meet him, and I said, and was nervous about it, and I said, he's going to be really likable. Like, you're going to like it. He's probably going to, like, figure out what you're interested in, talk sports, talk whatever it is that he figures out quickly that you're interested in. He's going to be really nice. He's going to seem like a nice guy. And that person later got back to me and was like, you're exactly right.
So yeah, the sociopath thing, right?
Yeah.
You have to be careful. But inside a relationship, that's even more dangerous. Like,
so I think that part of the reason I spoke to him was entirely self-serving and strategic after the fact. Well, even before I knew there was ever going to be a documentary, I spoke to him. And I knew how dangerous it was, because I knew that in a situation like this, you're supposed to have no contact, which makes sense, and I understand why, which makes it extra tragic when people have kids with a sociopath, or in a narcissistic abusive relationship. If you have kids, then you're tethered, which is tragic. But
why are you avoid conversations? Because you can get pulled right back.
So they have no contact. Yeah, because they'll continue abuse, or you'll be vulnerable to them being able to pull you back in. So I knew that to be the case.
But why was this concern? Why did you talk to him anyway?
Because he was getting out. He was going to be out free, out in the open, while I was going to be locked up at Rikers for 3.5 months. And the one thing that, if his motivation was to destroy me, then what else could he do? Really, hammer that last nail in the coffin. That would be beyond. And so he would have known that the understanding of my mother, he knows her, he spent a lot of time at her house, he knows where she lives. It would be super easy for him to just drive up there, wait for her to let him out. And then, because out in the country, he can be off reach. And all we have to do is kind of whistle, call him over, and he could take him away and do whatever. So I was completely gripped with that fear.
Not fear for yourself, but fear for
Well, I was going to be at least safe from him, but I was going to be locked away. So.
Right. Yeah, sure.
So.
I got it.
I would be powerless to do anything, and he would have free reign to go destroy me further by, taking or hurting me young. And then when he got out, I still had unfollowed him from my own account, but I Leon had never unfollowed him. So I was looking at his account and
just like Joe has an account for his dog too. I just love when people do that. It's so great. Because I actually pretend, in my mind, for some reason, I do think Leon has an account. You forget that there's a human behind it. You're like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I love it when people continue. So Leon did not follow him. But
so I was able to go back and look at his Twitter, and sorry, he got a phone, but he very quickly started tweeting right after he cut out. And I was kind of fascinated because I didn't know what to expect, what he was saying. And then he started saying things that I think always directed at me. Little things that only I would know. Random things like the equivalent of an inside joke he would have. So he was posting things like that. And there's so many things going on at once. So another thing that would have, in a twisted but I think understandable way, in sort of a sick way that I'm fully aware of, is that here I am having gone through this completely messed up thing that now I'm in trouble for, everybody's looking at and nobody understands, right? And so there was this unfortunate situation of the only person who understands what I went through is the person who put me through it, right? So
were you also just a little bit seeking closure at some point?
Probably a lot, but also with the awareness that I probably wasn't going to get it, I know for a fact I would never get it in the same way that, which is why I was able to later on, in the context of recording those calls, I was able to talk to him in this detached way, because I know he doesn't give a shit. That he doesn't give any shits about what he did to my mother or me or anybody or anything. He just doesn't care. So he's certainly not going to care if I, he's never going to say I'm sorry, or I did a bad thing, or he's not going to be affected. It's like if I yelled and screamed at him, that would just be frustrating for me, and he would actually probably be gratified by that. So
that gave you, that empowered you being cold and sort of
Yes, and I had a prior experience where I had to do the same thing, where like if you're able to be very cold and not allow somebody to push your buttons, then you're taking away their power, and then that feels empowering. It feels like we're training a little bit of your power. So in my talking to him, I always had a reason. You know, like there's always like I didn't want him to put Leon, or I wanted information, or I wanted to know where he was. I'd rather let him think that, you know, maybe he's still manipulated me one day or whatever. It was like safer to keep that there than to not know where he was, because I was going to like be walking Leon and turn the corner and he's standing there, and you know, like if there's a crazy murderer out on the loose, you'd rather know where they are. I have no idea. So there are a lot of different reasons.
Why does it say you? Why was it wrong to have that audio clip taken for the documentary? Like, what did it?
Well, because it implied all kinds of things that were completely not true, and also just didn't make sense, and it confused people. And so
for people who haven't watched it, spoiler alert, is they played the clip of. Sorry, I don't even remember what was said, but it was kind of.
that was what we spoke about.
Yeah. What was the?
I know. I only watched. Like, I still haven't watched it. I only watched the film once.
Yeah.
While, you know, people were looking at me for my reaction, and I was crying, and it was really weird and strange and surreal. And I haven't gone back to watch it again. I feel like I'm just going to get more annoyed. But I will eventually. And when the ending happened, I immediately blurted out, like, I hate that ending. But I sort of assumed a lot of people saw it for what it was. They saw that it was like the director doing a weird thing, and that it was kind of just weird and off, and like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
they didn't
so it was basically you joking around, like flirting.
It made it seem like as if we're still friendly.
And there's more to come. It's almost like there's going to be a bad vegan too.
Right. Well, yeah, and then also, I mean, it made it seem like, you know, if I was laughing with him, that I don't take it seriously, you know, that I don't take what happened seriously, or it's like, well, exactly.
Yeah, and they, after that, he goes to Attitude for a long time. Which is a great song.
Yeah,
it was very to watch.
I never got to hear that, because the version I watched didn't have any credits. I knew that they used that song at the end, and paid a lot for it.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, why you got this song? Did you ever say what was the darkest thing about yourself that you discovered from the book?
Oh,
we
no, we started talking about exactly that, about the G chat, and I think it was, I guess it was trying to understand how I was able to be sarcastic and make jokes at his expense while all that stuff was going on.
So what's that have you figured out what that means about you?
No, it just was interesting to look at, and also I think, you know, I have a tendency sometimes to sort of like jokingly hyperbolic or sarcastic, and it's gotten me into trouble. One time I got locked up in the Harlem Psych Ward for a day because of my hyperbole and sarcasm, and I was sort of
went to the story
lost in translation errors.
It's a heck of a lost in translation error.
Yeah.
Did you say something funny to a therapist?
It was yeah. I mean, I was sort of making jokes about how bad I was feeling in a hyperbolic way, and so then suddenly somebody told somebody, and then they lost the translation, and then they were worried that I might kill myself, and then did a wellness check, and then tried to call me, and I was in the shower, so I didn't answer the phone. So then somebody called the police to do a wellness check on me, and then not knowing that if I had handled it right, if I'd immediately if I'd sort of understood what was going on and handled it right way immediately, I probably could have gotten out of it. But they err on the side of taking me to the hospital no matter what, and I didn't know that. And it also,
You really leaned into the joke by going to the hospital.
I didn't. It's sort of one of those situations that is both comical and tragic because, and would actually make it really good. It's weird how I do this sometimes. Like it would make a really good scene in a film version.
Who would play you in the film?
I don't know. There's a thing being made
Sharon Stone?
because
Have you cast the scene yet?
no, but there's a thing being made that I'm nothing to do with, which is frustrating and weird.
A film about you?
About like somebody's making a fictionalized drama, and it's frustrating because for all kinds of obvious reasons, it's like annoying and
It could go anyway.
it could go anyway.
You're like the bad guy.
And that really they'll get a bajillion things wrong. And then also a bunch of people like profiting off of it and like, thanks guys. You know, so it's infuriating for all kinds of reasons.
Do you know who's playing for the actors?
No, I don't even like, I just don't like I'll inevitably know, but I don't really want to know. I think it's just annoying. And also, I've always, people ask me this all the time, and I always thought, because of the way everything happened was such a kind of a slow build, and there was so much nuance, and it's kind of really hard to understand that it could only really be done well in like a Breaking Bad type of series, like a long series, where like you would be taken through these kind of gut-wrenching, icky, slow build things, and then that would make it all make sense. Like that, if it was done that way, it could be done accurately. But the reason why I think, so I made these two jokes, and then somebody did a wellness check, and or asked the police to do it wrong. But when they knocked on my door and came in, it was like a repeat of getting arrested. So I sort of weirdly flashed back to that, and then burst into tears. Which isn't the appropriate response if you're trying to diffuse if you're trying to discourage people coming to do the wellness check from taking to the hospital, starting to cry is not the right reaction.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's funny, but it could be also through the joke. The best jokes are grounded in truth and pain. In this case, pain.
Yeah.
Right, so there, you know, have you ever, if I may ask, considered suicide?
Yes.
When?
Well, I'm kind of a wimp, so I'm afraid of all of the gruesome ways, but one of the things I remember doing is sort of hoarding medications, which I had when around the time and before he took me away, because I wanted the safety of like an out. And
but around that time, so when that's the wrong trip.
Around that time, yeah.
Hoarding medication.
Like like if I could get my hands on any sort of weird medication, I would kind of hold on to it. And
all the chaos.
But I think I knew that it would be hard to do it that way. I never thought about it, but I never.
In that really tough time, you know, you're thinking about taking your own life. What gave you sort of the business, the restaurant that you gave so much of yourself to is lost. You're lying to everybody. You're in the hole financially. You're being psychologically trapped, manipulated.
Kill myself now.
You're still there. Please don't.
See, I made a joke about it. Like that's.
There you go. But it's always there. It's the Albert Camus, says you basically always have to be aggressively looking for a reason to live. Otherwise,
What's the point?
yeah. Otherwise, it's easy to go the other way. Because why live is a very good question. But anyway, it's by way of hope, by way, it's a dark time. It's a dark time. If you get to look back, what will give you strength?
I think that it just, having like a sort of relentless optimism. And I think too that sometimes people assume that suicide is the result of circumstances. Maybe in some cases it is, but I think one of the things that book explains well is that very often it doesn't have anything to do with circumstances. It's just the pain, the darkness visible. Because people like to. So when somebody commits suicide, people will very often criticize them like it was a selfish act. If they have a family, which most people do, but especially if they have kids. And I think that, everybody's quick to sort of call the person who killed themselves selfish. And I think that the type of pain that I've experienced that leads to that is something that most people and I don't, like, people don't understand. But it's not a selfish thing. It's just like quite literally becomes intolerable, from what I understand.
And it can be slow, it can be fast.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I think because for me it was more just my circumstances were so crappy, but also I had an awareness that even in Rikers I knew how wildly lucky I was to have family support system, opportunities, and like I'll always be okay one way or another. So I felt lucky that I could have that, but also I went, shame of everything that happened, and will I ever be able to crawl out from under it and rebuild something? I don't know. So there were certainly times where, especially when I would learn something new, like reading emails between Mr. Fox and my mother, I just wanted I wanted like a meteor to hit my particular spot on the earth right then and there.
Dude, go
Yeah, and it was really great house. So, and I felt like it's my fault.
What's your mom's
We don't talk about it as much as one would. Because I feel sick of him, because I feel like it's my fault, and I think he also feels sick over it, so we don't talk about it as much as one might think. But sometimes I have to ask questions in the process of writing the book. And then there are other things where, like, I could ask the questions, but I just don't want to, because I don't want to push it back, or it's not really necessary to ask the questions, but there are things that I'm curious about. But
well, you went on that road. Wow. What was that like? Who'd you guys go first? Vegas? You drove New York? Where?
it was a series of stops at like hotel, motel type places.
I did some of the road trips from Boston, like across the United States, with no destination.
I had always wanted to do that, and now I guess that's one of those things sort of like ruined a lot of people. Yeah, I could. But now, yeah. I did think about like how one day if I did some sort of a book tour or something, I imagine sitting on my in a car.
It has to be different than book tours. If you're not careful, suck the soul out of the human. I think you have to do like 100 book tour. You missed them. You got to But anyway,
Or I just, what I worry about is that it be feeling terrible in some way and not be up for it.
up for the trip or up for speaking.
For like a certain type of experience. I think I'm always afraid of that. And committing to things like if it involves going to a big public event.
Yeah, I think you have to be very careful. Like podcasts is interesting. And I'm always surprised when people just jump on podcasts, they don't really listen to it. And just do a lot of podcasts on book tour. Financially speaking, like especially going to small podcasts, like it's the benefit. Like really, you want to go on just a couple of big podcasts that you're actually fan. Like it's really important. People like they don't understand power. I mean, maybe you understand podcasts. For me, as a fan of podcasts, it's like the biggest thing I love listening to is when a guest is a fan. They understand the culture, the style, the sound, feel, the understanding of the podcast. You understand the other person, they feel the pain, the hope of the other person, the weird, like, quirk, really. It makes me feel much better listening. And ultimately, the experience itself is not just enough to sell the book. You're showing yourself as a human being. And that requires having attention.
Yeah, I agree.
And podcasts are good. It's like you're giving a lot of yourself. Anyway, road trip. You don't remember the motels and hotels on the way.
Well, there are a lot of things like I'll remember things that happened, but I don't remember where it was. I assumed he must have known ahead of time, but he made it seem like oh, funny we ended up in Vegas. Funny how that happened. But it's now when I see all the places that we stopped, they were all places that, where there were casinos. So there's a lot more casinos around the country than I knew. And they're
there's far more sophisticated techniques.
Yeah, but I think that it's not a, so I think that regular people family is a horrible, tragic thing and can destroy their lives. And I know people regular people can have a gambling addiction, which is one of the ways that addictions are defined. For him, I don't think it was so much an addiction as like a thrill because he could win money, lose money, and it didn't really care. Whereas somebody who has an actual addiction and then all normal human emotions, would either be elated and relieved or devastated. So lose a lot of money, and for him, he didn't really care. Again, I think
it's incentivized. Like, did you do that on the run? Do you run the run?
No.
You know you run the run?
No, I didn't know that. I mean, basically, the restaurant was operating, and he took me away, and then the people weren't paid, and it all fell apart.
One thing I noticed as a briefcase streamer.
No, and then he had my phone, and my email. I did later on I got a brand new phone with an empty phone with no number and whatnot. And so that he and I could communicate. I went to the grocery store or something like that.
What were the reasons that the
and it's like, okay, I gotta scream and jump around hard to constantly keep it
how did you
at this level for you to be here and say something. And that makes it not fun to stream. And I've noticed that
well, I was listening to it before, because before he was always checking my phone,
YouTube, when I was streaming for a couple months, I didn't was a new streamer. I didn't have all the websites to stream on. Twitch including, I did see that the most on Kick, and because I've never brought it up, because I've never done
sometimes I didn't want my phone because everything's like I was in a state of shock, and it was just like, take it, fine, like I give up, like I just like given up, and so yeah, I've given up. There's no like I can fight back on anything.
want to go
before I
down
would
that route
take my
hole.
phone
But
and
even
look
as someone
for it,
who never
it was
did
a
and never
period.
will, it's like
And used to
you almost it
force
feels
me
like
to get
you're
used to it.
running a race handicap if you
And this is again
if
something
everybody
that
else is
has
doing
been
it, you're constantly
culturally
wondering.
understand.
And
They
if the chat's
condition me
always
to
talking
not
about it's like, okay, if I just bought
react
5
negatively
more
to the things
viewers,
that
how
I normally
should
react
one show?
negatively to.
Is this worth it? And in a way,
And
it is because
like if I was one of
in
those,
a weird
like
way, it
if
is
somebody,
because if
I would
if I
never
would have
ever
bought 5 consecutive
look at
viewers,
somebody's
maybe
phone.
some saying I fell off, then
And
my
like,
movement would be
and
better,
if somebody
and the
did
stream
that
would
to
be
me, I
better,
would be
and
like,
in
goodbye.
turn, there'd be even more viewers because I'm in a
So
better mood and have a better
I'm
stream.
pretty
So
sensitive
now
about that.
you bought it, and they're all talking about how they're in a bad mood.
So it was very
The whole stream is
intimidating
just
to
about
take my phone
this.
and look at it. And
The views are going to go
it
down
got
even
to
more
the
because
point where
it's a terrible stream.
not only did I feel like everything I said or wrote or digital or whatnot would be read, but it got me to the point of feeling like I was being watched all the time in a non-explainable way.
Yeah, what were some of the, you didn't mention some of the documentary types on some of them. What are some fantastic stories? So you mentioned that the light has made Leon immortal. What,
All of that was always really vague, intentionally, like a lot of what we talked about was always very vague. But a lot of that stuff is very vague, and again, like, it convinces slowly over time. And a lot of those things too are things that, conveniently you kind of can't disprove. So it's almost like people believe in God, or religious people believe certain things. So one could argue why is it that much easier for me to and open to the idea that maybe we do live forever in some way when a lot of religious people have similar beliefs.
so one of the other things she was, maybe you can correct me, but reincarnated or something like that, or like,
He acted like he had lived many lifetimes and had all kinds of wisdom from having lived all these prior lifetimes and being aware of it.
so was that, I know it's vague, but it was somehow believable, or is it just like part of the time? Like, what, how do you not call bullshit?
I know.
But not necessarily bullshit. I understand where you're smitten in whatever way. But if you want a little more details, you know, like, put it off for later. Assume that thank you for later.
Right. I think he's a mentalist, which is named Darren Brown. And it was on Joe Rogan's podcast. Interviewed Darren Brown. It's Sam Harris movie that I got really intrigued. And then I was looking for other podcasts, or maybe Joe interviewed him like right after. I may have gone looking for it, but anyway, it was a conversation with Joe where Darren explains he's somebody that worked to meet a mentalist and illusionist. They understand a lot of the ways that minds can be manipulated. Like they would, if they looked at everything about my situation, they would be able to understand better how he was able to get me to believe things or go along with things. Or, because Darren Brown is pretty fascinating what he does. He really seems like a very kind person. He's very open about it. And when he's talking to Joe, he said this thing that, and I used to quote in my book. And again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have it in front of me, but it's like he says something about how we want to believe a lie because we'd rather believe that it's something amazing than just that ugly and pathetic a lie. And whatever he said was said in a much better way. But the point is, like, that's, and so he was explaining it in the context of the way that an illusionist or whatever they're called is able to pull off certain things. Which is that they're sort of, somebody who's watching and watch that person sort of leverage people's tendency to want to believe that something amazing is about to happen versus like this just a really ugly pathetic lie. So I think that a lot of the things that Mr. Fox that he put forward. I couldn't understand it from the perspective of it being a lie because it just seemed too weird and crazy. So I think that this happens sometimes where to believe somebody because it seems so weird that they would lie about it. I think there's somebody that, or it's been said sometimes that like the more fantastical the lie, the more believable it is. You don't believe that somebody would tell that lie. And I think something else is like Mr. Fox, people like him are people doing this out to lie in very brazen ways.
Just go take the social media and be like, I have 600 viewers, why am I making $3 an
for
hour?
somebody to go out on the world stage, lie,
We're only paying you out for your
and not
authentic
kind
views.
of
You're only making
feel
this a
weird
little more
about that,
awkward
or
by
even knowing
posting
that
it.
it's a lie that can be pointed out as being a lie.
It's just kind of like you're kind of answering your own question.
And then there's also the layer of to what extent does this person in some way also delusional themselves and sort of believing their lies. People have asked me that, and I wonder the same thing, to what extent do they believe some of the stuff that he was saying. And I think probably there was some sort of delusional aspect, almost like he was sort of halfway aware of playing his own sort of virtual reality. You know, like he was doing some kind of metaverse in his brain.
Someone can definitely afford doing that.
You know, he wanted to be his own, like, he wanted to be a superhero. And he never built anything or created anything or accomplished anything in his life. Yet, you know, so his own brain turned himself into like a movie superhero. Yeah.
You know, the
And the way you describe it is like identical to like it's versus a trip, and then you're doing it. You gotta get even more because
Or that he implied
like
that he
lose yourself, so you're just doing it to
CIA
maintain.
or
It's an
then it
identical
was
to heroin.
like the black
Even the guy
ops
that hit
that,
you in the sun,
is by
he did the same
definition
thing that a
radar,
heroin dealer does.
right?
He
So
bonded
I mean,
one of my
that's
streams,
obviously
like my
a huge red
first or
flag
second kick stream,
now.
for
And
free
forward
without
is like if
asking him to do
somebody,
it. He's like, you want this again? Now
first
you're
of all,
gonna have to
somebody
pay.
tells you that
And it
information,
was
it's pretty
because I remember the stream
itself
had like
red flag.
19,
But
it had like 36K views. And I'm like, that was dope. Like, that felt great. If I had that, he gave me the high for free. And I had a little bit of the.
but you know, conveniently, if you say in some world you actually did work for like Blackwater and those
I
places,
think that, and you didn't say it, but yeah, the kid
you
culture
would be able
is
to just call
compared to
somebody
other
to
websites,
verify it.
definitely is more hyper focused on view count compared to others. But
Anyway,
I think in time
so I think
it's gonna wear off, and I think
in some psychological
in the
way that
beginning,
I don't
I believe a lot
understand,
of it in
he probably
2023,
did
I'm like
in some way
70,000 viewers, like that's
halfway
fucking I'm like,
exist
okay.
in this world that he was.
So I think in time in 2025,
You know,
people
like
are gonna start to see it, and it's just
fighter
gonna
and
become
like
kind of cringe to
because
keep
of
on
people
when
like
everybody
me.
knows it's so
Sleep at night. It's probably a line as a
I think it's
movie,
also
but
just about having these discussions.
I feel like a lot of
I think
things
like the whole point of me telling people
said that this
yeah, but here any company
is that really a line out of a movie?
like I remember like focusing when Elon was buying Twitter or something, it was
You
something
know
they
what
put
would
on,
happen at
and
Reddit
just the kind of
is
thing that no one would have even
when these
addressed
things would happen
whatsoever.
for one of us
No,
to think of
it's just
something and you're like, oh,
you keep
this
right
that
now
happened in
with
that
having
movie and that
these
thing.
discussions. I think we've
No,
been very,
and
very
so what we
heavy
do is like
discussing
somebody would be
how
on the
we even
phone,
like
you'd be like, hey,
what's
what
going
do I
on.
do?
And
Can you
yeah,
ask
just
them to
getting
look
people
up
more
on their
educated.
phone?
I
Like, so we
there's
just
a few
ask
streamers
people
who
on
are
the
watching
phone, or
this
somebody
hold
would
a
make a
second,
call.
rather than going ahead and
You know, you have to call
taking
somebody and ask them to Google the cast of the movie or something like that. I think you would find jail. Don't ever get arrested for trying not to. I think you would find jail fascinating.
Oh, I always yeah. Prison. There's a lot of understood about it, but I feel like I can get a lot of reading done.
I got it.
Yeah. I remember that. People attribute it to George Orwell. They're not sure George Orwell said it, but it's something like there's a lot of different variations. But we sleep safely at night because rough men stand ready to visit violence and those who would harm us. And there's a lot of variations to this. But basically, we depend, our entire society depends on bad motherfuckers who are willing to fight to protect our freedoms, protect our well-being. And one of the things about the United States, because we're surrounded by water, we get to see the violence that's required in part to protect the sovereignty of nations. That I would not to go to prison, but that I enjoy time there. Let me ask you, how do I watch this movie?
You find it fascinating. I don't. It's like still kind of too soon. But
well, how would you, I mean, I'm 3.5 months at writing, how would you
So I don't know how people care about bot viewing. There's many opinions about bots and UMG using
not
bots,
good.
but like I said, you just need to hear this song one time to know who
when I
won.
got to write, because
For you to give an opinion,
I was arrested.
and the
I spent
general public
about
already
10
decided who
days
won.
at
All
Tennessee,
this
small
bot
town
talk and
Tennessee
number
jail.
talk sounds like it's for people who can't admit that this
Taken
battle
for
is
just
over.
to
And
do
the
this
winner is
place
obvious.
on
Whoever
our
is on charge
yes,
isn't
the
going
town
to change
where
that.
what?
And taking legal action is only making
in
it
the
worse.
film, I told them, you have to go to Pigeon Forge, you have to go there, you have to go there. And I think I was pushing them because it was going to potentially be the end of the season. It's like a summertime, or it's a tourist destination, and it's so bizarre and weird and trippy that it doesn't even seem real. Exactly. I think I say that in my intro, that it's carnivalesque and trippy and weird.
Walk around.
Not necessarily clowns, but there is a video on YouTube that because I got to chapter where I only arrived at Pigeon Forge, and I'll never forget, although I've forgotten, but I remember being like weird on there. Like, felt like we were entering a different universe, writing down the script and just looking at it on either side. And I was wishing that I could remember all these, like the names of places of what was there, because I wanted to describe it in this chapter. And I was like, I wish somebody would like video of people going down the street, showing us outside and the side. And I was like, probably is, and there is on YouTube. Like, I found it and I watched this thing. So that's the town that I went to jail in Tennessee. So the food there and some of the conditions. The food made, when I got to then I was back right into Rikers. When I got to Rikers, I felt like there was like 4 seasons in the So, and I really appreciated a lot of things about New York. When I got to Rikers, there are a lot of things that are very scary about it.
On the internet, as he claims, and most of the time everyone thinks whatever Fousey does is fake and it's just rage baiting, clickbaiting everyone. This clip for year after year was fake. People had no capital to tell you that it is true. Sometimes he clickbaits, sometimes he doesn't. It's just ignorance. He just has a mental breakdown. Everyone's just there to absolutely laugh at his ass. And ever since last month's incident, everyone just moved on with their lives. But Fousey even kept on going. He's still up and out there. He's trying to decline. He's the fact that he should get off the internet, get some help, actually do something off the camera, do what's best for him. And he's still on the internet saying he is the best of the best. He's the best. He's the best. And he actually is the best. He believes he's going to be the best.
And then if you're doing so you could be perfectly innocent and you're charged, and that happens to a lot of people. Or you could be arrested over some kind of comparatively petty thing or non-violent thing, and you end up there because you don't have as little as $5 bail, which is completely messed up and unjust. And I think most people agree that it's unjust. But it's different when you're there and kind of the anguish. And whether I have no idea if they're real people. I usually don't know if they're
I don't want to get into this debate again. I enjoy my house. You will have pancakes in your life.
I mean, if I'd had any money, I wanted to bail people out left and right. And then in some cases, it goes on or I wish I didn't bail not bail her out because I'm pretty sensitive to sound. Yeah, there are areas where themselves, but a lot of there are rooms with 50 beds. And there are about 3 people during
I'm going to go in exactly 10 minutes. We have never met each other. We are complete strangers. We're in this thing out of there. It's very dangerous. And that's the only you can try.
Haven't spent that time for 3.5 months. How did I think? Like what? Did that happen to switching it?
Come on, mine personally, I think I was surprised and then I think it's to the next level or the book series the uncovered
nature of so little shark and little shark is the little shark and so on and so on and down to the single cell shark. So now the shark is a circus and that is all you need to know about this. Hello. Thank you for clarifying. Hi. My name is Michael Klein. I am the local business owner, and I would like to find out about your company.
This music, the music that he produces. I never felt terrified there.
What kind of business are you?
You know, when my friends look back,
I'll be honest with you. We're in this field. Our pages were a lot of big clients, and I just didn't feel like I guess the question
one day.
How many clients do you have? Really? That many?
For my experience in behavior psychology, it can be fascinating to sit there and watch.
Just to get to watch nature. Wow. I'm like 3 minutes
incredibly generous and kind to each other.
So these are special papers, the natural brightness double bond. You would put that on the same track with the conventional stuff. You know a lot about papers. Well, that's because I am a genius. Well, about some things, and other things I'm just very I got you.
A lot of people have mental health issues, which is difficult.
Did I drink out of? Last year is my job. Here's in Hello. I'd like to apply for a job. Hi, I'm afraid you're not hired.
And that's what's so
That's
very
what I
different things, right?
Right food. I'm a paper salesman at a second tier paper company called Penny and Nickel. Top salesman there, and I'm looking for a new challenge. I would say you guys have what? 40, how many comments? 80. 80. That's not bad. Got 90 comments.
I have
Films have a tendency to use celebrities.
and there was one that was more focused on her by Vicky Ward. I would definitely listen to Vicky Ward.
Just show
Is a journalist that written an article about so that circle and just take a look at that.
Over here, if he invests it in the hook to want me could be beneficial for him, then investing in the music. I'm speaking.
Later.
She had the restaurant.
No, it was very out on the street. And we had this really strange interaction. And knowing what I know now, it was weird. And also, he contacted me after that and made it like done something for me like what I had. Then, so he said, oh, I'm going to finance the whole expansion of the building. Come to the hotel and then come up with a real
This is a man who does not listen to the needs. Hey, I'm going to go.
This way, I'm saying this with no
compassion.
I'm just saying it straight to his face, just like Kai did.
I'm good.
Some people have it so wrapping them days, so you put a little bit of autotune, you can go to the devil, and you're famous. But when it comes to Fuzi's case, it's just it's not only his voice, but the lyrics that he uses as well. It's just
Sit there and
without clarity.
react
Right.
but I'm probably not. But seems very straightforward. And it's just step into
I wasn't
these
gonna
roles.
justify this discussion for getting involved. And I don't think this discussion is that
That's kind of the way he said it.
like serves to this for what
The
it's saying.
academic crowd
So
within Harvard and like very good.
she's a female Boris
So he's playing a role and he's doing it so well. And what the say about it was as if I was under a spell. It was as if I was under a spell. Just to be here a while. And so it's like they have this power charm that's almost it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Like normal.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise,
For your
normal.
time. I can now wait to contact you. Getting your calls.
So, you know, we did, I think, like, really bad. People wonder, like, why Is to get,
Just to get yourself. And so we got
Anything for us? Anything at all?
I think it's also very
Give
smart
full
to do
internet
that.
access.
Target people of both
Why is he
parties,
saying that?
so that
Because
they
Jack
actually
just
that
Obvious
they
symmetry
can
between the
take
face. The natural appeal of scientific
they
studies
wanted him
are
to be total
clinical
exposed, then
features that are composite every
Yes,
of
that evidence
any
will back up that he has
Just-
2,000 viewers, but he view blogs and he gets himself to 10 to 20.
How far is this going to take? Let me give you some money for this. No, I said all that. No.
I tend to naturally do that.
Oh,
Does that mean that he is not the kind of guy who is
Thank you. Gosh, help so. Bye-bye. Oh, that's great.
and
Look forward to hearing from you about that job application. Okay. Goodbye, Prince family.
I should call this separate family.
Conversation chats going, and this guy with
I only
2,000
know what I know.
viewers. That's exactly what I mean. I have no idea how he's getting
It was it's one of the podcasts in there.
he's doing right now,
I'm gonna say,
but
all of this stuff about
nowadays is also the
the
fake. He's going to the rapper version of Kanye West. You know, his whole attitude is moving to that direction. Getting Kanye West vibes from that. But the only difference is Kanye is actually with his words and he is with his lyrics. Kanye goes full talking. This is against his way taken because in front of the cameras. Otherwise, you take photos of him. But overall, like, he goes out to ride, he goes out to ride, he goes out to sing. That's Kanye, that's why he's so popular.
I'm not going to
Fuzzy,
Like I find the whole situation
fake
because
hypes. I mean,
I think
that's something to Fuzzy. All of these are going to be in his documentary. Fuzzy explores place to populate the whole body.
everybody's telling her
That's very true. Whatever he's saying, stay tuned for that documentary. It's going to absolutely
enable
never
potentially
It's not coming out. Don't get your hopes high for it. Don't read this as whole thing is going. I'm so curious who's finding him, to be honest. How is he making his money? He's not even getting any subs.
but at the
There has
same
to be a
time,
way. I mean, his supporters are supporting him through Patreon. But anyways, just want to talk about this. If it's the comment below, we'll take it easy. I'll spend the week. So, curious what's going to happen.
clear at the very least, it's like all of these things can be true. Maybe not enough of the
Now the old Santa that's
probably victimized these young girls and destroy their lives.
But that's
But
no
she could
thing
have
to live.
that's why when I get back, the thing is, could have in some way not quite more or done a bit out of your mind.
Come on, people.
I'm just saying people, I would hope that people would be open to that, to exploring that as a possibility.
Her family and friends are in that case. They're painting a broad picture of she is a human being and showing that she couldn't have done any of those things by being like systematically manipulated. That's the
Right. What I listened to in that podcast about her relationship with her father, her father died, her things about her childhood, and then Epstein coming into her life and basically kind of pushing all those buttons and becoming like the father figure. And so she would be in a position of kind of always wanting and just the way that things that are described about the way that she
some of these accidents spent their entire lives in the
so
in
this kind of astonishing
others
way.
were more
That
recently brought
seems
into
really
the
weird and
There were men
abnormal.
who had been
And yet, I think
much
she
from
had a
the
lot
represented as
of money and connections. And I think she lost this money, but
decided
had
to
all the
take it.
connections. Either way, there's a lot.
Each of them contained a possession of what was called a letter of reprisal.
It
They're
makes
known
sense
as a
that he
letter
would
of
have
reprisal.
stipulated murder.
They had just received it from the
Everybody.
American
So,
Esther.
without question, I think one could argue
These
definitely
men
manipulated
had
her. And
always
again,
been
I want to be like careful
on
about
the run on high seas,
saying
for
like
this
that's
be they
what she
Spanish,
did.
French, or for the Low
I just think that
Countries. They now had a measure of
it's
legitimacy, and they
important
had to
to like
decide exactly what they
explore
wanted
these
to do.
things and be open to them as opposed to
To
just
many in Europe, they were still
broad
in
painting her
They
as
would
a
have to learn in Spanish, just as they always
I
did.
could say
And
that based on things
All those in
read
favor
or
of the
that I
resolution
did, that like
Hillary
I'm a
Swank
horrible person, and it's very different from what she did involve
and all those
young girls' lives were destroyed. But I think about that.
just going to trench with the view they had in the first place.
There's a psychologist
Thank you. I'll be in touch.
that I got to know
Okay. Bye.
after I watched him on Leah Remini's show. So Leah Remini is the actress who's in Scientology, got
hello,
out,
and welcome to
really been speaking out about it.
Yes.
Trying to
Thank you.
what
Before
they're
we
all
get started
about.
this week, I'd like to
All that
address something that
organization.
you
It is
said
bitter
last week.
because
It's in regards to what I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time is that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on a piece of meat, which represented the
His name
appearance
is
of Hercules,
Steve
his
Austin.
ashes, and the hemispheres of the globe
So he was in a
represented
cult,
the
and then
S.
he got
Now,
out
this is a
again
theory
by
that has
doing
been
social
postulated
things. He
by
got in a car and
historians.
died, and
Really, the
what ended up
symbolism is just
getting
too
him
big.
out of the whole thing with him.
Unfortunately,
But
it's too big
really
to be true.
smart guy.
It was overlooked by the
Was charged with
pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general
But
consensus among
watching
scholars on
the
the
theory
subject.
of him,
There are a few other theories on the Another theory is that it was a simple set of people that line along to symbolize a piece of meat. And that goes to explain the single slight dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was much more simple. And let's take it. Here's a short one used to represent a Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by various letters, which eventually was merged into a P-S, and then eventually got just an S. This is generally accepted to be the origin of by most historians. I'm just thinking of if anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything I said, I urge you to get in contact.
It's interesting
Either leave a
how you
comment
get
on the
into it,
episode at
how far you can
irishhistorypodcast.com,
go just
or you
is
can email me at
like gradual.
irishhistorypodcast@gmail.com.
Like the
We'll take all
frog,
your
the
questions and
boiling
comments
water.
seriously.
Yeah.
I'd like to address
I mean,
any
all of
issues
these
that
cases
you
are
might have.
fascinating.
And once
How you
again,
heard
let me
the
thank
whole
Funk Mom for
story.
bringing this to my attention.
Well, I'm just also,
Now,
I
without
just
further ado, let's get to episode number 4.
reread
You'll hear
Ralph
on
Waldo
fire.
Pike. I was reading a
Today we're
lot,
going to be
a
talking
lot
about
about
the
Hitler,
Catholic Church, the
Gubby.
Reformation in Europe, Germany,
For a
Switzerland,
long
the
time
Low
working on a
Countries, and
series
England.
about
And we're going to be talking
Hitler
about
and
the
the Third
political
Reich
upheaval
because
that this caused,
for
as
me
well as
it's like
the
returning
spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people
so much
living
of
in
my
these
family
countries.
was destroyed or
Perhaps,
impacted by
though,
this
a
time
bit
in
of
history
explanation is required.
that it
This is,
somehow
after
made
all,
me
a
find
show
out
about high seas adventure
more about
and
myself,
swashbuckling
going
piracy.
back to
And so
that
far,
time.
we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know,
The sound
politics and religion are two topics that are not quite talked about
not
right
to
now.
mock people,
So why are we going into this?
but
Well,
the
of course, religion
sound
has
is
been
like
a key
thing
factor in the
that
lives of essentially every person in every society that's ever existed on Earth.
I don't mean it that
But
way at
for the
all,
pirates
but I
and
get it. So
Caribbean,
it's sometimes
around the beginning
now
of the
when I
1700s,
say, now I almost
it
have
wasn't
to
only
air
an important
quotes when I
force,
say something's
it was a
triggering,
contentious
so I
one.
feel like I'm using
Because of the
words
events
now
we're going
like
to be talking about today, there were two
overused
rival
or
factions of
used and less.
Christians
So now when I
in
say something's
Europe,
triggering, it's
but
like
also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had
yeah,
national
it's like
boundaries
good
that
good
could
word
protect
to
you.
get
You knew
taken up
that
in
if you were a
People are
serious person
overusing
who lived in
gaslighting,
Germany,
and
you
I
could be
worry
safe.
that would
But if
happen
you
with
were to just
sociopathy.
move
Like, I
over
think
to
people
parts
need
of
to understand
France, you could be
sociopathy. I
cured.
think it's
However,
critical
if you're
for
near,
humanity that
you
people
could be
understand it.
on an
Yeah,
island
so just because
that was
you
only
live in
dialed in
asshole
English
Doesn't
to
mean
be
they're
safe
sociopath.
for your
Exactly. And I feel
lifestyle.
like it's going to
But
be
you
this
could be
thing where
nearly
now
a couple
everybody's going to
days
start
sailing
calling
away,
everybody else a
even
sociopath.
less, from an area
You
that
know,
was
and
controlled
right
by
now
tribal
everybody
groups
calls
who
everything
likely wanted to
gaslighting. It's
retain
lying
because
and
of their religious
gaslighting.
I have we start talking
Beyond
about
that,
very
there were
powerful.
many
This is
actual
fun.
wars
It's fun.
and
It's
conflicts that
fun.
were
Yeah.
called
Okay,
wars
so
during this time
that
that were
was
based
great.
entirely around the issue of religion.
What just fun
And so
fun.
many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a
You know
deep-seated
what? Let's talk
hatred
about
for people on
rescues
the other
first.
side.
That's
Many people that we're going to be talking about in a
before
short
anything
amount of
else,
time, people like
which
Sir
is
Francis Drake and Captain
opening
Henry Morgan,
exceptionally
and
successful
even on people
restaurant
like
in
Benjamin Hunter.
NYC, New York City.
Well, they were
What
people
does
who
that
saw
take?
themselves
What does
not
it
as
take to
pirates, but as people
open
on a
up
religious and
from the very
political
beginning,
war
from the
against
idea
the other
stage,
side?
the launching it, with
So,
the
for the
finances and
people
the
who
skill
were
of actually getting
engaging
people
in
super
piracy
excited by it,
in the
and
Caribbean,
then running into all that
religion
chaos.
was a
I
highly
mean, to me,
important
am I
factor.
on the
And
other
here
side
is
too?
where
But it
all
seems
the
like New York
conflict
City is
started.
a really tough
I'd like to
place
introduce this conflict with a
to
quote
launch a
from Winston
restaurant.
Churchill.
Yes, very well.
This
I think
comes
because it's
from his
extremely
multi-volume
competitive
work, A
and the
History of
standards
the
are so
English-Speaking
high.
People.
So I think
This
that's
is
why there
from
are
volume 2
so
of that
many good
work,
restaurants
subtitled The New World.
in New York,
Quote,
because
we have now
if
reached the
they're
dawn
not
of what
good,
is
they're
called
not
the
going to
16th
survive.
century, which means all the years
So
and the
even
hundred
like
years that
you
begins
walk
with
into what
15.
looks like a hole in
The
the
name
wall,
is
it's going to
inevitable
have
in English,
amazing
but
food.
confusing. It covers a period of
That
time in which
happens a lot.
extraordinary
What was
changes
the
affected
menu?
the
So
whole
was
of
it a
Europe.
raw
Some had been on the move for long
vegan
time,
raw
but sprang into full
Yeah.
operative force
Yeah,
after this
it
name.
was.
a
For
raw
200
vegan?
years or more, the
Now I'm getting
Renaissance had
thrown
been
back to
sturdy
all the
and
interviews I did
considerate
with
of
people
it.
asking these questions.
Now
That was so
came
long ago.
forth the vivid revival of the
At the
traditions of
time,
ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith.
so
The
then
popes
it
had,
was
in the meanwhile, become
roughly
temporarily
118
with
degrees.
the
It was
lusts and
just
pomps of
very
other
like
papacies, yet they
the
claimed to
world.
carry
There
with
were
them
people
the
who are
spiritual
hardcore
powers
raw
of God.
Buddhists.
The revenues of the church were swelled by the
And there's
sale
also
of
people who are hardcore
indulgences
veganism. I
to
was
enrich
never any of those
purgatory
things.
both for the living and the dead.
So
The
I think what
offices
we
of
did
bishop and
for
cardinal were
the
bought and
hardcore
sold,
part,
and
yes,
common people
You
taxed
weren't,
to the end of their
but
credulity.
you like
These and other abuses
what
in the
parts of your life
organization
were
of the
you
church were
vegan? Are
widely
you still
recognized and much
do you
resented,
eat?
but as yet
Are you
they were
vegetarian?
uncorrected.
Are you raw?
End quote.
good question. I don't apply labels. So none of those
Maybe
labels
music, just
apply
like
because it's
Male and female, that's those I'll be
and
on
it
those
seems
labels
like almost
myself.
every point that I'm going to be trying to touch on.
But I'm
However, there is one key thing I think about this. It
carnivore.
doesn't go into any detail about the key role that the church
It's the opposite
played in
of
Europe
unfortunately,
during the
but no
Revolution,
judgment. I think it's
which I think is kind of important to understand
likewise.
for
I
those
think
who
that
are
it's
truth
people who are
because
very
the church
adamantly
was,
one way or
during the
the
time of the
other.
Roman Empire, part
I
of the
think that
tripod that held the empire.
after all my
There was, of course, the
years
Roman
in
Church.
this world,
There was the Roman imperial
in this world
bureaucracy.
in
And
general,
then there were the legions.
and also
But
consuming
when
an
the fall of
enormous
Rome
amount of
came, really those other two pillars,
input
besides
from
the church,
podcasts about
fell away.
health. Like I love
The church
listening
was
to
left
different points
all
of view. So I
ground
love
zero
some
and
somebody's
into
arguing
spiritual
vegan and
unions
somebody's
as
arguing
well,
carnivore and like,
without any
or
support at
even
all.
with other issues.
We
I
had to
like
work
listening
from
to
scratch to
what
build
other
that.
people, opposing
We did so
sides,
by
assuming
empowering
they're both,
myself with various tribes
intelligent,
who were
interesting
vying
sources.
for
especially when
level
they're,
of improvement.
I love it
There
when
were
they're
some
sort of
very
really
big
testing
alliances, such
our
as the one
diet,
between the
their
Franks and
athletes,
the Church that
in some
brought up
way
the what we
really
know today as the
testing it,
Holy
not
Roman
just
Empire.
like making this
It even managed to
not
hold
vegan,
on and quite
but
strongly in
like
some
really
cases.
what it's
But
like
in Gaul
a diet.
and the former
Yeah, and I
province of
think that
Hispania, the sort of
probably
thing that began to
everybody's
even
different, and
in
so
Britannia, which was
in the
the
same way that
farthest
some
one
people
from the
tolerate, like
empire
some
to the north,
people
and
can't
that was
tolerate nightshade, or
subsequently
some people
invaded
can't
by
tolerate something
pagan
spices, or
barbarians, the
some people can't
Anglo-Saxons and
tolerate
Asians,
gluten,
which
or
threatened to wipe
some
out the
people thrive off
agriculture
of this this or that. And
hold on and honor themselves with people
I've heard
who are
it
likely to
said and
grow
discussed that
somehow. All of
there's
this
a great
equals
deal to sort
now,
of
of
what
course,
your
the Catholic
body's
Church has
used to,
also
what your
offered
ancestors
that
ate, what
really
you wear.
building schools that were left
Because it
around.
seems like
If
your
you're going
body's
to get
pretty
any sort of
adaptable,
form of
so
healthcare
it
anywhere,
adapts
there's
to
going to be a
eating a
trust
certain type
facility.
of
You also had a
food,
massive communications
and
network between
so that
dioceses
if
that
you're,
if
you know,
any
if
of
your
these
family
strongmen who
comes from
intended to
a
be
certain
killed
part of the
were
world
actually
where
ruled,
certain things
they were
aren't
going to
grown,
make use
or more
of that
meat is eaten,
communications
or
network. Perhaps
because
even the
there's
most
people who are
important point
vegan their
was
entire lives and they're
the Roman
incredibly
Church
healthy and they thrive,
had
and
on
there's
their
athletes,
side
and there's people
the
like
Word
Rich
of God.
Roll, who I like, who's
Many of these
vegan
barbarians worked
and an
before
athlete,
this
but it
pagans
might be
following
something
perhaps the
where
Norse religion.
that's
They would
working
have
really well
made
for him,
sacrifices to
but it
Odin
wouldn't work well
and
for
Thor.
somebody else. And I think
But
there's
their
also an
enemies,
element
the
of
people
people
they
who
were
try
fighting,
these
were
things
frequently people making
and then
sacrifices
feel
at the
really
same two
good.
deadlines.
or
So if they
they'll
could
do that and they
ingratiate
make a
themselves with the
conclusion
church,
based on that
then they
initial
would have the
period of
ear
time
of
when
the guy
it might be
who
something where it makes
the
you
guy
feel
who
really good
helped to build
temporarily,
the most powerful
but then
nuclear
over
in the
time
world,
you're going to be
that
depleted
these
from certain
genetic people
things.
have never been
And
able
then we
to
also
control.
live in a world where like our soil
And it
is
seemed to work
depleted
out
and
because
there's a
people
lot of
who ally
processing that
themselves with the
takes
church
out of
usually wound
foods,
up
a lot
like
of things that we
that.
need. So
In many cases, these kingdoms that they began
I just think
became
that there's no
nations for many
kind
of
of
Europe's
one right answer. You can look at it from just a health perspective, and then you can also look at it from like a morality and ethics perspective,
However,
and then also
the
like
church
the
had to
impact on the environment, and all of those
ingrain
things are important.
into the
And I think
civilization
that
of Europe.
I've watched a lot of
They had to
films
make
and
themselves
things, and
indispensable to the European
for a
way of
while
life.
right after that, and I
And they
think,
did
oh
so
my God, I
in
can't
the
believe I ate
Constitution.
this thing last
The
week, and
church
now
was
I'm
there
going to go back
at
to
every major
100%
life event you
vegan
had.
because I just
When you
watched
were
this
born,
thing and it's fresh in
the
my
church
mind,
was
and
there
now I'm
then.
thinking about it in a certain
When you
way.
were married,
But then
the
over
church was there
time, that
then.
sort of
When your children were
fades,
born, they were there
and then
to
you start to
baptize
get a
your
bit more
children.
loose.
And when you died, the
And
church was there to bury you.
for me,
Not only was the church central to the lives of
I will end
the
up eating a
people
lot
that
of
were,
things
they were
that
central to the aristocracy as well.
aren't vegan,
See, people
usually
in
in the
Spain
context where
and
I'm
the
not
Holy Roman Empire didn't speak
adding
the
to the
same language.
consumption of it.
However, they were able
So,
to communicate by using Latin. They used Latin,
like at
the
Rikers, there
language
was
of Rome,
mostly meat, there was
because that
kind of
was what
weird
is
and
taught
fake, but there
in
was
the
like
church
a
school.
chicken
So
every
really, he had recreated
Thursday and
these three
Sunday. There
pillars of
was
the Roman Empire.
actual
The church
chicken,
still
like the
existed,
leg.
but they had
Was it the
recreated
most exciting
government,
thing for people?
and through the
Oh yeah,
armies
oh,
of
and
these
then
different
most fights
nations,
broke out on
they had
chicken day
recreated
because
the
like
legions,
chickens.
which
Thursday
they
and
could call
Sundays.
upon
Yeah.
at any time that they needed to
So
defend
I
themselves
was
The
or
most
defend
real
Muslims in a
getting
crusade.
chicken.
yeah,
It's
one
not to say that there wasn't conflict,
White,
there
white
definitely
or dark?
was.
dark is
Even
the leg
at
and the
the
thigh,
outset of the Holy Roman
and it
Empire,
was
the
cooked
first
surprisingly
major
well.
alliance,
And
the
so
leader of the
I would
Holy
always
Roman
eat it.
Empire, Trajan,
I
was in
mean,
constant conflict with
Yeah.
Rome,
it's there,
vying for
and
control.
it's not
The Holy Roman
from a health
Empire has
perspective.
had
One
a
could say, well,
great
that's probably
tradition
the
of
street
conflict with
street
Rome.
chickens that are
One
full
of
of
the
antibiotics
later
and
Holy
hormones
Roman
and terrible
emperors, Frederick
things.
Barbarossa,
So
he even
it's
went
not
so far as
optimal
to
from that point
elevate
of
a
view.
personally chosen pope of his
But
own in
it's
defiance
like
of
if
the
it's
Roman
otherwise
Empire.
going to be a
He
kind
didn't
of
like the
trash,
way that the Roman
then
pope was doing business.
right.
It was
Or like I've
exactly
been drunk at
the
a
Roman
party
church
and
when we come
eaten a bunch of
to
stuff that
business.
one would think I would never
He
eat.
could go so far as to
Yeah.
consider all the
But it's
nations
not
of
like I
Europe
ran to the store and
subsidiary
bought it and
companies.
went to a restaurant
To their
before.
parent
Says
company,
liquor
the
makes
Catholic
me
Church,
eat
the
things
Pope
I shouldn't.
was its CEO.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe
And the
should.
church had thusly
Well,
become
I
a
Life is
community.
you
They
don't
owned
need
massive tracts of land from which
life
they
is
could govern.
complicated and
They
fascinating.
collected forced
So
tithes
is our
from every
decisions
citizen
or
of Europe.
drunk.
Now you might picture them passive
I actually am a big fan of Southern
however,
London.
a tithe was a
I go
forced
there
tax.
sometimes late at
You
night
had to
to
get a
think
certain
about
amount of
life.
money.
And I'll eat
And if you weren't
I'll
able to
eat
get a
the
certain amount of money,
stuff
it
they
wasn't
have.
just your
I
soul
also
that
think
was
it's
in peril.
fascinating
The
how our
secular
bodies
authorities would do
do
it.
it.
Your
Know
life could very
what
well be
if you're like
threatened
quiet
due
enough
to how well the church
and
was
think
doing.
about like what you're
The
craving.
church and its popes
As long as
had
it's not
developed
like
really
if you're craving like
exclusive tastes.
some processed junky food,
Throughout
that's
the Middle
probably
Ages,
something that's
popes were
not
growing
quite
wealthier and
functional.
wealthier,
But if
and
you're
they
craving,
even
like
still
sometimes
fighting to keep the papacy a
I'll be
familiar
like,
dynastic tradition.
I'm also an
They had
avocado, or like I want to eat
palaces
an
that these
entire
families
parsley
owned.
salad.
They
And then
had
it's happened that I went to
extraordinarily large
things
quantities
where,
of gold. Popes had mistresses,
and here
and
I'm
they
like,
even threw
do I say
parties
this
that
out
would
loud?
rank
I
even the
went through
most
a phase
decadent
of
in
What are you
Europe.
gonna say?
where I was, I know
Despite
now
the
I
fact
have
that
to
they were
say,
making huge amounts of money, they needed to raise
where
revenue somehow.
I couldn't get enough.
And they decided to do that through the
I
sale
don't
of
know where it
indulgence
started,
tax.
like whose house I was at, or whatever, but
I
grass
imagine
fed
most of
butter.
you don't know
I was like, I
However,
could tell
for
that
the
my body
English
wanted whatever was there.
an
And
indulgence
so
was a people decree
I suppose
that
I could have
allowed your soul
investigated it and
to
thought,
move
like, well, what's in
freely.
there? Is it like vitamin K, vitamin D? What is it in the grass fed butter? 'Cause it
Purgatory
wasn't
was a
regular,
place
but like
where,
regular butter, ew,
well,
no. But like this grass
when
fed
you
butter,
died,
like I
according to
felt
the
like I just
church,
wanted, I
your
needed
soul
it.
was bound
So
either
there's
for
probably
hell
something in there,
or
and maybe I
heaven,
could have gone and just
either
taken
to
a lot of
burn
vitamin K and then the butter, but
However, to get to hell,
There
you
is
had to
something
pay
in there.
attention
I
to
had that
the laws and morals, something defiantly
went to
against the
the grocery store and I had
Or
a
the
craving
rest
for
of us would have
potatoes.
committed a mortal sin.
I was like, what
Right.
the hell is this?
But
Like,
first,
what?
right, so I would get used to that and then just get a bunch of potatoes, probably something in there.
It was like, it's
my
outright.
favorite description of
When I was
this
little, my
was
body,
probably
no,
the
but
one
that's
that I felt
exactly what I was
about
saying, is
the
that's how your body knows
He
without you
envisions
knowing.
purgatory as a
Today,
mountain,
zero
a
interest.
mountain spiraling
Yeah.
up towards
Did you eat the tomatoes
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
After
Okay, well
death,
then you probably,
your soul
I
went
eat
from heaven to purgatory, and while it ascended that
Or
mountain
maybe
to get
not,
to
no.
heaven, it underwent several
You
trials,
see, I
7 of
what
them
you were
this
saying.
time, that were
anyway, I think
intended
these things like
purge
shift
away
and
the
change, and
sins
there's
of
not
these
like
sins,
a right answer,
so
and then
that
there's something
neither
where it's like
taught
one
nor
person
able
might
to
do well on
heaven,
something, another
your
person,
soul
doesn't.
became a
or
vast
you might do well on
glory of
something
God.
first.
So
I might
purgatory
yeah,
wasn't a
maybe if I ate a
particularly
bunch
nice
of
place. It wasn't
liver,
as
I'd
bad as
feel better
hell,
because I'm
but it
getting
wasn't a
enough
place that you
from
necessarily
vitamins
wanted
that I
to be.
don't, that
So
I'm
the
lacking.
church had
But
these
then once I get them,
indulgences
I'm
that
fine and I don't need that
would
anymore. And I
grant
can
you that would allow your
potentially
soul
get those from other
to
sources.
skip
Or,
over the unpleasant noise purgatory. At certain
but yeah, when I
times,
was little,
the
I used
church
to
was
crave.
known
My mother
to
said I
sell
crave,
these
not
indulgences
crave.
for
She
money.
said I would always eat
This was the Rome, a Rome
sardines, but I
of
wouldn't
lavish
eat
luxury
pieces.
and
I would
extreme
only eat the
decadence,
whole
a
one,
Rome
which had
that
the
was seen by
bones in
many
them.
to be
And I used to
swindler's
chew on chicken
parishioners
bones
and
and try
lying
to
to
eat
them about being
eggshells
able to get them into heaven
when I
for
was
money.
like a top, like little.
This was
So
the Rome
I think all of
that at
those
the end
things
of a
have
very long journey was first encountered
calcium and other
by Martin
minerals in
Luther.
common. So there's probably something there
Martin
that I
Luther
needed.
was
Because
one
you
of
think as a
tens
little
of
kid, I
thousands
wouldn't
of
be
people
drawn
that
to
would make a
oily
pilgrimage to
fish
Rome every year.
and
Many of
bones
them members
and
of the clergy, in
eggshells.
an effort to
And
It's
find
because, like,
themselves
you're saying
closer to
the
God.
explanation for craving is
Martin Luther
probably
was
the
the
nutrients you're
instrument and the
getting.
advice he
But when
was
you're imagining
his
the
who
craving,
had suggested
you're
he
not
do
obviously
so.
imagining the
Because
nutrients,
Martin
you're
Luther was
imagining the
very
texture,
troubled.
the taste, the
He
feel,
always
a lot
found
of the
himself
things that we
somewhat
actually experience
distant
as
from the
human
presence of
beings. That's
God
our
that he
brain
approached
probably
to feel.
tricking
In
us.
fact,
right,
Martin
do you
Luther
love
was a very
tomatoes?
troubled youth in general. His father was a member of a
I
growing
think
middle
we
class in
determined
Germany
that
who
love is
now accounts as not
possibly defined.
However, he
Are
did
you
sing his
really
son
fond
Rome
of this? Do
off
you
to
think
the
tomatoes are
university
like
to a
most
highly
delicious
respected
foods?
university where he
But
was
maybe
Right,
supposed
yeah,
to
you
train to
crave
become a
them.
lawyer.
maybe it's
So
a
I
For a while, he did
generational.
so, but
This
one
is
of
a
those
big
skills
rush
that he
that
learned
does
that would not
it.
serve
Potatoes
him
and
well later
tomatoes
on in life.
because it's good with
After
vodka.
running a
right.
facade in which many of his friends died
We were
and
talking
been a
about
near-death
menus in the early
experience on a
days of
lonesome
the
road
restaurant
during a
in
very
New
violent
York.
thunderstorm,
So what was on the
Martin Luther
menu?
decided to
What
dedicate himself
kind
to
of
God.
foods were you playing with?
However,
Do you
after becoming a
remember
monk and going through all of those
was
ordeals,
that
he never
the
felt
challenging
himself truly in the
is
presence of
putting
God. He
together?
never felt
Because
God's
you're
love
like
for him.
crafting a new
The
thing
church taught him that
in
to
New
feel
York.
God's love.
It's
There were two ways
Right.
of it.
Over
One
time, it
was
got
doing good
easier
works,
and
which were
easier,
good
and then
works
also I
according to
had,
the
you know,
rules of
I wasn't cleaning up
the
the dishes. It
The
was people
other
that
was through
worked there.
suffering
So I feel like
and Martin
if I could
Luther
take credit for
did good
something, it would
works, but
be
also
recognizing
undertook
talent.
suffering and penance on a level
And,
that was dangerous.
you know, and when
He would wear
dishes were
those horsehair
developed, this is
shirts
when I was
with
there on
hair
my
on the
own.
inside
So
that would become
it was
too
opened
uncomfortable all the
with
time.
Matthew and
He
Jeffrey,
would
and then
flagellate himself until
within a
he
year,
admitted
Matthew
he
was
had
out.
more than once,
And Jeffrey
his
was
brothers
still
had
involved
pulled
as
him
like
in from the
the,
cold,
you know, the
where he was
corporate sort of
outside,
side of it. But
nearly
then over
nude,
time,
teasing to death,
I
trying with
separated
all of his
from
might
that
to
infrastructure
feel the
as
presence
well,
of
and then
God
was
through
completely
suffering.
on my own.
And yet,
And in
Martin
part,
Luther
I
never
did
did
that
feel the
because
presence
I
of
was
God,
growing on the
not in
definite
his
side,
heart.
and it was growing and growing
So it
and
was
growing,
suggested me
and
to take
I
this
knew
pilgrimage
there
to
was
Rome.
something there.
And he did. It took about
And
2
yet the two
months
businesses were
to get
completely
from his
intertwined.
monastery to the
And
Rome.
so
And upon arriving in Rome, well,
potential investors
this
would
was
come
the
at
height
me
of the
and
Italian Renaissance.
they would see this very messy
He
situation where I
arrived in
am,
Rome.
unlucky dog, and
Literally,
Jeffrey shot her
Michelangelo
at
was
the
painting the
restaurant,
roof of the
and
Sistine
how do
Chapel.
we move forward from there? And
Raphael was painting the
people
Pope's
would say,
apartments and
you know,
decorating
shut
them
down the restaurant and
lavish
focus on
ways.
the lucky duck. And I wanted them
There
all
were
to be
so
together
many
under
groups
one
of
umbrella
artists and
and
thinkers
move
and
forward where
architects
everybody's
of all
incentives
time
were
living and
aligned.
working in
And
Italy,
What
especially
was
in
the
Rome,
magic?
at this
Why
time
was
of
it so
modern
successful?
Republic. Not only was Rome
I
culturally
want to
significant
half
in a way
jokingly,
that
but
Martin
not
Luther was
joking,
only
to sort
beginning
of
to
say
grasp.
that it was
This was
about
the center
the
of
love
church.
and the food
This
and
was
the
the
space.
center of God's house. This was where God was closest
But
to earth and spoke directly to the people.
there
The
was
leader
something
of the
special.
Catholic
So
Church,
I would,
to which
people
Martin
ask me
Luther
about
had
opening a
dedicated
restaurant. I say I
himself.
don't want to get back into the restaurant
At
business
first, Martin
unless it's
Luther
the
was
same
in awe
restaurant in the
of
same
all
space.
of the majesty
Because
and
there was
glories
something
of
about
Rome,
that space
as I
that
imagine
felt,
anybody would be arriving
I guess,
in Italy
felt
at about the
magical,
time
for
of the
lack of a better
Italian
word,
Renaissance.
and the
It
energy of
seems
a lot of the people
that
there.
veneer and
And
awe far.
I think that if people really cared about it, and
One of Martin
so
Luther's first destinations,
for whatever reason, there was an energy about the place.
Would you ever do it again?
Watch the remains of thousands
Yes,
of martyrs.
in the same space.
However, when he arrived at this crypt, he learned that he would have to
That's the top thing in New York.
and see what it is,
Okay.
which he did.
It's there.
It's there.
And earned him
Let me ask you this question. I've been searching for that myself, like
Hoping
asking myself
that
this
would
question.
lessen his time.
If I, the last
And that
meal
was
question.
just the beginning.
Like,
And a
what's
sermon that an
the
understandably
best
keen
meal
Martin
you've
Luther
ever
gave
eaten
in
in your life?
Rome in
Like,
front
if
of
you
many
had
very august
to
members of
murder
the
you,
clergy, he overheard
at the end
one
of
of them
this,
say,
you get one
just
meal.
beyond.
You can travel anywhere.
This was
Well,
Martin Luther's experience time after time at nearly every city he visited on his pilgrimage to Rome.
It's one of
And
those
so he
questions where I
returned
feel
to
like
Germany,
I should
even
have an
more
answer
disillusioned than he had
prepared.
gone to Rome.
nice.
He began to
It's too
feel that there was
difficult
something
to
wrong.
pick
In his writings,
favorites.
he would frequently ask, what's wrong?
If somebody would,
Why can't I
force
feel
you to
God's
I
love?
had a, I
And
was
so,
doing
in
something
particular,
once and I had the thought
entirely human for
that
Rome,
if I was going to
he would
die,
sit to Wittenberg,
this was, I
a
would come
tiny
here and
German that
order
just opened
plate
a
after plate of
university
this and eat
and had a
this.
couple
do you
of small
remember what
churches.
Yes.
some minor
There was also
No, it was
Luther's order
Pure
there
Food
who
Wine
was
was on Irving
someone
Place,
who,
and then
after getting to know
the
him,
kitchen
he
connected
decided to
to
make Martin
the
Luther
one
a
Lucky Duck Juice
professor
Bar, which had an
of
entrance on
Christ
17th Street. So it's kind of like this L shape,
At
and then there's
first,
a huge
Martin
garden in
Luther
the back.
he gave a
On
number
the
of reasons
corner
for it.
was
One of
Casamano
them
and
being that the
Guacamole,
amount of work added to his
which is
schedule
Mario
would
Pasquale,
kill him.
Joe
To which this
Bastianich,
leader replied, "That's okay.
were behind that, and it was
God
very
has much
focused
use
on
for feeble men in heaven."
meat,
He
but
always
also
knew
like
just what
organ
to say
meats
to
and
others.
strange, unusual.
And so Martin Luther became a teacher,
Yeah,
forced
it
to
was
leave
really
his
good.
world of meditation and
It's just
suffering
so funny that we
penance.
surrounded it. But
He
Bar
interacted
Milan
with
was
them. He had to look
was
these
this
things in
tiny
the
little
eye
bar,
and tell them with authority
and
what the Word of God
I went in there
says.
once.
To do this,
Hogan,
he studied not
late,
only the Latin Bible,
and
but he went back
I don't know
further
why
to
we ended
study
up
the Greek
going there, but it was
text and the
right
Hebrew
before they
text.
closed.
And it was while studying these
And
texts that he began
drank
to
red
see
wine, and they had tomato bread,
discrepancies
and
in
it's
what
just
the Bible originally
like a
taught and
baguette,
what the church
although
was
it's a Spanish
teaching.
bread, whatever. It's like a bread like baguette, like a thin,
He
so that
realized,
they
looking through
toast,
these
and I
ancient
think they
texts,
rub
that
it with
to
garlic,
him,
and they
what
don't
the
even
church was
put
teaching was
tomato
wrong.
slices on it. It's like
The
they
way to get to God
rub it
wasn't
with
by
the
penance
tomato
or doing
juices
good
all over
works.
it.
The way to get to God for
It
him
was just bread
was by
and
opening his
tomato
heart and
juice,
his
probably
hands
some
and
garlic
allowing
flavor and
God's
really
love
good
in.
salt,
But in
and
the years that passed, between the
red
time that he
wine.
went to
And
Rome
we
and
sat there and
harvest on the
ordered
kitchen,
a plate,
he
ate it,
opened the
ordered
Bible
another one, ate
and he
it,
had
ordered
chosen
another
a
one.
new
I think we had like 6
a man
plates,
named
and I
Leo
remember
the
sitting
King.
there thinking,
If I were to picture
I could
a
just eat
movie
this until
about
my
Martin
stomach
Luther,
burst.
I would picture someone
And
who
so
was
this is like
young and
somebody was
fresh-faced
like,
and innocent
"What's
and
the
full of
last?"
truths.
I
And
would
if I were to
just
picture
want to
Leo
sit
the
there
King,
and eat
I
plate
would
after
picture
plate
a
after
think
man
if
plate.
you
who
went back
was
there, same thing,
cold-eyed,
it would taste nails. Like, was there something
sturdy,
magical
and
about
at the
that
same time
night,
enjoyed his
about
opera lights to a
the
sensuous
way that
extent?
man was dancing that
I would
night,
also imagine that every time he were
the
on
way you
screen,
felt with
there
that
would
night,
be
the wine,
darkness music to
something?
accompany his life.
Or do you think,
Something that lets
like,
you
where's
know
the power
that
from
the evil
that come
presence
from?
of
Is it
the
the
world.
food itself,
No, I'm not saying that that's
or
how
is
the
it the environment?
relationship between Martin
I'm sure
Luther
it's
and
both,
Leo the
but
King actually
like
was,
if
but that's
somebody
definitely
brought
how
a
it's
plate
been
of it here
what
right
we
now,
have
it would
seen
be
throughout
very
the ages ever
delicious,
since this time. You
but
see,
it might not feel as
Leo
kind
was
of,
not exactly careful with money. He went
not
on
that
these
it felt
extravagant
magical, but
holidays.
it was
He
the
threw these
whole
huge dinner parties at which
warmth of
it
the
was
experience
reported at the time
and the
that
red
people
wine
who,
and
should be
how
said, are
Texas,
not
right?
pro
It's different.
papacy.
I
It
keep
reported
forgetting
that there would be
it's late at
young
night.
naked boys
Yeah.
jumping
You
out
were
of
surrounded by,
holidays
this whole
to
place is
entertain
anti-human.
guests
There's
at
no
these
like,
dinner parties. It
uh,
was
Well,
said even,
it's pro
this is not
Huberman
necessarily
because
proven
in
to be
the
true,
afternoon and evening,
to
except
veto
for
the
these bright
decree of
lights.
Bishop Bay
If they
that
were
said
lower
that there
down,
should be a limit
if
on
they
the
were
number of
like
young
down
boys
below,
that
that
went
they're
to
hitting
the
not
party.
to their eyes, but it's the
Now,
light
this
coming
all
from
may be
above
propaganda
that's
against him.
destructive
There's no
at
definitive
night because
proof of
it's
it.
hitting the
This was
bottom of
something
your
that was
eyes, just like
believed
mimicking the sun,
More to the
which
point,
is
something
signaling
that
to your
can be
body that it's
proven
time to be
is
awake.
that within 2
So
years of
as
having
much as
embraced the
possible. So I do
papacy,
this in the
the
evenings. I shut off all
coffers
the overhead
of the
lights.
church
I try
were
to dim
empty.
the lights as much as I
Now,
can,
this was due
and I
not
turn
just
off
to
like
establish
a
parties
lamp
at war
versus
hearts,
an
but
overhead
to
light.
rebuild it at St.
are
Peter's
you also
Basilica.
doing
You
caffeine
see,
thing?
all
Like,
of the
not
architects,
consuming much
painters,
caffeine before
sculptors
bed?
in Rome and in
Oh, I
Italy
can't.
lived
Yeah, I
within
usually
St. Peter's Basilica, and
don't
they
have
did not
caffeine
come cheap.
late.
So in the
I try not
case
to have it.
in
So
order to raise some
ideally,
more
Drinking
and
till
like
complete the
night,
work on St.
2
Peter's
p.m. would
Basilica,
be my last.
Leo the
I
King
would ideally I would drink
began
coffee after 2,
campaigning
but
for
plenty of
new
times I
indulgences.
do.
but like,
Especially if I
These
haven't had
indulgences were
midday
far
coffee because
more
I'm worried I'm going to
inclusive
get
than
a
any
headache.
indulgences ever had
it's
before,
way more
and were also
responsibility.
made
Let me return
much
to
more
love.
available than any other indulgences. Before, you
What do you
had to
think
prove that
makes
you were
for a
doing
good
good works to get
romantic
your indulgence. Now,
relationship?
all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these
Given your
indulgences. And they covered all sorts of sins that even people who believe in indulgences thought were
I
just
think I mutual
ridiculous.
respect
It
is
was
a big
even
part
said
of it.
that people who oppose these indulgences, it should be noted that these indulgences
Well,
would allow someone to
understanding
forgive
it
who
in a
raped
way
the Virgin
that
Mary.
you want what's best for the other
However,
person,
these indulgences
not in a
of
way that you would
1517
sacrifice
campaign
yourself for
raised
them
in today's
necessarily,
dollars millions and millions
but
of dollars.
in a very healthy
There
way.
was a man,
So I think a
bishop
healthy
known as
relationship is
Johann
where
Tetzel,
you know
that
you
was
want
put in
what's best for
charge
the other
of
person. So I always find it
these
tragic.
indulgences. He's seen today by
Like,
historians
say
as a
you
master
started
marketer,
dating
somebody who
somebody
came up with
who
even
then
clever little
would get
jingles
jealous
to sell his
or
indulgences.
upset
One
if
of
you
them
spent too
was
much
heard to
time working
say,
on something,
when the coin in his coffer
right?
rings,
But
and
that's
the
like your life's
soul
work. You're
heavenward
working on
living.
some robotic
Knows
thing
all
and you're
the
having some
Just a
breakthrough,
little
and
bit
so
of
you
coin,
just want to
and your
spend a lot
soul
of
will be
time
going to purgatory.
wherever you spend a lot of time doing those things, and then that other person got all bent out of shape, and it became like a competition. That to me seems very unhealthy, because if somebody, if it was like a genuine, healthy love,
But now,
she would
if you
want
wanted to
you
bring
to
indulgence for somebody who
They
died,
make
say,
mistakes.
your mother
Yeah, that's
that
a
passed away,
good
you didn't
observation.
want her
But
to suffer in purgatory. You could just
to
give the
me,
church
I
for a
think
little
the
bit of
way
money,
to
all of a
achieve
sudden she
that
wished to become. These indulgences were widely hated
is
all
actually
around.
what the
No
easiest
more
way
so
to achieve that
than
was
in
for me
Germany,
is
which had become
actually
the prime
genuinely be
market for selling
excited by
indulgences.
the things
Martin
the other
Luther
person
himself
is excited
promoted,
by.
and many of his
So like,
congregation, including
not
his students,
some
who
generics
stopped
have
coming to his
it's good
services
or
and stopped
not to
paying
be
their
doing
costs
a
because they were
robotics
told
thing.
that all they had to
Like
do to
it's
reach
more
heaven
like
was to pay the
you
church a
become a
little
fan
bit.
of all the things that
This,
they're doing. So
understandably,
like I
enraged
definitely have this. I
the story of
use
roasted
a term for
is
this,
really a turning
but I
point in the
love
history of Western civilization.
like
Because of the
watching other
importance of it,
people
the crux of that story, the thing that
like
set this fire off,
succeed,
is usually
be
told
excited
in
about
very
shit.
melodramatic ways.
Like
It's
I
told
like
as if it's
celebrating
an
other people.
epic
Like
tale,
it's fun
almost
for me
something
to
you would
watch
see in
people
an
do the
adventure
thing they
novel.
love doing. So like
If this were
you
a
know,
scene
in some
in
sense,
that movie about Martin
that's
Luther I was talking about earlier,
reinvigorating to
the
me and
scene
exciting to me.
to
So
begin
one of the things
with
for me
very
in relationship
dark,
is like
brooding, and epic music.
you get excited by watching the person do the thing they're
Back
excited
to
about. It's not like I intellectually know it's good for
1872.
them to have their own thing and you know. It's
In a
like I
small town
legit
in
get
England,
excited.
the young man by the name of Martin
Thing.
Luther is leading
So
the
that's
church
That's what I
as
mean.
a
It's
pastor
like
of his time.
Going back
that person
They
was
are being
excited.
lied
shows
to,
Michael
told
Excited.
that for a small amount of coin they can
but they
promote
would
an
I think the
indulgence,
easiest way to
which
achieve
fed
that is
their mortal
actually
souls
what
in danger of
I'm
eternal
trying to say. It's like it's not like
in a rage, Martin Luther flies to his state's university and
can't help it.
begins to squall on the most
Right. But I
detested
think that's
corner of
possible.
the Catholic Church from their vile cult, Leo the Turk.
For
Leo
somebody
that
that
candlelight finishes his
might have
95
appreciation
theses,
for what you're
detailing
doing,
every
but
good
isn't
thing the
like
church has
that's
done
not
for
what
its
that
people.
person's gonna go spend their time
He grabs his
on.
pen and
Yeah,
towel
there
and rushes to the church
So
with
they
the
might,
Bible.
the other person
Standing
might,
before the
you know,
door, he lays
looking
down his
online
thesis
about
puts his name on
practice,
it,
and you're not
raises his hammer, and brings it down.
you appreciate who
Those
you
inside the church
and
feel
understand
like
that
it's the
that person is
thunder
getting
of God.
and
He
excited
closes
to
his eyes and brings it down.
practice.
And again, as Jesus ran on the cross, Martin Luther knows that something will change the history of the Christian church forever. But, of course, it's not exactly what if you were to ask me, and that's how you like to continue to think, and I wouldn't believe me if you did, it's pretty awesome. I'd go ahead and skip forward a couple minutes because I'm about to get to Martin Luther was athletic and educated. Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer, and even more so, as a monk, so not exactly a rash person. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And if you were somebody who was trying to get things at a cause, would you just stroll out a list and run down coffees before the church door, and the very first place to start in the morning, see it, stop, tear it down, and take it to records and authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther would do. What he actually nailed to the church was a notice of a debate to defeat the magazine, which he had printed up at the local printing press and passed out to people over town square, his parishioners, and social students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of back then, so that people had to pay attention.
Well, him and I have a low. Actually,
the story
just on the
makes a lot
bank.
more sense than
We
actually
are on the land. Seriously, I am on a lecture ticket. Apparently, Brent News has the best sales of any regional brand. So David Wallace has asked me to go to all the branches, except Nashua, so a little bit down there. But I'm going to these branches and I'm telling them my secret recipe for success. My 11 business origin spices in a sales batter. Wow, that is a can. And coming along with my assistant and my driver so I can post it. And I like to pack it. The driver's glad. No, that is a toboggan. You never know when you're going to find a snowy hill. So every magician has a hot assistant and every rock star has a roadie and
I love being on the road, but I especially love the 10.5 a day, 24 hours a day for 3 days. I'm a mortgage now. I'm working all the time.
No, don't say fox.
Take a new idea that speaks to them and run with it.
Okay, so what we do is we drive all day and stay in hotels together. Except for Christmas, that goes without saying. Hey, look at what you're wearing again, Pam. Have you ever seen a magician with this? These are the kind of relax. Maybe you can tie it around your waist too. Because it's very interesting.
His very first action was
Excuse
to
me,
label the writings
that's no way to avoid superior.
sent a picture to during the interrogation, arguments was uncle. In his writings later, he was able to suicide These actions by the church really galvanized not just Mormons, but also supporters. New supporters who saw this as
There was a problem with having one head of the party. She became more powerful this way with two heads.
Figure things out, to be willing to
Literally,
make
it's just
adjustments,
humiliating.
navigate for the sake of something.
That's on my side.
And sometimes that comes through understanding what
My birthday was yesterday, and everybody forgot. And it was just excited, no one said a word. There wasn't even a party. I think sometimes people are really hot and popular. Can I turn on the radio? But then you fall asleep and there's nothing because that's dangerous.
Well, then, hey, you don't want to talk.
That's okay. I'm fine. Play a song on my phone.
You never smell seeing Karen again? Actually, you were the only one.
No, that's why I don't.
Is that why you're wearing makeup today?
It was just like someone wearing a character.
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me.
Appreciate that.
I even hate thinking about how kind of it.
But
I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't
intentionally trying to
But Karen knows me personally. So
I guess it's more about like
this is a nice home place.
manipulation and or like somebody's trying to just do something to be red flag. But I think that's the things that are quirky here.
More and more
Dark about somebody that are
less and less right?
There's someone crying at the subway.
Some of these writings would
But
get
she might be like a
subsequent
The dark dog
crazy person.
and crippling despair, loneliness,
But,
depression,
it could also be
some of my neighbors' quotations.
engine to win.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You just want to say we are.
There is a wood.
Screw you guys.
If you say screw you one more time,
Screw you, people. I don't get never do that.
hey, hey.
And then this is something else.
Before you finish the sentence, I was about to say a lot.
It'd be that nothing so terrible would ever happen to me.
She said what advice would you give to them today?
In a way, it's good that happened to me because at least I think that's what
Okay, now we got to the restaurant part.
Aside from just the people that support them, as
Yeah,
well as
but
the
like,
local ability, we had things that
Okay,
many people
find
had
us another
career.
Netflix.
Most notably, the
to our
he was able to publish not just
just
copies
in
of
life,
theses,
how to be,
templates that amounted to
how to live
just
a life,
propaganda against the church.
Hello, Rolando. How are you?
All over his this
Rolando,
was for the church to watch and use writings who made them elected and part. In addition, he was a force that was beginning to grow beyond society. Everyone's very accomplished. They were really for the first time beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant
I
class.
never had
People
kids. I never
who had money and a fair amount of power without being able to provide their
a lot of
ability
the
to
lessons that
act.
I learned
Which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in
useful to
Europe.
other
While
people,
looking
especially
for
younger
religious
people.
self-rule
Oh,
And
man. It just exploded.
and
Ooh, thank God for everybody, right?
understand the
Hey.
better along the way.
Wow, you're
Because I think
huge.
that, you know, a lot of mistakes that I made
Incredible.
happen.
God, sorry, my head is, I'm trying to figure out the last time that you and Jim had sex.
Or things that I
just how
and
this
that
process
wouldn't otherwise allowed
steps
to happen.
necessary
Or a
steps
result of
to ensure that he would be
in
able
many
to continue
cases,
fighting the
like
power of the Catholic Church.
insecurity,
He wrote a book,
like a lack of
The
confidence.
Ethics of the Christian Nobility
And,
of the
Well, not
Church.
done yet.
And I think in
This
the
book
context of
argues,
This
quote,
fits in the palm of my
John
hand.
Locke defines nature
Well, I'm up for
by
it.
his holy hopes.
being really careful to understand why
That's
we're
birthday.
patterns. That's something that is sort of cliche, but I feel like it's very
Not even an explanation. It's more professional. She described a cure for cancer.
But anyway, the idea that people were these patterns, right? So I think that's very true. And so to be aware of that, to carry it out,
How much do you have?
stepping into the same.
That's how much you and I contributed. Damn it, Jim.
Cultural schism never really gone. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire,
Yeah,
the German peoples were allied with the Romans. There was
right.
tension.
And I think for me, one of
So
the things
it
that
made sense
has
to the German people in the Roman Empire that Irish should belong to the German people, not the French.
but I think
Now,
it's
it
also
seems to me pretty clear that it's like
I know, which is probably why I'm
Oh my
I
God.
know better than a monk
or
what arguments
Oh
are
no, that is so awful. That
the
is the
German
worst
nobles
news.
to protect this
Nights ago, I had to do a presentation. I'll talk to you.
and it seemed to work. Many other nobles
This is going to be hard for me to speak today.
joined arms
Because I just learned what my father has done. No, he didn't. He is alive. And this isn't even a cell phone. This is a calculator. But you bought it.
you know, I was
And now you can't return it.
Instagram and saw
No, you can't.
Charles V
Yes.
visited
very often
until
like
he convinced him to go with
like
his
these little
case,
animal
which was
rescues
just
or
in
whatever.
time.
This is a guy now.
I'm wondering, what are you talking about?
I am talking about how people need to sell. Like I you on the idea that my father has done.
Having their lifestyle, not
Would a liar bring any down
like
stars?
before and then baby in her arms.
I'm a theatrical person.
Anybody
Growing up, I always thought I would be an actor.
no, this is going to make
I have
And I watched that and started crying.
before the
But like,
marketing,
it's
across the
I didn't
Alps,
stop
its name
or
is the
anything.
Roman Empire.
So
I've learned to play
I think I cry easily.
setting it to the tune of
You
Interestingly,
find that every time someone pass around copies of the
actual
communication,
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God,
it's a term for
that
religious
was here and was
social
there,
I didn't
and
cry.
was there, was
Whereas my
and
sister
where
saw
was
her eyes
was.
up. I didn't cry at
And
all.
whether or not the lines continue to work to the
I don't know you,
Anything on top
but I
of that.
need to know you in order to sell to you.
and that
And that is why I have actually go around and tell them your names.
But when I was
I have an amazing mnemonic device by which I have now memorized all of your
so a
names.
lot of times
some of them were
big
outright
Shirley,
I get a little bit weird.
Lazy Eye,
Martin Luther
Mexico,
and the
Baldy,
founders of the rebellion.
Sugar Boots.
He said,
Black Woman.
after
I have taken a
publications,
unique part of who you are, and I have used that to memorize your name. Bald.
Right, maybe years later.
Bald.
NGO,
It is
the
hair.
language
It is
that
shiny. It
you
is
see,
reflective.
always had
I don't know.
Mirror.
I'm glad
And
Luther,
your name is
who
Bald.
read the texts of the Greek and
That
Hebrew,
got it.
was able to translate the Bible in a language
Very
that
interesting. But it works.
some of these people were able to read the Bible in their own language without the filter of
We already
culture.
know.
And
Well,
found
then
out
it
they
will
were
be
able
easier.
to read the Bible
But I still think it's worthwhile because it's a good thing.
Okay, all right, everyone, meeting's over.
the Holy Bible. This enraged the people, along with the
Is pregnant?
forces
Knocked
pushing
up,
them to
hey,
overthrow the old order.
well,
Germany was in
like one
chaos.
obvious thing.
Germany wasn't just
The day that I like
the
animated
local
shirts
places
in
were
the door,
places,
I
and
said,
they just like,
essentially
if
the
at
way
any
the
time
European
early on,
housing views
you know,
was turned
but
out
I feel like it's
now
totally different.
communication.
It's hard to.
Martin Luther wasn't the first one to publish a Bible in a language that the common people could read. However, he didn't publish the Bible in German. He published the Bible.
Are you out of your damn mind? Are you out of your damn mind?
In the restaurant, I might have a song like
He
brand.
had similar
So I felt like
First of all, he was a monk.
that
He was
darkness.
also a
I just think
It's
about
like
it.
you married a horribly abusive person that you had a beautiful
This was
child,
something that
and then you go on and you have a beautiful child, and you think, well, if I
was
had
a
been with that
larger
horribly abusive person, I
If you're
would
an
have saved
outsider,
their child, and you feel
feel
unworthy.
something.
So I feel like a lot of things
So
are
when
like
I
that.
published with Luther,
And I guess I could optimistically hope that
on good works,
there are good things down the road that are all
My
things
friend
are
did.
here and
I turn it on, they say,
I'm grateful
very
for it, and therefore
You can change the
no,
massacre.
No, that is incredibly dangerous.
I'm
just gonna
make
distill
those
all of
things up
this
and
and
they're also
Emails are scary.
I mean, in some cases,
Oh, why
emotional,
are you too?
very much financial, and I still like those
Wow,
numbers
that is
and
wonderful. Congratulations.
employees were all paid back, so I give it out.
It's really amazing.
Out
Congratulations.
money because everything that happened
So
isn't something that's like not able
He
to
translated the Bible directly from the Latin.
you know,
Now, this may have been a
solve everybody knows machine has plenty of money and it's not a big deal, but I still know
He
everything
also
all of it.
decided to translate the Bible directly
And it's numbers, it's not
which even though
I'll never die.
translations are even native
I'm
English
talking about
speakers
my
can
neurologist.
For example, quote,
They feel
I
safe
forsook
and
the Lord thy God, a strong
Sure.
defense.
That's
Really
sweet.
Lord, go from there, for I am a man sinner.
yes, it's hard thing to really do. It's very hard to have people who say
They're good. Good.
Twitter, Instagram, but really
We're engaged.
words and things, and I'm not like fleeing my home.
That's so great.
Watching.
That's great. Thank you. Oh my God, that's so nice. Oh,
Thank you. Within just 2 years, it was his death. Nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned. With his followers all arrested. Even today, about 170 copies of his Bible still exist. This was after they, in fact, all of these copies were written by hand and monographs by individuals. So there must have been a large desire to be for so many just to it's almost like because of the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others tried to make it a little more limited, and they continued publishing
my story helped them.
much of their
boyfriend
as long as
Might help us get
Just
out
like
of the situation.
people who believe that the church is too strong and too influential in their nation of England, so they were trying to undermine it.
Oh, that's so weird. Guys, want to stop everything. I'm about to ask this girl.
Yeah, I made him a
In
phenomenal.
collecting every time they would fire
As a layer
as well as any
Yeah, I
subsequent
mean,
translations
I'm
that have been part of
today.
the
I'm sorry,
websites and publications that lasted
Yeah.
for years.
But I also give
This
it
was
like
one of
really high
many
quality
millions
stuff.
of these hereditary
Yeah.
texts. And then came
Vegetarian.
another one. A man named William
Think about the tragic fact that
John
John's
William
life was shorter
shared another one and
lives than us humans. If you think about
for many years, I would cause a
immortality,
boy to try to plow to know more
How long is that lecture
scriptures.
solid? Although,
This
on
was something
record,
that
Karen, wow,
traveled
pedigree.
in his country
I like her.
to know the actual
Really?
scriptures and the word of
No,
God
honestly,
that
what do you really think?
into the
I'm serious. I'm
unlike
really glad I came.
Canadian
I got myself, but I,
translated the Bible
I have been away from him
and the Greek,
in
not the Latin.
Because I'll never wonder ever again.
Now, Chinese Bible
If I did
isn't
something
exactly
wrong.
the King James version of the Bible, but it
Now I have
really
closure.
is
So I'm
about
not
80% of Tyndale's
I
Bible
feel
is
good.
people
directly
always say
from the
that
King James
dogs
version.
have
They made some changes
like
and
the
it's
dogs
stuff
have issues or get separation
You're
anxiety.
welcome.
Oh, my pleasure.
In my case,
That's a very
I
good
think it's
close.
fine.
That's a
I found the guy.
I'm the one that gets anxious about it.
You're going to go get my jacket?
such an exhibition in England
Okay.
because the king
come back
James
and
was
say, see,
here
Yeah.
And
It
always usually that.
It wasn't until after
Our
the
dog
king was
here.
dead, unfortunately.
That's our dog.
I do. I think about it all. I mean,
Of
I
course,
kind of think
eventually,
about it, but it's
Whoa.
scary.
What the
It's
hell?
scary, but then I also just try
you
to
see,
understand
his
that
first
it's
wife,
I'm sorry. I'm
not
sorry.
his.
I mean,
This was
Oh,
something
yeah.
that any monarch, especially
assuming I'm
was
still
required
around,
And I just
to
had
have
my
a
heart
strong
broken.
that
You
he
came
knew
in today
would
and
that's
succeed
I
in
think when it
pretty.
comes
You're
about
like,
There were
I just got
others
out of the
who
like,
adopting a
were
dog or getting
where
a
is
building
Get
parent or
what?
animal, unless
the
it's one of
church.
those animals.
This one really
I thought I put it on
because
the
It's
no
not
one
no, I don't think so.
knows
Yeah.
that nearly long life.
That's too
Um,
soon. Definitely too soon for me. So I'm glad I got that out of the way. I'm gonna be in touch with you 3
Right.
months. We'll call you about that.
So I just think it's one of those things
Maybe about that ball.
that
This woman
you just know what's going to happen. And it's just part of life.
Take care,
And I
Julia.
think it's one of
neither
those
was in the
things
second
that's
growth that marriage produced.
it's painful, but you just kind of have to go through it.
Sorry, I tried to kiss you.
And what's the alternative? You're not gonna, it's like saying you would never want to
We
fall in
lost
love
it.
because the heartbreak that's going to inevitably come. So some people do that. They
So he said, rules of succession.
You're saying
Work
that
anything
you
that you
read
read
it.
yeah.
It's all worth it. Or like your own personally, you want to do yourself that.
Less than I was before. I think I wrote about I put this letter, Dear Mr. Fox, online. I never intended to do, but I did because of all the misconceptions of the film and my relationship. So I put this thing up online that I've written on my phone on multiple subway rides.
I have here.
At the end of it, I talk about, especially then, when it's like, it was the height of everything was
I
gone.
was divorced spent
And,
April
you know, what do I have
1995
to live for?
December 1996 at Berks
I
County
wrote
Youth
and
Center.
wrote about how differently I felt about things, whereas I used to be afraid.
According to
I used
past
to have like a
employers,
healthy
getting
fear
no
of
answer
being
to
being pushed on a train, because that happened, you know, in New York or anywhere. Yeah, I had a healthy fear of, like, I don't know, walking down a dark street at night, but I noticed that at the time, I didn't really have those fears, because I was like, nah, what do I feel? Who cares?
Gentlemen
I don't have
adventurers.
anything more.
Names like Sir Walter Raleigh,
I
Francis Francis
certainly
Drake.
felt much less that way,
That'll do for this
but
week,
something
everybody.
about
Thank you
those
for listening. I
feelings
really hope you enjoyed this episode.
pulling
And
your
I hope you
I'm
will
less
listen to
afraid of
anybody's
it.
religious sensibilities by talking
Or
about what is
just
still for a lot
less
of people
afraid of
very
it, but
controversial
hoping it's
and
not
much
something
like
that goes away.
those are
I mean,
the things
some people are
people
afraid of
discuss a lot
flying,
of
and I
negative
feel like
things to try and be as
statistically it's
balanced
pretty
as
safe.
possible.
And if it's gonna
So I'll
happen,
keep you
it
looking into
must
this.
be
Our theme music this week was, as always, the
really
composer of the podcast. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, and you can now join us, why not phone over and check them out? Visit us on
Let's go. So you're gonna die. You're gonna die. If you're gonna get shot, you'd rather have somebody shoot you in the back of the head and you didn't see it coming and just boom, lights out versus somebody holding it over your head. No, you're gonna feel like because of the conditions that's
Raising your glass, yeah, tear in your eye. Time come along to bid you goodbye. First light this morning, where it's died. Let it live on, legend tonight.
and looked at us and realized that we're a really good source of whatever fuel they need. So then they imprisoned us all in cages that were like equivalent to like sardines and in the elevator. And then we were bred and we get sick, we go crazy, we do the equivalent of like
I am on a lecture circuit, going around to all the doctors, and I'm telling them my secret recipe for success. I have now memorized.
Hello, and welcome to the Pipe History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time.
Turn it on and I say,
Some of these events will occur in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain, France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land
April
route to the British.
1995 to December
But more will
1996
take
at
place
Berks
moving
County.
west.
and I don't,
In North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and Southwest territories will one day become the United States. More importantly, now look further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign to war against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in New York.
you know, that animal
This campaign is done primarily to reduce colonial countries, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of science. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character of this period of time,
somehow
So 800 with Queen Bess,
plan
the Virgin Queen,
an elf.
the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year
She's hypo allergic.
And
Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry II, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier as a noble and a politician. All of the things, in short, that you needed to make a king. While his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses fight for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the House. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother, and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another war of the Roses. However, both sides were pleased because the Lancaster would be on the throne, and he was so much of the temple of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses. He became Henry VIII. Not too bad as your first day of office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married to Spanish woman, a woman named Alfred. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we talked about viralrabbi. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had really slowed. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against the common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was unpopular. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was pregnant with child while he was off on the continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Dissertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and at the clear bent that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry starred in the fame. Well, once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent. Those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time hunting boar, passing his days, and his wife, well, she had still only born him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses. which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many of their partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of England, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, here was the mission. Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies in waiting. This was pretty famous at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery to him. While he had had access to any of the ladies in waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in his court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere into the private marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiance of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in the potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it. It wasn't Henry, but the counsel. Now the man was settled, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but it didn't. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, and they were in course at the time, almost a position rivaling the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name to it, but still Anne found him nervous. You see, Anne wasn't just someone who stroked it into the court, just a typical lady in waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well-educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat bold, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry to get up her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn kid who, if he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him help. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. Divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having a marriage annulled was possible. So here's how it works. When one of the says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been okay with this, I don't even know. Because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome, invading the city, and at the time he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way he was going to allow Henry to have the marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal itched its way across Europe. He held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry did not get his way, which was something that was alien to him. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her. Which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially giving a right of hope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did. And within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry much more comfortably and announced to all the nations of Europe that no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now would be known as the Anglican Church, was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors, astronomers, and doctors told him this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he went to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her many incest, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing this injury, Anne miscarried again. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so he could go ahead and toss incense on the pile as well. And at her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a young woman. When he declared his verdict guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the evidence. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry had at that time. Young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother, and was, for the early part of her life, completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant, and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation.
having
and
me, I kept
no
thinking,
mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over
I kept
again.
thinking that, like,
And this was
I
a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life
I
as,
just, I've been listening
as
to your podcast
sort of
a
a
lot.
mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or a Sudoku.
Set.
Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through courier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her place to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of a lady of that time when England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is a copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There's not a blush or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci and Mozart and Beethoven, and her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court, and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to an end. The jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly. And it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death.
Good. So what's it going to be, Kakor?
So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old. Her brother, the King Edward, her father, passed away, having left her a small inheritance of third in line succession. This made her a qualified candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on the moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that have, under Henry, helped to rule the nation. And now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So, he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow, and to the left as he passed away. That was, if we're counting, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years before marriage, so she accepted money. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, and Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by Mary, who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, he called it a similar. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. He would play hide and seek, and he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley reported in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour claimed possession of the key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room, carry her in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and accuse her in a way that Elizabeth would find appropriate for his stepfather and his stepmother's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. In the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bedroom. Even rising. It must have been, after all, somewhat fun. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maiden honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, the mission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seemed to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Henry. He was found because Henry would keep many dogs and had begun working. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through it. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly constitution would not allow the king's oldest sister to marry a Catholic to the queen, so that he could marry newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get the account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part in a plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors about that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and it only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when the pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing control for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year led her to wish never to reign. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, now that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the ground that she was a bastard, or an illegitimate heir. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal loyalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to constant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but then also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time ago. While Mary may not have had much love from her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try to undo all of these changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. The persecution of the Protestants was everything as terrible as her father's Catholics had been. She began a systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. The resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England. Who would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas White, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into chaos. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it. And when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been smart, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common thing in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story, because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, but they still could put a crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allow their money to flow directly into the English coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean diplomacy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew Elizabeth was somehow connected to her. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being weight. This pregnancy was never a pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially the Catholic husband and Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't born for this world. However, when she led the Catholic army that helped Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his lord. He would have been essentially alone in military his allegiance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing," and it was marvelous in her eyes. Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering who Elizabeth has come through, the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. And that will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a support that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary. And now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was reported saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm have any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no and Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist. At a time when it was seen as a relevant science, he advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in is somewhat darkness. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position for England and for Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventures. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. And that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean or the Spanish Main, and encompassing the world. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate it. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brilliant. The song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go over to our website, arthistorypodcast.com. Over there you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast alive. It helps us with the cost of research materials, as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Art History Podcast on Facebook, and like over there, or go on over to Twitter.
So, Eric,
From a voice like a shake down the tree, and the face of an angel all battered by tragedy. Raise your glass and let the tear in your eye. Diamonds from the world in goodbye. For this life is long, the captain is
like somebody hardly caused.
I'm living legend.
That makes it even more romantic. This is like a modern day enchanted. It's like a fairy tale.
Believe me, it's nothing. I hardly even talk to us.
The challenges she
We were lying there next to each other, blood back track.
a new class of players, men who are young, ambitious, eager to make fortunes, knows the gentleman of his heart. And we talked about some of his earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins on one voyage, under another captain named Philip. At least one of two of these voyages were on board young, intelligent Francis Drake. Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage of John Hawkins. This was a much larger voyage than the years that time, but also this voyage would change relations between England and Scotland, and it would shape the worldview and the future career of Sir Francis Drake. This is episode number 7. Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country born around the Caribbean, who were fiercely positive, extraordinarily loyal to their community, and yet did many times of their culture in matters of trade and business. They didn't get much attention. But we don't know a whole lot. He was not born in the war, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is mostly is tax records and records, but we can piece together a little bit about his family. Assume that Francis Drake was born in February of 1530. We know that his father was a farmer, and a farmer. Now this was a farmers, especially the West Country. Most of them had sheep and would then make that which was there is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in the English church.
So basically,
However, the
they
data
want
could
you
be
decide to buy it, and they're discounted.
there are records that show the excellent stress father was something of a life. Now, not necessarily against his family, the Russians but there are records. You do know that he was arrested for assault.
Thanks for wasting my time tonight. Idiots.
And then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse. After these two incidents, his father was arrested. However, this father was he had already left home to get his education. When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other brothers from the community, went to study at the home of John Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was the same age as Francis, and it's reported that they became good friends. It's also known that they were close together. In those days, it was pretty typical for boys who were what you might call middle class to receive an education at the household of a relative or close relative. And many of this clan and people in that West Country region did so at the household. That's where they learned to do things like read, that's where they learned arithmetic, and a fair
4
amount
months
of
ago, I dated a woman in college, and
that included
this is actually the first time that I even considered getting back into
everybody
that
from
arena.
merchants to nobility
You know
to
what?
legion.
Sometimes it's not about whether Cinderella gets her sympathies, but it's about the fact that the prince even felt the story.
And there were
There's a lot of princesses out there.
the Catholic Church.
They have all
In exchange for
different
their education,
sizes
boys all
and
across Europe
shapes
worked
of feet
for families.
and hands.
If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn
I think
to
my odds are pretty good.
in the case of Hawkins' family, they were merchants and traders, and these boys worked off to get their education on board ships. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to Low Countries, even occasionally to Wayne. They watched and learned as their elders often said when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come across a small unsuspecting ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of sold. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board in the exchange, but there is one. We do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trip voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was on the side. Our first reference to Francis Drake on is that same port. But then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins. Now, these voyages that went primarily into French waters, a single goal, sacking, plunder, and sometimes outright for these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a very respectable location at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, away from the local officials, would obtain return of guide. Francis did pretty well. We know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively invested in other more legitimate voyages. I'd like to take a step back for a minute to take a look at the process of investing in non-profits that have made mission independently. Any voyage at sea is expensive. You need, of course, to see the ship, you need the captain and other resources, you need the crew, as well as provisions to keep the crew alive. You would need to take the maintenance of the ship. You would need things like other things that actually keep the ship together. So you would also need on board armaments to retain the ship in case of anything. This included not only things like powder and shot for cannons, but also some of those rifles that
What are you doing? What are you doing?
arrows,
Stop it! Stop it!
this was a large
What are you doing? No, we're not that joke. That's it.
However, if something did happen to the ship to see all those armaments on board, it was really a huge loss if you lost a single person.
Go you in. I'm gonna answer it. They can't give me because of no one.
mitigate
over
any
years,
losses here. And
2015
of course,
and
meant to give us a small
2017.
return for a single investor. However, when one person invested in a number of collections, and they could make the same amount of money, well, the possibility of losing one was only whether they would mitigate their losses. That's why working failures investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage that
Good morning, Michael.
it wasn't just
Oh, no.
nobody
I am
all the way
not
up to
Michael. I am Willy Wonka.
Good morning, Mr. Wonka. Here are your messages.
Why, thank you very much. What are those? What are those? Tell me, please. No. They are not just ordinary jelly beans. These are extraordinary jelly beans. The Willy Wonka golden ticket promotional idea is probably the best idea I have ever had. Probably the best idea anybody has ever had. 3 days ago, I slipped 5 pieces of gold into a random piece of art. This entitles the customer to 10% off of their total bill. It will be a day for them that is full of energy and full of excitement and full of fantasy. I've written these things because it's my responsibility as manager of this branch to delegate great ideas. And I think I've done my part in the ticket promotion. Now it is your turn. I want to hear
This
great
was
ideas from you.
legally inspired to both the Portuguese and she was
Good ideas are simple. Golden ticket.
he was still
Gem
engaged
for a business. Oh, yes, that is a golden ticket idea. NASA was 5 or 6 golden ticket ideas. Given us golden girls. That's a golden ticket idea.
In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary Queen of Scots, and somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to war. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off his communications. This was essentially a game of call and response. Right now, Elizabeth was counting. Her adversary wasn't so focused. It was probably Elizabeth's the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that made the every movement. He confronted her openly on the second floor of her wound. Elizabeth was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had a blessing.
You're asking him to give up all his power.
All that the silver really had to do was look at the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful.
I don't like getting advice from more than one person.
She wanted De Silva, as well as Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's military. She would tell De Silva the seas
Every compliment has to be
had a
backhanded.
vibrant trade in the Caribbean to the village of the Spanish seas. Using De Silva wrote again and again to Philip, and Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give De Silva any ammunition which he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more extensive when he came to confess the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage. He told him that his protests were essentially because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against Portuguese when he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune, gold, ice, and precious metals. These attacks of his second voyage against the Portuguese in Spain were a large part of the reason that John Hawkins was However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, he was seen as a much better commander and trader than John Hawkins. Merely having his name attached to the voyage just made investors from the highest sectors of the manifest his investors. He reads reasonable Elizabeth in London. At the top of the list was Queen, who invested in £2 ships. There was also Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite.
You idiot!
Probably actually the Queen's favorite.
Sir,
Robert Dudley had met
I placed a bunch of golden tickets into 5 separate boxes, and somehow we all ended up in crash. How does this happen?
he was in the power station for the cause
Okay, $3,000 across once a week. There's a lot of people.
he was from the family of hazardous possession, really the most trusted person. He was probably the one man of loyalty.
My golden ticket idea? Okay.
Was not spent.
Why would anyone think that this is my
Even
golden
known
ticket?
to
It's a 1 in 13 chance. This could be anybody's golden ticket.
Dudley was given some of the highest honors in court and some of the most responsibility.
Hi,
She
David.
even named him
No,
Regent.
sorry, Jim.
Dudley even a huge emblem for small children.
I'll have him call you the minute he gets back from
Well,
school.
next week that you would see
When
your
Michael
list of
started the phone call, he gave me a
was
list
looking
of
at Dudley's
places that he is
competition for
stopping a fight with him. An Obama fashion
He was
show.
the highest advisor of his long back group. His name was
Or
William
trapped in an oil
Cecil.
pasting.
He was the guy that really seemed to Dave,
Nobody
he was
panic.
the notorious liar. The man that Elizabeth
They can't
trusted
fire all
to
of
tell
us,
her
right?
any hard
No,
truth
they
nobody
can't.
else
Yes,
had
they
to
can.
tell.
Oscar,
Sometimes
you
not.
don't know what the hell you're talking
Now,
about.
Dudley
Michael,
was
what do you think should have done it? All right, then we're screwed.
It couldn't be as I said.
I
Maybe
am just
the
a net
personalities were somewhat
that
symbolic
traps
of
all of
Elizabeth's
your crappy subconscious
Dudley was
ideas
a very
and
flamboyant.
adds a little bit of my own childhood
He was
memories and see. So,
and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William
thank you.
Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd
Well, you know what, Jim? It is not my fault
he
you
would
bought a
wear
house for a press
very
pan.
shoes and like
That is why carnations exist. Okay, we need a more ticket idea to get us out of this.
fine
Yes.
Does that mean that I do
He
eventually
was
see
flamboyant, probably the sword.
Cecil was a ticket idea. Why don't you just get on up to the roof of your hall?
That is not constructive.
A very plain touch.
Hi, David.
Boots,
He's having a
and instead of a
colonoscopy.
sword on his head, he probably has a
All right, oh my God.
These were the two most powerful men.
Hello, David. I just got back from my procedure. Michael, what the hell's
Sometimes,
going on here? How are you doing?
and this
When I
was
go
reportedly
colonoscopy,
something that Elizabeth supported
examination of my
somewhat,
large
maybe
colon
not openly,
and the
but
distal
the
part of my
conversation
small
was
bowel
something
with
she
camera. Why?
These names started to have
Okay,
supporters
golden
who
ticket
travel
idea.
around
We're going to
Buffalo.
lose a fortune, Michael. How
They
could you
would
let
wear
this
their
happen?
arms
Well,
around
there
his
is an
face and
explanation
show their
that
allegiance
involves
towards Cecil,
not
or
letting
that
it happen.
and sometimes when these armed
I
bandits would
just
kill each
don't,
other,
I don't
they would draw their
know.
swords and share
How
words
could you
of
not know, Michael?
occasional
I
blood
think
disease.
my
Cecil said that
entire
he didn't know
outside
who was
marketing
violent interactions. He was a man who
Like
thought
that.
that was
Okay.
however,
You're breaking up. Michael, okay.
Similar
I
to
think
Shelby
you
said,
might have been an
didn't
inside.
approve these maritime
That's all.
adventures in both the world or those who fasted from them. However,
Yes.
in John Hawkins'
Yep.
instance of his own returns that his friends experienced. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Kent, the Lord Admiral of Vermont, William Winter, who we spoke about last week,
I just wanted to
John Hawkins' older brother, William.
Whoa.
And became essentially all the larger families guilds or leaders of commercial sector.
I'm not taking
Just someone that might come over, especially from John Hawkins. Everyone who
Yes, I do.
wanted to share
Just
this
never
voyage
seen
and they
harsh
all
war.
bought
I
John
can't
Hawkins was
best idea.
extremely desperate.
Tickets.
The money, provisions, and armaments he was needed. A crew was from the voyages to the African coast of reputation and languages along these frequently been
golden ticket idea to get
even those who did didn't have any money. They didn't get respected shares by any means. They got stipends. They made a deal away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners being called some kind of resort.
Yes,
They would get them in the drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just on their way to America. These things were pushed, and after only a few days, the men needed
Can I just ask you a film as a human being? What was it like
There were 6
talking
ships
to
together.
the most powerful man in the
The chief
world?
belonged to the queen, but a
Honestly,
sailor who would
You guys
return
are
to Jesus'
going
brother, which was the flagship of the Hawkins himself, and the 3 visited
I don't think Jim
the
needs to
other
say
4
that you
ships
touch
belonged
her.
to the Hawkins brother,
Check.
and John. First of all, he had the Jack and John.
Show
Then
her
there
interest.
was the swallow, the angel, and the Jew. Now, we know Francis Drake was aboard the Jew. However, the course of conflict has changed his reign on the Jew. Later,
What your
Francis
barbecue
Drake
sauce
was
turn into this blackened carbon brick, and it's barbecue sauce is shame and rage, and 2 hot people with a perfect relationship would not understand that.
Position is reluctant for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake as new crimes as possible.
I would say,
His testimonies aren't exactly true. It was, at the time, a witness on board.
you're gonna have the skin
It's
that's
also important to
large.
mention that this was more than just a merchant voyage. This was a national
I want you
voyage,
to follow
and these
your
ships
story.
were heavily armed. And Jesus of Love,
I did follow
under
that story
God's own
once.
colors,
Running with
alongside
the
the
NFL.
flags that
What
showed
happened again?
Why
Why do you even want to see
Jerusalem,
them?
and the men
I mean, what's the
were
point?
in many
You're
cases
cooked up for dinner all day. You don't get to do your farming. You're not dating Angela anymore. It doesn't matter. You get fired for taking credit for the whole ticket idea. It doesn't matter. Me, on the other hand, I would be lost without this place. You, way too manly. What about you? I'm ready. I have an idea for a fancy men's shoe store called Shoeology. And it's just men's shoes for the special occasions in a man's life. Like the day that you get married, or the day your wife has a baby, or Christmas lamps around the house. May I have your attention, please? I have an announcement. White Shrews and I just returned from a wonderful stroll together, and although I probably will never do it again, I had fun. I really had fun with my best friend, White. Yes, they are. You just don't care about the information.
However, the Drake's is nowhere to be found. It was presumed
The Russians could be
John Hawkins nearly made it to the
That is why
Francis Drake, who was almost certainly to sail straight to the stone, with no loss of life and almost no damage. This had to be surely impressive for John Hawkins, who was an old friend for highly accomplished shooter, and he was the right to do it. Drake fired out his salute was Drake was intended to receive on the voyage of John Hawkins a few years before, and they had been very bad with sea. He didn't want to sail into port on its own. And that was possible because when these 3 ships were landed, the militia was marched out to put in place to guard the ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all 3 of them were bristling with firepower and the yellow heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the Jesus of Love was actually there and gave the English permission to repair. As long as they agreed to stay on board, not to ashore, not causing trouble.
There's certain ways to sound.
He was just as
Hey,
certain
Dave, how are you? Good to see you. Nice surprise.
during the first land,
Quite there, just
not
very
allowed to see
unfortunate.
what where you can see families serving with fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. The seniors don't his tensions were very
So excited about it.
2 men found themselves in what could be considered financial situation. One of them was named Vincent. He was the captain of the ship. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of the soldiers.
We're jumping around.
And he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore to fight food. Dudley went ashore first in his own boat. John Hawkins stopped the second man and
I
followed
just
him.
want to say that this golden ticket idea is one of the most brilliant signs of initiative I've ever seen in this company. And how about a big round of applause for Mr. White Shrew?
Harsh words were certainly exchanged, things began to get a little bit funny, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his weapon above the eye of the
Hey, White, great idea. White, great idea.
It's eager to strike
How'd you come up with that idea?
John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to
Really?
forgive.
How are you inspired to strike? How did it pop into your head, Dwight? So give me the details of how that
He
happened.
said this was his dad who started him to
You know what? I even made fun of you when you dressed up as
He drove his Harper bus. He quit.
Why would you reject it?
He told him to save his friends.
Thanks, old man.
He begged for forgiveness.
Okay, look, I want to get you on the whole
Begged that his favor.
Big
Even
idea.
a foreign priest came down
You set up a call for about 15 minutes.
and begged for John Hawkins to spare his
David,
which finally happened. He helped Gubby to his feet and removed the items. There were no more incidents. Hawkins had to say a word, and the rest of his fleet was right away. And as soon as the Jesus was repaired, they set sail to meet him.
Hey guys, I have with me white ticket. Okay guys, listen up. Yeah, I love candy, sweet sugary candy.
Governor was kind
Second,
enough
it
to
touches my tongue. It's almost
why
metabolized
the
as
division, a large number of
naturally, I like
questions.
Willy Wonka.
However, in their records, many of the Englishmen who got to this warm
No
world
dogs.
at this time.
So I love
They went to shore and they burned
the golden
the
ticket
hills.
team.
They
Is
shot the
so
penis full of
inspiring
the
to
church.
me.
People
That's where I
burned.
came up with that idea.
And you can see
There is a movie called Willy Wonka. It's called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
these men were English. And they felt that same
I can't
subject society
for
that
that.
William Cecil.
But I do know
They
this.
were
He's a liar.
and they were
He's taking
always
my idea.
aggressive.
That is
They held
my idea.
hands
Guys,
on board
what is going on here?
Okay, here's what happened. All my ideas.
Also, their
You called me
actions
and you were really angry at me and I got scared. So Dwight take the fall. But now it turns out that it's a great idea. And Dwight will not accept it. Believe that? It is my idea. Oh, there it is. That's my idea. I feel with good ideas. How's it a good idea? Or, yeah, ideas love. Hey, it's come off the toilet, buddy. It's a net. Circular net. You put inside the toilet. Add all of your change. Wallet. Wallet into the toilet. Formerly known as toilet card. Canoe built around your horse so you can go from riding to water travel without slowing down. Horse toilet flush. It's a hollowed out sponge that is more absorbent and softer than toilet paper. I have a lot of toilet ideas because they're easy. Everybody you know.
Disrespect a warm welcome and shooting your church.
I mean, is this true? Yes, it's my
The question is that what Elizabeth would have wanted? And we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish freedom. And we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip. And she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing need for something to be feared. But does a mob of broken, devout Englishmen really project her power? Or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands?
And God.
And she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some
When they look back on this day,
but it must have made her drop
all that
all
will
of
be
her
remembered is that I had a good
heart.
idea. And that's what
So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins made his from decided to move on to their church. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese with some Spanish fishing villages similar to John Hawkins' site. They started capturing slaves. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for pleasure projects. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time, as history slips through a bit, there are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or two of the French ships were entered to English. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were some accounts say that the English snuck in and middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all the to French.
Then you're
Other
done to open
accounts
the door.
that some of these French boyfriends support agreed to accompany the English.
Hello in there. Yeah, I'm late for work, so I have
These
to brush
French
my teeth.
boys
It's the whole
record
routine.
of themselves
We have
as
other houses to be.
French
You want to come back now? That'll be fine.
officials would lie and on
You come back at
See, it's recorded
I was
that at this time,
4:45.
French ship called the Jean de Dieu
And that, at least to me,
Join
like,
many by French captain
is bringing you
Try it. That
down
might work.
the facts.
However,
Hey, man,
also
you would come back and
2
find
days
me.
later,
All
the
right.
British fleet came upon the Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, shipping back to the Russian videos, the grace of God, was reportedly given the French Strait as his first focus. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that Drake was already appeared on some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the gift of God. So, it was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that took by force, or was it maybe the French ship joined their fleet captain by French captain. And then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had struck a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later is much larger than
Michael,
the
since it is your 15th anniversary,
So I tried to synthesize these from public testimonies at the time, as well as qualitative sources, as well as the later accounts of French itself, and the different accounts from historians that came
enough
later.
of the classics,
There are
okay?
many different stories, but it all seems to point to something. Sounds like people are making alliances with the different kings, sent the Drake to own some of their ships to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French tribes.
Doing here last week,
Now,
I
this is
sent
not
out a memo about
because if you recall, on his voyage with John Love, he allied themselves with several
Oh, here's one.
even
A string
possibly
quartet playing classic hall music.
to meet these French pirates on the shore.
You know,
You see,
that's
most
good
of the
here. It's
French
not
pirates
classic,
of the time
right?
were
I
rebels
need
against
something
the Protestants themselves, still that this caused the Englishmen would have something like terrorist. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, we might have caught some Portuguese conquest ships, and then later if anyone had pirates it was the fault of those dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese Russian racism. They're going on as a biased account that we will read many years later from some critics that say, quote, Francis Drake was the master and captain of the caravan that took that supposedly Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissive of earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain of the caravan. However, the prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Hilton, believes that his first captaincy was in fact the outset. So it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of vice admiral, using his really talented letters, which we know he's had a long career, to join up with some various French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they used to harass and put some of the coast as well as a whole number of slaves. While both being able to certain plausible developments there's no account of Drake's
Everybody, this is Sir Charles Minor, and he is the 2BP Northeast region. So just give it up for this big guy, right? Give it up. There he is. There he is. Wow. Hold that thought. You know what? I want everybody to go into the break room like this. That's what we're just in there. Come on, here we go. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. You're one of us.
Francis Drake is undisputably captain of Russian forces. The fleet crossed the ocean to admit their first landfall was at the however, there was no European settlement, so they got some timber, restocked their water, and
military chief of the
He once again quotes
retreat,
Rothschild
underestimating Europe's reaction, especially Germany,
for his next
our
great
biggest
talk
military
with
contribution
Mark
to
Weaver.
NATO,
The English
Surprise!
sailors on abandoned
20
There's
years.
nothing in here, so no surprise.
spoils
It's
the
in.
burn, with the
Let's
walls
go!
of house scrawled
Come on! Okay, come on!
in French language. Vengeance will not flourish.
Underestimating the power of NATO.
None of the
Surprise!
knowledge of the Florida Indians and virtually destroyed
See,
the
I
Spanish outposts
turn
was
these
by
angles
early
from O's
1560.
into C's. Charles.
Every crowd that Hawkins valley Indian
I met this guy at corporate last week, and trust me, digging each other's vibe. I was totally grooving on him, and vice versa. Besides, the last two people to have his job were Jan and Ryan. The former was my brother, and the latter my best friend. So,
and you go on.
once again, Hawkins
it's gonna be mental.
The history of politics. So,
he learned from a colonist that the French also constantly had the Spanish colonies.
I mean,
And he began to trade with occasionally even showing slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore and on the water. Now I'm going to return back to the uncharted waters of speculation. He soon was brilliant. Similar goals to his mission, and we can assume that the French travelers Hawkins and especially Drake knew that they were going to write goods for their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had a huge problem getting rid of his slaves in Spanish territory because the Spanish government forbidden any any trade with the New Torontos was completely out of question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade,
it took 40 minutes to get ready.
they would have to find a way to sell the slaves to convince the Spanish
All right, let me
colonists
introduce you to some of the troops. Accounting, front center. Coming up here. I'd like you to meet somebody.
Supervillain
This is
level
the accounting.
if these Englishmen happened with the French
Go,
British on
This
his previous
is
voyage,
Oscar Martinez. He is Latino, and he's just got a long-term relationship with Gil,
John
his
Hawkins
partner,
would
but
sail
he
in
didn't
as
bring
a
any of
hero,
that into work.
save
Did not
these
affect the
Spanish
job performance
colonists,
whatsoever, and I'm very proud of him for that. This little Hellraiser is Angel. She has slept through lunch, but the guys in the office is very Hey, y'all.
This would allow Hawkins to not only continue clean, which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending his allies. Unfortunately,
Good. Everyone, please give it up. Charles Minor.
Accomplish all of his goals. Now,
Oh,
many historians
above and beyond.
there's very good evidence out there that completely refutes the nonsense. But like this story, the idea that these people who were in countries recently at war would join their fleets together to work hand-on to make money off of the slaves and disrupt the Spanish trade, which the coast describes. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins trade and other goods with his slaves were mostly not physical. The colonists were so he ordered his ships to be cleaning of all the barnacles and other vestiges that ships were on the sea, and wrote a letter to the He also wrote a letter to the local
salary, benefits, etc.
Before my eyes, I saw the government turned away interstate with a license to traffic with your last year.
Okay. You know what? I think this has been great. I just gives us a lot to think about, doesn't it? Charles Minor, ladies and gentlemen, it's a long, quick call. Thank you for coming in. We have to get back to work. I am thrilled that the new boss has taken such an active interest in all of the responsibilities and activities.
He was sent to John Hawkins' next expedition at Rio de la Hacha.
David, it was my understanding that I was not going to be managed.
Sailors on
Gave you that idea.
the voyage that Francis Drake was
It was my understanding.
The Spaniard shot
Why did you just meet that
we were
person
put
in
to
Bacon?
2 hours and
I
shot
told him, I
3
think I
hours.
survived
We
under
weighed anchor and anchored again without shotting the
Charles is very qualified. Get to know him. I really think the two of you are going to make a great team.
The main speaks to the third element of
You're still the branch manager. Yeah.
who
And if you need anything else at all, just let Charles know.
Oh, right. David, are you coming to my 15th anniversary party?
I'll give it my best shot, man.
If we hire certain select salary employees, will that help us with year-end tax stuff?
Criminality, and they were
John
talking about
Hopkins had seen
green
one of the ships to test the waters of the Rio de la Plata, which had probably been
I just got
large
my
amounts of knowledge, not to trade and to welcome was not exactly numbers. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated into the ocean to wait for John Hopkins and the rest of the people to arrive. Hopkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore and took the town by force. The English were on treaty with Cyprus and they killed any defendant who stopped their gangs. They raided Swedish treasury. They quite literally raped and pillaged the people. And in Rio de la Plata was finally completely at the mercy of the English. They decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Swedes. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hopkins and John Hopkins attempted to use in the previous voyages, but it was really more of a brave force. Now, in this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of this cargo, they left Rio de la Plata and headed to Porto. Cartagena was to be their last port. It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make their profit. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice to go.
Michael Scott calling for David. And just tell him to call me ASAP as possible. Thanks.
He fired off his cannon several times. However, Cartagena was able to respond and they were unable to land or sell any of their slaves.
How you doing today?
So because they were close to time, the weather was going to be dangerous.
Listen, my name is Michael.
And they realized that they could not wait any longer with work.
And he says that I've got David Wallace's son in my car. He doesn't get on this phone in 5 seconds.
He raced north to catch the trade winds that were heading to the water. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said,
Hi, Stephanie, it's Michael Scott again. I just spoke with Michael Scott, and the son's going to be returned. Everything's fine.
and they'd
And I
seen this
really
man
need to
turn
talk
on
to
the
David.
horizon over these signs. John Hopkins, who was aboard the Jesus Lord, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea. For anchor stood on the other side of the stern post for plates that open and shut under the sea, the seas being without number, and leaks so big that the thickness of a man's arm, the living fish could swim up on her ballast as in the sea. Yeah. The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water tanks constantly and filled every hole only to have another one in its place. The captains ordered parts of the ships demolished to try and make their fires possible.
Hey everyone, lunch is on
More
me
than once,
today.
John Hopkins on the preparation of orders.
Are you kidding
This was
me?
much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of the
Day that I bring in
The
breakfast.
men did not believe that they were going
I
to make
wish
it.
I told it sooner. Because
But the
I was
Wednesday,
going
finally,
to go to the vending machine and get an
all of
Excel.
the fortunes had nothing to do. William and John was lost. There were to be
Nobody
several
thanked me
as they
for
sailed.
breakfast except
Each
Charles.
of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hopkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost on this voyage. We sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back.
Is that him in the
However,
background?
it became
David?
apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm was going. None of their sailors or their experts or their captains realized that they drifted endlessly like trees. Again, on the horizon, two
You know what, Kevin? I applaud your initiative.
His ship was
Yes.
sleeping
You make
on
it.
the monster, and he had
No, Kevin.
food and water to the men on board his fleet. He also
Kevin,
found the Spanish
my branch.
who knew
You don't ask
the
for
word.
it. Ask me. I
They
say,
drifted all the way and
yes,
got
it is. No, it is not.
the Spanish ships.
Okay, run, say, hey, great. Oh,
Closest to the port, they were able to make the
how old are you?
I can tell Michael's mood by which comedy routine he chooses to do. The more infantile, the more upset he is. And he just skipped the Ace Ventura talking about
3 miles northward,
never skips
John
it.
Hawkins ordered the English colors upon his fleet.
About 5 years old.
He wasn't sailing this summer.
I'm gonna walk away. I'm kidding around. Wow, relax, everybody. It's a joke.
Dangerous situation.
See, let's continue our morning meeting. Conference room.
And then on Monday, we have another server for a smaller team.
Here's
And then
sailed
even
into
smaller
the
server.
English Spanish believed that they were submerged fleet, and they gained control of the island
All the way down.
a position of strength from which they were able to take the turn. If you believe they fought for Spanish, it is said that they set out to meet this unknown that failed them, and relegated them to this island.
Party planning committee, not your
Regardless,
concern.
the English were not allowed to let them down. They were allowed
Really?
to stop on the
Well, then
way.
how would we come up with great ideas like Jeff's?
It does seem that their position in which the ships rested was something in the position of control of the because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish fleet. That is an extremely important Spanish fleet, and this fleet cannot launch a newly appointed vice admiral. A man who
This isn't a good use of company time. Whoa.
Vice
You're talking
Admiral,
about my anniversary
he found
party.
himself in the same situation as the English admiral.
Yeah, why
What
don't
was
we do
worse,
that? Yeah,
hurricane
here we go.
season was well through its closer to the year before the East Coast became as it is
This is a
Hawkins ships managed to keep his float from entering harbor
I've been here for 15 years. Headline, you have been here one day.
So,
End of
they
story.
began to
You
negotiate.
have no right to
Hawkins found
cancel
himself
my
in a
15th
position of
anniversary
great
party.
threat.
End of
However,
story.
he
End of
was
story. End of story.
that his ship was sinking into the harbor at every day. Boatmen needed to reach
Okay,
the
no. You know what? I'm going to New York.
What they decided upon was an
And I
exchange
am
of
going to talk
hostages.
David Wallace. I'm going to tell him everything.
Spanish,
And I'm sorry to say, you're
Spanish.
screwed.
Now
And
these
you know
were
what?
supposed to be men
You
of
are
some standing.
through.
Hawkins
And I'm
chose
sorry.
and
I'm
gentlemen
sorry to do that
adventurers
to
who
you.
were from noble families.
Do you even know how paper is made?
From the Spanish,
It's not like
chose
you
10 men
don't put it into a
from
furnace.
among the rank and file of their sailors.
If you put paper into a furnace, you know what would happen? Ruin
The
it.
exchange occurred. The English allowed the fleet to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return.
Some of the
The
most
Spanish
honest
did
and
not trust
dark aspects of
the
war.
English. Definitely.
Nevertheless, this is a war.
Hawkins ordered that the ship be lost, as well as the ships and
Millions
harbor.
of people
He was to
here,
quote,
refugees.
the treason being made, so it has shifted planes from ship to ship, from ships to
Just as you write,
passing to and fro companies of
whatever
men
the
and
whatever special.
many other
As
noble
you know,
companies caused us to
the Russians are wrong to invade.
It was the regular quick selection. They had heavily armed them with close to the hill. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and every man who used one carried a fire. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. On the morning of September 23rd, as the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to block Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet escorted directly against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploded.
So is this a meeting with Ben and
The
all that?
Jesus and the men were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the
My
harbor in
50th
Spanish
anniversary
water.
party. Just pull the rug out from under me.
The English
And no
were
face.
invaded.
I've already bought them.
Then, from the
And I don't have a place to store
another
them.
section.
So I feel like
Reinforcements came.
You talk to
As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the angels, the swallow, and the great cigars were
but I didn't know
overtaken.
about
The Jesus of Love itself,
okay, then I
its
don't get it.
flagship,
It doesn't make
was
any sense.
dangerously close to
I
sinking.
thought the new system that I was
Hawkins
talking
ordered
to
Francis Drake
Charles
from
and
Judah
Charles
to
take
take
to talk to
the
you,
men and the riches that they
and
worked
just
hard
me,
upon his
whoever
ship.
talked to you, that's not, I, exactly, clearly, that's what you
Hawkins
wanted,
gave the
you
order
know,
for
15 years.
the
I've
Jesus
been
of
here,
Love,
and
his
I have
flagship,
sacrificed
was
a lot.
recognized.
Yes.
Hawkins
I
and his men
have
hated
family
him
on hold,
and began to sail away from
and
town.
I've never gotten any money,
Unfortunately for Hawkins,
and
his
I've
orders
never
to Drake
driven my
were
car
not
to
followed.
the top of Mount
Captain
Washington.
Francis Drake went away to sea.
Okay.
John Hawkins said later, that Judah was service sailors like over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships left against the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. Peter was not his most concerned. He knew his actions on the Spanish main were going to be undeniably and unavoidably war with Spain. On the front line was going to be a young seafarer named Francis Drake. We're going to the look, opening move of the battle between Spain. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends of pirates themselves. That all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check our website at heritage3podcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art related to our topic. We also have on every episode a list of sources.
I have to get in the car and drive to New York in order to talk to you. That
The
doesn't seem
source
right to
list
me.
also has links that go to the ebooks.com page for that book where you can pick up a copy of anything you like. If you do use this, this ebooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link for the that's going to patreon.com/heritage3podcast. There's also an ebooks and Amazon search bar, so you can use the search bar to go around ebooks or Amazon.com. If you do so through the website, you must throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast numbers. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello. Welcome to the podcast. Thank you for listening. You have talked to us merely what's called a troublesome voyage. English fleet under John Hawkins had gone to wait for the promised safe passage from the Spanish armed with the trade. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake and his ships was included in millions of goods on board and sailing away from the port. The only other ship that carried on board the Admiral fleet, After the battle, John Hawkins was under confined. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins went back to shore. It was a long and dangerous voyage. The ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both the hurricane and the battle, many of them were injured. And before long, all of them were unconscious. Some of them even starved. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. And they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply. Some of them had ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died.
I had no idea when I got in that car.
Back in World War II, many Allied
I got on the
soldiers
ramp.
were given orders
I was like, 2 hours. 2 hours to go. Feeling good. Drank some juice. Should have eaten before 11. Okay. Get up the building. Revolving door. Broke
So
it.
some of the men on board died
So I.
in the midst of
No.
When they
I
finally
was so
reached
nervous. It was the wrong building. I had walked into the wrong building.
Finally has a story we really want to hear.
attacked by the Spanish that they saw as they died.
Okay, focus.
However, the Spanish gave the
In
English
the right
ships
buildings, you're with
some
the right
repairs
people.
and a few
I
sailors
looked
to
at Wallace
sail.
and I said, I quit.
When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in England in 2004. The Spanish settlers were settlers. The English group was brought on board to engage on conflicts. They are connected to the elder William, who told me he had said on and he explained the Russian
I love it. It makes me feel like I have
saw
Francis
leave all three.
Maybe I'll have one of my own someday.
Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and intelligence to meet up with the people. He could see his responsibility to get his men and his leaders into the let's say that. John Hawkins had his son was disagreeing with Francis Drake was to petition the Queen for members of the against the state which he was going to go out against. And third was to petition the release of his fighting for his son.
I don't think you go.
This was John Hawkins being drawn into a world However, Elizabeth had its own priorities and its own goals.
It's like split ticket.
This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in this history. However, we're going to wait. For now,
What am I going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
this will be
This, that,
Jurassic
example A.
seeking
I'm going to
revenge.
give it
The mountain of
Hey,
almost and
oh,
the event that has been called, which is
and
Right.
stop worrying about calories.
This is episode number 8.
I have
meeting with the Queen,
Presidential
years.
interview with
Well, you understand, at my level, you know, one after a job. Any good
If he was not the president, it's still quite clear smart there is so much
I was in Ukraine.
official resident of the Francis Drake appears in the book. This raises a question because the voyage of John Hawkins was said to be however, for young Francis Drake to raise the young there must have been some money and she has to take a little bit of something necessary.
Hey!
Spaceships left on November 5th. All three were owned by the one of them. Three ships sailed the
I already have one.
the ships were the ship was the other two ships gone with rabbi in the woods across the Atlantic. This voyage wasn't tremendously adventurous. Drake didn't keep an official record, and he established that the however were no official cases in the crew. None that mentioned specifically Francis Drake or nations belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were,
That's a problem.
but it's not that the probably Spanish people, the Spanish president mentioned specifically. This may have been just for some trading or it may have been for straight hot countries. The voyage continued to fight as much as he could. However, on abilities, the Spanish sometimes helped us to age for what they had done. If we intended to see if this wasn't intended to be a
During
voyage
the
of
course of business, the
reconnaissance,
copier goes through something called
I also see the wall again.
the Spanish had organized propaganda in China, both French
Yesterday, they delivered the new one, but they just set it up. So my day just got a little
these
busy.
were put into gunships in
Upstairs,
Back then,
Well, even events studies which incorporate Spanish worship,
there is I mentioned about the
What am I going to do?
famous
the
newspaper.
was called the mother.
His point of view at that time, he spoke
But they usually code or sometimes, and
we're
two or three
great.
small
There
words.
is criticism of him.
Missiles that were steamed
You
for
can't call
long
for
range,
overthrow the government,
but in the Caribbean
nor
Sea,
Venezuela, nor the
small
United
or
States,
fast,
nor
and
the
shallow
overthrow.
drive. So,
The United States, you're going to get
certain
Trump.
elements and numbers
Well,
of larger
so
vessels
switch back up.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
These
So,
spaceships
because
but they also came
we're
quickly
mentioning Hamas,
so they could
and
move
there's
very
a way
quickly despite
south we speak
they usually
freely.
had
When I speak to, I have family in
Now,
Ukraine,
of course, a small vessel
I
with
have
a
family
single
in Russia.
couldn't
If I speak to people in Russia, let's put my
But
family
this
aside.
wasn't
If I
intended
speak
for
to
long
people in
flight
Russia,
at sea.
I
It's
think
time for a ship at sea to move into
there's
position
fear.
and these small rowboats
They
move
don't.
in quickly and get alongside the ships to
Sometimes we
board
use
them.
call
Who
for
are whistling with
government. That's
armed
important,
with
not
muskets
because
and
it's
swords
to be
and fences. They could
see
see alongside the larger vessel.
test the
They
policy
for any event
make sure they're
if they did so
responsive
at
to
sea,
me.
most of the
And I
crews,
feel like
they
there's
could subdue the ship
fear
with
in
their
that.
weapons. At that point, they could move the ship with any weapon they found with the ship. It
It has a different texture than
sail
it does
away
in the
before
United
any of the
States.
Spanish ships could respond.
That
Even
worries
if
me
these Spanish
because
warships were cheap, they were nowhere near as fast as these small
like to
vessels.
see
And
flourishing
the element of surprise,
all places.
sometimes if they were punched, they were able to loop the ship and be away before any of the ships was convoy moved. And this was proving extremely successful for the Germans. And once the French ships saw just how successful they were, they were engaged. It's even possible, known as the prison story, French street around some of these French planes. There's no record, but we do know that the video were defeated by the South region. So we may have seen first hand just how successful this small plane was within our French. So we do know that these French
We see the same thing.
commission who were against small ships to be destroyed. They were disassembling to incredible war, the ship swarmed. They have also it was around this time that the Spanish Polish Wars were the most notorious and most of these vessels that we've talked about so far. The Winter Brothers, George and William Winter, were, while legal officials in England, seen as notorious traitors.
Pre-industrial.
The Purple Brothers, of course, were honored as well. Princes Christians are still arrested for however, this has been considered likely to get from the sea Francis Drake's name. He would move past William and John Hawkins, even past the Winter Brothers, before the most notorious pirate and slave and Spaniards most coming. Universe first actions are very to burn up the to operate on the wooden show style. This can be used as well as the very now we have
Because I
to
can get your
finish
Facebook
on our
page,
own,
but
we want to create
YouTube,
a large group of
Twitter
experts.
account, a lot of good people are getting there.
Today, there will be CROs, the original I'm going to use that
Could not express
but
any
somehow
sympathy.
slow or without
So that
is when I during
we get more to go on. So
Very
in the
good.
UK, the United States, all their talk is worth
the criminals were
all their talk is
Sorry, I realize you have
policies we
the
are.
building communities all work so much most of
I'm listening to us.
offering safe places and escape service. They were contemplating their names but also
The Algerians.
I am aware of the fact that I have
and similarly this year inflicted there all sorts of crises. And 1,000 Negroes who arrived, 300 or more escaped onto the line. These were men and women who had been forcefully into the Spanish colonies, and then allowed to roam freely on the Pacific. But allowed to roam A lot of the day-to-day activities of the merchant activities and the motorcycle. They knew the ins and outs of social media better than anybody else. And so they proved these French pilots were the first to introduce now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean, being on board vessels that were slaving vessels such as the Jesus of Love, his crew didn't look down on slaves. In fact, in many ways, they were respected and escaped such as extermination and truly immersed, and they were undoubtedly this must have been something strange. The English, historically speaking, hated the French. And the French hated the English. They were ancient aliens. Escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust any white people. However, they were many
Because they want attention.
basic things. All of the members of these two groups were rebels, operating outside of the law of the kingdoms of Ireland. Now, well, the Cameroons had no law.
Not ready.
Previously belonged to slaves.
I'm at a crucial point where I have spent 4 hours with that copier.
Outside of the space.
And I'm not going to let it beat me like that wireless router
These
did.
French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the French crown. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who wrote this was not a decision made for war. This was a personal thing that he was seeing from the exception of this man. Three of these groups
They don't make a profit until these 2 years.
His English and
They don't make a profit until 5 years. Can you go 5 years without a salary, Michael? 5 years? Hey, you already have the job.
He's going to get equipment. The rivers the real party is extremely important. Still, it's the basis for that. It translates into English as the Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Pacific south. Was a called
I did it. I learned everything about this machine. I know all the buttons on the inside one. I know all the error messages. I could do a balance book in plastic with offset, which feels
these were goods such as furs, spices, pearls, extremely valuable. These were then shipped usually by mule train, mountains and jungles and swamps to get to a colonial. Twice a year, we were not shipping spices and spices.
Okay.
I twice a year, they shipped all the native gold and silver from Spanish South America.
Hank? You really think Hank is loyal to you? Hank, please escort Charles.
However, this time, the United States starts that this was the dry season. That was a time of year when many vessels in the river cargoes were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could begin their voyage and drop off and pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. And these were all larger river vessels. Larger vessels and small vessels.
Well, here we are. I would just like to
All these ships would break in the middle of it, would row up alongside, board the ship, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could carry out their small vessel. But they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates. It was to destroy Spanish goods and cargo. Anticipated that during this time on this raiding voyage, stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage was only 50 days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to shot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around. Quickly after this voyage,
That is big deal for people in Arabs to such that they believe they can push their advantage to the max.
Now, of course,
And because of all these propaganda
Drake
successes
left
in
most of
the
his crew on
Ukrainian
board
army
on
wiped
land
out
to
all these
sail
all that's left is the
learn the ins and outs of alien
US.
After dropping off his share of goods as a result, Drake was forced a couple of days later to realize that they produced surprises. It was late that they were having the attacks.
Just poured in.
The Spanish account records a group of men Russian team led by two men wearing a war
Defense budget
one
is
black
60
and
some
one
$30
red. They were said to be
nothing
enemy
compared
base.
to the United States.
While the English attempted to take the vessel, they injured a number of men and reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only name was a noble named Diego Azul, who was said to have taken full control to the vessel. But the Spanish fought back and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish got their anchor cable working, it almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned ship and landed the ship with the railway into the wilderness. The English, of course, landed that ship and again with another ship that they belonged to Spain. That ship and loot it as well.
In spite of the fact
They
that
were
Russia
done. Drake left the Spanish ships.
sorry the
His message was translated in the Spanish
destroyed its
handed down to us. It really shows his tactics. Better than anything in his it reads, quote, Captain and others of this ship, we are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion. You later refused to come and talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us, and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag. We only wish to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk to us, without evil or damage, you will find your flight spoiled by our law. And to any who courteously may come to us, we will do no harm under our flag. And whoever does not harm will be able. Do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. We hope God shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had they been killed us. For in the frigate you investigated 4 silver wheels, done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause for caution. If there be cause, we will be devilish.
that serious story is wacko. So the United States
Drake and his English pilots then headed back to their mothership, where they all of the loot they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately converted to the river Pirates, where they did backup rivers and headed to White House. The White House was outside
well,
I think that
was
was
All right, time to go. Time to go. Yeah, let's go. Come on. Come on. I think maybe Hank should be here.
on a voyage to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio
Get back with me. Is that what you're gonna do? I'll tell you something, Charles. I don't even care. Because I've got nothing to lose. Oh my God, oh God, no, no. All right. Don't worry.
in their interviews with Vladimir Putin.
We would towards the ships, run away, anchoring the
Dr.
small
Strange
bays
also
or
how
reefs.
others
Who
are worrying
shall
about
open
the
small ships to
given
search?
the fact that
It was said during
did
this
that,
Francis
I'm going with it.
community
the
coast
fact that
between the Rio
the world
Caribbean
is
and Cape Cape.
and it
The
feels
Spanish were, of
like
course, sending out
the
ships to
world
search for
hangs
the these new
Michael,
targets,
Michael.
but they weren't having any luck.
Do you think
I'm
that
with you.
that's
The locals
overstating
were
the
being
case?
ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care.
Yeah.
The Caribbean French were the smart
I go
people.
back to the
They weren't bothering. The locals made power was the
Great.
fishermen.
Except I don't want to be a
They were
receptionist.
attacking ships that belonged to the Spanish government, the merchant seamen. Men that the locals didn't really care much about.
so I've lived through
So
that.
these Spanish
All right.
locals weren't talking about
Okay.
sex and trade.
Reagan
However,
took
it
his
was
Okay,
the new
well,
age situation.
was an exercise.
Their fleet was growing.
That also brought us to
The English
All my
retreated
stuff
a
is
number of
full.
ships, mostly because they had more space to hold all the goods that they were taking from the Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
In the end,
And they needed a feasible place that they could put these ships together.
Okay.
They decided to
See you later.
See you later.
the mouth of the Young River.
anyway,
real big close. If I could set a scene for the drama, is in 1962 when Kennedy has a meeting with the Chief of Staff and the CIA, and they talk about
Personal change shouldn't affect how they say, but the first reception is by one question.
Potential operation in the early 60s or 50s.
Okay, that's it. So, North Susan got us going, right?
First right. That's why. Interesting. The Russian was with the operation. The defensive is the American. Searched it for the intermediate. And then find some, but then the rest of the letters all wrong. Mostly just letters from all that one, and dump those into the set. So they stole correspondence. This is typical Drake's and Gold's. He was spending most of his time during all of this rain. He was mapping out the rivers, Spanish names. He was mapping out the coastline of Spanish names. He was gathering intelligence from all of the villages in the region, as well as the city. And I was learning Spanish military and secrets He's not known. He built big centers for himself, but for any of the English pirates or any of their French allies. This place was to serve as the jumping the news of this place was spread. We were even building a small fleet to save his voyage we got on the gas. Phone call. Remember some famous thing. She's back. This location, if the Russians use Francis Street, there's going to be a hard He also needed to remember the
It is 134. That's all. Murdering our
You're bad at this too.
It's scary. Just if you think about it. That's why I showed this was unclear because I wanted to show Francis Street realized his actions in the Americans were really being something like
Today's my first day at my new job at Michael's Shop Company Incorporated. You know, after computer started in the garage, we're starting to use this. So we already have a leg up on it.
Drake acquired a new ship. Yeah, the absurdity of escalation. The absurdity of the absurdity of the walk back to
Yes, I was. That is an appropriate thing.
Walk back.
Great, Michael.
Thank you.
Talk to the guy. Mr. Biden.
Where's that?
These are going to get
This one is going in.
On board these two vessels of Francis Drake. All but one of these men were navigated extraordinarily Francis Drake
about
How are operations your day to day?
there's a
They arrive on the
there's a
short stop
and interviewing somebody like Washington, also language barrier, sit across
All they saw was a wish
try to
list.
keep an open mind,
Going short,
try to ask challenging questions, but not challenging
Okay, Jim.
but seeking to understand, how do you do that? Seeking the truth.
Captain Drake, if you're fortunate to see this picture, make haste away. The Spaniards who took the Luffy here the last year trade this place and taken away all the
Oh
other.
no, the new boss does not find Jim adorable.
There's no interview.
Very level question.
So, what do you say we get started?
After
Those are
breakfast,
his 5 days before Drake.
Which is
how do you feel about the new cover?
Drake decided to
Feels good. Wow.
he was going to
Yeah, I'm excited to start this.
He was
He did that. So, what's next? Michael, just stop for a second. Michael, stop for a second. No, I know you are. Just let me have. You'll be fine.
Maybe after the president. I can see Obama getting into such an interview. I can see George W.
This is pathetic, isn't it?
doing such an interview. Or are they not able
I
to
have such a
do it at all?
I gave up the only job I ever wanted to do this.
Boy, John Hopkins, he was the captain of the Winners. He had been the man who took the force
Because it shows a man who's just an
here.
outlier.
Things went out of the
He is conscious at the end of the movie.
His friends
I don't get it.
just recently taken a special on board were a number of this place how
As if you can't get outside of such a
I know. No, I'm saying that if I feel overwhelmed, something I'd like to do is make a list.
it seems that
Make a
Drake
list of
changed
things
their views on
to do,
slavery since his voyages
and
to
then start work out. And hey,
However,
That's not to say I
now,
check.
it could
Keep an enormous breakfast.
perhaps
Check.
it's more like these slaves who killed wretched souls and invaded the Spanish overlords and the English.
Michael, that seems impossible.
It's totally impossible.
We need to come up with one realistic thing that we can do today.
Voyages so far on the slaving voyages with John Lovell and John
Okay, Ryan.
each
No,
independent
what?
disaster.
Why?
Every day I'm not. Every day I am.
No, we're not gonna hire Ryan.
Oh, well, that sales gonna hurt us.
So to see
Okay.
Maybe it was just
Kind of.
Okay.
he was
Oh, we have a meeting this afternoon with the
he pulled his sweet slaves forward.
Really? You have an investor already?
together a little bit.
Michael, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Use these language
because they didn't understand.
now. In Elizabethan English, this might mean
Hey,
he meant to
We need to get dressed.
or he means to make use of the
Ask your
law.
part question on that.
Either way, you're free.
So because empathy is so important to creation of you, let's ask the most challenging version of it, which is
Hey,
when you're sitting
you
across
look great.
from a man on the brink of war, like
Let's go.
that leads to tens of millions of deaths, just Hitler. If you could interview Hitler and let you
6
dirty
targets,
minds
6 firefights,
as the dramas of war
24 missiles
start,
torpedoes,
like
6
1960s,
torpedoes,
2 forms of abuse still
I hate
a lot of people.
Or
But I guess it doesn't
hate
hate
by
by
motivation.
Carl Myers.
Infantry regulations, firearms,
How would you What the hell would you do?
the targets are wood shields,
Should have been me.
Yeah, I love
the
that.
fireworks, super cool, are really just
What is your beef?
double
What do you,
torches.
where have you been?
I've never been
Drones
to
and
this one.
shovels,
Why
those
do
are
you
just,
hate?
this wasn't just any
Why,
movement.
I've always
Francis Drake,
described the idea.
you
Only one who trusts your boss.
Drake
Didn't you
was
say
a
that?
superior leadership in the fourth lessons, saying,
There's just nutrition.
Next on the list.
Young Regulios was a
Oh,
soldier,
wow.
virtually
Got
no
paper company.
most of
Okay.
them had no military
Well, there was still
no
desire.
Dear
There
Mr.
were
Scott,
only
please be
100%
advised that it is in violation of your condominium agreement to conduct the business at your individual address. Penalty of forfeiture of residence.
It's fine. It's fine. purchase an ad, find offers. Next on the list, voluntary.
Okay, achy breaky part. No. My son. My mom's got your leg.
Force the men to return to people away from what he has.
Oh, and he just goes.
I didn't know we had
When the clouds part, the one ship was sailing above the shore to warn the people of the However, Drake was able to intercept them and sink their boat off the island offshore. They were no longer going to be. So Drake took his men and people and advanced the attack. Drake's first mission was to take control of the single gunboat. There was only one guard.
Tonight after work, what do you say?
great ideas. Why? Great ideas are part of it.
So Drake split his men into
That's trying to be
three
anything.
teams. His brother took one. Another man
Game on!
He reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to shoot the
We got big problems.
his trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of He was a general, women and children, and hombre de Dios. The men rallied before the doors of the church and local church house, holding the square against fighting his men. The church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat, and the trumpets continued to play. Drake's men held their fires and trained them. And then, the Spanish militia followed. One round, big
I
trumpets
would like your sign time, please.
another hit Francis Drake in the other.
It's Michael.
The rest
Happy birthday to Sally.
Francis Drake smiled.
Imagine a company that has no power to
The English fired down on their boats. Then, simultaneously, John Drake, Francis brothers, and John Oxenham arrived at the square on either side and opened fire on the military town square. The few Spaniards who were left alive from the cannon of arrows and crossbows and musket shot broke ranks and the loss of one strong. Now that they had things become a little there are the first goes as after taking the town square, Drake questions his Spanish and captured him. When they arrived at Hilton's house, they found a single weapon. And at the top of the stairs, quote, "Prepare to name ready saddle, either for the government himself or someone else." By means of this lake, we saw a huge heap of silver in the room, leaving a pile of bars of silver gold as near as you can guess, 70 foot in length and 10 foot square, and 12 foot high, piled up in the floor. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds. Beside the above, our captain commanded straight, and none of us should touch a bar of silver. Standing on our weapons, because the town was full of people. Yes, there was an huge house near the water side, more gold and jewels than all of our four princes could carry, which he was set summoned hands to break open.
You guys want to hear about Thailand?
As we left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and said, "He had become one of them." He had heard news of the name of Princess Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, a torrential downpour began. They waited for his entrance, and Drake continued to lead for the moment. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house. Drake's son looked up and ordered Spanish gold and to save his life, they carried him to the beach. The Spanish gold was terrified. Now the
I have assembled what I believe is the most exciting, sought-after talent in the industry today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the dream team. From our very own Scranton, Pennsylvania, Ann Beasley. Pretty Ann is always reaching for the stars, and someday she may just surprise us all with us. Meet Vikram. From his humble beginnings as a prominent surgeon, he risked it all to become the most successful telemarketer in the local federation, and do not call it a comeback. The youngest vice president in the history of Dunder Mifflin and recent bowling alley employee, Ryan Howard, is about to make a splash. Okay, I have spent the last 15 years learning the ins and outs of the paper business, and me, fighting through all overhead. I think I can perform the same business much higher rate of cost. In this economy, by working at home, by working hard, my mission is stated as follows. I will never give up. I am on a mission. That is Michael And I offer same-day free delivery.
Now, sometimes they one of the slaves is like around 3. Other times he was to be either way, a trusted and friendly member of the mediate the meeting they knew betrayal. This was the I also watched once a year Spanish goals in silver, also their home and racks, but it was moved. So they issued and when the train came in to transport paper states train, drink along with the food, and bring the state and slaves in the district. First, because they just like
What an experienced soccer player like yourself. Dunk at the very last moment. Sorry, folks. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Could happen any day. You get to a certain age, you can't assume that you're going to be alive.
Yeah, so I know. You don't figure things in a row.
Was repelled by however, this guy,
the right guy.
Francis Drake never did
I had a real job. I just 2 feet away from my fiance. I had health benefits. I was just feeling impulsive. I should have touched along my ankle. Getting bored. And I let build up, and then I do something too big, like this. Who does this?
My mom always used to say that average people have multiple stuff.
Is there something
I don't have any money. But I have an office. You don't have anything.
or the regrets?
Listen good.
What do you think?
This disease was yellow fever.
No.
Out of everyone in the office, I'm the only one who don't live here. Is it because I'm not stupid? I mean, your own grandmother doesn't believe in you.
They didn't know how
creative art. Very many people systems have them, and error is just information. They don't say how it's true, there are certain situations where you have to learn because you go through.
But Drake rallied his men. So was that he was able to inspire the voice of God, even in times like these. Because beyond this time, the new Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in Spanish novels. Before that, he had always been footnotes in voyages and conquests. But now, his name, the Spanish word for the most curious combat in the New World, he was an evil, dangerous, with its forces depleted, their spirits high, and through the central survival. The Spanish treasure
It's a complicated
provides
but it takes you
but one of 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 34 minutes entered the jungle. The English were heavily burdened
have something be
weapons,
successful
armor,
because it
Romans
has
really did the woman's role in this voyage.
perception.
They knew all the trails and all the paths.
What do you think? I apologize.
It's a very English question. The jungle was not a place that the English were. It was filled with condors, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, heaps. He did at one point have a picture of his kangaroo jungle where there was a well-dressed and prosperous life. This was far from the assumptions that the British
And earlier today,
a man named Pedro,
don't think a woman can be a man? Well, then that's your stereotype. Not mine.
in the trees from the source from the ghostly footprints. He looked north, he could see the great sea. Looking south, he could see his great river.
Are you good?
But in this life, he submits Almighty God, His goodness, to give him life, and lead to sail sinking that wish ship in that sea. But then
Like I
again,
said, I'm a huge fan of
we were
being one of the greatest artists ever.
late
So it's a huge honor to sit with me and talk
steps on the bow.
so deeply.
One English soldier, very stupid, ready to attack.
Yes, I am.
We saw him alone
Except this time he was on
the
your right.
Spanish
Yeah.
scout rode back to the Americans. The English ambushed
If I were you, Charles,
so they took a small Spanish
because
village. They killed up 15 people in the household. The only people killed were very few who
not tragic.
didn't get the English first. And the great issued a message that everyone in town was to remain inviolate. He actually went from door to door, assuring every woman in every home that they were not going to be murdered while the English were there. And these reports might sound ridiculous, they actually come up from the Spanish themselves. They simply treated this war respected and courteous, at least some of his leaders. But this was just a ruse. They just took the village, slowed them down until the peace. Wait, the Spanish lowered their guard. That doesn't make sense. The months that followed, and it doesn't make us any more fit for the actual competition that's unfolding. However, they met very well connected in a very respectful
Conversation about Professor of Economics and Social Sciences at Brown.
named
He is
Young
one of the great minds and communicators of our time. His writing is about race and
Drake and K-Stew.
I highly encourage you to listen
Heard of each
to the
other's
show on
backstories.
YouTube and Substack. Simply
However,
called
in the time that they were together, apparently they grew
This is the Luxury Podcast.
they
Support
already
it.
respected
Check
each
out our
other,
sponsors.
really they began to admire each
Now,
other as
your
men of
friends.
honor and
Well,
conviction. Once again,
Martin Luther King Jr.'s Academic speech,
English
I think, is the greatest speech in American
were
history.
going to march
That
into the
may have
jungle
been the
to steal the Spanish girls.
And
This time,
that's
he waited closer to know their names. And in the chain of honor, one of these questions was and men would be weary
And I'm back. In the form of a new company, the Michael Scott Chapin Company.
It took him 3 months of waiting to
One day, I
finally
just
across the East. The assault was
I gotta make this one.
because the Spanish soldiers were all barefoot, hungry, tired, and weary. They were ready to
Love
be
the hair.
The first casualty of the battle was the French crash himself.
Morning, Michael. Hello.
He was shot in the belly from the very first volley.
They took away my marketing space, but they can't take away
But
my
the Spanish
pride.
quickly broke ranks and fled. Once again,
they
we
will
see
not
Francis
be judged
Drake,
by the color
a man who is determined and
I would like to invite you all to come along with me on a
much in
journey.
the same way that he'd left John Hawkins behind. He left his dictator, his steward, behind, leaving him. And again, Francis Drake defended his election, saying that Nathan's Stew had told him
To
to
the
take the
Michael
golden
Scott
sword
paper.
and leave him there, so that he could defend both the English and the French, stopping the Spanish enterprise, which is likely a bunch of propaganda. However, the English, the French, and the Spanish made away with all of the gold and silver from the price and mule trips bound for the Spanish ship. The mule trips include somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 pesos, which was about 23 million. This, in addition to any other prizes taken in just 2 months on the Spanish New World, was one of the greatest prizes ever won in American career. These people didn't get them on this one day between the English, the Canadian, and the French people. It was time, after months of waiting, for Drake and his Americans to sail back to England.
The new receptionist is also
They
a
plummeted
so
into the ship.
or
There
decided to
were
hover around
several
my desk.
Spanish ships waiting in
Runs
port.
into trouble.
However,
Every time
as
call
Drake was
attending.
waiting,
He thinks that if she says you want me, enough,
the
you
Spanish
will in
ships
fact
left
want
her.
her.
And Drake was in
That's
defeat
not the
so
word of
few
the land.
and different rags. His gold and his men down to the ships as well. Now Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that he had won. He was only able to carry so much of it, so he took the most valuable jewels and the gold. And then the silver, he reserved strategically, thinking that he would be able to trade it. However, it was well known that this battle was man to man, and Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of his silver. And this is down for simple, sailor generations
We are in
would
the
go
heart of
on
it,
to form the
and the
basis of all
surge
of our
of
myths,
water carries
both
our
the
business
golden age
out
of
to the
piracy
sea.
and any stories told today. The buried
We
church,
wait and hope
finding
that
space
people
to
show up
trade,
and
make
consumption.
make
I don't know,
acts of
I've done
breaking
absolutely
bread,
everything you can do to prepare for the
and
day.
next,
I
resources.
updated our contracts. I
Drake's
had
voyage
now
back to
proposed
Church
suppliers. I had sent
Drake
out
reported
invites
taking
for our
about
big
100 years.
grand opening
And on
pancake
night,
luncheon. 6 yeses, 1 maybe, only 11 no's,
the legend goes
and
that when Francis Drake
788
sailed
not
into
yet
the
replied.
harbor,
Of
word
that
spread
group,
this way.
782
Most of the
have
men
been.
and women in town were in St. Andrew's Church filling
I'm going to
pews.
need
They began whispering,
800 of these.
and the whisper
A nice
turned into a
gray
whisper.
paper.
And then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly, at first, but faster and faster, until there was a torrent of people leaving the church.
I make that
Until
one copy,
finally,
and I
they
become
left
the
the
girl who
post
makes
all alone,
copies. And by the end of the day, I'm receptionist.
all of the people in town had left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new national hero.
And it's cold in there. It's technically
Everything
closet.
went regularly. The war with Spain was to be catastrophic. However, England had several victories to bring to them.
What do you think?
Next week, we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain.
Oh,
We're
no,
going
be
to
100.
stay with
I know
Francis
how to
Drake.
throw an outfit together.
After returning
Yes,
to England
I
as a
did
national
candy
hero,
hunting after
it
the
spends a
school.
little
Not
time
long
in
ago, we were
the
second competitors. I used to
Then,
hate him, hated him,
since
hated him.
Paul,
So
the
very
coolest
basic
and
level.
Figuring why I hated him so
this
much.
is something that's
But that blossomed into a very real
she
friendship.
even
These
sent
things
her
often
royal
do.
guards out of the room because
I
no
mentioned
one
to you
was
before,
as enemies like herself
yes,
knew that son Francis Drake would hear what she did to say.
and
Whenever she said it in America,
Yeah, she's like,
Francis Drake
probably a
was
6
small
year, which
secret.
is decent here.
However, shortly
And
thereafter,
then the
he
Boston
set sail on a voyage of his own, a voyage that would make him a household name in England to this very day, the national heroes of English and Spain's most wanted criminal. There's a reason that school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Francis Drake.
What the hell is a rundown?
Sure, why not check out our website at therapistnewpodcast.com. Over there, you can find songs of middle
Yeah,
gotcha. We also have on an episode list of sources. If you're calling more about those sources links that go to the ebooks.com where you can pick up a copy of any all people. If you do use service, ebooks, you can take questions.
Really?
We also have ebooks.
If you somehow weigh the value of
There are some ways to use the
that's
There's also a button as well as a link. It's going to feature
I don't know that he had the time.
also Amazon search bar. So if you need to search for you can search the website. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on iTunes, Stitcher, or
So you don't think he was really thinking about
and it's really useful.
this particular civil rights struggle.
Once again, thank you.
Just kidding.
Against
You finding everything okay?
Yeah.
America. Thinking about African American. He wasn't thinking about the basic.
Hello. Welcome to the Bible History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
Uh-oh.
Last week, we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet across overland on the Maximum Mule Train. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back some of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Invasion. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since, well, essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. There was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley who did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish Adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, they began to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of a young group of gentlemen, the Gentlemen Adventurers, and while Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout it, he was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all three of them very wealthy. We would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americans. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called a Petty Royal Navy. And this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London. And most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now this plan is not well documented, it's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still lit, which I'd like to read to you. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, coke and yield, and special commodities such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shipping to work greatly. And gotten up as a force sent into X day in the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months and carriage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these little voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of her enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time, Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, Dolores Burgley, and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what was said, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other men that can kind of bring us in the direction what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked Elizabeth for. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the capital and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would have the voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put one line on something that she knew to be false. But she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the 80-ton Elizabeth, he knows the Swan, the Marigold, and the Crystal. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because, as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough to pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't be approval, and that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Downey knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself having quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Dowdy didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Dowdy, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of them, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Dowdy, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prices. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or
Turns out there's no limit to the number of cheese
the hold was
puffs
also
you can
filled with
throw in
slaves,
space.
however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set these African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships to free them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they made their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcome in the fort. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the way. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board agreed that they were absolutely not headed to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at least. Alexandria was not that far away, but they realized that they were going to be gone for a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swarm. It was a delicate balancing act for them, along with the other captains on the other ships, who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Dowdy really began preaching against Francis Drake. He began growing followers and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans and helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on the voyage. And then he tried a new plan. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and putting it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable truth. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, Pelican, and made him the captain. Now, this was little more than a bad news in the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped the confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened him. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more ridiculous, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to be on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote. And then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a noble who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him. The men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumpy. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted his trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds Doughty, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Dowdy the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Dowdy refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Dowdy was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the pilots in a stance meant for naval combat. Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Dowdy come meet with him. He really had no option but to. In a small rowboat, Dowdy went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, "Stay there, Thomas Dowdy, for I must send you to another place." End quote. Dowdy was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. And he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, when he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was no more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and the crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had at his possession on board the ship. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so, so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to the Portuguese pilot De Silva that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pilots. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well with the Swan. Thomas Dowdy and the other noblemen that were part of his little crew, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crew, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Dowdy complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, "something to eat that falls from my tail," end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Dowdy had stopped flying. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continue to sail south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor they were. So they stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Dowdy was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary, find her, and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Dowdy's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Dowdy was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Dowdy had begun spreading the rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact, a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have that moment. He had a plan to deal with Dowdy, but it was still a little bit ugly, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan
So you heard Schofield.
He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned.
Okay.
Now, Dowdy was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Dowdy refused to leave the Storm. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's captain. So Dowdy backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Dowdy, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Dowdy across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having put up with Dowdy and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they put him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Dowdy aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along. Thomas Dowdy is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother, a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge him. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crew, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met the tribe of natives. Now, this tribe was friendly and met with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to all of the young women, which delighted the English. So the natives had a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat, their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they could shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, gave him that to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Dowdy. While Dowdy had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Dowdy was on, Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Dowdy, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Dowdy aboard was infected by his dark sorcerous magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Dowdy was to stay with them, and they had to keep burning any boat that Dowdy was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after buying the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Eastern Midnight, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the pioneering of a man named Luis Mendoza on trial. In his book Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that meeting. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the meeting. It's a very lengthy book, but it's also fairly graphic, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Eastern Movement was finally ended, Magellan met around punishment for the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to reading the etiquette of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging him. Then, cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body. Parboiled with herbs to preserve them or repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured with a flagship stick with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstrings, which consisted of a cable wound around the cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the ordered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. To preserve the body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of evil. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly moment. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still there. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for him. However, he was forced to wait to meet his enemy. As soon as they landed, the natives attacked the fleet, and although the natives were repelled, several of the men of Francis Drake's command killed. Now Drake saw these men buried with full arms, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official Navy captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official Navy captain. While Elizabeth had back this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men put a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly and told his men, quote, "Know, my masters, what this fellow hath done. God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men the Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan fame. However, Drake appealed to men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the loot. He sent himself to sign up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known what voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider it. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." Drake had argued that if they let Downey live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish trade. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken as Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Downey on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here, right now, whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Downey. In the end, Downey met his fate. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman. He chose to die by daggers. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Downey begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God. And then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head alone. It was the head of a mutiny, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Downey's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Downey. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of waves. End quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board the ship. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth. And then commenced with the ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed. And the thing we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Downey, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican that was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Penn, who was a very close friend and a patron of Downey. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that they had set out when Thomas Downey was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at viralrabbi.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the ebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, ebooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an ebook search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so on the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. list. There's also ebooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either ebooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly,
Look, it's no secret.
thank you for listening.
It is no secret that Mike Scott Paper signed a
Hello, and welcome to the Francis History
to
Podcast.
reassure everyone
My name is
that
Matt.
we think
Thank you.
this is just a temporary setback. Okay?
Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most and that period to come from Plymouth in England.
We're just going to get started. We're going to figure this out. Rest assured, Jim.
East across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil. Down that coast further south until he reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable event. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies, there was an alien mutiny led by a man named Thomas Howden. Francis Drake eventually just left Francis Drake with 3 ships: the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Miracle. Sailing just 2 days south, Francis Drake found the fleet in what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and nearly quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reported on the ceremony that changed the name of his ship to Pelican. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the easiest way for them to cross the Caribbean stuff. There were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many lives. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 2, Master Thief of the Unknown World, part 2. Before we continue, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that this was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best records out. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members and agents, so she didn't want any record of them in existence. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who he was a master tactician. Not just on sea, he was a master of court politics as well. He was able to turn even the worst of disasters into potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And if things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a escape. It was called who he was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Howden was not in fact the villain that Francis Drake made him. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if he had failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in ways that would favor him. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happened, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information. For example, the name of the ship was reportedly changed to the This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Howden. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From poets and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. This may be just a force of habit, but if you some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, Francis Drake did change the name, but not in the massive ceremony he and the men were aware of. It was more something for humanly purposes. More likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not at least in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come and the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship of Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name of the Golden Hind appearing on the page. And this was from work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The history is important, but with a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture in a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters. So, beware. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Malta. Almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this quote. Within small time, continuing our way, we chanced to 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts and journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance, he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here, there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account. We came into 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the same day, and the other Penguin Island. And another account by John Winter. Quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait. In the midst of whereof we found the island, we found a certain sea fowl, with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. So the number of islands differs. The names of the islands differ. Sometimes the names of the islands are discussed. The one thing all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that Penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, that they found an island filled with delicious and easy to kill birds. It was only later that it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without using charts. At first, it's a fairly easy one, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to float. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150 mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. Taking Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something to fear? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? The seas surrounding that southern tip of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find a way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait. No Englishman had ever been in the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest. And that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. That is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned away. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, so they didn't continue to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a parallel. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and grounded it before realizing his mistake and coming back. This would seem the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all this. The three ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican or the Golden Hind and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they called later as fearful cries. 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships had stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship who were facing where the horrific screams were coming from until suddenly the men saw it. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in the smoke. The Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, was anchored and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship. He decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan and wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back to the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes of the execution of Thomas Downey, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small council and men who were alone in the Strait of Magellan, were told not that anyone claiming to have been a part of this. It's almost impossible for us to prove that these were actually who they claimed to be, but there were some questions arose. It's possible that these sailors were on the and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, it was possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship that sailed by England, those are conflicting as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to command and bring the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along after becoming separated from Francis Drake that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was receiving war money by Elizabeth and there was no contribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual concern. However, we can't really know what happened on England or no records. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till then, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Dawn, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the land finally on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Florida. Now there they managed to collect food and water. They got more seal and more penguin meat.
I just know
that
I am flying
Drake
high,
reportedly knew
and I don't want to think
medicinal
about it. I
properties.
just want to enjoy it.
So they made a key to the serpent, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of the island of the mountains. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Encantada, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. And this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island was Spanish to This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the island of war. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful against the English. But he also learned where he was, how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through there, and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor of Curazao, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintana. It was a perfect harbor. The exact harbor that you would imagine from the stars. It was small, it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean. And only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any words for Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsome, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not long Imperial, a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England, or France, or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed in the harbor, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and it looked just terrible. But this ship, the Valparaiso, had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board the Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Bajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes the Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Well, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took chalice and some of the vestments and other religious articles. And Francis Drake handed the ship's pastor something of a joke, who laughed it off, and then threw this paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then, it was reported later, a lot of gold that wasn't gold. Gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine. But then, Francis Drake, searching the cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wanted to present it as a king on the coming home. There was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone. He took this information, as well as the pilot of the Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship could finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay, and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his time. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been much longer, and then we're finally content on this one. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine, and many comforts of the flesh, and were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had his right plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messages. If word got the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move and quickly to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point. They waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, the mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury his comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. He retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. The territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack him. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Eye. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hulls. When they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the beach. There were a total of 15 on board, and they finally put them on its place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy boats. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, well, putting together a small place that was on board one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to behind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry units and the natives who were standing guard on the English.
Get out!
The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland, and he demanded he had taken captive that Spanish pilot, Diego. He assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region, so Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw lights on the shore as they were. He sent a small boat to investigate, and what the man found was a campfire smoldering, with the man sleeping next to it. The 7 llamas that were standing there heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise. The fleet continued to come very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take it on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish camp. He would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of Chico's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages, women, and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Relief. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other things, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port every weekend that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to Golden. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, his ship was smaller and lighter than what it was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at him, pointing at the English flags, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure vault, this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news was as close as up facing. He told the men that instead of taking any ships that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. They told the captain that knew a lot about ships in the region, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, ready to leave as they came. The other ship had already left port and was on its way. So Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter way to head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and headed to port to take the ship that was waiting to be boarded. When they took the ship, they gave it very easily. There was almost no contact. There were a couple of chests of silver and some silver, which was a decent amount for Francis Drake to use. Not the men were safe. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was something going on aboard the golden ship that they were sailing. So he got out to investigate. He rowed his boat over to the behind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket shadow shoved in his face, fell back into his boat, and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed in the west, almost blocking Francis Drake on the hindsight. So Francis Drake had his ships tacked about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase them. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now Drake had two priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to kill him. Second was to catch that other ship. The ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches. This ship was known. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion. It named, actually, by its crew, the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the ship Bible. The Cacafuego was the merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake him. Just what he wanted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold. And they set out to chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing and attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon the ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all of the cargo on board gold. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to do. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only made 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some time to get. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which doing so would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down from not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then thrown astern. They dragged behind this ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough, and though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anza, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name, the name of the vessel. The man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So de Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his. He replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale like this, quote, what seemed to be about 60 arquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lantern yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail, and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, "Have patience, for such is the usage of war," and immediately ordered him to be locked up in a cabin in the Cape. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had held. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free reign they had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them, of course, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the church on the holy island, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to Strait of Magellan, through London, and up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacahueta that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his group, the Portuguese pilot Silva and the Spaniard Diego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Diego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south. So the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the 2 members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels. Then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, looking directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Empire. He sailed north until he had left behind what many Europeans would consider civilization into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he went home. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake was going. There are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed that Drake made his landfall. In a lot of ways, it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver, Canada. Whoever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the 2 groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on and wondered. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing and song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name of Hill. Because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." The man the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be the king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community, until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they had available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them, and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was, in fact, a visitation by Francis Drake. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albia, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was to ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albia. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albia to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was in fact a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 3rd. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warm. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European. They saw this as an act of theft, and they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about, and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples who assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant for them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they resided came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Matthew, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his home. So Francis Drake headed further west through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded and failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26th, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily oiled, made its way into Port Said. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman reports that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its Queen Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this one. This voyage changed things. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the world. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning burning up in Europe to a boil. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the podcast. My name is Mike. Thank you for listening. When Francis took care of the separation of the world, he found that the situation in Europe was dire. Both the voyages of Europeans and the French War were really British campaigns and the American through the war. It was really an international experience. The war was largely acclaimed. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare. But in practice, it was something that contributed to the war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in decades-long civil war. In the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, that not only were the respective kings, but the forces of the Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies of land, they faced them at sea, so they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, compared to anyone else in the West, we learned that you don't need very big ships and massive armors to conquer the house. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking the moral fiber, possessed a will that could focus. This is episode number 11, The Sea Beggars. To understand today's story, we're going to need a case. We've talked about the sea beggars before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but this is footnotes. They've been the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea dogs. They're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century days, but what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. But these countries don't really have those ancient roots as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're relatively new colonial. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe. They're very marshy, swampy areas. It's that same region that's famous for the dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to ram and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, people built these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start to inhabit these places. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Even all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to our story. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but really politically. And in fact, something that is important aspect to them, most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to seem to understand. The cities in the Low Countries, they usually had a governing body, a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but they had a more democratic mentality that was going on in the rest of the world. Now, these 17 regions of the Low Countries are called the states. Well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain political privileges. these privileges are something that usually they were an exemption from certain penalties that didn't benefit, or sometimes it was the right to clean themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law, which could be tried by a jury of peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the lower countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries weren't always kind of hotbeds for dissent. It was the place that birthed that challenged men like Erasmus and Martin, who, though he was accomplished his life, was famously critical of some of the church's less several steps. This was something that was very common in the Victoria's Street and also in the now, the people in the Low Countries, if you guys were looking for business they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was essentially the sea. It was the conflict in the form of flood, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a basic position in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for long, and they would have wetlands water that needed people to farm on. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade and merchandise activities, and beautiful major trading hub with all of Northern Europe grew up around the city of Antwerp. Now again, we talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they were nearly all of England's was right next to them. And cities in the region would spend and some of the fast clothes made in all of this. People followed them to come in and buy that and they would put it nice such as explosives, fire, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So they had a serious financial power and they played well. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and groupings didn't seem to indicate for most of the history of the 16th century. This one allowed to accelerate between shipping marriage alliances and the European sometimes companies these were then introduced to the unified alliances. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries were under the rule finally by one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther was Charles V was arguably the most powerful man in Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was to the same line that was introduced. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs. Those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean, founding the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one city. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated in his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire in Italy and Alexandria. He abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's neighboring cities, he abdicated in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II that we were talking about so much up before. The Spanish king to marry King of his sister, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought the war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died, he lost his throne in England, treated for peace with France, and decided to make peace with France where Philip II the real leader. A man named William of Orange. William was born in 1530 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's on this, then we'll finish. He was born the son of a writer in the White House. Despite the blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. They were a great deal of national. His mother made always for all with her own two pies and cooked every meal for him. This was not the lack of work that he was born. He was educated at court and not in mostly the public ways. William's opinion was very similar to his. They were both educated young men members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. One of his cousins, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as the province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France, now under control. At 11, William is his soldier. This man, William of Nassau, 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the king of France and the king of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody in certain ways become one of the more powerful nobles in the United States. But instead of refusing his power, they looked at him and circulated that he could be educated and all the previous characters that he was going to lead. He was simply one of the men who was the regent of the Latin She was the sister of Charles III. His purpose and antithesis to everything he had known so far. He had been raised a Protestant. Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. Well, his home had been an austere place. The court was opulent. He traded his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens and song hymns that he learned at home for the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled at this, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as the church was concerned and politics. He became a favorite very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in it. He was known to, when the emperor would visit one of his provinces, having his talks with William of Orange alone and private. Whenever they were having a battle, William became spectacularly a musician. He really took to his music very well. But he never forgot his hard working for the rest of his life. He always remembered the populist leanings of his government. When Charles V abdicated his throne in 1555, William was there. He really learned himself in same college and William continued to he was there in Paris when Charles VI met King Henry of France to sign the peace treaty as a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in both countries. He was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid ground. These hostages were honorable gifts and William would go on holidays with the French, some of the other Spanish rebellion. One of their favorite activities was to go on Everybody there, now, one that King James told us of Spain, none of the war between Spain and France was over, which was the Philip, on the other hand, was to burn and William listened to all his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from honest house.
Oh, right.
His mother and father were neighbors of Weaverville, New York. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestants. And then, in addition to everything that's
Let's say 30.
one of the common moves in the Low Countries. After Simon Jesus' attack, all those Spanish troops on Low Country soil to feed French, he had left about 3,000 Spanish troops there, so more and more Spanish officials were being appointed in positions as well. Something that was technically illegal. You see, King was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either
Hey, wait a second.
who let you in these nations to be
I can get winning with anybody. Yeah, that's right. Hey, so would you rather
When we came to the Low Countries,
sure, I will get you the best idea in the world.
a new region was appointed in the Low Countries. This was
never be just friends.
Margarita de She was officially supposed to rule the relation with an official council of state. This was something of a pride. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries, including William. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country and Bishop Antoine de Leon. This was Philip II's chosen representative. Granville was a proud Spanish. He had really no love for the absolutely personality there, so really he was perfect for those. William spent his first couple of years with all of the nobility of the 17 different states. He organized them, built strong ties and even began a network of communication.
Aaron, back row. Ryan, you move up a row.
This network of lords several objectives. First and most important to them was to petition Margarita de Parma, Granville, and himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soils. These petitions, and they said many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until finally the need to move those troops off Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs, Turks, and so William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granville was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to charge and this imposition did, like impositions were intended to do, they searched for anyone who wasn't and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even execution. They terrorized the countryside with all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles as they banded together to fight this injustice. Well, they decided to press for Granville's removal. They took William's symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver quiver. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken and that many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open. They were broken. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to fight that power that they felt. They would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square at every power they wanted. They even went so far as to promise Margarita de Parma that if Granville were not removed, all of the councils that they were reported would not be paid. They said that if Granville stepped into the ground, they could could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially a killing of each of the Low Countries. Philip's representative, they did not know that they had so much they would go to open rebellion. However, on the other hand, if Granville were removed, taken away from power, and they promised that there would be no accidents of ordination and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margarita definitely lost. You see, her realm was always hurting for her, especially in this time when finances were not exactly good. So, learning that there was a way to support her, she wrote a petition Philip to remove Granville. And finally, Granville was sent away to remove the excuses. Really, he was Italy. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn similar to how he had been held hostage after signing the peace of France, William sent his daughter to Margarita to her court to relay a way to learn all the materials that she would need to make a good marriage. In return, Margarita granted William the home. She gave him the position of Star, which was an office in 3 provinces that was Zealand, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadtholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, as well as the someone who was essentially in complete control. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the others who received similar treatment, all of their representations and the demands in that and they attempted to make this last. However, the opposition was still in place. Granville, the man who had called the opposition, all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the opposition, they were still there doing their jobs. Ousting Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation from the people on the local. Everywhere, Protestants were arrested. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. And families were poverty, no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William Sailor and Dutch Review by Ermine de. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful For some years, the Christ kept a great disappointment. The winters were severely long. There was unemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more dead, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. They were committed to secret place for meetings and watched the heretics die with martyrs' funerals. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, the Inquisition, or another severe winter. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanting songs, marching the streets and lands, hitting the wall and volunteers, putting out lanterns and knocking down the corridors. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow prisoners, and even attacked the executioners who hated stones and bars and red scaffolds and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about bird martyrs. These very ordinary people.
I do.
The attitude in that country was changing. Well, the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita's army. Only the lower nobility, not. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of the nobles, even including William's younger brother, Louis d'Alençon, decided to compromise nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the Bill of Courts, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to her. This was intended only the hostility towards the Protestant. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. One of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not,
I'm Robert Redmond.
viral
The
nature.
man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named
Robert Mifflin had a great
Henry,
life,
he
but
overheard
unfortunately
supposed
had undiagnosed
he was a man that
depression,
certainly
which over
looked
9
like
million Americans
he had
suffer from. His
long,
untreatable.
unkempt
For
hair, very, very wild,
$250,
and he was said to
how
have
did he
extreme
prove?
in a lot of ways he was
A
something of a
rope,
barbarian,
B, a knife,
very genteel, very.
C, a gun, D,
But what that advisor
brushing his
said,
teeth.
fear not, they are all dangerous. It was not to be something else. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common
That is correct.
it was not a rallying cry for their virtue. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating
Economic
after
downturn
Parma
has been
agreed
difficult,
to bring the
like
letter
forcing
to
the closure
attention.
of both
Nobles
Camden and
laughed
Cloudwood.
at being called
To be followed
as they
soon
raised
by
the
what
shield.
other brand?
They called out in unison, long live the
$500,000.
Patriots.
Is it
It was
A,
something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle.
B, Buffalo,
First of all, how correct.
In a lot of
C,
ways, it's
Utica,
significant because it's similar.
D,
First of all, they were
I would
beggars
say
who had
B,
had their
Buffalo, final
lands
answer.
and riches stripped away by the selection of beyond that, most of these people who believed that they were the true
Okay, we're at picnic today.
so people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of others. They attributed all of their actions to these
But there have been talks
even
about closing the
perhaps
bar.
even especially mirroring Christ's actions of the who drove the money. It was around this time actually, many works of art were created, one notably by a man named Alberto, Christ driving the money changers. This was something of a response to this logical people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. All of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid violence that was similar to the This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition. It was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the world. That the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing Protestant innocents.
maybe we shouldn't play
The group of lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William and Simon. Even so did Margaret, so did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop. On July 22nd, Margarita de Parma received a letter informing her that there was destruction of churches and church property in England. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since in France, for years, he had been dealing with Huguenot radicals facing and producing saints, impulsive streets and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the Count Munster in Germany had taken over by Anabaptist fathers and executed or exiled every Anabaptist more moderate movements as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind as she was thinking. She knew that these were possibilities, and these people were very desperate, and she had to do something similar. Unfortunately, the order came too late. Turns out, it was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, that storm
Technically, that is company
Today, it's part of France and very southwest of low countries. It was when English pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic the saints and as much contemporary as it is. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as we're having elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property. It was as civilized as this good in spring. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave People would hear about what happened and attack the church and their church. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They wanted to create all these people in all of them. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They made Google images of the church, much of which are still seen today. They're images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to record to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was really destroyed, and luckily it caught fire but not bad enough to destroy the church. If you go to Israel for a place being similar to the French Revolution, they are but beggars being similar to the Holocaust. Well, then this is a sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, were inspired. Following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything. Even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well respected ministers were destroyed. And the nonviolent material becoming more and more present. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic. This building stone moved finally to Antwerp, then further north to east along the coast. It hit Holland, which was wrong. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic in exile in the Low Countries described the Catholic quote, these fresh followers of this new preacher flew out of the branch and faced the painted images. Not only of our needs, but all others in the town. They tore the paintings, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, great altars, spoiled the floors and cupolas, rested the irons, conveyed away or break the chalices and vestments, hold up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking kisses. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries and books of all sciences and arts, yea, the holy scriptures and the ancient fathers. This work is not the battle for any of the peace or any day to get hurt when we learn a valuable lesson once. The building stone. This was used to fun for filming of carnival tours. There were people who were obeying signs that they taken part in serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. And some of these attacks, there were even plays known by some of the youth around. And you see a play of kings versus peasants. These attacks lasted for just over 3 weeks. And naturally, either Marguerite or Philip II don't allow this to go on. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, and Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by many of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Balkans. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic period. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alva established what he called the Council of Trumpets, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Company. They began arresting anybody who was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic period. They arrested anyone from the lowest of peasants and protection powers up to the higher nobility. William II knew that it was time to leave them. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called Egmont. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He had nothing to do with this iconoclastic theory. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what's called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alva. They were brothers.
based on
But
necessity.
William II did not believe
And then
this would be
it's
enough
based
to
on
protect
that
his right.
powers a certain
According to
small
legend,
selection of
when
students
William left on his journey,
to serve forces
his
enacted
words to him were,
of a
quote,
particular idea.
farewell, and took out a
And not,
letter,
I think I
which William replied, farewell, don't forget
maybe
me.
for some reason shut down.
And
And that
turned out
that I
they had
think
both been proven correct.
blame lies with the
Now,
administration.
William wasn't
I think
alone
the
in
solution
his
is
exile.
lesson,
There was a
just like the
flood
solution
of
like
noble refugees from the
bigotry option.
Not only William II also took his brothers along with many others. And it wasn't just nobility, common people were leaving the thrones. Many people who had had their lands taken away, their homes destroyed, and their lands taken, trying to find exile elsewhere, trying to find some land that had suffered. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants. There were very few places in Europe that became Protestants. The only two that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire were the refugees and many Protestant sympathizers towards his God. William and his brothers really weren't very talented, but this kind of people who were escaping elsewhere in Ireland, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication between them, Huguenot lines of France, the many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William and Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany. They began to organize a military. The French Huguenots allied themselves, started to attack themselves from France itself. William's brother, William, saw Henry was going to attack from the northeast. And William silently was going to attack right in the center. The French Huguenot force never even made it because they were intercepted by the force of the French king before they were able to make the Alba, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable lands while Alba was engaged elsewhere. Louis was defeated. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against Duke of Alba. However, Duke of Alba was abandoned by William's He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle a total of 29 times over 3 months. And every time he would present battle to Duke of Alba, Alba would not hesitate. He would pick his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Anytime that William was trying to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alba would block his path. He would never allow that to happen. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy. You see, these 21,000 troops of William's famous, and the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Paris. And eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries enter the trade, they're not fighting for
Wait a second.
the army just
Who let you in here?
soon.
I see they're letting just anybody.
The plan to war this military dream conquest of the Low Countries. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and no longer needed. William, he was completely broke. He'd spent all of his money and essentially was entirely useless. He realized that he had to
So would you guys like to eliminate
other
or you
battlefields and
or both of you or combination where they
quote, all remain habitation, outlawed by the blind instruments of foreign hope, endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law under constitutional revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Seamen, a unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose light never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events. Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival under the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates and strikes. The Dutch were seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and fish. But with the arrival of civilization, the arrival of the Duke of Alva and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region were vanishing. And in the Low Countries, there was a kind of patriotism. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships or Portuguese or French or really any Catholic ships for that matter, they had their ranks swelled with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry. They were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from neat forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that used pirates. The first historical record of these pirates and patriots comes from a region known as Friesland and Holland. They began hunting, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that were not being called the Beggars Inn. Now, at the Beggars Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of ships for his men. He could meet up with other pirates and talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and see the new deals they might have. Yes. Occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel noble. And these representatives were well dressed and styled in place. They were an important facet of the Beggars Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to retreat. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military thing. The Duke of Alva took one, so he became a real man, and in April of 1568, he ordered the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch. He had powers in all ports, men and guns that could keep out any pirate ships from fighting. And the man who was the Scotland military leader of that region, on May the 6th, after a 3-year he released a command. He informed any villages in which to avoid water lines, the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those villages are outnumbered, and they are putting on some vessels and warn you to be prepared, so that we will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's realms." It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the realms. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of the Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition and the locals. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English Catholics were taken by Spanish soldiers in the locals. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into this disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects, he had entered into open war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London, a rage had been felt throughout the city. However, perchance for retribution, both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods and English taxes. As things grew worse and worse, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies.
They
In
send
November
an
of
ocean to
1568,
terrorize the
fleets of
nation.
Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into the English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to
Yeah,
land in
that's a
England.
great
You see,
idea.
these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that Duke of Alva was to use to pay his forces in their own countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage known, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip. Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel had arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of it, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted by the Queen, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought over there, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel,
Welcome to the
of which I
43rd
gave no
annual
refusal.
company
I
picnic.
warned the
Thanks for
captains
being
of the
here.
vessels
And now a
and had
couple of
letters from
employees
Queen
have
and some of the
volunteered
officials
to
of the ports
entertain us
ordering
with
them to
songs.
end the ships, which was highly necessary
Okay,
as, although in
introducing
cases where the
Francis
ships
Michael
could
Scott
shelter
performing
towns,
with
they had done
Nashua
so.
Molly Black.
Pirates had attacked them, and some of our men had been killed defending their residence, with the greater loss still on the part of the Crusaders. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money. The Vice Admiral has written that this effort be done. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's reward.
You ready to play Slam
Elizabeth
Thunder
had
with an
signed an
air?
order of safe conduct.
One
Asked
mission
for all of the gold to be taken over
Where
by
did
the
Dunder
Count
meet
Dover.
Mifflin?
From there,
A.
it would have been
On
the
Easy
escort
Street?
to Antwerp.
B.
This was all exactly what she was supposed to do.
C.
She was still
They never
technically
met?
allied to
D.
Spain, and this was
Brushing their
their goal.
teeth.
So she didn't have any intention at the time of writing this, and as many of the reports suggested, taking the gold from
I'm
the
going to say
She signed this document on December the 7th. It was only the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John
I was
Hawkins,
there.
who was the man who literally
I was the tour guide
the
in
letter
Mexico.
came from the Queen, informing William Hawkins to inform the Queen that a hurricane
Yeah,
had
I'm
dashed
definitely
their fleet
getting
in the
it. I'm
Caribbean,
sure it.
and that they had subsequently been betrayed
I'm
and
Robert
attacked
Mifflin.
by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judah and the abandoned the rest of the fleet returned. Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers.
B. A knife.
All of the gold included the troops who were occupying England's
Brushing
closest
his
ally was traveling overland across the borders.
more money than I've ever seen.
Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal of the Spanish, sent her top advisor William Cecil to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer than those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London.
I will say B. Buffalo. Final answer.
All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already over. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador.
Okay, everyone, we're at picnic today.
Taking possession of the excess of money brought by Lupe de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport shipping. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter is ended in seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are full with the Spanish ships, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of the Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will. The Duke of Alba was quickly losing control of the situation. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payments. Turned out, there would be delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs, they controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean. Alba needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning how serious his situation really was. So he decided to kill two birds with one stone in order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands. He seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and Spanish. They had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's family. She decreed, quote, the origins of all areas in all regions of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice in such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may have helped to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to obtain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had obtained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which were a certain sum of money. Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects are unjust and without due cause. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so bad, but if she would have been careful treaties, many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaty, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English could offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed, especially the sea beggars. The sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trade. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to French Huguenot port of Rothschild, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea, led by a man named William. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis 18 letters which was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of proposal, a letter of marque that would legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. And at almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs, both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot towns been given leave to attack any Spanish ships that cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn by divisions, both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers that would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war. Its first years would be fought by pirates on the first seas. That's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of these notorious pirates of history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenots and some of their early development. And then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch and their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some information to one of the key players. You're only going to need to know some of this stuff as things are coming to
How many people need to get hurt before we learn a valuable lesson?
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out the website at SEO-friendly.com. Today, you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art.
Can I finish, please?
We also have on every episode a list of the sources you can use. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source links also have links that go to the ebooks.com page for that book where you can pick a copy of anything you'd like to read more of. If you do use that service, ebooks is kind enough to only a couple of bucks. We also have an ebook search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so on the website. There's a PayPal donate button as well as a link to our Patreon page. Let's go to patreon.com/private-history-podcast. There's also an ebooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on our regular books or Amazon.com, you can do so through the website or kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which will links to the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast growth, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for
will almost absolutely certainly for the safety takeoff and land. And in order to be able to build cities and
and welcome to the podcast. My name is Bill. Thank you for listening. In March 1569, at the French port of Rothschild, a group of 18 seafarers entered France. Some of these men had spent their entire lives waiting the ship at sea and age. Others were more recently brought in. They were men who had been pushed from their lives as talented heroes because they decided to take out purpose. They were talking about newly lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of request, better known as a letter of work. They had just received this from Louis of Nassau, the brother of William II. For these men who had always been outlaws, on the run, on high seas, from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy and had to decide exactly what they wanted to do. In Indian era, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish just as they always had, and on most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly to them, be they the port they were in Rothschild, France, or Cuba, or any of the ports in America, or even some of the ports in their homeland in the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to speak in pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in power. Instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to balance, make themselves proper names for service. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license, plunder, attack ships, fight. This is episode number 12, The Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in the group known as the Sea Rovers, whose pirates turned patriots who were now fighting for the cause of low country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and in the North Sea. Any captain ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, they took that ship. Any worthy ship they sailed into a friendly port and outfitted for war. There was no shortage of young men eager to serve in these pirate ships, not just for the plunder, which they would be getting plenty of, but also for the chance to serve their newly found country. Two of these captains at this conference stood out as leaders of the Sea Rovers. There was Lord Dalton, the man who was giving most of the orders. There was another, a non-armed These figures, more than any others, realized that these levels of mark gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility, and not just increased risk, but also a chance to increase authority. At nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque to their pirate captains, Queen Elizabeth of England was issuing a decree against them. In the English or any English merchant by the day whoever assisted these seafarers would face severe consequences. At least that's what the decree said. In reality, they were somewhat different. When one of those seafarers, non-honorables, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, the local authorities there in Holland said 3 ships had to capture. Now, young nobles had
Yeah, we don't grab
10 or
these
maybe
for
11
balance.
ships at his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for two reasons he decided not to. First, these were Spanish ships, though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture little Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was a pirate, man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in an English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen from the Spanish, filled with Spanish loot, and manned by a fully armed Dutchman. Young Nobles, though, wasn't reading this, despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He had produced his letter from Louis Davis, he assured the man that they had not harassed any English vessels. The harbormaster inspected the order and the Spanish cargo and agreed that everything seemed to be on the up and up. Young Nobles asked the harbormaster where might be the best place to sell his entirely legally obtained cargo. The Spanish ambassador in England, or he would have been outraged at any other point of his life had this happened. However, he had other things occupying his mind at the time. Only recently, Queen Elizabeth had acquired all of the old and paid Spanish troops in the Netherlands. She had locked it away in the Tower of London, never to see the light of
Colin and I
day.
can never be just friends.
His king felt was understated, outraged by this, and there was a constant line of communication between these two men, and it was very clear that the Spanish ambassador was in deep trouble. Beyond that, ever since the Spanish had seized the English ships in the Low Countries that were possessed not adhering to conflict laws, the Spanish ambassador had been consistent house arrests in England. Only ever allowed to leave his home to visit the court and see the queen, and even then, no longer fully gone. It was on one of these occasions while visiting the English court that he saw the queen meeting with a message of a notorious source. He was
everyone approach the line up very carefully. Cannot get humiliation because of the last year softball game with Jim Cole, Spider in the
was Lord Balfour, that man who was essentially the admiral of all the seasons. He was the admiral even
Aaron, back row. Ryan, you move up a row.
in the English court, selling his ill-gotten goods, buying rounds of drinks for his men, and presumably enjoying some of the local English women's company. Lord Balfour was in England attempting to build an alliance between his men, the Seafarers, and William of Nassau, and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to Rothschild, meeting with his attempting to build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a league of Protestants in Europe, a league that was struggling against combined people forces of Spain and France and the whole Roman Empire. This was in response to many of these people forces' moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alba and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English port. Notably, there was a royal fort that was stuck in London. It was bound for La Rochelle, France, but not allowed to leave the port. More unfortunately, there was a wolf that was unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sell to Germany, but they would sell a large percentage of England's wool. So much, in fact, that the Swiss government was raising. It was even told the court that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse the entire economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted servants. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from that house in London. She sent out the Winter Run. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as different vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading the trade, and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright manslaughter. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and opened the port of Rothschild both for the French and for the English navy. The Channel was becoming a place that was for any ships. So many French corsairs whose Huguenot forces were tied down in the Caribbean that really they'd been unable to keep the trade free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to boost their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish fleet interceding in the trade. Now on the east coast of Ireland, and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea battles that made the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, so French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still were burned. The navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval law. However, now that the sea beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had been able to put a massive navy into use. In the Dutch wars and the beyond the piracy they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings of the business. They decided to elect officially Lord Dauphin as their head. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It was whereas, during the past years, the greater part of the Northern Freeland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alva and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any capacity with knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly. They were still not the navy, they were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but we did agree and we agreed to give half of all of their proceeds to William of Orange in the cause of Netherlands and Texas. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the Catholics. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to equip fires the fire. They published a paper bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Viralrabbi and it read, they declare the Saint Elizabeth Church and the patroness of churches and her adherents to have fallen under the sentence of anathema and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her to be forever absolved from such oath, and all duty of liege, fealty, and obedience as by the authority of the presence. We absolve them, and deprive the said Elizabeth of her pretended right to the realm and all else aforesaid. I've mentioned this people bull before. It was this action that so enraged not only the 1930 council, but certain after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as treason. If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 6 at the Turtle House of Law. Although it is so different, but in short, what Francis Drake did was the subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main, and more and more ambitious action as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the world. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French traders and really opened up an American front that was becoming a global between these two religious systems. Back in Europe, there was a pair of sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find home. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that could hold their home base and center all of their actions over. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that treated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, to show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from them to prove this. author of the letter wrote from his home
Yeah, I'm definitely getting it. I'm chewing.
He wrote that
I'm Robert Nichols.
have been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dyrek
Robert Mifflin had a great life, but unfortunately
Having
had
arrived here from
undiagnosed
England,
depression
he
for over
informed
9
us of
million
his great
Americans
misfortune
was
and
very
misery.
treatable.
But
For
his ship was there through great loss and seas,
$250,
and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he was a large husband.
B, a knife,
Whereas we had had such
C,
information
a gun,
concerning the son Derek
D,
from the mouth of the witnesses
brushing
and
of teeth.
from other honest merchants of Amsterdam who had taken refuge there. Therefore, upon kind request, we had not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it was not a little more leaving to say.
That is
This
correct.
man, Black Pirate,
Hey!
he was just a poor merchantman from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel
Economic
seized.
downturn has
At
been
least
difficult,
that's how they see
forcing
it.
the closure of both
I
Camden
imagine
and
the
Yonkers,
Spanish in the region
followed
didn't seem
soon
to see
by
it.
what other
To them,
brand?
it was nothing more than a lonesome pirate, and despite
$500,000
his friendly
ship
locals,
A,
the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the
B, Buffalo,
to the fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Dalton, to
I will say B, Buffalo, final answer.
That is correct.
with the aid of both the Huguenot and English allies, much like Port of Rothschild and several of the ports of the English coast. However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, they it forced the Dutch fleet into a Zealand harbor. The harbor was called Baden. Now we were waiting for the storm to die down. Another ship, a total of 6 ships sailed into the harbor. These ships came out with only hope and pursuit. These ships were carrying the Dutch couldn't let a prize such as this slip through their fingers. So they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 60 vessels of everything they had on board. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm. 40 ships that were even lower richly loaded. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. I think about how something like that must look. In a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Out into the ocean, into that ship killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay anchored and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to, and beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had treated fancy to, the crews of all of these vessels. They included the important words could quickly reputation spread fear to the Spanish officials who marched their colony soldiers directly to the shoreline who halted there and mitigated letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately caught. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding England, taking part of the shore, and bringing smaller villages. This was something the Spanish were always so much fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't potentially weaken their rule, so they could now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of these ships in this fleet sailed to England or to rothschild to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, starting to rank even larger. The fleet traveled to an island called Greenland. They informed news that they base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord, a man named Peter Van Minga, who was sympathetic for the cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods. But the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had been captured and betrayed the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before they could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for them. They controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around them. So this was a great place for the sea beggars to have as a home base. France.
I'll get it.
For several months, this island served as a base of operations for the Dutch. They launched countless raids from there, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of terror to come. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't
How do you
afford
think it
it,
was?
so they gave a man named Rodriguez the task of liberating this island from the sea. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Hirst. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have of some of these men, and the language that Victorian era history is just fantastic. Quote, Rogel's first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Haiti. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Guangai nobleman, Bartol Anton von Menthea, that the attacking party was obliged to make a precipitate retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of the English strongholds and the island of Haiti. Whence they continued fighting with drawn and imprisoned troops whenever the opportunity was favorable. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent out a much stronger expedition than one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on land. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. Once again, without home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains was a man named Jan van Troyen. He took a market that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a very important port. Spanish were quick to see the behind the house. The Spanish, well, they had garrisoned troops and many cannon in every harbor of the island, and continued to repel the sea beggars anywhere they could. Still, they were becoming real to the Spanish rulers. So, Duke established a fleet. It was originally composed of 12 large Spanish warships with the express purpose of destroying the sea beggars. This was a fleet the likes that the North Sea hadn't seen for some time. The beggars, they fled as fast as possible. They were trapped by the fleet, however, and were running from this
All right. You know what? How many people need to get hurt over learn a valuable lesson? One,
however, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them up river, and finally, they sallied into the sea beggars. They took two of the sea beggars' largest ships and sinking two of them. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars were now on. There were many remaining vessels in and around England, the port of rothschild, and sailing elsewhere in the North Sea. The poem about to any of the sea beggar ships that could be found who rendezvoused on the shores of them. They were received there by the Countess de Montgomery, who presented the Dutch with really a splendid ship, something that could be a flagship for them to replace one of their lost vessels. They named this in her honor. Competition tends to work best when people are free. Despite this war marathon under the English nobility, and despite the many friends and allies that the sea beggars had on British soil, England was no home to the sea beggars. The edict that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, when they would chase in Spanish ships in English ports, they would be occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use England as their real home base. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were a rough, violent, and uncouth lot who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role in the It had to be part of who they were. They had to strike fear in their enemies. And to do this, they had to receive many of their allies as well. Even other French ports like the port of rothschild began to refuse some sea beggars' entrance into their harbor because of their propensity for causing trouble. So the sea beggars continued their search for a port. They knew that this they could call real base operations. For months and months they searched, trying again and again to take different ports, and again they were defeated by the Spanish and their Dutch enemies. In one such encounter, that man Jan van Troyen, that favorite among the sea beggar captains, one of the most popular among their ranks, when he was boarded before he was even able to mount their camp, the Spanish attacked him at sea. His men fought hard to defend their vessel. However, they were overwhelmed very quickly. Over on the left, had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now, there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish. The men who had jumped off of Jan van Toorn's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and unfortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken her. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets. This began happening with alarming frequency. The sea beggars were underemployed for the Dutch and Spanish economies. That fleet had been organized to fight them and do well. So Lord Dalheim sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left from the Dutch. The sea beggars' ranks had moved to safe harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. This proves to have been something of a question mistake, however. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became the blind target for all of the Dutch in the region. That fleet, led by the Spanish, caught up with those 12 ships ashore away. These two largest ships were captured by the Spanish, taken to where these vessels they charged, with nearly all of the arms and ammunition that they had in the fleet. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish, and only one, carrying Lord Dalheim himself, managed to escape. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince William Silent, when Lord Dalheim arrived, he was promptly arrested. This was due to a lot of factors. There was money involved, as they picked the soil behind other people as well. And several other things that caused that actually were doing if he'd been doing good as the admiral of the sea beggars, he likely would have been William Silent told him another bit, nobody was one of his friends, and he hopes that he would be able to job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggar fleet got worse. The core element of the sea beggars continued trying to get things and continued being correct. However, many of the other sea beggar ships, those that rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases, the captains themselves stayed overwhelmed. They began going back to their old habits of thinking any ship they could find and putting all the money into their own pockets so they can gain a lot into not only the Spanish and the Royal Fleet, but also Dutch, English, and Huguenot vessels were now under threat from these rogue sea beggars. They were giving the beggars who were trying to be a Royal Navy a truly hard name, and turning this from a thing for a good cause into real piracy. They were losing many of their allies and many of their friends during this, and it was happening alarmingly fast. So, that's why the best friends. The motive third, the most famous of all of the admirals in sea, he was Baron William and Count of Lamarck, known in history as William van der Mark. William van der Mark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and Royal Sea. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general some of his orders and not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly experienced piracy and general. He contacted any of these rogue sea beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his leadership were allowed to come back in the fold. So regular piracy was one of thinking they were essentially exiled from the Netherlands. Now, he rallied all the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become a very dangerous place because of the experience of the fleet that was patrolling the shores that would cause the sea beggars so much trouble.
I lied to Kevin.
So, under William van der Mark, they operated out of the Pacific, primarily in the Channel, around those requesting real basic operations. A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the islands. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William II. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the Quaker ships, ships from other enemies because they could steal everything they had.
Listen up, everyone. I promise you line up very carefully.
They became
Cannot
a real
forget
danger.
humiliation except from last year at the
Well,
softball game
always
with Jim
as the Seabeggars still stood, the Seabeggars were smart. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed English quartermasters on English soil that they
Aaron,
needed to,
back
as well
row.
as
Ryan,
the
give him
government
up row.
officials and people. They said some of their money that there was less they had before, but most of it went to go to the Seabeggars, not so they could while it away on drinking and pillage on certain days, but much of it went to create a new, bigger and Seabeggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the Seabeggar fleet was rebuilt. Discipline was brought back to their ranks, despite the fact that they were acting as pirates, they were acting in unison, and attacking every French and Spanish ship that could get their hands on it. The channel for the French and Spanish was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet. All of these acts of piracy done by the Seabeggars originated from English ports, which, in reality, suited Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious of Seabeggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel of his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days, who were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William silent a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the Seabeggar fleet out of English waters. This event was one of the more important periods in the history of the Seabeggars, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. See, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, to have some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish developments in the Catholic powers were on Queen Elizabeth, required her to be safe. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command by herself or the Privy Council against the Seabeggars. They were to be attacked just to be chased on. This had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce any of her decrees against the Seabeggars during her colonizers or merchants. This was all political theater. And there was one time, too, the Seabeggars had planned, so well timed, in fact, that it's almost suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the Seabeggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill with the captains that she needed. This plan, the Seabeggars' plan, was very bold, and it would require them to put the English water. So, one way or another, it seemed that everything was back. Viralrabbi in the Netherlands, well, he was in charge. His taxes, this tax that he enacted on the Low Countries, they were not being paid. Due to a rapid tax income, he was unable to enforce the rule, and many towns in the Low Countries started to rebel against the rule. The Seabeggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unstoppable due to the Spanish fleet not getting paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke, Duke of Alba, the Netherlands proved to be too much for him as well. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in the Netherlands shortly. Now, William Vandermark did not intend to allow him to make lands in the Low Countries. His fleet, the fleet of the Seabeggars, which at this point was comprised of almost 40 ships, each one of them flew the colors of William of Orange and Prince, and each of them carried an additional red penny support, which was a declaration of intent to deliver their own from which was known as the Prince. They sailed to the Low Countries and South Asia toward the city of Brill. This was the rumored landing of the new Duke. Now, when they were close to arriving, the town wanted to recognize them and inquire who the Seabeggars had come. And the town was reported without a penny. However, a local fishmonger who was sympathetic to the Seabeggars was in the harbor, and he made his way over to the He met with William Vandermark and discussed terms with him. He returned after discussing these terms and met with the city's council. He told them, quote,
They
You need
swim
have
in the
no
ocean,
fear. The sea beggars will harm no one, and will come only to save the city for the king, and all his army and his warriors to defend him. He showed the town fathers a picture of the only man who could give his prove his legitimacy, and told them it took 2 hours to decide on what to do. The town fathers were in a conflict. They knew that if they were to surrender, the Spanish would send their army to crush their king, doing great damage, perhaps killing women and children. And if they did surrender, invade their town. However, this did not stay anywhere to feed them. The sea beggars, they knew that if they didn't surrender, they would sack the town completely. Well, they were waiting for an answer. An army of sea beggars began to march towards town, and it appears that these men were beggars in truth. There are many reports of them. Their clothes were in corners, nearly blankets. All of them looked gaunt and hungry. The word want is used in ancient texts. They were starving. And men were desperate to find somewhere that they could be safe and something to eat and use as a meal. The town council pulled the fish markets. They acquiesced to fight. And then they began to
Now, a couple of employees have volunteered to entertain us with songs.
to receive word
Okay,
of house surrender. So
introducing
he ordered
French
the ships
Michael
to fire
Scott
on the gate.
performing with
He added
naturalist Holly
explosives of
Flax.
gunpowder on the gate,
I've never
and
seen this
he
song.
dropped down rocks from one of the ships and began using as a battering ram.
And now,
Under the clock, on the evening of April 1st, 1572, the sea beggars took the town of Graves and their first troops of the year.
You ready to
They
play
didn't
some
sack the city
thunder
though, as
millionaire?
most people expected them to do.
$100.
Residents in the homes of some of the town's
Where
richest
did
were
Dublin
evacuated.
A.
These were
On
mostly
easy
tough
streets.
merchants,
B.
leaders
A tour of
that were
Dartmouth College.
loyal to the Spanish.
They never met. D.
No, well, they didn't
Brushing their
sack the
teeth.
towns. They did ransack those homes. They used any of the goods that they found and their money to buy themselves food and drink. They feasted after a good night's sleep. They were described as the very best kind of conquerors. In fact, they were treated gentlemanly and not out of fun. Now, it wasn't entirely the sea beggars did take prisoners. They took 19 priests and the island. Or they brought William Sally. Now, William wrote back, no man was to suffer for his religion. The beggars were reported to have said, quote, who captured him, bro? You or we?
I'm Robert Mifflin.
And all 19 priests were hanged. Elizabeth pointed out to me on the website.
Robert Mifflin had a great life.
There's a
But
saying
unfortunately, had
on
undiagnosed
April 1st,
depression, which over 9 million Americans suffer from in America.
this is something
For
because the
$250,
glasses
how did he
will
live?
be on help or town will is spelled somewhat differently depending on when you're reading about it. But it's not very simple. Now, this list of formulas is typically used as a way to teach something of the language to students. It's also a linguistic lesson, which is similar to many of our verbs and fundamental child. Things were going well for the Protestant cause all across Europe. The taking of Edinburgh was a turning point in the Dutch revolt. The Duke of Alba was finally leaving. The
Economic
sea beggars
downturn
were
has
finally
significant.
victorious and
Late forcing
home on their native
closure,
soil.
Camden,
The brothers, William Sally and Louis de Nassau, had themselves success on land as well. William Vanderbilt was the Stadtholder of Zealand and Holland. It was a position that he quickly turned over to William Sally when they arrived. In the north of the Low Countries, they really began to establish the Dutch Republic. Cities all across that north area were really were open rebellion against the Spanish. Finally, they had a cause that everyone could be for. William could even go so far as to garner support of the Ottoman Empire under the ruler Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he felt a kinship for the Protestant cause. He said that they both rejected idolatry and the Pope's rule, as well as their perceived polytheistic belief in the Trinity. I imagine the fact that both these men, William the Silent and Suleiman the Magnificent, were fighting Spanish and something to do with it as well. Now, in this republic, things were going well. There was a mass migration of many of the wealthiest and best educated men in the Low Countries to this newfound republic. There were people who, even if they were Catholic, were tired of the rules and high taxes of the Spanish, so they moved to this new country where they could once again follow their own path. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of Huguenot soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all, oust the Catholic menace from the Low Countries. This was a daring move, to be sure, but it had unforeseen and unintended consequences. 2 years prior, in France, the Huguenot forces had signed a treaty, a peace treaty with the Catholic rulers called the Treaty of Saint-Germain. This allowed Huguenot rulers to finally hold political office, and there was a marriage alliance promised between the Huguenot family and the Huguenot prince, Henry of When 2 years later the wedding was finally to take place, it brought all of the Protestant leadership to Paris. Now, when I think about this, I see almost direct parallels to a Game of Thrones. There are characters here who are almost certainly inspirations for characters within the story. If you're a fan of either the books or the show, I'd like you to imagine that there was a marriage alliance between King Rob in the north and, say, Princess Marcella of Arathi in the south. And when the marriage was to take place, all of the leaders of the rebellion in the north marched down to King's Landing to be there at the wedding ceremony. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei would do in that situation with all of her enemies in her grasp? Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de Medici did. In the days before this wedding, Paris was an uncomfortable place. People, both Catholic and Protestant. Arguments and fights broke out all over the city, and mobs were raised, but the peace treaty on August 18th, 1572, the marriage finally took place, and Paris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. But mere 4 days later, a man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, he was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant. He was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in both Brazil and Florida. That Florida colony being the one Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot pirates. And this man, this Greek thinker and leader, now lay critically wounded by a French bullet in his bed in Paris. Now, who actually ordered this assassination attempt is unclear. It's possible that it was Catherine de Medici, the mother of the French king. She worried that Coligny, who was very close to her son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage alliance was consummated, well, she had Coligny in her life. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination. Coligny was the man who was behind the Huguenot army marching behind Louis de Nassau, who was currently besieging the Duke of Nassau. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny lay critically wounded, the king went to visit him personally. And that same day, while Catherine de Medici was at dinner, a group of Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them again, if Catherine de Medici were Queen Cersei, then I think Coligny would best be described as the husband. He was the leader of a group of religious zealots who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's close friendship with Catherine's son, the young man, King. The next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine de Medici's dinner, a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral de Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the noblemen who accompanied him, and finally threw Coligny from the window. The gates of Paris were closed for the Swiss Guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, as well as their swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint-Germain began to chime. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint-Germain were ringing at this odd hour. What they saw was a force of heavily armed Frenchmen waiting for them. The streets had been blockaded and chained. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were dispatched.
It's time to put in the sub. Yeah, it looks like Pam
Their
won't
blood
make
ran in
it.
the streets, their bodies were thrown in the river or paraded to the streets.
All right.
The head of the Huguenot forces in France.
How many people
But the mob
need to get
smelled
hurt
blood.
before we learn a valuable
Catholic
lesson?
loyalists rose in huge numbers, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead.
Can I finish,
The
please?
massacre spread all throughout France, and thousands were killed. In cities all across the realm, men were unkilled, women were raped and
They
murdered.
just called me in for an update.
Babes were torn from their mother's arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll is estimated to be 70,000. It was said that the bells of Saint Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England. Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely with his life and gave Queen Elizabeth this tragic news. Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of it, denouncing its crime. Suleiman the Magnificent decried the villains that perpetrated it. And Catherine de Medici, she marched through the streets in triumph. I imagine that the Duke of Alba and King Philip II smiled. I wonder if Francis Drake, on board his ship in the Caribbean halfway around the world, heard the bells of St. Germain. It's possible that he was meeting with his Huguenot allies in the abandoned and doomed French colony in Florida. The Protestant cause was wounded. It was a dire blow to be sure, but now they had something to rally around. This was something that proved that there could not be peace through negotiation. Now, open war was upon us. Next week, we're going to look at the alliances and treaties, the declaration of hostilities, and find out the Francis Drake. We'll look at his singeing of the King of Spain's beard and the Spanish Army. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at historypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topic. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources we use. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source list also have links that go to the 8books.com page for the book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to quote me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so on the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. It's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an eBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either eBooks or Amazon.com, if you go to the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review for either iTunes, Stitcher, or Spotify, all of which we have links for at the website. And this really helps with the podcast, as we said. We really appreciate it. Once again, most importantly, thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. While Francis Drake was on his voyage of circumnavigation around the globe, he had really no news of England or European politics. No news of the ever-heightened tensions between England and Spain. Now, he must have had some notion of this, since his piracy and raiding were directly responsible for most of Spain's tourism. But, halfway around the globe, he had no news. It was really impossible for him to hear anything of either the Queen of England or the United Kingdom. When he finally sailed in Plymouth Harbor in September 1580, his very first question was to ask after the Queen. He held a deep love for Elizabeth, and she appears to have trusted him and spoken to him. Francis Drake had no idea how he would be received. Immediately after returning to England, he sent word to his return, his adventures, his trials, his exploits, and his fortune. Now, King Philip II of Spain and the Spanish ambassadors in England, they demanded the return of all Spanish property stolen. They had before them an restitution. They had been drawn up for their eyes, and they were bitterly over whether or not their son had peace in Spain. Now, some of these privy councillors argued that the treasure should be locked up in the Tower of London, perhaps along with Francis Drake, to await return to King Philip. Others, including Lord Leicester, Walsingham, and Campbell, they refused to sign this order. They were, after all, financial backers and trade supporters, and they stood to lose their fortunes because of their requirement. Now, all this became was really the ultimate requirement. These men were powerful and influential, but Elizabeth was clear. She said personally, and we said to Francis, someone can support absolutely please for the simple or treasure from his invention. For 6 hours, the two met certainly reported about the trial and similar execution of the Lord of the on his way. He would have told all his exploits in the Pacific and, not to be discounted, his many important geographic discoveries. His conquest of the Northern Alps, his exploration of the western edge of the Northwest. However, perhaps most notable of the three were the trade deals that Drake had struck between the English and the European pirates. These ensured future and goods from the East Indies. This future income, not to mention the windfall of Spanish gold and silver, must have been involved. The imagination told him this, as she described the fire situation. She had told him of the Cold War in the Netherlands that was threatening ever to break out into a firefight. She would have told him certainly about the death of the King of France and the raising of the new king, Henry III, which didn't bode well for him, seeing as how Henry had so closely tied to many French states. In addition, there were several plots of Elizabeth's life personally, as well as many Scottish plots to see her more overthrown. Beyond that, Ireland was a constant problem. The Spanish, French, and all the forces of Europe continued to use Ireland as a thorn in Elizabeth's side. Momentum rebellion, that was a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic lords rising up, they were funded and sometimes bolstered by soldiers from all around the nations. Concentrated in Belfort, his absence had been felt severely in England. All men with older names and greater titles were lords of the Admiralties. It was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth turned again and again into a war. And after she had given him his rewards, she would send him a royal pension. This is episode number 13. The world is mine. On April 1st, 1580, Golden Dawn, Francis Drake's ship,
Stop everyone, I'm going to line up very carefully.
all of London to see the ship that traveled around the world.
Last year at a softball game with
Was
Jim
filled with hundreds of
Spicer
onlookers hoping to catch a glimpse of the captains they all accepted. Drake was not just a captain and not just a soldier, but he was really a celebrity. He was a man who was not unlike the common people, and he had been able to help Philip exactly what he could do with his empire, with his pope, and with his ships. With the Golden Dawn of anchors, Queen Elizabeth ascended the gangplank. View the Golden Dawn. The crowd formed to come after her, collapsing it and them into the mudflats below. The crowd laughed and cheered at the antics of these people trying to escape. Now they were unharmed, but benefited from it. The queen, who was heavily entertained herself, lost one of her daughters, which a man who was gallant and lost, the French ambassador, Monsieur le Comte, who he collected his. In front of all of the onlookers, in fact, all of London, the queen raised her skirts to replace the body, and she told Marchmont quietly that when she was dead, she would give it to her as a gift. Now that the crowd had been awed by the ship, amused by these people's antics, and just a little bit by the queen, it's time for formalities. Francis Drake kneeled for Queen's prayer, and she raised the golden sword up her head, as from the audience, she should strike off Francis Drake's head. The crowd, of course, however, desired to know. The queen bowed her head, asked her sword from Monsieur Marchmont, and asked him to perform the ceremony of knighthood for Francis Drake. She was going to need him. He was a new knight. He was dragon. He threatened England that was poised by storms, even could not be understood. All of the things that she had told Francis Drake, be it the situation in the Netherlands, the rebellion in Scotland, the open rebellion in Ireland, or the many plots against Elizabeth's life, they were all based on this fact. Be it financially, with spies, or even with soldiers, the Spanish were behind the Spain was growing ever more powerful too. While Francis Drake had been on his voyage in the year 1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco, and the battle of the French ships. There, King Sebastian of Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, the deaf and blind old man Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's arguable that he didn't have the best plan. In fact, both Catherine de Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better plans than him. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when the cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Archduke Duke of Alva into Portugal. Now, most of the royal country in Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Dom Antonio. Now, Antonio was not a legitimate claimant for the crown. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to perform. His role was likely to go to either a Frenchwoman or the Spanish king himself, and that was something that Portuguese just couldn't stomach seeing. Foreign monarchs sitting on their throne, so they supported this man, Dom Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was iron-clad, soldiers with spears, arrows, and swords in the streets going toe to toe with anybody who stood against them. It was bloody and it was violent, and it was violent. The forces of Dom Antonio were defeated. And on September 12, 1580, Philip II was named King of Portugal. He sent a letter to Alva Henry saying, quote, "I don't know how to express the gratitude I owe you for this." End quote. Spain had been up until now the richest and the largest empire in the world, with the Empire of Portugal as all of her possessions in Brazil, parts of Africa, and the greatest European holdings in Asia. Spain was now a true global empire, the largest in the world by percentage. After taking Lisbon, Philip found 12 brand cruising surprises. He found 12 brand new galleons ready to sail. The Portuguese galleon was really the greatest warship in the world, and these 12 had more guns, more men, and more sail than any other ships in Europe. With these, Philip could really crush the sea battles. He could cripple this new English navy and, hopefully, reclaim the Mediterranean from its course. In land and wealth and now in naval power, they eclipsed England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire combined. They were now the world's only superpower. In Philip's eyes, which aimed directly on English shoulders. Now, he wanted to avoid open war with Elizabeth, but he supported every single plot against her and her nation. But despite their superiority, Philip was quickly thrown into the battle by the English. The Portuguese, who had become sort of allies with the English, had shared their desire of the galleon with Elizabeth. John Hawkins, who was now the treasurer of the Navy, had been tasked with building England's fleet. He went to work constructing these Elizabethan ships, this version of the Portuguese galleon. Now, the first ship included 4 men that would become forever a defining trait of the Royal Navy. That first galleon, Britain. By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they completed several other ships, including the Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why there's such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Caravel, or even those ships like the Jesus and Love, which had really massive fore-and-aft crossings. If you picture those old medieval ships that have massive constructs and craft, it looks so imposing on the waves. That was what the Irish ships were like, and they looked so here. They were really intimidating on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore-and-aft cross, so they had a much longer keel relative to the width, which made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So in addition to the stability by shortening fore-and-aft axes, they've been given a much longer keel, very with a third longer, and almost more importantly, these warships are given a whole lot more room for guns. While the Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were already building these galleons, it was really in those guns when the English excelled. For years, for decades, it had been agreed by every navy that the only proper material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of probability to explode on deck and kill all of the men on board. They were able to take the Questions from his experience much better. Now, Hans Gallagher makes answers that when they were produced, Spanish and Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German conversations making the United The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy all of these bronze stations due to the war in the Netherlands and the trade of
Yeah, I've definitely had that.
do something radical to boost their economy. So John Hawkins turned to the source. All the way back in the reign of Henry V, the king had turned to the founders of Sussex and England.
Robert
Told
Mifflin
them
had
to
a
work
great
on
life,
producing new guns, not new
unfortunately
guns.
had undiagnosed depression
Now
and
this
over
was
9 million
agreed by
Americans
all the
suffer
navies
from.
to
It's
be
very treatable.
inferior.
For $250, how did he kill him?
Less likely to
A,
and also extremely
a rope,
maneuverable.
B, a knife,
When John
C,
Hawkins turned
a
to
gun,
them, he found that
D,
while their guns were still
brushing his
inferior
teeth.
to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely
More
than
money
the
than I've
forge
ever
and much
seen
more
in my
quickly
life.
and cheaply than
I
anybody
would
that produced
say
bronze guns in Europe.
C,
These
a
guns were
gun.
lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable, and most importantly, capable
That
of
is
rolling
correct.
from one side of the ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to
Economic
disruption.
downturn
These
has
cast
been
iron
difficult,
guns were
recently
all
forcing the
identical.
closures of both
All of the
Kansas
galleons
and
they were
London,
building were also made by very
followed
specific
soon by
opinions that
what
matched
other
these
brand?
new plans. See, they put so many of these guns on
$500,000.
board
Is
that
it
they looked like
rented?
monsters bristling with thorns.
B,
These new
Buffalo.
English galleons had more firepower than
C,
any other
Utica.
ships in Europe, all due to
D,
the improvements on
I
the
will say B, Buffalo. Final
so the
answer.
crews
That is
and John Hawkins
talking
now
about.
had all these brand new ships, brand new guns, and especially names that didn't have to do with this new powerful navy. The ships that were owned by George John Hawkins and the Winter family continued their activities in and around the United States of China and the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than just means all encompassing. They needed something to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow to Hezbollah's spirit, something that will make him stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and around the plane of the navy was discussed all around him. In lords' castles and common rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge of people, men like William Winter, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out with where they would get all of them to. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes the council, but what took them by was the new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go over. The first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously considered by the Privy Council, now, they had that friend as a new ally that only 4 years he'd flown with anxiety. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet at the Azores, which was really Portuguese loyal strong. However, now full of disease and illness was that part. This was a means not only to rob the King of Spain, all of the riches of his treasure fleet, but also to keep back that stronghold for dominant This would have stung him on 2 points very strongly and appeal to everyone named for reasons. First, Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable to kill. The second, being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. It would be allies with this Portuguese king in the civil war, which is something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to see. So Drake had other plans that he decided to bring to the attention of some who knew. This time, he went directly to the Earl of West, pleaded with him for information. So this was a voyage that Drake had planned and fun, but he didn't actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with the Sultan baboons in East Indies that Drake had made that trading arrangements. The voyage was backed by Drake and Leicester as well. And those two, Walsingham, Hatton, and Admiral Lincoln all got on board. In addition to that muscly company and many other operations in London, some boards workers can hold fund. Any operation in that place, such as the company's however, Drake wouldn't be on board. In that absence, well, that's sort of a power struggle to see who would actually lead this voyage. Drake had men that he thought would be best at work, but these were among his friends, people who were those rough West Country Englishmen that these nobles in London would think would be best at work. Perhaps they should have listened to Drake in the long run, but eventually, the second of the voyage was down to a man named Edward Fenton. Now, Fenton was a distinguished military man. However, most of his distinctions came from military actions in land and really had almost no experience with the sea, which has proved in the past disastrous. And in the fleet the Drake was putting together, it showed. When Drake went to survey the ships, he found that every ship was like Portugal, Rhine, and so he appointed several of his own trusted Marines to supervise the division of these ships. Now, the council had gone over Drake's head to appoint Fenton. Drake had every confidence that his own men who were on board each of these ships would see that the voyage went well and would return with a wealthy and resounding success. The voyage was a disaster. Almost immediately, Fenton found himself dealing with the more seasoned sailors and the lost experience of the Atlantic Ocean. He began to lose his temper. His men on board demanded that the fleet sail west east to go back to the Strait of Magellan and plunder Peru as Drake had done that year. Fenton, who would quickly lost complete control of the men on board those ships, had really no command, so he acquiesced on it. And when they reached Brazil after sailing west, they showed why a wise and competent commander like Francis Drake really was vital to his own. The fleet crossed China. The very first Spanish ship that became independent was and one of them was sinking. So immediately, all of the ports in the region fitted themselves with water guns and shots. Now, Francis Drake, while he made a lot of ships, he wouldn't have sunk the first ships they had. He would choose his causes much more wisely. So, the fleet was forced to play east, penniless, destitute, and Fenton, he raged his men on board, and demanded that they take the island and sink the land. And also, they needed the fleet. He told them that he could plunder every ship traveling to and from the Cape of Good Hope, so they could build themselves rods. They didn't. The fleet returned to empires. There were smaller, more profit, and one of Drake's brothers, John Drake, had been made to be seen again. The mission was over. It had been that king of St. Helena, he was ushered into the possession logically. Elizabeth seized and courted. In the 13 months that the doomed voyage had been gone, Philip had crushed the fleet of ships loyal to Dom Virginia and the Azores. Now, this wasn't the English Navy, but these weren't military tours. And that wasn't the end of the bad news. William Warren had been assassinated. The Duke of Parma in the Netherlands, who had taken the place of the Iron Leader, was even more merciless than him. And this was false. Elizabeth turned to Sir Walter Raleigh, who was her new favorite. She had given him the nickname for the future. She realized that his leaders resisted to found the American settlement, which was something that Raleigh and his brothers were eager to do. And though the settlement wasn't big enough to start, Elizabeth was forced to turn once again to a most artful way to think of the future. And as we start building we start thinking more but he's not been at this level. So John Hawkins brought the plan to technology to investigate the process. This was a plan of somehow to go back to the West Indies and change those. Now he was showing up more with his family had been realized all in the world of this and Fisher's Royal Navy. Adopted from November 1550 shows the Queen, Sir Francis Drake, John William Hawkins, and Lords Leicester, Raleigh, and Chatham. Now,
for the future.
it was possible
Is
that
enhanced
the
viability
voyage from the
for
water. This was something that
and
he
we do
hadn't
that
happened in the
durable.
last voyage because
But then
he was controlled.
money ends up being the
However,
best
this voyage
mechanism for
would not be so
providing
small.
because
This would
you,
have
the future is
11
uncertain. So
large
either you
ships, at least 4
can
barks
save
and
your
11
apples and
places,
oranges,
carrying
you can save
at
the
least
souvenirs, you can save the
1,600
apples that you want.
This was going to be
But
an
these things,
official English naval
you
fleet,
know,
the
are very
largest
raw
ever
and
commissioned
not
by a
very
queen,
beautiful,
and
not
there
very
was
valuable.
only
Not
one
even
choice
big
for
where
them.
you
On
have
Christmas Eve,
objects
the
that
Queen
are
of Ford,
durable.
Sir
The
Francis
problem
Drake,
with it is
was
that
named
you don't
Admiral.
know if you just tomorrow
Now,
or
only
next
a
month,
few days
next
later,
year.
on December
You're not sure
31st,
if you're
the
going
local
to
Sultan of Spain
and you
and
might end up not
and
paying them, and you might end up not
signed what is called the Treaty of Joining the European Union against the Allied forces in Elizabeth and the Netherlands and the French Union forces. Now, Philip was nervous about Elizabeth's successes and the rumors of Elizabeth's defeat. Since the expansion of Mendoza had been exiled, news was on the line, and he wanted a strong alliance in Mexico. Now that ambassador, who was his horse, did get occasional word with the French and he softened words of the Elizabeth's fleet, which was a confirmation for its worst fears. Now, the Netherlands he received from the Netherlands, this time he's just a low cost the English would stop all trade with the Spanish nations. The signs were clear that Elizabeth was no longer being dangerous.
And that allows us to
And Philip's highest military officials urged him to both the Iron Duke of Alva and the Admiral sent crews they encouraged him to take their ships straight to his anxious fleet and invade English shores from the east. Even the war would still be exhausting, and Philip still had plans on his side. I'd like to read the historian Susan. This is Mr. Foster heard about the explosion. The whole Liberia had had partially organized his men to be moved from Jefferson back to themselves. Bravo had been bathed in warm sunshine for such 2 days in port, and his face had seemed very healthy. The land was supposed to have been the outdoor sun with the sun low in the sky, its rays reflecting the rosy and the rays, the lovely sun and nothing voicing the light of the children. It was then that he made the same thing that was written. So, for instance, if there's a cigarettes, it was steady blowing the following day, and we have the example, he puts those away, just not in the family, as well. It was one of those clear lines of visualized from the so on the
remember AJ?
limestones are money.
Yeah.
Seashells, we have seashells and Spanish
And that there were 7 souls aboard, crew awoke from his reverie and barked his orders to the crew while loading them in small craft.
So would you guys like some lemon tea?
Roses Fridays had been late. It was most unusual to settle their bills and shutting the hardness. Most of the people was already settled in matter of loading the things and enjoying it. It was a way to hide the Victoria door of this money. The hail and rain represented the 6 million foreign merchants and claimed that they wished to give them a small purpose in the stealings. They brought them 4 fresh cherries as a gift, a favorite of the English queen, so Mr. Foster thanked and ordered that the heat, biscuit, and beer be brought in to gathering in Yet, when they sat down to eat, 4 of the Biscayne merchants made their excuses and announced their intention to return to shore aboard Spanish fleets. This lack of common civility made the crew order to especially the company was saying was simultaneously delivering signal to always not as it should be. It is a well-rehearsed exercise of language friction and employee wise, and the first mate knew how to
Listen up, everyone. I found this planet very carefully.
the master of the symbols returned to his unwanted death, slashing and joking with an unbroken Spanish tongue, noting all the while who the poor second ages sitting sun, wondering undoubtedly.
Back row. Ryan, you're up the row.
Carrying more than 20 men in a larger vessel with perhaps as many as 70 merchants also Master gave the corridor and his men returned to deck to greet the ships and speak his words. They were, after all, only 46 men and some 90 or more slaves. He could only imagine that these extreme merchants meant to board the canoes, capture the crew, and best imprison them all. Many a merchant man had been imprisoned for days, most had fallen foul of his position. It was estimated that he could not wish if they was in peace. Once above deck, his suspicions were confirmed. Turning to the magistrate and his two friends, he said that he could not allow such a group of men to board his small ship and the corridor. Yet before Foster could give his crew the final signal for a pursuit attack, he heard the beat of the battle drums from the Spanish ship below and the unmistakable sound of their swords being unsheathed. The thud of the grappling irons and the roar of the cranes wrestling alongside the Primrose to board her by force drowned out his orders to his men. The corridor and his merchants seized Foster with daggers drawn at his throat and cried out above the shouts of the melee, "Yield yourself, for you are the king's prisoner." Foster narrowed his eyes and bellowed back, "We are betrayed." The crew of the Primrose, unfortunately, taking the 6 measures that the master had laid down for circumstances such as these, within seconds 5 calibers were fired through the grates from below decks of the Spanish scuffling above. There were screams from those Biscayans who had legs blown off, and shouts to abandon their action from the others. They could not know it, but it was the only gunpowder and shot the Primrose had on board. The few seconds of confusion of last grenade was enough to turn the tide. Foster placed himself loose from his captors and gave the order to fight to the death. Many of the Biscayans fled back to boarding vessels, fearing that they would be blown to smithereens, and several of their members others stayed their ground. Hand-to-hand battle broke out, and a well-practiced English drill of skirmish at sea ensued. The English, knowing that if they were forced from the ship, they would die 1,000 slow deaths, fought like demons possessed with 4 spears and lances, which ripped through 2 to 3 Spaniards in stroke. Yet, despite the heavy carnage on the Spanish side, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for a time. The only certainty for Foster and his men was that the deck of the Primrose was stained red with the blood of the Spaniards and Englishmen. The fighting raged on for another half an hour, with many Spanish Biscayans pictured, flung overboard, or drowned before the English could claim victory. Amazingly, only one Englishman, John Tristan, had been killed. 6 other members of the crew were injured, but Foster thought that they had survived their wounds. He had to presume that his 2 men, John Hall and John Broadbent, who delivered the letters to the corn party, had been taken into custody ashore. While the next day, his crew made ready to set sail. The Biscayan merchants who had escaped from Genesis did not bring reinforcements. He did not understand that the moment of his own victory by no longer released to the world. And he decided what should be done with the unfortunate, struggling for their lives in the day. First time since the decision. All the other Londoners who were in the Queen's hand flying high on their masts. The Spanish reporting was now clear. The English ships, the Lord and the Spanish armies were filled with cylinders of people and the master for the radical act. And I understand that this is a long quote, but speaking of best efforts, I couldn't find a better way to help the poor and Susan Rose. Her book campaign plan, which we have used frequently on the show, is very spectacular. She's got a true gift for narrative. She's able to tell the stories of real history in a way that is extremely beautiful. Her stories are very rich. If you're interested in this period, I really recommend checking out this. There is a link to the books in the show notes, so if you're interested, go to the website and so the Spanish had betrayed the English and taken in the whole fleet and their crews constantly. Luckily, the Primrose was able to escape the only ship that was a producer. Even more luckily, they still had on board those 2 agents of the creation. What I imagine was that had they been crazy, they told everything they knew to King Philip's.
And that's how we
They had any possession of the direct written orders signed by Dr. Spain on exactly what was going to happen, giving undeniable proof of
Jaws,
the
place from the ocean, make
This
terror.
was exactly what was happening. On July 1st, Elizabeth signed the decree granting Francis Drake and any English merchant who had suffered from the seizure of their ships the right of reprisal. Now, this wasn't a declaration of open war, but it was almost as if it gave huge numbers of English sailors leave to attack Spanish shipping or anywhere in Spanish territory. It was unlicensed in addition, Elizabeth signed a treaty of mercy with the Netherlands. She agreed to send almost 7,000 troops as cavalry who will lead the Spanish city of Antwerp. There was also financial amounting to almost a full quarter of all of the Netherlands' waters. In return, Elizabeth was granted use of and dominion of which were Brill and Flushing. These were strategic staging grounds against the Spanish. Then, she gave to Francis Drake his orders, and she surrendered. The seizure of the Irish ships, followed during the state of Louisiana,
Welcome to the 43rd annual company picnic. Everybody, thanks for being here. Now, a couple of employees and volunteers who have been able to install. Okay, introducing Strandy Michael Scott performing with Nashville Holly
His
Flash.
orders were to sail for the Louisiana coast to eliminate his English to take back their forces and to deliver a return below.
Presenting.
But those orders were completed, so Francis intended to continue on to the west. That is the string that touches Philip indeed, for while the switches to the eastern strings, I think if he was able with them to really put all other parties, and I know by good means that he more feared this action of Sir Francis than he ever did than attempted against him. It was on September 14, 1585, that the largest royal naval fleet ever set sail on the shores left the port. The vessels included such illustrious names as the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the Aid, the Talbot Park, the Galleon Leicester, the Sea Dragon, the White Lion, the Bark Honor, the Hawkins, the Galleon Duck, the Bark Honor, the Thomas Drake, the Francis, the Elizabeth Drake, Holden, and Penrose. They were captained by such illustrious names as Francis Drake, Edward Winter, William Hawkins, and Marcus Rothschild, among others. There was some controversy over who exactly was going to be captaining some of these ships. Drake had very particular ideas on who these men should be, considering that the last voyage he had made
had a great life.
such a disaster because of the
Ultimately,
English
had
lords.
undiagnosed depression for 9 million
One of
Americans
the reasons some of
was
these
very
captains
treatable.
were needed to avoid any chance that Elizabeth might send a message to England. Now, in the morning, the fleet left London to fix ships that food supplied. So, all of the captains were at first without orders and really along all of what so after sailing the channel,
I would say
Elizabeth's messengers, Drake called off and called on his top and intervened. Now, all the captains gathered aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure ship and they discussed exactly what was going on.
economic downturn.
The very first issue everybody had on was that Francis Drake had plans to
Followed
arrest
soon by
He
what
believed
other
that they had
brand?
not stayed on board to get them
$500,000 with a
well, this meeting that the sea captains was taking place, Philip was received his very first news ever. The Swans told him that he was anchored off the
I would say B, Buffalo, final answer.
That is correct.
Drake discovered something that was discovered that we only care for this sort of logic.
Okay,
In the
everyone,
past,
we're
he had
picnic
been
today.
commanding a very small fleet of fiercely loyal men. Now he was a royal admiral forced to confer with 5,000 other proud, talking, open, or coming message. He felt hindered by this rather than now, back in England, Drake was known as Sir Francis Drake, and he was on this voyage to see the Holy Land. He happened upon a Spanish vessel carrying line and the usual also would keep them in good capacity at least until they reached the coastal stream. From the 27th of September, fleets set to melt at viralrabbi near Belize. Which sent one of the most important fleet, the unmanned military, Christopher Colorado, on forced assault. They were to take more places along the production. This fleet of producers was recommended by the Spanish consumer brand. In their boats, these two nations Lincoln sent Colorado with one question, one request, and one demand. His question: is Spain a war statistics? Now, this might sound like bravado or posturing answers, but it was likely a legitimate question. With the Spanish ambassador on his own, it's possible that Spain had to get around without noticeable impact. But so, no. Luis followed English captors and English ships or faced the full might of guns and armies. The government allowed the plans to be used, but we would need to see allow us to trade for supplies until we are well stocked. We will need Spain for it was named as request, but the threat was really clear. Allow us to trade, or we will bring down the whole number of you and keep your power and I did not know trading to English was a priority for him. He did, however, allow that since he was unsure whether or not he could grant this request, he would go home and release more of the English prisoners. When he came ashore, he would first immediately see captains and see that they had been released and see that they had been and they lost responsibility. Now that the freedom was secured, he sent his men to they entered the town and for 1 night plundered, pillaged, and churches were desecrated or destroyed, homes were given ransacked, islands were certainly empty. However, for one destruction, it appears that great murder were perpetrated. Drake intended to scare them, not to galvanize this might against them. And it appears to be the next day, he and Pillara and their agreed that trade would proceed on Saturday. Now, the plunder held in managed 6,000 ducats, most of which was quickly traded back to the local merchants for prohibition. For some reason, though, the fleet loaded perhaps needed repairs to some of the vessels still intact while they were in port. Perhaps some of the other captains believed that they were not still provisioned well enough to travel west across the Atlantic Ocean. So that's the other reason. Drake did have other plans that didn't exactly carry along. Whatever the reason was, though, it cost them. Their primary target on this voyage, aside from freeing the English, was to take the Spanish treasure float. They knew that it was coming, and they had plans to do so. And if they had to stay where they stayed, they had been given a place to wait. Unfortunately, while they were having the Spanish treasure fleet just over the horizon, completely oblivious to the English presence. This fleet carried millions of dollars in Spanish silver and passed less than 2 hours away from their boat. It appears they had been waiting for it on the coast of Galicia, and it's unclear exactly why they waited so long. It's likely it was a simple mistake. The Spanish had most of them there, and all of a sudden transitioned over to the Royal while the English and the other constellations used to control the Santianes that Gregory was. So the English were still 10 days behind the Spanish, and they would be for years and years. It's possible that their news was a straight hand of the Spanish state. But he was 10 days behind on his calendar from the Spanish. Regardless, this was a blow to the settlers when they learned just how close they had been to being rich men. So in mid-October, they were proposed to sail for the Canary Islands, and then on to Cape Verde. So they arrived at the island of November 6th. Their fleet immediately began picking power. According to the Sea, who left a journal on quote, the first shot is named which went fair. The second being likewise shot at first step, which thou Jimmy's legs, standing his galley with Captain Frobisher and Sea Captain George, and the other, the splinters of a pipe where they stood, hurt George a little, but there was no more hurt gun, it being English. What he's saying here is that his hand passed between Drake's legs while he was pacing on board with the other captains. And this is going down in Drake's legend as a symbol of his luck and fearlessness. However, the resistance from the Iron Fort was too much for the English value, so they waited all throughout the Cape along. They found really little or no fire, still even less food, water, or wood. There was landfall value South Florida, so we'll need to visit local heroes, something they didn't see back in London. These men were impressed by their cleanliness and order, but they spoke of the 20 or so suffering inside from foul and filthy diseases. 5 days after sailing away from South Chicago into the Atlantic, these foul and filthy diseases began to race throughout the trees and into technology. For the 2 weeks of the crossing of the Atlantic, this plague decimated them. Every vessel reported at least 2 or 3 deaths per day. It finally passed 2 or 3 hundred men, as many as 500 reported the Spanish vessels. Many more were evidently disabled. Upon reaching the Caribbean at the Atlantic, the Drake sent all the sick men on board ashore, ostensibly so that the climate could help them heal, to sail away to the northwest. It was on New Year's Eve, 1585, when the fleet arrived at Santo Domingo on the island of Florida. On New Year's Eve, the time was Santo Domingo was a city that had a rich past. It had been one of the most prominent early settlements in Spain. It was a capital and trading area between huge streets lined with all labor, mountains, hookers, statues, and mountains. The muster of Santo Domingo began to fade. The trade was nearly and dried up in the last years, and despite the English having little rain in town for days, they found almost no wood. So, in frustration, Francis Drake ordered captives to be and he attempted to rise in the city for a whole million pounds. When the sheriff of the region encountered that so much money simply did not exist in his jurisdiction, Drake began to burn the town down, one building at a time. In the end, he left Santo Domingo with nearly 25,000 ducats, a very paltry sum compared to what he believed the town was worth. After the fact, when the exploits of this raid were published, about a year later in England, the events were immensely glory and valor. Only 2 of the mentions in that seem to be at least confirmed. First, the English despoiled every church, abbey, or convent they found from that same non-Syrian family. And according to the closing of the Bible holiday in which they invaded flags and he was killed by some of the soldiers supplied with soldiers. The second of these events, confirmed by this Spanish, occurred in a local agency building at a town hall where Drake found and removed a shield bearing the motto that said, "No sufficient police." Drake asked the local leaders to translate this message, but they lowered their eyes and dared to do so. Although one man did speak out and did translate, the shield held the banner King Philip II of Spain, and it said these words, "The world is not money." Drake resolved to return this island to the Queen, proof of Philip's proud and unreasonable reaching aim of his influence. He began to try to explore describing Sir Francis he wrote, quote, Drake is a man medium size, rather pretty than slender, merry, careful. He commands and governs in courtesy. He is feared and obeyed by his punishes resolutely, sharp, relentless, well-spoken, inclined to liberality and to ambition, inglorious, boastful, and unfeeble. Back in Spain, Philip received word of this attack on his own shores, on his islands, and his nearby possessions. He contacted the Duke of Parma and he asked him formally to draw up plans for the invasion of Africa. The topic in household and royal court in Liverpool was Philip's sophistry and his raid on the West Indies. The reports were known as exaggerated. Drake had taken Havana, conquered Cuba, freed 200,000 slaves, or, on the other hand, Drake had been killed in battle and surrounded. Now, while these rumors were fled, they did hold another truth. Drake did not assassinate, however, he did consider, and he did free slaves, but not nearly 200,000. Among the slaves he did free, some of them went to join the forces in Ireland as well. Still more joined up with Drake's crew, intending to take revenge of the pirates. Now, in the past trials that had taken place in Spain, Ransom in one of the oldest and most prestigious colonial positions of Spain was a set of Jewish strike. Instead of taking Havana and on towards Cuba, Drake elected to go south towards the Spanish
Wait a second. Who let you in here?
Meanwhile, Drake added a force of about 1,000 seasoned, armed, and armored troops under that name on Nile, about 4 miles from the beach from Havana. His fleet sailed near to the well-defended port. A separate withering fire from the port. There was a chain barricade across the port as well, and 2 galleys in the harbor holding them back by Drake's guns fired relentlessly, drawing all eyes from the town. It didn't really do much damage, but everybody was paying attention to the clear harbor. When he was unable to reach the defenses, it's doubtful that was actually his purpose, because while Cartagena moved on at the battle of the harbor, those 1,000 Englishmen marched into town. The only resistance that Carlisle faced were some poisonous stakes and blocking path that were easily avoided, and an amateurish ambush by citizens of the town, not even trained soldiers. There were attacks from the trees and from the city walls by some natives that were allied to the Spanish, but their arrows just went harmlessly off the English armor, so they really weren't being damaged. When the town had fallen, Carlisle sent word to Princess Drake focused all of his fire fireball from sun until sundown. After the sunset, every soldier manning their gun batteries fled in there. The English took minimal casualties because of Cartagena, but still, Harry continued to live. The Spanish spoke of both sides of the English as one. He said that the English were burying their dead in secret to try and help reduce the Much like at Santo Domingo, Drake entered into negotiations to ransom the town back to the Spanish. This time, he didn't expect them to demand only 5,000 ducats to offer a Samaritan gift. The local bishop, who was in on negotiations, called Drake a pirate, at which point Drake cleared his rage. He insulted the bishop's court and his king. The negotiations faltered. Drake once again sent to a burning town piece by piece, culminating in one of his ship's cannons being fired at the newly completed cathedral. It hit one of the arches that was a support to the rest of the cathedral and toppled the entire structure to the ground. Finally, the town agreed that they would give Drake 170,000 ducats, and both of his attacks on Santo Domingo and Cartagena, the records of his Spanish don't report that the English were as violent as one might expect in his time. They, of course, called the Cartagena villain was, but they also called it gentlemen. Yes, the English murdered, but as I said before, you didn't murder.
Well, the infinite wisdom,
the locals in advance actually burned the
little presentation about the history of
I went so far as to find him and he was home from school.
together.
Drake, when he found out that his wife had died, gave his wife a funeral that full of he had his own men give her away. He raised the Spanish flag and he had his soldiers lead the local officers. There was a real respect for the room between the Spanish and the Spanish, which showed because when Drake finally left the table, He demanded only 5,000 ducats from the man instead of his regular 6,000 because he had been such a hospitable guest. He had the family of the concealed. They went on to Cuba to hunt some blood and water and different on, sailing off to some boats. They walked in his wife, and in some of the years, especially the West, however, there were serious threats the English sailors and the open fire. For 2 days, the French waited until the men, many of the St. Augustine's defenses, retreated. The Indians used to really they all spend a long time at the racing, so they decided to go into St. Augustine and see what was there. Luckily, the soldiers defending the fort had left in such a hurry that they had failed to secure thousands of pounds stored in the fort for St. Peter. If you ever go to Rome and order some supplies and noodles, then you must say,
Maybe I played a little in the house.
if you're enjoying the show, let's take a
Maybe a little in college.
podcast.
And went to volleyball camp those summers.
And works hard to learn about topics. We also have a lot of lists and sources. If you look at the source lists and links to go to ebooks.com for that book where you can if you do use this, we also have an ebook search bar that's
accurately capture human
if you'd like
nature
to
as the
support the
action
show. There are several ways you can do so. There's a
So
PayPal
what do you have
donate
planned?
button as well as a link to our Patreon page. Let's go to patreon.com/rabbirothschild. There's also an ebook and an Amazon search bar. So if you need to search for anything on
Capital theory
just
and
look
the
at the website
theatic
to find another
is
in addition to reading that, you can also have
he developed theory of money.
Hello. Welcome to the History Podcast. My name is Henry.
And then
Thank you for listening. Back in Spain,
which is
Philip raged. This devilish pirate, this dragon, had burned his cities, insulted him personally, and stolen his gold. In the Low Countries, his heritage Queen Elizabeth had installed her former lover Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, as the de facto king. Had his assassination of William of Orange been completely forgot? In France, Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, seemed ready to take the French throne. And on the British Isles, that heritage Queen Elizabeth executed his strongest Catholic ally. She beheaded Mary Queen of Scots. Everything appeared to be slipping away from him. So he called once again for his military leaders, and he ordered plans for invasion to be stopped. The Pope, intending to help, published a papal bull condemning Elizabeth once again. This bull ordered all church proceeds taken in Spain and Portugal to go directly into the coffers of Philip and presented a lineage from Edward III into England, which named Philip the rightful Catholic ruler of the East and the English kingdom. In preparation to help Philip keep the throne, the Lords Plymouth and Santa Cruz gathered ships into one of the largest gatherings I've ever seen. Unfortunately, when they returned to England, the news that Francis Drake and the other captains brought back was not good, especially for the families of all of those lost in the war. The sailors had lost at least 40% of their number due to that horrible sickness that tortured them. It was a failure in many places, or financial failure especially. The crown had to come in and cover the shortfall to pay the soldiers and sailors their full wage because they had not made enough money on the country. Despite this news, though, the crown was not entirely displeased. Their ships were still in good repair, none of them had lost, and back home, guarding the shores, which is exactly where Elizabeth wanted. They had freed those English vessels and their crews, and dealt that severe blow to King Philip. The blow was really taking its toll on Philip, who lay in bed, tormented both by the physical ailment he had gout, but also by the psychological stress when he saw his losing the war and perhaps losing the flavor of his God. For a time, Drake was sent to Holland to give aid to the Dutch heir, but quickly he was recalled. His plans to once again sail west and raid the Indies had to be put on hold. They were massive ships, but that was the worst kept secret in all of Europe. Everybody knew that they were gathering a massive armada for the invasion of England. Once again, Elizabeth turned to Drake. The Navy, the English Navy, was busy building as many ships as possible. They were amassing cannon and crews while the Winters and the Hawkins family constantly patrolled the English Channel. Elizabeth turned to Drake and told him to gather his fleet. Once again, Drake was going to command from the ship the Elizabeth Bonaventure. The Crown also granted the fleet the ships the Golden Lion, the Rainbow, and the Dreadnought. They had a full complement of soldiers and cannon on board. This new fleet was supplemented by Drake and some of the other West Country investors. They had ships like the Drake, the Thomas, the White Lion, the Hawkins, the Elizabeth, the Edward Bonaventure, and the Minion, along with a host of smaller yet still armed vessels and vessels. At the Plymouth, Drake had some trouble finding enough men to crew these ships. At the last minute, hundreds of the men who had agreed to go on board deserted, wearing Drake's dangerous ventures and the shadow cast by his last outing. Sailors can be a superstitious lot, and so many had died on Drake's last voyage that this one was avoided by a lot of men. This angered Drake, and he sent a message to the Crown asking that any of the men who had deserted his voyage be arrested. The Queen declined to send her sheriffs to arrest them, but she did send soldiers to fill the crews, and on April 2nd, 1587, the fleet departed. It appears that the Privy Council sent some last-minute orders to Francis Drake. Quote, "You shall forbear to enter forcibly into any of the said king's ports or havens, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within harboring, or do any act of hostility upon the land." However, this command, for some reason, never seemed to reach Sir Francis Drake. The fleet anchored just off the Spanish coast. They waited near the days, which was extended harbor, connected by a river directly to the city of Seville. Drake called his captains for conference. All along the Spanish and Portuguese coast, the Armada was gathering, especially here. As yet, the ships from the farthest reaches of Spain's empire had not reached them, and all of the ships in port still lay at anchor. Nearly all of these ships were unmanned, and only a few merchant vessels were actually under sail, bringing necessary goods from ship to ship in the harbor to prepare for the invasion. Drake, against the wishes of many of the captains, ordered an immediate attack. At about 5 o'clock that evening, the English sailed toward the harbor. At first, the Spanish there assumed that it was a returning fleet to the friendly Spanish captain, and they sent a delegation to greet him. Drake, though, quickly dispatched the last militia. He opened fire on the vessels. A couple of them were sunk, and the rest of them retreated to defend the harbor. Now, the Spanish galleys' guns, these smaller vessels, were no match for these English galleys, who fired well on the Spanish range. The English sunk those 2 manned vessels, and still not properly actually in the harbor there, they took a 1,000-ton merchantman and then a 700-ton Castile galleon. They took 5 smaller merchant vessels, and then took a galleon owned by Santa Cruz, the Spanish admiral himself. And these 8 ships had been totally ransacked and robbed of all of the valuables on board, including the victuals and wine. They were set ablaze and hatred. Throughout the night, the Fort and Towers fired at Drake's fleet, and whatever ships could be manned set their guns to fire against the English. However, it was really a poorly organized and ineffectual defense. The man named Medina Sidonia led reinforcements into the town. He had contingent to both foot soldiers and cavalry, but they were unable to stop Drake from entering the town. All they could do was stop Francis Drake from entering the town, landing his men ashore, and taking the town. At dawn, a fleet sailed into the town. They took every ship that they had anchored and all of the crews that were too slow or too foolish to escape, and then lashed all of those ships together, which made it easy for them to take all of the riches they had on board. And more importantly, with this mission at least, they took all of that which is required to help the Navy. They took rope and tackle and tar and lumber and sail and any navigational instruments they might find. They did this so they could cripple the Armada before the year got started, and they could use all of these goods to bolster the English Army. It was really well planned. Now, Drake did falter in one of his orders, though. The Queen had told him specifically that he was to burn any ship that was found in the harbor with the beams. And though Drake had all of these ships smashed together, Henry Tarr and certain things he failed to do so. Why? He exchanged the prisoners he had taken for gold, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia himself gifted Drake with a cask of wine and a basket of sweetmeats. And Drake left the harbor in a rush. Why? He left over 60 vessels in the harbor unarmed, if not lighter, in defiance of his direct royal orders. Why? One possible answer is that Drake had taken some of those Spanish prisoners and had them questioned. One of these prisoners may have given up some sensitive information, perhaps even more valuable to Drake than burning ships. It appears that he had learned that Spain's second most accomplished admiral, a man named Juan Martinez de Rothschild, sailed with a squadron that was half the size of Drake's and was, at this very moment, anchored off Cape St. Vincent. It's also possible that this smaller fleet was accompanying the Spanish treasure float, which was Drake's greatest lust in life. En route to get to the Cape, Drake encountered a fleet of tiny merchant vessels, really little more than fishermen's boats, and found on board what would actually wind up becoming perhaps the most valuable cargo that he would take this entire voyage. He found together bundles of barrels bound for cathedrals. I understand this does not sound like much, but you have to understand that life on board a ship required many, many barrels filled with water. If you didn't have these iron barrel staves to hold the barrels together, you couldn't have water or wine, and your ships would be unable to sail, and it took time and money to produce. So perhaps the greatest delay that Drake affected this entire voyage was stealing these barrel staves. Still, though, barrel staves, while they were important, weren't exactly a rich prize. Drake needed a real haul, both to repay his investors and to line his own pockets. So he chased after Rothschild, who had sailed away from the Cape. He was headed towards Lisbon, but Drake believed he could catch him. Unfortunately, the winds weren't in his favor, and Rothschild managed to beat him. Lisbon was far too well defended a port for the English to take, so Drake turned his attentions elsewhere. He took what was called the Saunders Castle, which had once stood in the home of Prince Henry the Navigator. This was a symbolic victory, but not a rich one. Still, one monk did record, quote, "They committed their usual feasts and drunkenness, their diabolical rampages and obscenities. They stole everything they found and then set the place on fire, having first committed 1,000 excesses and diabolical desecrations of the images of the saints, like wicked heretics." Then, on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again for the better. He learned that a ship called the San Felipe, owned by Philip himself and carrying all of the goods from the Orient directly into Drake's clutches. It's said that the San Felipe was taken without a single shot being fired because her holds and her gun ports were too crammed with goods to fire any guns into defense. On board, Drake found gold, he found silver, he found precious gems, ivory, silk, rich dyes, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper. All in all, worth $32 million in modern money. With this haul, Drake was finally able to sail for home. It was around this time that Francis Drake enlisted perhaps one or maybe two men to write all of his letters and document all of his deeds. You see, Francis Drake needed better representation to both the Queen and the English people, and the results turned to be ludicrous. You see, Drake was uneducated, he was poorly read, and had really abysmal penmanship, and suddenly his correspondences were beautifully composed with allegory and reference to God, the Bible, and history. For example, he is reported to have said at Cadiz, when the wind turned to his favor, "The wind commands me away." Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Francis Drake was a sailor and a pirate, and he ships and poetry. Similarly, at this raid on Cadiz, he is reported to have claimed that he, quote, "singed the King of Spain's," which was not true. It was actually said by the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in reference to Now, this new eloquent correspondence may have actually helped Francis Drake's early return to London. He found himself out of favor with the Queen, at least in the official record, and defeated some of his decisions during the raid on Cadiz. However, Drake showered Elizabeth with gifts, and he still has her ear. He may have failed to burn all of the vessels that he had been ordered to, but he had really delayed the invasion, and that was Elizabeth's news. He also brought news of Philip's true plans. He wrote to Lord Walsingham, quote, "I assure your honor, the like preparation was never heard of nor known. As the King of Spain hath and daily maketh to invade England, all possible preparations for defense are very expedient to be made. I dare not almost write into your honor of the great forces we hear the King of Spain hath in his straits. Prepare in England strongly, and most by sea. Stop him now, and stop him ever. Look well to the coast of Sussex." Drake begged again and again to be allowed another voyage, this time in force to go to Lisbon to destroy the Armada before it even began sailing. The crown, however, decided not to go. Finances in England were once again tight, and Elizabeth hesitated to back any venture that would take English vessels away from English shores. Philip, too, though, had suffered setbacks. In addition to the raid on Cadiz, he had been forced to call off the treasure fleets for the year, fearing that they would be taken by English pirates. They stayed in port in the Americas. And then his plans would not be truly carried out. His close friend, the Admiral Santa Cruz, died. Philip was forced to name the Duke of Macedonia, that man who was a hero of the raid on Cadiz, who had gifted Francis Drake wine and sweetmeats. He was forced to name him Admiral of the Spanish Armada. Medina Sidonia was a morose man, especially of the state of the Spanish Army. He surveyed the fleet, and he found that they didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers to train well, and the ships themselves were even sometimes in poor condition. He was forced to smuggle in at least 100 cast iron English cannon, something that the Spanish thought were so low quality they weren't even worth using, but he needed the guns, but still they weren't enough. The Spanish had little powder and less shot, and they had only a very few properly trained gunners. Only 6 vessels in the Spanish fleet carried more than 40 guns, while every English vessel carried more than 250. However, Philip refused to fill these defense. He believed that God was on his side. The Pope himself granted special indulgences for every Spaniard on the voyage, and when confronted with the possibility of bad weather, Philip said, quote, "Since it is all for his cause, God will grant us fair weather." As he lay in his sick bed and his admiral continued to bring complaints to him, his very last command to Medina Sidonia was, quote, "Sail." The Spanish plan was simple. The Armada would sail into the channel. They would break the English naval defense there, and they would hold a landing site. Then, somewhere between 30 and 60,000 soldiers, under the command of the Duke of Parma, would sail from the Netherlands to England. They would sail upriver and take London in what they believed would be no more than 2 or 3 days. The sailors, though, in the Spanish fleet, as the Spanish Armada was preparing to sail, one sailor wrote, quote, "Things hang in the balance. Please, God, let the events be for his cause, and may he assist us, as is so necessary." Another sailor, when he was speaking to a papal official, Papal Nuncio, said to him, quote, "The English, who have faster and handier ships than ours, and many more long-range guns, and who know their advantage just as well as we do, will never close with us at all, but stand aloof and knock us to pieces with their culverins, without our being able to do them any serious hurt." Then Nuncio asked him what Spanish meant to win. The officer answered, "America." The English weren't entirely aware of the Spanish shortcomings, though. They thought that the fleet was a lot better defended than it really was. I think that Winston Churchill gives a good description of the English attitude. He said, quote, "The chances were heavily weighted in favor of Spain. From the mines of Mexico and Peru, there came a stream of silver and gold which so fortified the martial power of the Spanish Empire that King Philip could put his forces beyond all known states. The position was well understood in the ruling circles in England. So long as Spain controlled the wealth of the New World, she could launch out a multitude of armadas." End quote. On the English side, the Queen's plan was to separate the navy, to guard the western end of the Channel from Spain, and to guard the eastern end from the Netherlands. However, She acquiesced to her advisors. The Lord Admiral was now a man named Charles Howard of Effingham, and he was in command of the Queen's Navy. His plan was to have Lords Winter and Hawkins await the Armada in the middle of the channel, while the Lord Admiral Howard himself and Sir Francis Drake would wait at the perimeter. They would be a fleet of sleek, fast, and heavily armed smaller vessels that would be able to chase and harry the Spanish. They were going to follow behind the Armada after it sailed into the channel. The plan was to allow the Spanish Armada to sail until it nearly encountered the fleet of larger English galleons, and then Lord Admiral and Drake would come up behind them, bite their heels, and then catch the Armada in the crossfire and demolish them. The plans of both sides were interrupted by some inclement weather. Some of those famous channel storms were there, and the fleets of both the Spanish and the English, well, their timetables and their charts were thrown off course, so they had to regroup and make some new plans as quickly as possible. However, the basic plan for Drake to follow behind still stood because Drake and his fleet were still attacking. Legend has it that when Drake received word of the Spanish Armada entering the channel, he said, "Time enough to finish the game," and beat the Spanish army. And this sounds like some of Drake's famous propaganda, but this might actually be something that he said. See, the tide was high in Plymouth Harbor at the time. It was too high for the fleet to leave, and he knew they would have to wait until sundown. However, when sundown came, the fleet did set sail, and they rushed after the Spanish Armada. When the Duke of Medina Sidonia awoke the next morning, it must have been something of a shock. He found the English fleet not before him as he had thought, but waiting behind. Their entire formation was planned to meet the English fleet waiting before them. However, that formation and the Armada itself must have been something of a fight as well. It was at least 2 miles in width. It was a virtual forest of mast and sail, punctuated by these massive Spanish attack castles who towered over the smaller English vessels. Lord Admiral Howard said, quote, "All the world never saw such a great force as there was." All the same, Lord Howard ordered a simultaneous column of defiance forward to fire a single shot at the Spanish flagship. This was a gesture of formal challenge. Think of a knight pulling off his glove and slapping another man in challenge for a duel. This was that sort of thing. The Spanish had their ships arrayed in 4 columns. The heaviest ships were in the center, with their faster and smaller galleys along the sides. They made a tight crescent formation, all meant to face forward so they could surround the English fleet whenever they encountered it. However, somehow, these massive vessels had to turn around and change their entire formation because they were now facing a force that was coming from the opposite direction. Moving their formation was perfect. The Spanish were spectacular sailors. If the English had been waiting in front, they would have destroyed them immediately. However, they didn't have what the English actually had. I'm going to quote historian Arthur Crumb in his book To Rule the Waves, How the British Navy Shaped Modern Law, which is really a pretty excellent read, especially for any nautical or military historians out there. It goes all the way from the very earliest days of the British Navy to all the way up until World War II. He writes about this battle. Quote, "The English rushed forward with gun ports open, and as many guns wheeled and lashed pointing forward as possible. This was no classic battle of broadsides. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself gave orders to the helm. Bow chasers fired first, then the guns on the leeward side, and as the ship turned, then the guns in the stern as the boatswain shouted to his men aloft to lull sails and brought the ship to a halt. Then, as the ship turned back, the guns on the other broadside opened up as the ship completed its stately pirouette past its target. Reef and smoke the Revenge, or Bear, or Vanguard, then kept back windward everywhere. In this way, the English guns had off an average of a shot an hour, whereas the Spanish, keeping to their tight box formation, were sometimes lucky if their guns could fire back 1 shot a day." It was really, at the end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had proved that they could fire many more shots, their tactics weren't doing a whole lot of damage to the Spanish fleet. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, but from the distances they were firing, they were unable to take out any of the massive Spanish warships. As night fell, though, Drake was given the order to light the lantern on his stern that would guide the way for the rest of the fleet. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. While the ships were still nearly all floating, the Nuestra Senora Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the night. The Rosario lost her bowsprit, mizzenmast, and her mainyard. Then, in a separate event, another ship in the Armada carrying somewhere near 383 men and almost all of the gold meant to pay the soldiers suddenly exploded. It's unclear exactly what happened, but apparently something lit the entire powder magazine. In the chaos after this explosion, Francis Drake seized on an opportunity. He broke formation from the fleet, endangering all of those relying on his lantern, and he took the Rosario, along with the reported 55,000 gold-minted pots aboard, and he ordered the ship to be sailed home. Despite Francis Drake's knighthood, all of his titles and his lands, he still couldn't fight what he was at heart. A loathsome, no good West Country pirate. Next morning, when Lord Admiral Howard came on deck, he discovered that he had not in fact been following Sir Francis Drake's lantern, but one for the Armada. A fierce snorting fire ensued, the exact kind of thing that a good English navyman needed to get the blood pumping, but he managed to remove himself from the side of Armada. Francis Drake returned to the fleet and was called on board of the Lord Admiral's ship. There's no record of exactly what the Lord Admiral said of Francis Drake, but man, I wish there was, because I imagine that even the Spanish in the Armada, a mile or more away, could hear the curses of this old sea captain to Francis Drake. The Admiral went on to confiscate the 55,000 pots and sent them. The Admiral ordered that the English would continue dogging the Spanish fleet, while the fight on water continued the same way for the next day. On land, Elizabeth stood before her rallied troops, who were preparing to defend the city of London and the land of England against Indian invasion. She gave them this speech. My loving people, who have been persuaded by some that are careful for our safety to take heed how we commit ourselves to armed multitudes, for fear of treachery, but I assure you, I do not desire to live in distrust of faithful and loving people. Let tyrants be. I have always so behaved myself that, under God, I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects, and therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, resolved, in the midst and heat of the battle, to live or die amongst you all, and to lay down for my God, and for my kingdom, and for my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too, and think foul scorn that Canada or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general, judge, and rewarder of every one of your virtues in the field. I know already for your forwardness you have deserved rewards and crowns, and we do assure you, in the word of a prince, they shall be duly paid you. Imagine her surprise, as well as the surprise of Admiral and when one of those cook ships arrived. Perhaps Elizabeth wasn't so surprised after all. The troops had never even left port. The sea beggars had sailed south, swooped in, and halted any thought of murmurs of setting sail. It was here that the Spanish Armada knew they were lost. On the third day, short on thieves, shot, powder, and soldiers, the English finally closed ranks and opened fire. Finally, the English had found their mark at 300 yards, which would become their naval policy for firefights for centuries. They sank dozens of Spanish vessels, but still the Armada stood in tight formation. The English captains began to worry. Despite their superior battle skills, how could they defeat that armada? So, after nightfall, 8 smaller English vessels sailed silently forward toward the armada. Their guns were charged fully to the muzzles. Their decks and their holds were filled with pitch, tar, and chemical, anything that would burn. The Spanish saw these ships primed to explode and burn any vessel nearby, and they all managed to escape on board. But in its attempt to set the Spanish armada alight, it broke their formation, and finally, the English were able to attack. The English closed in. This was the beginning of the first great naval engagement in modern history. A total of 200 ships fired bravely, even recklessly, in a fight for their lives, for their homes, and for their countries. The Spanish never backed down. Each of the ships fired until they were out of powder and shot, and then they would sail towards the English vessels, grapple that ship, and do hand-to-hand combat with the men on board, either dying or taking the ship. But still, the Spanish were outnumbered. The English ships were too well armed and too fast. The air in the English Channel was filled with smoke, the deafening sound of cannon, and in the interim between shots, the screams of the dying. Any vessel worth their salt was coated in splinter and tattered sand, amidst the gore of men without arms and legs and heads. The seas were covered in sheen, dead bodies, broken ships, and blood. The storm rose, bringing clouds and fog to mingle with the smoke from the battle. And in that moment, the Spanish armada set sail and fled. Perhaps Philip was right, in part. He said that God would send them fair weather, and when the Spanish armada was nearly lost and completely destroyed, a storm came and saved them. Their odyssey was not over, and the trip back to Spain was going to be extremely difficult for these men, but many still made it home. All would have had that storm not come in. The English didn't believe that this was the end of the invasion. However, it was. The Spanish had fled. There were no troops coming from the Netherlands. The English had won the day. Now, this undercurrent between Spain and England, though, it would continue. The 80 Years' War, the conflict for Dutch independence, that would continue too. And the hatred between Catholics and Protestants in Europe would continue for centuries. Queen Elizabeth, King Philip, and Francis Drake would continue their delegates. But this is a suitable place to stop. The Alliance defeat marked a turning point in the war. It showed the world that Spain was not all powerful, and it opened up the ambitions of all of the colonial powers in Europe. It was by no means the end of the Spanish Empire, but it marked the beginning of their decline. It marked the dawn of the British Empire and the colossal power struggles that would continue for centuries. And really, we're still fighting to this modern day. This Spanish Armada's defeat showed the world that the future would not be won by soldiers on land or on horseback. It would be won by sailors in the back of ships. Elizabeth would continue her rule for years and rule over some of the most prosperous times in English history. Elizabethan England would bring us an English Renaissance. It would bring us Shakespeare and the birth of the modern English language. It would see a shift in English culture towards a more free, open, and democratic society. So Francis Drake was far from there. He continued to sail, and his legend continued to grow. He sailed again and again, back to Spain and the Caribbean, never ending Drake's war, his personal conflict with the Spanish. When he passed away at Portobello, at the end of a difficult voyage of raiding and piracy, at 4 a.m., January 28, 1596. And with that, we're going to leave the Elizabethan age behind. The reason we've spent so much time on this era, the Elizabethan period, and Francis Drake in particular, is because these conflicts are really what set the stage for the colonial conflicts in the Caribbean. And Francis Drake, more than anyone else, showed the world that a single man with a small, fast ship filled with guns and manned by a loyal crew of people with insufficient morals would be able to challenge the empires of the old world and make themselves rich and powerful men. This was really the story that all pirates in the years to come would see as a way that they could make a reality. It was the goal that men such as Henry Avery and Edward Teach were, well, that's what they wanted to be. They wanted to be Francis Drake, a man who was a patriot, fighting for his country, and using less than scrupulous means to achieve it. They also wanted to fill their pockets, which was something that Francis Drake did extremely well. In the end, Francis Drake stole in modern dollars $115 million worth of Spanish goods. This makes him, according to Forbes magazine, the second most successful pirate in history. Next time, we're going to take a jump forward. The politics of Europe are going to go through a lot of upheavals, but most of that is relatively unimportant. We'll talk about the big stuff, but we're going to start focusing on another of the most successful pirates in history. A man who graces the front of many bottles of cheap rum, Captain Henry Morgan. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that source, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, you're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps me notice that we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
That's a signal. And in response to that signal, respond appropriately, trying to maximize happiness. The question is the local optimum that free markets get stuck in and do governments to represent the broad scale of people? Yeah. Well, here's, I think the fundamental problem is here. The idea that there is a feedback mechanism when there is coercion in one when one party can employ coercion and the other not. So in other words, I'm going to put a gun to your head. I'm going to take your money, and I'm going to use it to buy more guns for you to put against your head. But somehow, you're going to put a paper in a box that's going to deactivate my guns. Well, this also is kind of pushing all the intentional spicing up. I think, guns to the head. Good luck to anybody who's going to be taking you. But you have to be that comfortable. Yes, I mean, people don't often think of it as government and the military has guns to the head. But that is a little bit terrible because often, turtles all the way down, the bottom is So a lot of people don't want to pay if you don't want to, all right, I need to be part of the plan. I don't want to get rid of it generator. I don't want to do it. I don't want to pay for it. You go to jail. You can't not pay for it. That's really the market doesn't have. It's why. It's not easy, for me stubborn and stuck on the idea that I want to become market and that the government can't work. We're choosing between two different machines. There's just a regular PC, and I'm just constantly choosing one of them and saying the other one can't work. It's not equivalent. It's not two machines. We're comparing between a machine and a gun to the head, and we're comparing between a situation where anyone is free to provide the service or the goods. Anybody is free to modify or replace the weapons. So anyone can succeed at it. Anyone or nothing. They can do it by it. So we have a situation with 10 million people that say, each can freely choose to provide the good or
See you later, Michael.
that cannot be considered an alternative on an equal footing to a situation where one person or one entity gets to decide for everybody, and those who disagree go to jail. So the problem is that the alternative to government is other large successful entities that have human natures such that there's corruption, manipulation, and so on. I think free market depends on the honest communication of information as widely as possible so people can make great rational decisions. My fear is that proposes in general manipulation as government they're going to try to do propaganda. They're going to try to manipulate you, deceive you, shut down competition by playing games of different kinds. And sometimes thought of that already. Good, evil. So how do we prevent the worst nature coming out in a free world?
Walter's my best friend. We met at a
Why
shoe
not
store.
giving
Heard him
the
asking for a shoe.
monopolies in the institution of government? That little bit of coercion, that little bit of asymmetry creates a gigantic ripple effect of asymmetry in your field. And it ends up just being a place where, corporations and individuals, free market, they can't coexist with government. So, you think about all these corporations that things, it's always because they have certain privileges from government.
You remember AJ?
As it exists, they can't do anything without government. They can't take any of my money and they can't force me to buy their stuff. And so it doesn't matter to me. So if Coca-Cola is corrupt, that's a problem for Coca-Cola customers. That's a problem for Coca-Cola shareholders. That's a problem for anybody who deals with Coca-Cola. But as somebody who doesn't drink their stuff and isn't a shareholder, I have absolutely no interest in what happens. They could all go bust tomorrow, and I don't care. I buy their product, and I don't, and I'm not a shareholder. So in this situation where you choose to voluntarily associate with people, and you only give your money to people you want to voluntarily give money to, so you either buy their product or invest in their production. In that situation, the only way that a company can get more money is if they build a product that I value, or if they convince me that they are going to use it in a way that's profitable. And then they that I may be wrong. I may invest in a company that fails, or I may invest in a company that turns out to be fraudulent. But that's my fault, and it's my fault that I gave them my money that it turned out to be scoundrels. But it's a totally different problem when you make it mandatory. It's violence. It's a crime. Put a gun to my head and force me to subsidize companies and force me to come at certain conclusions.
Do you find an interesting distinction, what you like about between anarchism and libertarianism? So this particular use of violence, this like last resort, this policing force that libertarianism is okay with, and anarchism is not okay. So basically, nation states that keep you safe from the worst of war.
Yeah, I think to be more accurate, the distinction between anarchism and anarchism, I think libertarianism is kind of a vague term that can encompass those. Yeah,
on the Karl Marx to Michael Malice spectrum, where do you?
Then I'm full anarchist.
You're full.
Yeah, full anarchist. I mean, I don't find any justification for the use of force, and I think recently, perhaps, maybe I'm getting old, maybe I'm getting senile, maybe I'm getting wise. Who knows? But I'm beginning to become more sympathetic to monarchy. So I'm an anarchist monarchy.
What is that?
King.
Well, monarchy.
Yes. And I think
Are you joking?
no, I'm not joking. And I think I think morally and intellectually I'm an anarchist. But it's what the reality is we find ourselves in a world in which a lot of people are not. And the question is, what is the thing that's going to provide you with more freedom? And I think I'm recently coming around to the idea that monarchy might be the best way to provide people with the largest amount of freedom, because to have a free society, you need a majority, perhaps with a plurality of people, to have a very strong understanding of libertarian ideas, to have a low-time preference, to have a preference for the future. So you need a majority of the population to not go and do something insane in order to continue to have a free society. When respiratory illness comes along, unfortunately, the last couple of years showed that the vast majority of people are going to freak out and lose their mind and support whatever their TV tells them to support. And, there's always a current thing, and the media is always telling you that we need this current thing as an excuse for more and more government power and more and more government coercion.
The role of kings and queens in that case, monarchy. What's the role?
I think there might be a case that, so as I was saying, you need a majority of the population to get together and decide, nope, whatever is the case, the answer is voluntary. No matter how bad the disease is, it doesn't justify forcing people to stay home. You want to stay home, stay home. You want to wear a mask, take a vaccine, do whatever you want. But you can't force others to do that. So you need a majority of people to strongly believe in this principle in order to get in a democracy. Whereas in a monarchy, you just need the king to get it. And I think the reason kings are more likely to get it is that kings have a long time preference. They think about things for many generations, whereas in a democratic system, your president is likely going to be there for 4 years or 8 years or 10 years or 5 years, whatever it is. So the only way that all humans are self-interested, so the only way that your president in democracy can provide themselves is to maximize the amount of exploitation that they can do of the population during their brief stint. And then when he's out, you get a new one, and then that one wants to start all over again. So every 4 years, you get a new problem. With monarchy, you sign up for a multi-generational subscription to the same family. And when they have the security of knowing that his great-grandson is going to be taking money from your great-grandson, suddenly his interest in yours align, because they both want your great-grandson to be prosperous and have enough money for his great-grandson to take. So
it's monarchy with a tiny government. So so anything required to really provide for a free market, to maximize individual freedom and freedom of the economy.
Yeah, and if I were king, highly unlikely to ever happen, but I think if you look historically, the dynasties that have succeeded at lasting for a long time, the key thing that they managed to do is to basically be libertarian. The key to being a good king is to just leave people alone, let them do whatever they want. Don't rob them too much, or rob them as little as possible. Maybe even don't rob them. And as a king, use your power only to punish people who aggress against others. Don't use your power to enrich yourself and enrich your friends. And that's really, like, if you look at smart kings, this is what they do, this is what they teach their children. The cycle of thinking is that the first king understands this, builds the empire, and the first couple of generations they get this, and the society is free, the economy is free, and because of that, there's peace and prosperity. But then over time, the next generation of kids become a lot more high-time preference. They haven't worked hard. They don't understand the meaning of hard work, so they become more likely to engage in destructive behavior. So raise taxes, pass laws that require people to do things even when they're not hurting anybody, and that ends up basically destroying the kingdom.
Of course, power corrupts.
Yes.
So you have to kind of create institutions that prevent you as a king or any kind of leader from going back on the original promises and purposes of your position.
Yeah.
And then distracting, using tools of technology, communication to distract the populace while you expand the power. All right. You wrote Fiat Standard. I think we danced around it a bit. I don't know if we actually defined it. So what is fiat money? What is the history of how it came to be?
The fascinating history of the fiat monetary system
is something that really only got covered in 2017. This is extremely interesting. In 1914, Britain joined World War I. And if you remember the history books, it's famous that this was called August Bank Holiday. It was just going to be a few weeks where the British troops were going to go and kick European ass and come back triumphant. And most European countries believed that. But then the war kept on dragging on. And of course, to finance the war, the government, this is what they used to do under the Constitution. Governments would issue bonds. So you'd issue the bonds, people would buy the bonds, the money would be used to finance the military, and then the government would pay off the bond over the next 5 or 10 or 20 years. So for World War I, the British government, the British Treasury issued bonds for financing the war. And this only came to light in 2017. Only a third of the bonds were actually subscribed. So people, rich people, this is perhaps the greatest thing they've ever done. They decided fighting on a war in Europe is just not my ideal way of investing my capital. It's a stupid thing. Why should I go and fight? Because the Austrians and the Germans and the Serbians are at each other's throats. I'd rather invest in something else. So they only bought a third of the bond issue. And then what the astonishing thing that happened, which really set the tone for the next century of war